No lo sé, Andrés. No lo sé.
Ma, solo te pido de que hables con él. Por favor.
Familia. ¿Cómo están?
Hola.
Hola, hijo. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? ¿Sí? ¿Pasa algo?
Andrés ha clasificado a la final con su equipo. Y necesita seguir entrenando para ganarla.
¿Final de qué? ¿De Dota? Sigues con lo mismo, hijo. ¿Pero hasta cuándo, Andrés? ¿Hasta cuándo?
Papá, ya falta muy poco para que podamos ganar el
¿Ya te matriculaste?
No pude, se cruzaba con las fechas.
Pero ya ves, Andrés. Mañana mismo vamos a matricularte en esos cursos para que te concentres en cosas reales, hijo, y te olvides de ese jueguito.
Abajo construimos esta región. Luego de tanto luchar, la mirada del mundo aquí está. Años han pasado, pero nunca es tarde para mostrar nuestro valor. Este sueño ya ha comenzado, iremos todos nosotros, vamos juntos a gritarlo, la Lima mayor es real. Tú, a quien alentarás, cada jugada nos hará vibrar, junto a los mejores esta historia ya va a comenzar. Tú, a quien alentarás, cada jugada nos hará vibrar, junto a los mejores esta historia ya va a comenzar.
Triple kill!
Somos equipo local, con trabajo pudimos llegar. En otras tierras los vimos luchar, ahora le toca a Sudamérica. Años han pasado, pero nunca es tarde para mostrar nuestro valor. Este sueño ya ha comenzado, iremos todos nosotros, vamos juntos a gritarlo, la Lima mayor es real. Tú, a quien alentarás, cada jugada nos hará vibrar, junto a los mejores esta historia ya va a comenzar. Tú, a quien alentarás, cada jugada nos hará vibrar, junto a los mejores esta historia ya va a comenzar.
football. We're here. Welcome to the Lima Major. It's going to be a fantastic time. Trust me. We've got 12 days filled with amazing Dota 2. We got so much to show, and we've got a lot of stories to tell. And obviously, to tell stories, you need the best storytellers, and we got those for you too. I am joined by none other than Sheepstick, Fear, and Effie. Good morning, too. Welcome to the block party.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You like my hat?
Yeah, I do.
I wasn't sure at first, but it's growing on me now.
I think that's the best I've ever seen you look.
Oh, wow. It's the hat. Okay.
Also, hi, Alex.
Hi, babe.
It's our first panel.
Our first
together.
Too far away.
Hello. Oh, we're so colorful. We're very excited for today.
I have the
Lima Major. I mean, I think Fear. I mean, obviously you've been here before, you know.
Yeah.
Keen of this one, but if you guys like, I have
time.
this like blazer,
Right.
but it looks kind of funky.
Yeah, I mean, this is my second time here in Peru. Last time I was playing the open qualifiers for TI. Unfortunately, it didn't go so well, but I loved my time here. It was a lot of fun. I got to experience like the culture, play with all the players, and I'm really happy to be back.
Yeah, the food's been amazing as well, Sheep, isn't it?
Dude, for real. Like every morning I'm coming downstairs and eating like something new every day, and like all the food is like so fresh. It's like this is the best I've eaten in my entire life, maybe.
Seriously, and I'm eating twice as much as I normally would. I have the meal and then I sit down and then I see more people come in and eat, and I just think to myself, maybe I should just have more too. So I think I've had maybe like 5 meals a day.
I'm eating so much.
I mean, it's actually funny. One of my friends, Moose, who's a Peruvian, he told me like one of his friends that was like from Italy or something, married a Peruvian woman, came down here. He was skinny. He came down here. He got a lot bigger. The food is just so good.
I don't blame him. It's actually been phenomenal. It's all hits. Obviously, we're not here for the food, but we do like the food. So you know, it's a part of it. And we really are enjoying it. We're about to enjoy some amazing Dota as well. There's 18 teams, 90 players we got all centered here in Lima. 10 of those, Effie, are actually from Peru.
Indeed. We've got, of course, the Beast Coast players, full Peruvian stack. And then we've got EG, who have 4 Peruvian players, and Whisper, who is the honorary Peruvian from Bolivia. And then, of course, we can't forget our young Tomato on TSM, also representing Peru. So a lot of players in this tournament definitely feel that pressure to just perform the best that they can.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just saying, we probably have like some of the best Peruvian players like in the world at this tournament. I'm glad like both these teams made it through. And of course, Tomato on TSM, because like they're some of the highest MR players you can find from this region, and I'm glad they all made it here.
I am too, and it's been incredible to see the region and the teams actually do better and better every time. Last TI Sheep, we got for the first time ever a South American team coming top 6.
Yeah, they're definitely doing better over time in terms of tournaments. I mean, hopefully they'll crack like a top 3. That's kind of my hopes and dreams for this.
Oh, give me a finals team! Oh, I can't.
So bad. And they're looking good. Like you hear a lot of these other pro teams saying that EG's looking absolutely amazing. Like you know, GPK players like that, they're hyping them up. They're like, yeah, right off the bat, I think top 6 for sure. So then let's see them push that even further. Top 3 it up. You know, Beast Coast EG Grand Finals.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Why
no
not?
copium.
Why not? I mean,
It could happen, sure.
For sure, and there's always some kind of Beast Coast magic that happens on the main stage where that team under pressure always seems to be able to perform. And I mean, initially when the 2 top South American teams were formed, everyone thought that EG would be the team to look at, but Beast Coast surprised everybody by taking the top seed in South America this year. So, I mean, anything could happen.
Anything can happen, and I'm going to assume they're making it out of groups. And once you make it out of groups, obviously you're in a sold-out arena.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a buff as well. But to make it out of group, got to play well. Let's find out where all the teams are put, because of course, 18 teams seeded into 2 groups. And everybody's going to play everybody in their group. It's a round robin, which means everybody is playing 2 games against each other. It's a 2-game series over the course of 5 days. We got so much Dota coming your way. You got no idea. It's both groups are stacked. But Sheep, do you have a honorary group of death, if you will?
It's gotta be Group B.
Yeah, it does.
It's gotta be Group B. I mean, I do like every team coming into this major, bar like 3 or 4 I'm like a little uncertain on. I'm not going to name them because that would be very toxic. But
Say it.
No.
Say them now.
Absolutely not. But Group B is looking really good because obviously you have like Liquid, who everyone is coming into this tournament with as favorites. I think everyone's going to be looking towards them getting upset. But like BetBoom as well was another highly rated team that everyone's excited about. So like those two alone make Group B very scary. I also can't pick out like a clear bottom 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with Sheep on that. I think this Group B, Aster, Liquid, BetBoom entity group looks absolutely horrific. But I do think Group A has a lot of potential contenders as well, right? They have EG, which we've talked about earlier, LGD, who, yes, they are playing the stand-in, but have always been a team to consider and look at these tournaments. They always seem to deliver. I mean, with the Zhao 8 on their back, he's just got the experience. And of course, Team Spirit, who won last TI, and Tundra, who won the TI that just happened, right? So we're looking at a group with the last 2 TI winners, and we're still saying that Group B looks more stacked. So we're in for a really good tournament.
Yeah. And it's brutal, Fear. 6 teams eliminated from the get-go, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. They need to get their stuff together. They need to do it quickly because, like, we do see, like, from, like, every tournament, like, the strong group doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the group that wins because you form metas within your own group in a lot of cases. And whether your meta is the correct one or not, you won't really know until the playoff. But it is funny how these metas do form based off of groups.
Yeah, it is indeed. And if you do make it out of the groups, you make it to the playoffs, you make it to Arena 1, which is practically sold out. And as said, you might get a bit of a buff, so you want to play in front of that crowd. I can't wait. Some teams will never experience that, 6 teams, as said. But the rest moves to a double elimination bracket. So there's some upper bracket teams that are seeded into that. There's lower bracket teams that are seeded into that. And eventually, this one will be a fleshed out sheep.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, I'm just looking forward to upsets. Like,
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, obviously, duh.
It's the most exciting thing.
Yeah, and teams perform differently in the bracket too. Like, I think Beast Coast is one of the perfect examples for that. In the past, they have suffered in groups a little bit, and then they just do like a blitz run through the lower bracket, killing everyone, and then get like some crazy standing. That's the kind of like fun run I'm looking for.
Yeah,
for sure.
In the past, Beast Coast have been known to be the lower bracket Grim Reapers. I mean, they are terrifying to meet there. But she brings up a really good point, is that you never know how these teams are going to play in their hotel rooms in the group stage compared to what they're going to do on the main stage, on the arena. It could be different at any stage in this tournament. And the team that you expect to come into it as the favorites could completely surprise you and just tank. While a team that you wrote off from the beginning, I mean, I think a lot of people are looking at the SEA teams and writing them off this tournament. They could surprise us too.
They really could. And we also have to keep in mind that there are not that many opportunities to quote-unquote practice for TI, if you will, the pressure that a crowd brings. And there's a lot of the line, not just practice, but also prize money, $500,000 up for grabs, by the way. But DPC points may be even more important here.
Definitely more important for me. I'd rather like have. I mean, the prize pool's good. It's definitely a good prize pool, but these DPC points are huge. Like every team competing here, they want to go to TI. And the way to get to TI is you do well in your region and you do well at a major. So like that's what everyone really wants. They want that 400 points. 350 is not bad either, but you want as many points as you can get.
Yeah, 400 would be a nice place to start the season.
Yeah, imagine you're Liquid, you get first place in your region, and then you come to this major and you win. You just secure 700 points right off the bat for yourself. I mean, that's probably a dream scenario.
Very comfortable spot to be.
I do want to point out that Team Liquid has done very well in their region, but they did so last year as well, and then they didn't make it very far. So we'll see how that one goes. They are still considered one of the favorites, of course. But you got to wait a little bit to watch them because they are playing later on in the day. We already mentioned that there's going to be 5 days of group stages, and I don't know how you guys' math is. But
Terrible.
if you're like, wait a second, you got 2 groups, and everybody's got to play each other twice. How on earth are you gonna fit that into 4 or 5 days?
Lots of Dota.
Lots of Dota. So you know, obviously you're watching the block party, and this is where you can watch everything. You won't miss a single thing. You're gonna be happy if you just stick with us, which is great. I also know that some people like to just focus on their own team. They only like one team and they only want to watch that one team, and you can do that too. So the way this is gonna work, there's 5 streams. So we're the main stream, if you will, the block party, if you will. But then there's 4 streams happening at the same time, and each one of those streams will have games played throughout the day. And we are going to help you navigate that, but you can obviously switch to whatever series you want. But let's run through a little bit of what you can expect on each of the streams. It's a lot of information to take in. Don't worry, it won't be the last time that you see this, but just to give you guys an overview. So there will be a stream where you can watch at the start of the day. It will be Cap and SVG. They will be playing, or they will be watching, commentating PSG.LGD versus EG. They will be doing that on EPOL's.EN.
So on your second monitor, of course.
On your second monitor,
this
second
is going to be on the first
This
monitor.
is going to be first. I mean, let's be real. They're late. They're not even live yet at the moment. So you want to stick here regardless. But if you really want to watch that in depth, you can do that, and you can do that on we call it Stream A, if you will. You can call it whatever you want. But this will be the day for them. A lot of exciting games. Which one stands out to you most, Fear?
I want to see EG versus LGD. It's like a clash of 2 different regions. Everyone's really hyped. Obviously, we're here in Peru. We want to see the Peruvian teams play, so I'm really excited for that. But just as far as like gameplay goes, for high-level gameplay, this one looks really good for me.
I definitely agree with you. I'm just going to be the one to say it. I am eyeing Entity versus Knights.
Okay.
I think Knights have a lot of eyes on them coming to this tournament, so I'm just really curious to see how they're going to be able to perform, especially under pressure. And Entity are a team that everyone had as a wild card last TI, and I still have a lot of faith in this team, and I would also just like to see them be put up against a different region.
Yeah, and then there's another stream. There's the second stream, Stream B. It is very easy to recognize. It is EPOL's.EN 2. You'll be able to listen to the lovely voices of Gareth and Lacoste, and they will be covering. It will be Talon versus Gaming Gladiators. There's a lot of games, guys. I gotta try to keep track of them. But Talon versus Gaming Gladiators. Talk about a clash of 2 regions, Sheep.
Ooh, I mean, I love Gaming Gladiators. They came second in Europe, which I think they kind of expected for themselves, but everyone else was a little bit uncertain, thinking like Tundra would maybe be there instead. But yeah, they've been very impressive. I think Quinn has fit into this team really well. Everyone seems to be pretty happy with like the team chemistry, how they're working and improving. I think they had, realistically, I think they had a little bit to be desired in terms of the execution of their games. And when we saw them lose during the DPC, there were quite a few like stomps. So that's the kind of stuff that at least I hope helped them a lot coming into this major, to iron that out, flesh it out, and then bring their like top form.
Yes, and then of course, I mean, talking about different regions, Southeast Asia, it's got a lot of eyes on them as well, because I don't know, if people have not been following the region, we're going to obviously talk more about it later, but if you look at just the teams and how they performed, you would think that is this list flipped? What's happening over there? We're gonna see what's happening over there, because we're gonna see how they stack up currently against the other regions. A lot of eyeballs there, a lot of proving needed to be done. Then there's the third stream. It's EPOL's.EN 3. Surprise! It's going to be Sunsfound and Cinderin that will be covering that one at the start of the day. We have a lot of rotations, but obviously you can keep track of that yourself. You can watch Team Spirit versus TSM there. And Effie, I mean, that is a blockbuster from the get. Everything's blockbuster, but I think that one maybe is specifically so.
I think that Team Spirit, especially recently, have been playing so well. And I've heard a little bit of rumors going around that they've been in top form in the scrims too. They also recently made it to the grand finals of the BetBoom Universe tournament that just happened. So I think that Team Spirit, although some people may have kind of forgotten about them in light of other exciting teams like BetBoom in the region, I think they're definitely a team to watch. They're always going to be a contender for that top 4 spot. And TSM, some may say they're carrying the hopes of North America, and of course our young Tomato, we can forget that player. So.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot to prove, I feel like, on TSM. Like, Moon stepped down to coach role. They brought in Kasane, a Russian player, as their offlaner. He's been doing really well, but he's like pretty fresh, right? It's probably his first major, I would imagine. It definitely is, right? His first major, he's coming in. They brought in Ari. Like, they looked really good. They beat Shopify Rebellion. They got first in the region. Let's see how they do on LAN. Like, I got a lot of hope.
But there are always questions, right? Because I feel like the inter-regional competition within North America is not the same as a region like Europe, right?
Of course not.
We do have to see TSM in a more tested environment. So I think this is going to be probably one of the best matchups they could get versus Spirit.
Yeah.
I mean, if I look at this list though, when you're talking about best matchups, I think, I mean, you already mentioned the team, Shopify Rebellion, BetBoom team. Is that the one that stands out most of these 4 matches on the Line C stream?
It is really hype.
Yeah.
Like Shopify, I really like that they're scrimming Europe a lot as well. So I know they were kind of asked like, oh, you know, NA, yes, it is a weaker region. It's not as competitive as it used to be. They lost Quincy, but they're still getting beat down. They said they're getting smashed by Europe. So they have been like learning off of that. I'm very excited to see them play against BetBoom. I mean, Shopify's hype for me. I mean, I want to see some like Saber-like trash talking, you know, into lost true combo.
True combo indeed.
Yeah, it's a lot of exciting games. I don't envy having to navigate which one you're going to put most focus on. Again, you don't have to. You can just watch here. We'll watch them all with you. There's a 4th stream, ePulse, EM4. Yes, that's right. It's Execration versus Tundra. That's how they'll open up that one with MLP and John X Fire. So there's a lot of excitement there as well. Again, clash of 2 regions, Effie. It's Western Europe versus SEA, which according to a lot of people at the moment would be strongest region versus weakest region, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels really bad. I mean, it's always going to feel bad to call SEA the weakest region because they've been one of the most exciting regions historically to watch. But I think a lot of upsets have happened this last DPC tour. And Execration are currently the top seed in Southeast Asia. But when you watch their games, I'm personally not sold on that team yet. So I feel like they've had or displayed a lot of weaknesses that can easily be exploited by some of the top teams here. Right? It just feels like their laning stage is their most vulnerable, and I'm definitely worried about them going up versus something like Tundra. And of course, Geekslate versus Entity. I think Geekslate are a really fun and entertaining team to watch.
Definitely.
They have their own meta. They pick their own heroes. Like they're picking their IO gyros. They're picking their random non-meta picks.
They play Underlord mid.
They do. They do.
Nobody's got to be ready for that one.
They also play Broodmother mid. They just run these odd heroes on.
You say they run Broodmother and that's an odd hero?
Mid.
Mid?
They run it mid
okay,
on Cox. I'm gonna call that guy K. That guy.
Cox loves his Broodmother, that's for sure.
I don't know. I mean, we got some nice fresh names coming in, like Cox, but also my favorite. My favorite is Bob. Come on.
Oh,
Bob is
so
a
good.
personal favorite.
I mean, that's an awesome name. You can't top that. Of course, we looked at every line of games apart from actually StreamV, so we can still do that because they don't only have the Talon versus Gaming Gladiators games on that stream, but they have a lot more. So hopefully we get to show that as well. There's a lot of games, a lot of action. We'll be keeping you up to date with everything, but it's not just us keeping you up to date. There's a lot of people involved in the broadcast. We'll show you a little bit more in a bit. How would you watch it, Fair? If you're watching this, if you were watching this at home, what would you do? What's your strategy?
I mean, I'd probably like squad stream it or something.
I'd get
it all, but then I have one main monitor of us, of course, the panel. I'd want to watch the panel, follow everything, and then my side team's on the other monitors.
I would have us on a TV, just a
TV.
giant TV.
Yes.
You know, that I have a laptop on stream 1, phone on stream 2, tablet on stream 3, and stream 4, do I have something
your phone?
else? I'm using my phone.
Oh, tablet, laptop, TV. That's already 4.
My
Smart fridge?
Do you have another monitor, or do you have one monitor?
yeah, let's just get a 4 monitor setup. I think
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way. How about you, Sheep? What do you do?
Time to go to the tech store.
I know for a fact if I was at home, I'd have like the audio of this stream on while I have like the game I want to watch on my other monitor, at least.
Okay, so you open the tab, but you don't watch. You just
Yeah,
listen.
like I wouldn't want to look at Fear in his stupid hat. So
I mean,
that's
you wanted
my
me to
audio
wear the
only.
hat. What's going on?
What do you mean? You specifically
You
said,
said
God, I love
before
this
we
hat.
went live, you liked the hat. But now you're saying it's stupid and you don't like it.
I never said that. And I'm
She
not
never
gonna
said
say
I
that.
heard it. I heard it.
She did say
I
that.
will be the
She said
She
referee
said she
here. It
didn't want
has
to look
to be
at Fear with his stupid hat.
Yeah, I said that.
She said that.
But I never
Oh.
said I liked your hat.
Oh, okay.
I think it was
I'm
Effie that
confused.
said this is the best you've ever looked.
I
That
did,
she
I
did
did
say
say
that.
you look
She
great.
did say
I
that.
think you look excellent.
Not because I'm covering most of my face.
Most of the head. Face is
No,
fine.
you look very cute, Fear. I love
Thank
you.
you, I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm glad we sorted that out.
Yeah, glad we sorted
Very
that out
important.
as well. I would probably have 4 streams on the television.
Okay.
Laptop, as in the multi-stream, like yeah, and then laptop with me with whichever audio I want, but probably this stream because it's the coolest.
Yeah.
I'm not biased.
No bias. of
No
course.
bias. No bias here. Is there? Because we talk a lot about the teams, and we've already talked a little bit about which teams we think we're going to do well. Liquid and BetBoom obviously are expected to do well, both in the same group. But are there dark horses that we expect to do well and make it high up in this tournament, Effie? Who do you got?
For me, dark horse teams would be the ones that have been or shown themselves to be strong recently, but are just not the ones people look at. So I mentioned Entity earlier.
Yeah.
They're definitely, for me, a potential dark horse team. I think, according to what I've heard, since I've been here, Shopify could potentially be one of the teams to look out for. People are saying that they look very strong, and I don't want to say that LGD is a dark horse because it's PSG.LGD, but they are coming in with an offlaner, so I feel like a lot of people may look at them and think that this team is not at full power, but you can never count out the Zhao 8 teams.
That is very true. Has enough time passed now? Is Shopify Rebellion now considered a dark horse team?
I don't know.
I would say so.
I'm getting mixed reviews on that. Like some people are like, they're really good. It's like, they're not doing so well. If they are a dark horse team, I'm taking them because, they haven't done super well recently. This is true. They made some roster changes.
Yeah.
But would anyone be super surprised if they kicked it into form and started playing really well?
No. It's one of those things where if they do well, they'll do well, like really well. They'll probably be top 4.
Right.
But if they don't do well, they don't make it out of groups. It's one or the other. There is no in between.
Well, at TI, they did really well in groups and they just bombed out on the main
That's
stage.
true, it does happen.
So they've given us a little bit of everything at this point, so it's hard to really say.
Isn't that the definition of a dark horse?
I guess
A
so.
team that you can't
Yeah, we can say it.
anything.
That is true. You can also say, they came top 2 in the region. They must be a favorite. Then again, there's only
There's
2
only 2
players.
slots in an A.
They came out last, the bottom of the region. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, but I guess
Yeah.
the fact indeed that we don't know that they probably are.
Okay, then I'll take them.
Yeah, it's an easy one. I also know that they are, because later today we have, as said, BetBoom versus Shopify Rebellion, right? Both those teams have scrimmed a lot with Western European teams. Some of the favorite Western European teams as well. So I'm thinking they will be, if we go by the notion that Western Europe is considered the strongest region, they will have the most influence from the strongest region. This is, by the way, the match day of Stream B. So you're going to start off with Gareth and Lacoste, with Talon and Gaming Gladiators. And then there's a lot of awesome Dota here. Oh, I know which one I want. Sheep, which one you want to watch most of these 4?
Of these 4? Ooh, probably BetBoom vs Liquid.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So I saw Spirit came in, I was like, oh, I want to watch that. And then I saw BetBoom Liquid underneath it. Ooh, never mind. That's the best, for sure.
Thankfully, we can watch both.
We can.
It's true.
We can. We have 8 monitors, apparently.
Yeah.
That's definitely, both of them are really exciting. I think between Spirit and BetBoom, everybody does think that BetBoom is the strongest team in the region, but we have yet to see how they will perform, whereas Spirit are seasoned veterans at this point. They've been together for a long time.
Yeah.
Sure, there was a change in their mid lane, but this is a team that won TI, this is a team that has consistently performed, and we know that this is a team that thrives well under pressure, and there's always going to be pressure during a major. So I would also say to those thinking that Spirit is no longer the best team in the region, they may be very wrong.
I would agree with that, actually. I think Spirit, just because they have proven on LAN, is a really big thing, where a lot of the players on BetBoom, sure, they got Toronto Tokyo, who has, what used to be on Spirit, right? But some other players, they haven't had the best LAN placements, so
No.
we'll have to see.
And it's always like with these stacks in the Eastern European region where they take their all-star players, their best players. We've seen these stacks before and we've expected them to dominate everything, and they just haven't in the past. So there's been a track record of potentially not meeting expectations.
That's true. That is very true. And a region that has been meeting expectations and is surpassing expectations is South America. It's been a long time coming. This region has obviously been growing for quite some time, and we are in South America. It's been the first time for a very long time, and we are incredibly excited to be here, and we want you guys to be excited about that too. And we have extra information on South America. It's fine. It's 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Nice time to wake up for a gamer. It's great. All right. So someone who's going to teach us a little bit more about South America is the Azathoth, who is joining us right here on his newsstand. How are you doing? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's it going? It's a pleasure to be here one more time. Now it's our humble region, Lima Mayor. It's the place and time. We have a lot to share, a lot to say, but let's start with the basics. Evil geniuses, genios malvados, once one of the powerhouses of North America, now in these moments become one of the top teams here in South America and probably one of the top two in this mayor from a region, obviously, alongside Bisco. So Matthew, obviously Pandamu, Chris Luck, Pacas, Vintage, the coach, they are all ready to fight here. They come from a long way since No Ping, Omega, Majestic, Infamous, very popular themes that they became EG at the last time. So we are very, very excited to share that with you guys from all the world.
Yeah. Incredibly exciting indeed. I mean, a lot changed since TI as well in terms of rosters. We will be trying to keep you up to date, not just obviously with the South American rosters, but every roster, almost every roster has had changes. It's tradition, the TI winners, well, is almost tradition. TI winners don't change their roster after winning a TI.
They had such a good opportunity to kick Aoi and they
didn't. It would have been one indeed for the actual ages. It will be we'll be keeping you up to date. There's a lot to keep track of, and don't worry if you missed it. We will be saying it again probably tomorrow and the day after because it is a lot. It is a lot indeed. I want to narrow down a little bit of what we're going to focus on here today because we are having 4 series at the same time. And it is not humanly possible, I think, despite our best efforts to say otherwise, to keep proper track of all 4 series all the time. So we're going to use the Azathoth and later on Purge as well to keep us informed of all the games happening that we can't fully focus on. But we are able to focus on 2. I think we can focus on 2, right? Yeah. Our brain space.
I got room for like 1 team.
You gotta have room for 4. Sheep, please. You're professional.
Got half a team in there.
Half a team. Yeah, I've been playing guess the team player names with Fear. He gets them all wrong too, so.
I mean, yeah. What can you do?
Who is the carry of...
Oh my, on live. Okay, let's go.
No, do it. Finish the question.
Who is the carry of Talon?
23 Savage.
Very good.
Congratulations, Fear.
Big 23 Savage fan, that's why it's easy.
I mean, who isn't, really? So, we've chosen 2 series to focus on this lovely morning in Lima. And I don't think this comes as a surprise that we would choose PSG.LGD versus EG because it is the one that stands out of the all 4 opening series. It is the one that seems most high. We got 2 regions clashing. I will say, of course, PSG.LGD is playing with a stand-in, but Effie already said it's old 11 as a stand-in. Is that really a downgrade or is that an upgrade?
Unfortunately, I would have to say that it's a downgrade simply because, not because he's not an excellent player, but because they've gotten so used to playing with the certain strategies that their offlaner enabled them to do, right? They played their offlane Bruise very often. They played a really excellent Mercy. And old 11 just has kind of been out of it for a while, but on the other hand, he does have some really great heroes that he brings to the table. He plays an awesome Doom. He plays a really good Lycan. So I don't think that... It's more of like a sideways move that is going to need time to...
He also brings a lot of entertainment value.
He does. He does.
I heard they're doing well in scrims.
Yeah, I heard so too.
Which is really good and very promising, actually. So I actually feel very good about LGD. I personally thought it was a downgrade at first, especially because their offlaner, enabled their Marcy strats very well. Like you saw in the series versus Aster in the DPC, they were running this Pango Marcy strategy where you have like max sidekick, the Pango is very strong, and they were doing that as dual cores. Their offlaner was very comfortable on it. And I think like Marcy is going to be a very highly contested hero this major. So to lose that, because Old 11 doesn't play it, he's not playing it in pubs, he's been spamming like a lot of Beastmaster, he's been playing some Snapfire, Brood, Timber, so his hero pool is still meta and good, but they do lose that little key strat that they had. So maybe that will come back to bite them later, but I'm feeling pretty good overall.
Yeah.
Also, at this point, it feels like Marcy should be a hero in everybody's arsenal. She's been around for long enough, so I don't think it's the kind of hero that if he were forced to play it, he would suck at it, for example. And there's still time to learn it and improve over the next few days, so it's not that concerning. It's just a matter of getting used to playing with a player in a certain way. The adjustments that you make and the chemistry that you have as a team, it's not something that you can just create overnight, right? It's something that happens over the span of a DPC tour. So it's unfortunate that they're going to have to go without it, but at the same time, it is Old 11. He is a veteran.
Yeah, and they do have a tough opponent in Evil Geniuses, and we are going to talk more about them. The other series we're going to focus on, though, is the series that is also on EN3, so that is ePulse EN3, which is TSM versus Spirit. Because for this series, it will be very telling. Both of these teams, they should be doing really well, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, TSM, I covered them in NA, DPC, so like they looked really good. Like we didn't expect them to beat Shopify Rebellion, but they 2-0'd them. Some would argue it's because Shopify Rebellion maybe gave Lina away 2 games in a row, right? It is a strong hero. We can't deny that. So we'll have to see how they do without that hero. And Team Spirit, they have a new mid laner. Toronto Tokyo is out. Laro was in. He's been performing really well throughout all the DPCs. Big fan of Laro. So it's a tough matchup for TSM.
It is indeed. And there are a lot of games at the same time. We will be watching a little bit of the other 2 series as well. And this is how we'll show you what that looks like. It is a lot of information at the same time. 2 streams still not started, but you can already see the lovely faces of Jonix Fire, MLP, Cinderin, and Suns fan. You can also see that 2 drafts have...
Ooh, I
no,
like this.
This is not correct. This cannot be... There's no way.
That would be the craziest thing ever.
That both games have the exact same draft.
Yeah.
Bans and picks.
Dang.
Bans and picks. I also know that Tundra and Gaming Gladiators are not up against each other in the first round, so that is...
I feel as if it's reversed, right? I feel as though the Io Lesh would be the opener for Gaming Gladiators, and the Naga Mirana should be the opening for Tundra. I just can't... Did they switch each other's openers?
No, because they're not up against each other. Tundra is playing Execration, so we're you guys, we'll figure this out. Yeah. It's all grand.
But we do see a draft.
There is a draft.
We could break this one out. I'm fairly sure this is taken from the DPC.
Yeah, and eventually there will be 4 drafts on screen, and if you want proper draft analysis, I do suggest you turn up the volume on one of the actual commentary streams, because I do trust my panelists to give proper draft analysis.
Excuse me.
Hello?
I say I do trust you guys, but we're at a block party. At what block party are you gonna in-depth analyze a draft?
I mean, I've done it with my friends before. Like,
we're gonna be moving
around. You got nerdy friends, Sheep. I'm saying very nerdy friends.
We'll just be moving around too much.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a whole lot of Lina. Cool.
Yeah. And then the ban phase, maybe.
Yeah, we'll be keeping track of the trends, and you already mentioned it, that Lina was, is one of the strongest heroes out there. There's no surprise that people are calling it the Lina Major. But don't worry, at 6 March, there's already been a confirmation. There will be a patch, so we should not have the Berlina Major or the Berlina Major. It should be sticking with the Lina Major.
The Berlina Major sounds good.
So, at least we have that. I'm looking forward to see other trends, because the patch didn't change that much, but we do still see developments. Like, for example, Lina wasn't that big at TI, even though she should have been strong at TI as well.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I'm just going to say that the patch is going to happen. Lina's going to get changed, and then she's going to be a support again.
And she's going to be OP.
That's going to be super nice. I think, just at her base as a hero, she's just too broken, so maybe she needs a full rework. But yes, teams are definitely figuring her out. There's a lot of confidence that's happened throughout the DPC, even of people saying, we think we figured it out, we let it through because we had ideas. You've seen Team Spirit, they even let through the Lina plus Trian, and they tried this Ursa stuff against it. It didn't work, but they tried it. We've seen Marcy rising up as an answer to the Lina to try and deal with that in that way and like do gap closing. We've tried BKB piercing, like we're just going to Enigma on you so you're not a full P1. There's lots of ideas, and I think this, as the major keeps going, we'll see even more new stuff.
Yes. I mean, you mentioned all these ideas. Do you have a feeling that one of them actually worked?
I really like Marcy, and I think teams are getting better at her, which is going to make this strat even more efficient.
Yeah.
So that's probably my favorite. I thought the Ursa was fine, but there was like some execution issues. You seen any?
I mean, Enigma is good for the laning phase, so a lot of people go for that. People like playing Tusk against it, Tiny, Magnus. It's basically repositioning the Lina so she can't just be that turret in the back.
Ricky. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, just basically, when you play against Lina, like, she's going to free farm, she's going to be top 1 net worth. The one thing you can't exploit is the fact this hero is always squishy. So, like, if you can reposition her and get her in a position she doesn't want to be, that's your best chance.
Yeah, she's just a nuisance. I feel like Lina as a hero just does everything so well that even in situations where you see this hero get shut down in lane and go 0-3, she just farms way too quickly and way too efficiently. And it's such a difficult thing to deal with. But I also think that as the patch has kind of come into itself and more teams have been playing against Lina and just pubbing against Lina frequently, everyone's got their own way of playing against her and understanding her timings and her spikes. Yeah. So I feel as though while she is definitely going to be the hero of the major, everyone coming into it has an idea of what they want to do. And I thought Tundra with their Spectre very early on had the right idea.
That was actually a really good game because it wasn't just Spectre, it was the Dragon Knight as well. And in the post-game interview, they said that what they were just aiming to do was, like, she has a really strong mid-game timing, right? And they wanted to get past that to late game when she could no longer deal, like when the fight started and the Spectre horn went off, she had to try and back out and she couldn't just stand her ground. And I loved that. And I loved the Dragon Knight too because the pressure from the illusions meant that he didn't have to commit in to put a lot of pressure on her in the fights. So that was a super cool idea.
Yeah, and the Dragon Knight isn't even the kind of hero that gets burst down in one Gleipnir, right? Like, it can actually tank through most of her damage and, like, turn around, presses BKB, and just potentially, like, live through the entire fight.
I got a strategy question. It's the first game of the group stage of the major. Your execration fear.
Okay.
Your execration, you're playing against Tundra.
I am. All right.
You have obviously got ideas about how to beat Ricky, Lina, all of them. Are you going to let them all through? Get them all the way.
Also, like, kind of like the strategy of just, like, you leave, like, 3 in the pool, so, like, you get 2 and they get 1.
Yeah, well, I asked because we just saw, you'll be able to see it on the EN4, Eeple's EN4. The execration gave Tundra both Lina and Ricky. They got a Visage Drow draft to counter it, attempt to counter it.
It doesn't sound good right now.
Oh no.
So
I saw that one briefly too, and I was a little worried where that one's gonna go.
I would like to see this draft when possible, but I think there is an idea with Visage versus Lina in that, right? So Lina does have a timing where she's potentially weak, right? She has to sit down and farm her BKB, she has to farm her Gleipnir. She tries to, like, hit certain timings before she goes and joins her team. So Visage is the kind of hero where if it has a good lane and it builds the aura items, it can just group up with its team really early and force Lina to fight when maybe she's not ready to. So I've seen that work with teams before. It's just that Execration in general have this track record during the last CPC of getting stomped in their lanes. Yes, they won most of their games, but I feel like they win because they're a really good mid-game team where once the enemy throws, they take advantage of that. But in the first 20 minutes where they're aiming to exploit this Lina, I feel like they're very easily exploitable.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could work really well if they had, like, a Tiny, for example, with the Visage. I'm not sure what their support is, but if you, like, the lane could be really hard for Lina. Like, if you keep tossing the Lina back into Soul Assumption, Lina could feed in that lane, and that could give Visage the snowball he needs to take over the map.
I mean, if you want to watch it very in depth, you can go to EM4, John X Fire, and MLP are ready for you. There's another draft that is almost concluding as well on the 3 stream. Yes, Sunspan and Sinrin are about ready with Tundra versus Team Spirit. Sheep, you can see the draft, and we can see it in a second as well.
I'm seeing a Ricky.
That's the...
And a Lina?
Yeah, that's the
Wait,
one.
what? There's no Lina?
Yeah, there is.
What? Where?
Is this...
Tundra has Lina, right?
Yeah, but there's 2 different streams.
Oh, I was looking at TSM Spirit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the one on the right is
The one, okay, I will explain this to people at home. We have several monitors, right? Because even though I'm saying we're going to focus on 2, we also are going to somewhat keep track of the others. You know, we're going to keep you up to date. And that means we have one of our monitors be all 4 streams, so they're trying to figure out which one's which. It's all good. You don't need to know all that, but I figured I'd let you know anyway because it helps you understand what they're trying to figure out. So what we're seeing right there actually is, of course, Tundra versus Execration. They are the first ones to be in game. We'll get the other games out, of course, as well as we go along. The draft has just finished on Team Spirit versus TSM, and we should be seeing that soon as well because I do want to check that out. But let's see. I mean, we have got this Tundra game. I'm just blown away that Execration will have the confidence to let through Ricky and Lina, and I am totally ready to be surprised.
I'm not, because Ricky Lina is so broken.
But it's so good, but like the confidence to let it through in your first game, like generally it's set, like the first game kind of sets the tone, right? It's your confidence builder.
So is that a Treant Ember?
Yeah, so they got Treant Drow in the safe lane, and they're going to do Rubik Visage off lane and Ember mid. And for the other side, they're going to have Pango versus Ember, which should be Ember favored in the safe lane. They got an Undying Lina lane. Good luck to stopping that lane with the Visage there. I mean, it seems pretty hard for them to win that lane. And then it looks like they have Tide and Ricky as their off lane for Tundra here.
I mean, so this Tide Ricky, I don't see them stomping the lane by any means. Drow should have a good lane, but I do think that just having this Tide Hunter to cover for the Lina throughout the game is going to be very hard to deal with. And we mentioned how the Visage needs to be the hero that forces the team to group up around it and take advantage of Lina's timing. Lina, just by nature of having this Undying, I feel like should be able to just happily progress with her items and fight into this Visage. I think Execration needs to have really good execution. I mean, luckily, they have Rubik versus Lina and Ricky, right? They can steal a dart, they can steal this stun, but I've seen a lot of Linas just get 1 point in Light Strike Array and just max their stats and Fiery Souls. So even Rubik as a counter to Lina doesn't really feel as efficient as it used to be, just because players got a little bit more wise about it.
You know how you said you like Bob, the name?
Yeah.
So Mike and John, obviously, C connoisseurs.
Yeah.
Throughout the CDPC, when we covered it, they would always say that Bob had 2 names.
Yeah.
They said that when he was owning, he was Bob the Wrecker.
Okay.
And when he was losing, he's Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder. I saw that one coming.
Of course you did. You were also watching
No, but
CDPC.
why is he losing? Wait, what?
Bob the Builder wins.
Because it's a child's show.
No, but it should be the other way around. If you're
he's
wrecking,
building.
you're gonna be
He's owning. He's
Yeah,
killing
but
everyone.
Bob the Builder, I like that. I think he should be winning.
Bob the Builder is a cute little children's
Yeah,
cartoon.
that's
It's
winning
meant to
and
be
now he go
adorable.
happy in the Dota game.
Bob the
Yay.
Builder is a giant win. He is cool.
So no matter what, Bob is just winning.
yeah,
That's
Yeah,
what
I think so. I
That's
think
what we're
so.
learning
Bob
here.
doesn't lose.
You know what Bob also got down? You know how there was this trend about, I mean, obviously Yopaj, you know, you turn your name
My
around.
idol to div too.
But Bob, if you turn the name around, it's still Bob.
That
Hey.
Wow.
Boom.
Ew. Got him.
I feel like Bob is the kind of name that just makes people trust and believe in you. So I feel just his presence on Execration has strongly enabled them. But they still should not allow Ricky and Lina through. I mean, come on.
I mean, I got bad news.
What's
Uh-oh.
the bad news?
I can't really see that well, but Visage looks like he has 2 CS.
It's
Yeah.
really bad news.
Oh no.
And
he's
Lina's at the top of that worth. But the good news, Bob.
Bob.
Bob the Builder,
No,
the Wrecker,
Thank you.
Bob the Machine. I don't know, Bob, whatever you want to add. He's owning. And I think this game is going to come down to a lot of, well, sure, of course, this Visage is going to be a problem lane, but there's going to be one person who can solve it, and it'll be the Ember if he does well. Hopefully he can get some runes, make some rotations. Ember is actually kind of like a sleeper hero this patch. People don't talk about enough. If you get it, if you really, nobody's talking. Everyone's talking about.
Isn't he like one of the most picked heroes?
Yes,
but
but everyone's talking about Lina. They're talking about
yeah, I
Treant.
agree.
They're talking
Alright,
about
you're right.
Brood.
But do you,
You're right,
do you
yeah.
know what happens to Embers when they play against Streaky? They
die.
just get clouded and darted over and over again. And it also forces an early BKB on Ember when maybe you wanted to go for a more snowbally type of item build. But like once Ricky hits that 15-minute timing and you haven't like readied yourself with at least 1 4-staff on your team or a BKB on the Ember, he just kind of erases you from the fights. I mean, you look at this draft on Execration, and he's honestly the priority target with the darts. I mean, maybe you could make a case for Rubik just so he doesn't steal any good spells, but I feel like this Rubik can just get five-shotted by the Lina later on. So.
All right, hear me out here.
All right, I'm
Bob,
hearing you.
Bob is owning right now,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Always is,
the
by the way.
Ricky, he's gonna struggle, and Bob is gonna get 15-minute Maelstrom BKB,
Yeah.
and he's gonna crush this game.
All
Or
right.
are
I
they
can
just
see
gonna
that.
slow down the Ricky a little bit? They're gonna make him super poor. He
Yeah.
doesn't get boots till 13 minutes. The shard comes to this 17, 18-minute timing, and then there's a chance here.
Yeah.
You know what? I can see it. Bob, we believe in you.
Yeah.
Show us that you're Bob the
Oh
Builder all
no!
the time.
As the Ricky's killing.
No, no, no.
misusing me.
Oh no!
Oh, jeez.
This is a false sense of security. It's
Bob,
fine.
why?
I tried.
I believe.
It's okay. I mean, I do like, though, that Execration had this approach, honestly. Because if you're just going to resort to, let's ban Lina, we can't deal with it, you're not going to make it out of these group stages.
I mean, you absolutely can by banning Lina. I mean, there's absolutely 100% a team that will ban Lina and get out of group stages.
We have had this exact discussion
But
yesterday.
the best teams in this tournament have a track record of beating Lina throughout their DPC plays.
Well, I mean, I think that's hard to say because Lina is just too. If you're an average team, you can play Lina and you can become a very good team.
Yeah.
There is definitely teams that maybe, I would even say they got Lina and relied on it during the DPC, which is kind of a little bit
I
sussy.
mean, I think there's something to say about that here. It's because like Lina, I think she's a little overrated right now. Like she's definitely really strong.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap, bro.
No, but like here's the thing, right? Like
That's really good.
That's funny.
These teams that are like worse than a better team, like they can make Lina work, right? But if you're a really good team and you fully understand the hero and you have a good concept, there are ways to play around it. This hero can have bad laning stage feed. Obviously not happening in this game, so they might get ran over. But as we see in the playoffs, I think we're going to see Lina's lose
Okay,
and maybe get
counter-argument.
deprioritized a little
You
bit.
know that the enemy is going to get Lina. All of a sudden, your entire game plan is changed because now you're not playing against Team XYZ. You are playing against Lina. So you have to approach
Predictable
things.
though.
Thing is, you can play against Lina. A lot of teams have managed to beat Lina in their own way throughout the last DPC. She just makes it hard. I feel like the plan that you have to have versus this hero needs to be good. And for example, we're talking about Execration. I don't feel like their plan is good enough. You're gonna outpace her with your Visage. Your Visage lost his lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like their plan either, and it's clearly not working that well. And their plan B just got shut down in Bob, so it's going downhill pretty fast here.
It is.
I mean, we'll give them a chance, right?
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit more about Execration in general because I can imagine that a lot of people would tune in not having watched SCA DPC, not having followed SCA DPC, and they're like, who is Bob? You know, where did they come from? Because this team, I mean, obviously Execration itself as an org has been around for a very long time, and the team has been okay. It's been in the middle pack for a long time, right? And now here they are. What changed, Chief?
Execration is actually very interesting because during CDPC, I think it was like Core 2 last year, they were in Div 1 and they sucked. They were kind of like a new team put together. Tino had just moved from, he played carry for Boom Esports in Tour 1, and then they kicked him, I think, and then he went to Execration and moved to off lane. And so he was on a new role, and I think his improvement from the start of the tour to the end was insane. Like this team went from getting stomped, I'll be real, I was shitting on him the whole tour, I was like, and then the team, but by the end it was like, actually, they've really improved. They actually look like they belong in Div 1. Unfortunately, they got relegated because of the start of the season was so bad. But yeah, they like going into Div 2, I was like, I feel confident about this team. I actually think they will come back and do really well. And they did. They qualified back to Div 1. They then topped their entire DPC and qualified to the major. I think the fact that they maintained most of their squad, I don't know if there's changes. I didn't look into that actually. But they've maintained their squad.
They only changed two things.
They've gotten better.
Two players.
Okay.
So they changed their +5. So we got BDZ on the +5. But in my opinion, what I think was the game changer. Everybody always knows, and we say it every time, every tournament you watch is like Southeast Asia. There is so much raw talent, right? There's so much raw talent in the region. Its insane level of play is incredibly high. Something that they have always lacked is maybe a little bit of stability, but also leadership, because everybody is the flashy player and you need the leadership, and that can come in the form of a coach. And they got March Fear as a new coach for this season. And I feel like a coach can have that impact.
I mean, I think they're exactly correct on that. I think bringing in Marge, he was on TNC, won a major, right? Yeah. Then he moved on, went on to T1, ended up going to TI, coached that team, went to Execration, going to more majors. You know, like there's a track record with him. He's a good coach. I played with him for many, many years, and he has to be the reason in my eyes this team is like got their stuff together. They have really good players, but they needed like some type of structure in the draft to make things really work out, and I think he probably helped them along with that.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see the influence of a voice of leadership like March, but I did watch a lot of Execration's games leading up to this major, and I'm really just not sold. I think the team has so much talent, but I really feel like the first 20 minutes of their gameplay needs a lot of work. They definitely got top seed, and it was well deserved because they had these incredible mid-game comebacks. They brought almost every series. But if you have to kind of wait for that mid-game comeback to really come online, I feel that there are other parts of your gameplay that you need to work on, and that's my biggest concern for them coming in. I definitely have more faith in Talon, even though they got third place in the region, to perform in this major than Execration, to be completely honest.
They have more experience as well, right?
Yeah. All of the players in Execration have been around for a very long time, and they're a full Pinoy squad, so they're comfortable with each other, they speak the same language, there's that sense of camaraderie and friendship. But like I mentioned before, I don't think that they've had the time to correct their issues before this major.
I'm actually super hyped about Talon, honestly. They, this team didn't have a very good like leadership type angle to their team in the past. Like what was it? They just didn't have like a true captain, and they were like scattered on their plays. They didn't have really very good direction, and this was all like last year. And now they have Jabs. Like Jabs moving to Talon is like really good for them. I think they struggled in the earlier portion of the DPC because they weren't taking it seriously. Like they self-said, we think we just were cocky and we thought we were just going to own everyone, and then we lost, and it was like a reality check, and we had to try harder, started communicating more and trying, and then things went well better. But I think it's good. I think it's good that they have a captain in Jab, and also, very importantly, Q, he's been learning English like the last few years, but now they have 2 more Thai players on the team, and he's Thai. So now they speak Thai and lane, so their lanes go a lot more smoother and nicely, and then he speaks English in the mid game. So I think he's way more comfortable. I think Jabs is making them more comfortable. So I actually really like the direction of Talon right now.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them play for sure. We're going to move away from this game. It's looking rough. It's looking very rough for Execration. Tundra is definitely crushing it, and it's
poor Visage.
Yeah, it's a sad time. So we're going to move away from this one. There are 4 streams going on at the same time. We also have Gaming Gladiators active already, I believe, but we are going to switch to Tundra. Ooh, wait.
Oh, what?
Oh. We have a draft for PSG.LGD.
Is that a lion?
That is a Lycan for Old 11.
That is a Brood Lina opening.
That is a Brood Lina opening. It is.
What?
Ooh.
How the hell did that happen?
It did. That is also a Crystal Maiden Tiny opening.
Who had first pick? I need to know.
I want to say, this is pure bias, I would like to say that overall first pick was Crystal Maiden. Oh, don't nerf her, please. No,
it has to have been Brood opening and then CM response. Yeah.
It was CM Tiny response. I mean, I do like the Tiny response to Lina. Like, if you are to choose a response, I mean, CM's whatever, but like, the toss back in the lane, like, it can be very impactful. If they can make that connect into kills.
I believe this is a mid tiny though.
Well, then he's unfortunate. But if he does, at some point he can rotations. But like, I don't know, like just playing that type of hero from mid that can get on top of Lina in the mid game. Things have to go super well. You have to get the right runes. You have to have a good laning stage. It's a lot of variables.
But it can work,
It
right?
can, yeah.
I think that Tiny, his biggest, let's say, selling factor as a mid hero is that once he gets his Blink Dagger, he doesn't have cooldowns. There's no uptime on his ability to rotate. That's his biggest strength. And versus something like Lina, that, like we mentioned before, she needs her time. If he can get that Blink Dagger early, not lose a lane to the Slush, and just manage to group up with 1 or 2 players on his team, they can run around and make this Lina's life hell if the lane goes well, right? That's the thing about him. You have to hit that timing. But, I mean, I do believe in Nothing to Say to be able to do this.
It's going to be team effort, too. It's going to come down to supports rotating, collecting those power runes. That way Tiny can get, haste and Viz and make this happen.
Now, we already talked a lot about PSG.LGD. And their stand in Old 11 and how we expect the team to perform. But I want to focus a little bit more on EG. The org evil geniuses entering the region of South America. It kind of shook things up because they kind of put together what looked to be like a sheep. It looked to be like an all-stars team, basically picking the best from all the top teams and just mashing them together into one squad.
Yes, Okay, so obviously Beast Coast beat them, right? And that's sort of like they're not the best in the region. But if you watch that series, you saw that EG were destroying them in the first half of the game. Beast Coast, something they do is they just bring chaos to a game. They'll team fight you, they'll punish you if you overextend, and they win their games through taking just very well done fights with good spellcasting. But I still think EG, on general, is probably still stronger. I'm always impressed by like Whisper. I think that guy is absolutely insane, and I think Pakaz as well is nutty. And putting Chris Luck on this team in the mid lane, I think fits that very well because you have two cores who will always perform really well and do really well in their lanes and be a little bit greedier. And Chris Luck will go just crazy. He'll just be so stupid. He'll go feed a lot. Like his death average is much higher than the other cores in his team because he's down to just go fight. He's down to just go clown it up and like make that space and do good things. And I think that honestly, I really like the fact that these cores as a trio, I think they complement each other.
And I feel like in that series, they just kind of got hectored, right? They were owning, and then this Hector hero just kind of messes with them. And the way that he was playing is that it looked like he was in bad positions often, right, during that series. And EG were just like, okay, let's go kill this guy. And then they go on this guy, and then he doesn't die, and his team connects, and then Beast Coast wins the fight. And I feel like they fell into that trap very often. So after sitting down and looking at that, I have faith that EG bounced back from it. There's just a bunch of weird things going on for them, I think, internally during that game. It felt like sometimes EG were playing in a way that I wouldn't have expected to after the first 25 minutes. So I wonder if there's some kind of emotions or nerves with these two teams playing against each other. It felt like there was a little bit of anxiety from my perspective when I was watching Chris Luck play. It didn't feel like he was bringing his A game.
That's fair. I mean, he's funny though. Like his hero pool especially is like really cool. You saw, was it like TI that he was playing Underlord mid, and then like he also brings Monkey King to mid lane as well to try and stall people?
There are some TIs where he's playing Slark mid. Like
so fun.
He's got a hero pool for sure.
Wasn't he one of the first people to just play this Brood mid when Brood wasn't in the meta like 2 years ago? That was a Chris Luck special.
I have a fish memory, so no, I don't know.
he was playing Brood mid pretty often when a lot of teams had given up on that hero.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. He actually has played Brood mid. He has a very big hero pool. The one thing that I noticed that he does like doing more than anything, he likes getting a little more farm. Like he can make rotations, but throughout his career, he's been more like the Kunkka, like kind of heavy farm. Like he's played the Slarks, the Brood. Like he does like getting a fair bit of amount of farm on him as a player.
But that's the beauty of him, right? Is that he can also play the snaps and the Mars is mid. Like he's an asset to have in a team just as a flex player. Like when you're drafting with a player like Chris Luck on your team, you can just shift heroes you would not expect to the mid lane, and he has delivered in scenarios like that before.
Also, you talk about like hero variety. Pakaz is really good. This score, I think he picked more heroes than Chris did on carry role. So like in terms of draft, they're very versatile, which is nice. I think in terms of like drafting preference as well, they've kind of changed a little bit. So obviously since forming, they played like the BTS Pro Series, and they won that, I want to say. And they were...
they beat TSM.
Yeah, they picked Whisper's first... They did not pick Whisper's hero in first phase during that tournament. Like 2 out of 15 games. And then now in the DPC, they're picking Whisper in first phase 10 out of 15 games. So they seem to have shifted way more into like Whisper priority in first phase. And then I think Pakaz gets more last pick priority. I don't think Chris Light gets last pick very often.
Well, he did get first blood priority on Whisper just now on a Brood Mother, which, I mean, just at a glance here, EG look like, I'm not going to say they're going to win this game, but they're in a really good spot to win this game. And they did kill the Lina, but
Lina
still,
down.
Lina's top net worth still Brood getting it there, and the net worth with first blood. They got some really meta heroes. Kind of looking at the draft of LGD here, it's like, it can work, but things have to go really, really well for them.
I think it's definitely harder to execute for LGD, but I can see this Lycan being a bit of a wildcard nuisance, right? Because your backline of Clock and Lion are going to suffer once this Lycan starts to run around, especially your Lion. Like, if your Lion is not getting the initiation and he's just standing there, it's kind of like you're playing Skywrath against Lycan. He just runs his summons at you and you're dead. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing that you can do. It's so painful.
You can tumble her toy to a high ground.
You can potentially do that. It's like you often find yourself trying to get the go before they go on you. So there are ways that LGD can be annoying, right? They can also just completely ignore the Broodmother side of the map and just force people to Lycan side of the map, and potentially like use your vision advantage, hope that your Naga gets a lot of farm, and I don't think it's lost for LGD just based on what we're looking at.
Yeah.
But like we mentioned, Lina's broken. If she gets a good start, this game is harder than it should be.
I mean, we're seeing a similar story from the last game. Like, they're picking the Zoo off lane against the Lina, but it's doing really poorly in the lane. Not as bad as the Execration game, but these type of heroes need to have, like, sure, you're allowed to lose your lane, but we talked a lot about how this Lina hero, if she gets too far ahead, she gets that Satanic, you put the Zoo on her, she doesn't even care anymore. She just presses Satanic, kills her whole Zoo, kills her whole team, and that's where things can get very scary. So you do have to slow her farm down eventually.
Yeah.
But would you rather have a Lycan on your team playing from behind or a Visage? Because I feel like Visage playing from behind is miserable.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah,
it's
no.
unplayable.
Whereas Lycan, he can still play from behind quite easily. Like, all it will take is just getting your creep and one good rotation.
This is also a very, very good Lycan game, for sure. It is an incredibly good Lycan game.
Yeah. So are we then in agreement that even though EG is doing well, and obviously they got Lina, so they got a little bit of the upper hand on that side, this game could be even after laning stage?
I mean,
I would say it's looking for me 65-35 just because I think Lina is absolutely disgusting, but I think LGD
in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way, in a great way. But but LGD have a much better shot. We haven't talked about, like, this Tiny, when he comes online, can do a lot for his team as well. There are a lot of burstable heroes. We talked about Lycan suffering. Clock also suffers versus Tiny once he gets his, like, phase Echo Saber after the blink, if that's what he's going for. Like, Clock will get burst as well. And then Lina always has to be cautious where she's farming at the moment.
There's a lot of tools on LGD. I mean, they're playing Moran and Naga. That's something that Tundra abused really hard at TI. You're just going to be able to set up with that. I think like the way team fights will play is that you have Lycan, who's going to make the support's lives hell. It's going to be really hard for them to ever play in the fights. And then you have Naga Siren, who's going to use or be able to use Song to, like, isolate Lina in her BKB or you know, stall it out, and then you get on top of her with your Song too. So it's like, I think it's hard for her to play. It's kind of similar idea to, like, Ricky, Dart, and, like, getting on top of her.
And Naga has some nice benefits as a carry that plays against Brood, right? Like, the lane goes really well for her, and once Brood starts to hit that 6 and take over the tower, then going into Naga's jungle, Naga can actually send her illusions and take camps. Like, most carries, once Brood enters your jungle and gets to that part of your map, you have to leave. There's not that much you do. You concede that farm, that's Brood's farm. But Naga is one of the heroes that can take camps for herself, even with the Brood threat.
Yeah, I mean, this game is going to come a lot down to, like, what happens in the mid game, what happens when both the mids get the runes, make rotations. Because, like, I could easily see, like, this Lesh getting a haste rune, going to Naga's lane, killing the Naga, then all of a sudden Naga doesn't want to go back there. These small things are going to matter a lot because this draft has a lot of merits for both sides. It's going to come down to execution more than anything.
Well, that is exciting for sure. I'm also slightly distracted because, of course, I also want to keep track of Team Spirit versus TSM.
Okay.
So I hope we can switch to that one at some point as well, because that one seems to be even, and it has bonus points for me. It doesn't have Lina in the game.
That's great news.
It is good news. I do have a Ricky, but, you know, there's ways around that. Just, you know.
I mean, there's always going to be something in the
There's
game.
always going to be something. You can't remove everything.
We have to settle with that. You know, right
exactly.
now. There's going to be something.
Yeah, I am. I must say, are we surprised that there are? What is it? Is every game having a Lina in the game? I don't see. No, there's 2 games that have Lina in the game. Are we surprised that that's the case and that it's not just banned out? Like, is that something that we were kind of expecting, or how do we feel about it?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, this far into the meta, I think it's expected that Lina would get through because teams just think that they have ideas against it, and there will be teams who played Lina worse, right? So there's going to be teams that you don't respect as much, so you want to let it through, and you want to beat it.
Like, I don't like Lina, but if you're playing it, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, exactly.
And even during China, you covered that extensively, Cheap. A lot of these teams just left her untouched, and she wasn't even picked up. And sometimes you saw her completely uncontested in the draft.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised EG are even playing it because in the DPC they didn't play it much. Like, the East Coast didn't ban it in their series against them in the DPC because they said, oh yeah, EG just haven't been playing it, so we just took a risk, Lamau. And they didn't take it. It was and then they banned it in second phase.
Do you know what I enjoyed thoroughly? I enjoyed when Shopify, when Crit said that they don't value Lina very highly because from his position he can just kill it. Yeah. And then they got 2-0'd by TSM's Lina. I thought that was really hilarious because I feel like that just says a lot about the state of the hero.
I mean, if you do win versus the hero, though, like early on the first like rounds, that's going to be a huge confidence boost. Because like the whole thing about like drafting is like you don't want to have to ban one single hero.
Lead her down.
She's down.
And that's her second death, but like you don't want to have to ban one hero for the entire tournament.
Yes.
That's like a terrible situation to be in as a team, because then it's like you can no longer react to like what the other team is good at. You just have like this crutch where you just have to ban a hero forever.
What if all the teams came together?
Naga's on the run.
A gentleman's agreement.
Gentleman's agreement, guys. Please.
I feel like already Lycan is back in the game. He's second in net worth. The other top net worth is Naga Siren. So you're really happy right now for LGD. You're just waiting for your Tiny to come online, and all of a sudden you're in an excellent position. Especially if your Lycan is just getting these Lina kills when he shapeshifts.
No, I mean, Lycan's in a dream scenario right now, ahead of net worth in the Lina. They've been able to kill the Lina. Was that her second or the least second death? It could have been third, essentially, but that's not where you want to be as a Lina. Of course, it's not the end of the world as a Lina, as you don't mind leaving the lane to just go farm elsewhere, and we're seeing this build a lot on Lina. You just forego the boots, go straight into the Falcon Blade, into the Maelstrom. You want that Maelstrom ASAP so you can start farming. So because I imagine his net worth will take off here, and it's going to be a lot up to Chris Luck here to force the Naga out from this dire area to farm that triangle. Now she's going to like, it's not really the triangle anymore. I consider the dire jungle more of a triangle now because there's only 2 camps. You don't really want to be there as Naga at this point in the game. So her farm should slow down as well.
Yeah, but so EG just 4-man rotated to the top lane to get this Tower of the Brood. They TP'd their Linas, so Lina and Brood were sharing farm right before they got that tower. And Lycan got bottom tower while Naga was farming triangle. I would actually say in terms of what just happened, LGD definitely got that net worth advantage in the last minute. So I feel like now Lina's just going to be terrifying, right? She's going to have her triangle on her side of the map, and you have to worry about that. But going into the way the map opened up for her, LGD got as much as they could out of the map.
Yeah, and you see Chris Luck is kind of taking, you know, those 2 camps over there as well instead of the Lina. So I do agree. I think there's going to be a lot of weight on Chris Luck to like make things happen in this game, because Brood's not doing it, Lina's not doing it, right? And Lycan's totally fine to farm. Oh, and meanwhile, they're just killing
Brood's not doing it, you say?
Brood's so cool.
I mean, he's not making rotations.
Sure, that's fair.
He's rotating under the tier 2
He's
tower
just
like
being
10
a Brood.
minutes.
I mean, that was just a support kill. See, I'm like, whatever. At the end of the day,
Hey.
it's whatever. It's fine. It doesn't impact the game a lot. Like, it gets Brood more net worth, but like, what's really gonna matter is if this Tiny can make rotations and kill the Lina, right?
Yeah. I agree. I think Tiny is the hero to look at right now, because this hero has to be the one to bring the tempo and the pace. Like, yes, you have this Lycan to play around, but Lycan is very comfortable sitting in the spot lane right now. I think he's going to sit there for as long as he can up until Brood starts to shift over to that side of the map, and then we're going to start to see this Lycan move towards top, move towards mid, and play with that Tiny. But I mean, Tiny as a hero, like we mentioned before, he just has no cooldowns, right?
Yeah.
You just need to get a couple of items up, and the map just becomes so suffocating if you're something like Alina, that you're sharing your net worth already with the Brood, you're sharing it with the Lesh. We just saw him take some stacks from her. Like, it could be potentially very dangerous.
Yeah, he's halfway to Blink Dagger as well, so he doesn't need it, but runes will help with that. But once he gets the Blink, I think they're going to start popping the smokes.
You're playing against Naga Siren Lycan. Like, obviously you've got good ways late game, but should Evil Geniuses ever feel like they're on the timer in this game, or is that no longer the case?
I think that the ones on a timer should be LGD here.
I agree.
Just based on play stats. Because, like, sure, Brood isn't necessarily a late game monster, but your Lina and your Lesh are gonna get 6-slotted and just take care of LGD's heroes. But I do feel that LGD have a much stronger mid-game timing if things don't go wrong for them, and if this Tiny pops in.
Well, they're definitely making the moves. They're a little bit outnumbered on this one, though. That's a painful one.
That's something we haven't talked about as well. It's like the Lion. This is a hero that we haven't seen in a long time. This is a Matthew special. I mean, they tried to make a 2-man play there, but they're ready with full supports in 3, and Naga's gonna be in trouble to make it. That was close.
I feel like Lion's on the up and up, by the way. I don't know how
Maybe.
you guys feel about that
I just
guy.
know it's a specialty of Matthew. He loves that hero, but
it's also a hero that I know that it has not got, for example, overall in all pubs, it's got an abysmal win rate for a hero. I think it's like bottom 5 or something. Nah, maybe not bottom 5, but it's definitely not above 50%. Let's put it that way.
I think there's not enough Lion fans and Lion players. If there were more, we'd probably see the hero.
wait, where is it on the up and up? Where have you been seeing it?
I just think that the Lion players like do enjoy playing this hero versus something like Naga, right? Because the hero gives you like a lot of kill threat, but you also have a way to deal with illusions as a support. One of the biggest inconveniences of playing against Naga is when her illusions are just pushing out lanes and you can't do anything. Your cores have to come to a lane, take you down to it to deal with it. But if you're aligned, you can just do it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, normally you don't get in that position, right, where you get to pick your support after the core Naga, so it's a really good game for it.
So it does work. Like, he does have scenarios where you look at him and you think that he actually fits into the draft very well.
Yeah, but the problem with Lion is that this is like a very nice mid-game scenario where you have like shot and stuff and it's 20 minutes, but unfortunately the hero sucks ass in lanes. He's terrible at farming, he doesn't have very good wave clear, his laning is super so-so. And
I'm gonna look up the win rate.
Yeah, and I think it was Crit or someone like that said that you have to make sure that your first rotations on line go really well. Like your smokes to mid lane have to be successful, or this hero just sucks and it feels bad. And it does, and it seems that way. Like I think when you see him lose so much, it's just because so many things have to go right for Lion to have like a good game.
I think Lion just struggles versus heroes that are currently in meta.
Yeah.
That is the issue with Lion. But last year, or actually a year and a half ago, during the Animator and onwards to TI, he was a very popular support just because of how bursty he is.
46% win rate across every single pop out there, which there's.
That's not great.
It's not that bad though.
It's pretty bad.
That's not that bad. It's not like 41%.
I mean,
that's awful.
Yeah, true.
So there's some heroes that have a 42% win rate. What is Meepo's win rate?
Whoa.
The hero with the lowest win rate is 44%. That's the lowest you can get, which is Templar Assassin.
Templar is the worst hero in Dota now.
That's kind of shocking.
Yeah. It is.
This is this month, by the way. This month.
Yeah.
So is this on Dota Protractor or?
This is Dota buff.
No, just
I will also, for people wondering, I will also tell you where Meepo is because this is 53%, guys.
So across every single game in Dota, I think that's an unfair statistic because the hero is like pick my Smurfs. Yeah. And also like at this point, Meepo players will only pick it in like really tough games, which they're very rare. They don't very much exist anymore. But everyone I've spoken to that plays the hero is just super on board. That hero's dead as hell.
You know,
so sad.
Who we might see play Meepo?
Scam.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Actually, I do want to see it, but I do want to see them like win too. So I'm conflicted if they do pick up that hero.
But if they win with Meepo, that is a massive power play.
Sure.
They talked
if
about
they win.
Draft a bit. They were like, we don't conform ourselves to win rates. Like we're talking about win rate in Lion. They don't really care about that. Their approach is definitely we're confident in ourselves, and if we think that something will work for us and we can put it into our drafts and we want to play it, like they like the Troll Warlord, they like the Meepo. So I think it's a kind of an interesting approach, and they might be one of the more interesting teams draft-wise. But I mean, there's a reason no one plays Meepo. The hero's dog shit. Please don't play. Just don't pick it.
I think it's kind of unfair to put Troll in the same boat as Meepo. I think Troll and Meepo are different heroes because Troll is just a difficult to execute hero who still gives you a lot if you play it well. Whereas Meepo, even if you play it well, it feels like you're climbing a mountain sometimes.
A mountain? I don't know. It just feels like a mountain at least is scalable. Like people get to the top of Everest, you know. But like Meepo is just.
Actually, I don't think Geekslate won with Meepo during DPC either.
I mean, it was one game.
It was one game, and they got crushed. It was like 20-5. It was wasn't it? It was awful.
It was something terrible. I mean, the hero's just not good because he's a really weak laner. He doesn't have a natural iron progression anymore. Like remember, he used to buy E-blades and stuff, and then they changed E-blade to be an hero item, and it's like, what am I meant to buy? They just keep nerfing stats on like Wraith Bands and Dragon Lances. It's like the saddest state to be in, and you just die every fight because there's been a power creep, right? Every support is fat now. They have like neutral items that make them tanky. It's hard to kill anyone. Like the hero design hasn't kept up with the way the Dota has changed.
So how would you fix it?
I actually talked a lot about this with people, so I have a very extensive answer, but I'm going to try and keep it short. But first of all, like I think his laning should be buffed in some way. I mean, I also think that he needs to be given tools to be able to fight, but it's something, you know, like say Poof gave like a BKB buff when you go in or something, because then you can do like a Blink Poof combo and actually kill a support before they turn around and brutalize you. Something that just maybe more magic resistance. I think they just need to be able to take skirmishes and lane, and that's like the two biggest flaws on him right now.
In the meantime, by the way, this game. Didn't we say that PSG.LGD should have the timing around now to make the...
This game's over.
I saw EG running at them. I'm like, I mean, look at that hook shot. It's beautiful.
Did that tiny rotation succeed?
No,
That's the issue.
Tiny, look at his net worth is at the bottom of all cores. He's made his, he's like, he had 1 kill to his name, like 1 assist. Like, he is not doing well. He fell off, and I think right now the Lycan plus Lina are not going to outcarry this. The Lycan Naga. Thank you. Those are the ones. It's not going to outcarry this Lesh and Lina. It's just not going to happen. Now they have an Aegis, so yeah, this game's done.
I got pretty distracted with our Meepo conversation.
And that's fine. That's fine.
So I actually have a document. I can talk more about it.
I would like to hear
Hit
more.
me up in 20 minutes.
I want to stay awake, please.
What do you mean stay awake?
I don't want to fall asleep.
You saying I'm boring?
I would love
Maybe
to hear
about
all
Meepo.
about your desires for Meepo.
So we can just ignore him because he's stupid.
That's good. I'll be ignoring that talk, and we'll have like 2 different conversations.
The last rotation that I caught was when the 2 supports of PSG ran in, and then what happened afterwards? Like, what did Tiny do?
I mean, Tiny was just trying to farm his dagger. He didn't really find any openings. They didn't smoke out. I mean, CM, I think it's a lot has to do with Brood, right? We've seen CM, instead of trying to make a play on the map, she's been sitting there kind of just feeding the Brood, right?
Yeah.
And then they overreacted to this Brood, and I think this is kind of where the death of this game happened, where they put Lycan against the Brood. So Lycan is now stuck on a part of the map where he can't do anything against the Brood. He's just sitting there, and meanwhile, like, they're making no plays on the map. Tiny's farming his dagger, and yeah, I mean, they're just getting outmaneuvered by EG here.
Yeah, I also really liked how self-sufficient Brood is, to the point where the supports were happy to just, like, they're reading the map. They're like, okay, if LGD Tiny's missing, where would they possibly be going? Both supports are sitting like mid with their core there, so when they do smoke into them, like, LGD didn't bring enough heroes. It's hard for them to bring heroes because of Brood, so they're just losing the engagement because EG have both supports. Yeah.
And also, Naga is not a hero that you want to bring early, right? So you just expect your other 2 cores to be able to do what they're expected to do in such a game. But I wonder what the idea with the first pick crystal meeting was.
I think CM is a good response to Brood. It's just like, I think the core they paired with it was wrong. Like, the Tiny's okay, but you look at, like, Game and Gladiators and stuff, they're doing, like, this Pudge CM, which I think is good.
Let's be real, if you're PSG.LGD, they open with the Brood, you could pick Lina for yourself.
That's true.
Why didn't they do that?
Maybe they don't like the lane? What do you think, Fear?
I mean, LGD's most played hero on their carry is Lina.
I mean, it must have been...
Yeah, but into Brood?
It must have been such a conscious decision. It's like, we have this plan against Lina, and we're going to put it in action right now.
I mean,
But it's a risk.
It is group stages, and group stages are the time for you to push the envelope and see what you do well and what you don't. And something that I want to talk about is like PSG.LGD as a team. When I think of this team, I think of Xiao as the voice and the driving factor behind most of the decisions that they make when it comes to drafts and in-game decisions. So in the past, it felt like during group stages, PSG were a little bit unflexible, especially last year during the start. It felt like they would just always play their best Dota and their best drops, even in groups, and they wouldn't allow themselves to lose. And just watching them now, how they are and how they structure themselves, they're just willing to go or have an average score in group stages and play things that you wouldn't expect them to, or just find out if they're going to be able to beat EG's Lina this early on. I, as a fan, I'm just really happy to see this kind of mental shift.
Yeah, I mean, just like at a quick glance here, like CM is a hero that EG liked a lot, and we talked about they didn't really play a lot of Lina or Brood, so maybe they thought they were getting like the competitive edge just by like taking away their heroes and like, yeah, they're not the strongest on Brood or Lina, so we can let it through. And just trying to steal their power heroes here, but I mean, maybe this is going to be a reality check.
It's not working out. I guess it's better to figure that out in first game of the day rather than thinking you have that in your back pocket for some worst case scenario.
Well, that's high praise for EG too. Like, this is not something they play a lot, but they're still delivering, right?
I thought Whisper was a bowler Brood Mother on my high.
He probably is, but he's not his top 3 heroes. Either it's banned or they've been.
You mean this tour or like?
Look at that Lina go, you guys.
I mean, don't worry, she died twice in lane, guys. Yay!
What a great hero, I love her.
Fear, quickfire. Who's the carry for Knights?
I don't know. I don't follow
You're
that.
so bad at your job.
It's MKS, right?
No.
Wrong team. My bad.
I didn't ask for this.
I know. That's the fun of it. That's the fun of a quickfire.
Okay.
Mira, you're the lost hope for Knights. Who's the carry?
I'm the carry.
It's Ego.
Yeah.
Ego.
I was
I'm
gonna
the
keep
carry.
going.
I get 2 options. I'm guessing.
But
I had a fun clue
I'm the
lined up.
carry for Knights.
What was the cue?
No?
Just something that Fear has a lot of.
Of what?
Ego.
Ego. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, but he got the street cred to back it up. So yeah.
I mean, you can't be a pro player at one point if you don't have a little bit of an ego.
I agree.
am okay to shift to Spirit Slam if you guys want to, because this EG one
Ready
looks-
whenever.
I think this game. Okay, there's 2 scenarios. Either EG will continue crushing games over, or miraculously PSG.LGD is going to make a comeback. But my very, very smart analysts have said that chance is pretty unlikely. So we want to switch over to Team Spirit versus TSM.
Disgusting.
And there's always a chance for a comeback, but it looks like EG are in an excellent spot.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. Don't
This
worry.
is also a stomp.
Is it?
Look at this, 18-7 with a 10+ K network lead.
Yeah, but there's no Lina, and there's an Enigma on the side of TSM, meaning there's always a shot. Also, they have the Drow. And think of the wombo combo, Sheep, please.
Oh my god, the wombo combo, I love it.
And we're about to.
We
no,
gotta do
witnessing-
it.
We're not witnessing it. But
Nice, Black
it's
Hole, my
coming.
friend.
They're just.
Beyond godlike.
Laurel's popping off.
Guys, they're setting up for the wombo combo comeback fight. There's gonna be a black hole.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a tombstone dropped. There's gonna be Drow doing loads of damage, Coddle doing loads of damage, and then Ricky putting the cloud at the end so nobody can escape.
Okay.
Who's playing Coddle?
Brown.
Mid Coddle.
Mid Coddle, so that is a large amount of damage. I think there is a chance. I will say Laurel is scaring me a little bit.
Yeah.
Yatara's also having a
Yataro's
great
scaring me a lot of it.
No, this one looks over. Like, this one looks,
Yeah, this one's more over than the other
this
one.
one is definitely over.
Come on, guys.
No, there's no chance.
Give him a chance.
You have to remember as well, Sheeves, that when Enigmas do badly, they go for this like Greaves and like they don't buy a Blink dagger, so the Blink Black Holes is not going to happen. And even if they do have it, there's so many items at that point that they can just cancel it because you need a BKB. So it's like so
But also exactly, there's a Treant who is on a team with a net worth advantage, so Treant just buying a Blink and just saving his overgrowth to stop a potential Black Hole turn.
I'm sorry, Sheev.
I tried giving TSM a shot here, but it's not happening. You can't have all South Americans winning today.
Blink Abyssal Blade on Bloodseed. This guy is, I was going to say going for blood, but...
I mean, I think that
This is NA Dota going down.
I think you're playing...
It's not even NA Dota. Sorry, I just want
How
to
is TSM
I just want to
not-
bring up, TSM has 5 people from 5 different
What region are they
It's-
representing?
They
Please
are
can you
representing
explain?
NA, but they are indeed the most international squad out there.
They're so internet. They have a Southeast Asian player, a Russian player, a
That's
British
all we got,
player,
man. Why are you
they got
taking
a
it away from
Canadian
NA?
player and an American player. These guys are insane.
All right, what about
But their
Shopify
coach,
Rebellion?
their coach, the heart of their team.
It's true.
the coach?
He is,
You're right,
he
actually.
is Moon Meander. He is Canadian.
Yeah.
That's not even...
All right, Sheep, help me. Like our other NA team, Shopify Rebellion. Break
yes,
it down.
all of
Are
them
they
were,
NA?
All of them were born in NA, yes.
Perfect. All right, we got one last hope.
Yeah. The White House literally birthed every player on Shopify.
Yeah.
The White House.
Yes. As they came out of the doors one day and started playing Dota.
How about Tundra?
Tundra?
Are they the NA representatives
Yes.
as well?
I mean, here's the thing. Like, maybe the NA scene doesn't have the most talented players, but we got the biggest brains. You know, we got Bulba, we got Aoi, we got the Moon Meander, we got the leadership.
True, you do.
Sure.
Word
It's
up.
it's North America and it is South Korea. Seems like
There you go.
it's like the two big brain.
It sucks to say, but I feel like NA players are at an inherent disadvantage simply by nature of not being able to regularly scrim against EU teams on the time zones that work for them. And if you're going to play EU pubs, which is probably the best practice that you can get right now in terms of a pub experience in Dota, you're doing it on ping. So unfortunately for them, they don't have the best conditions throughout their DPC tours to improve at the same rate as teams from other regions. And with SEA and China, they have each other, you know? And EU West has Eastern Europe and all the players willing to play on ping. So it just feels sometimes that NA is kind of, they have a lot of obstacles.
Well, with that
to
logic,
climb.
you got NA on an island, you got SA on an island, and the rest is buddies, right? Why then are from the two islands, South America, thriving?
I think South America does not have a scarcity of up-and-coming players. I feel like Dota is incredibly popular in a lot of countries within South America. I mean, shout out to Peru, we're here for the major. And Brazil has a really big Dota scene. I know that a lot of players still, they learned to play the game very early on, and the interest is still there, whereas in North America, I feel like the interest just is not there anymore, and there aren't really any new players. The new players are coming from other regions, but when was the last time we had an up-and-coming and a young
we got something
superstar?
cooking in Div 2 right now.
What is cooking?
There's a mid laner kid who's 16 years old, RCY. He's going to go to Div 1.
Okay.
That's my hopes.
That's the future.
That's
+1, actually.
I
That
hope
guy's
so.
a beast.
Yeah.
He's so good.
He's it's been a while, but like, I don't want to jinx him or
Guys,
anything, but he's the
Don't want to
he's the
interrupt,
future.
but this moment is the moment.
Okay.
The moment
they need
of
to.
their demise.
So we should.
No. The wombo combo.
Yeah. Does he?
Tree has dagger?
Tree,
And
yeah.
a gem.
Why does that doesn't even look like? What does that look like? That looks like a scary pumpkin.
Scary pumpkin. Yeah.
No, but they have to make this, otherwise they'll just lose. So they have to try, right? That's the situation of the game. It's like the Hail Mary. Is it time for the Hail Mary? They're
No.
going the wrong way.
You can't, because you're pushing into a high ground with no vision, and they have an Aegis, and you've shown on lane so they know which direction you're sitting in, so
They're
it's just
going the wrong
easy.
way.
There's nothing they can do.
I mean, they need to try something.
Yeah,
I'm
I
with
don't think-
Shiva on this one.
I don't
Thank
think running,
you.
I don't think running into the enemy is a good idea.
Backing
like
my
that.
theory here.
I mean, like
They have to do-
the
okay,
longer you wait, the
here's-
worse it gets.
Okay, but here's what they can do is like use like 2 smokes or something and take the longest wraparound of your life and then come from like the like west side of the map, and that would catch them off guard. But you cannot just approach from the low ground south side where they know you are. Like, it's
Sure.
the easiest way to get wiped instantly.
Yeah. Well,
I think there's just no angle of approach right now, so I can understand what Sheep is saying, but I mean, you're either gonna run into them and try something, or you're gonna lose eventually. So you might as well just try something. Go for
I
the
agree.
Look
I
how
just think the
farmed
angle
he
needed to be
is. Oh
different.
my goodness. Lara was 6 slot. He's got travels too, overwhelming blink. This man is unkillable.
Oh,
Richard Basher.
oh,
there it is.
oh! That was a great bash.
That was a great
great
bash.
bash.
Meanwhile, Lara was solo killing everyone else. This is sad.
Is that not just an overgrowth that stopped it?
Yeah, it was.
Yes, we were joking about
Oh.
that.
I'm sorry, I'm like, I'm just squinting trying to see what's
I
happening.
mean, I was trolling about the draft, and then all of a sudden the overgrowth came, and I wasn't even expecting it.
All right, the sun looks done.
Yeah.
it's a rough game.
Oh, Drow though, on the high ground. All right, she's
Keeping out in her base with BKB on.
I mean, that's how you know it's a grim state of things. I get it. I just like to believe, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing.
There's always next game.
If I was playing this game and I was on TSM side, which let's be real, normally that is me, in this position, I would want to keep trying because I believe that the 1% or 0.5% or however much percentage is, there's a chance.
I think if
You know?
Dota Plus were to be pulled up right now, it'd be 100 to 0.
Really?
Yeah, I do think so.
With the black hole.
100 to 0. There's no way to cast your black hole.
There's 0% chance
But the-
of getting a black hole.
With the black hole.
But the black hole.
But the black hole.
The black hole.
That's it. That's all you need to know. Oh, there's the dart, right? Ricky's losing.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I mean, who's Ricky comboing with this game? Even there's no one to take
Gust.
advantage of this.
Black
game.
hole.
I do want to update people that the game that we were watching earlier, PSG.LGD versus EG, it did continue on the way we thought it would, and EG just
The
got
wagon.
the first victory.
Dude,
So
why?
do you see it? The centaur has
why?
a wagon.
Why?
Why
Because
not?
he can, really.
Alright,
It's
give-
that kind of game.
Tell me
Sorry
how
to
it's
interrupt
gonna
your
work
update,
here.
but I
It's
saw it
all
on the
good,
screen.
it's
It's
all
so
good.
exciting.
Yeah.
I also know that we are one of the only sources of information at the moment that
Yes,
is
go.
finished. So.
Please go ahead.
No, it's all good. I mean, that the first game of the Lima Major has been played and has been won by a South American team.
Let's go.
I think that's one of the hypest things. I can't wait. I already know. I know I'm going ahead, but I'm already looking forward to a sold-out Arena 1 with South American representatives on stage. I cannot imagine the noise. So, well, it's a little bit biased there. It's fine. It's 2-game series, so PSG.LGD has another chance to tie the series up. We'll see later on. But yeah, and this game, to be honest, it looks pretty grim for TSM. But the game's still going on.
Yeah, I mean, is there any game that looks close right now?
No, Game-In is stomping.
Game-In
Game-In is crushing Talon.
Yeah, they're about to get the GG.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
What are Talon playing?
Yeah, Spirit's
So all the
stomping.
games are just kind of closing out here at this
Crazy
point.
losing.
Can you guys see Talon's draft?
Yeah, what do you need to know?
What are they playing?
Naga Siren, Undying, Marana.
Who are we trying to decipher?
Bat Rider.
Talon.
No, yeah, Bat Rider.
I'm not even gonna try.
Is that a Monkey King with a Kana? Yeah, Monkey King.
All right, let's check in. Let's check in on what's happening in Spirits. No, that is Stream B. In the different game at the moment, in Game Gladiators Talon. So that you can see, it's Undying, Monkey, Mirana, Bat, Naga, indeed. And this is, I mean,
I don't like this monkey Naga thing they have going for them.
Wait, who's playing the monkey?
It has to be 23.
Yeah.
Then who's playing the
he
Naga?
Seems like more
Support Naga?
I would much rather they flex the Naga to support than they flex the monkey.
I don't think 23 likes playing micro heroes.
I can't.
It's jabs.
Offlane Naga.
That's
okay.
a classic jab
so
move.
here's the thing with Talon. I feel that they really. So yeah, they do enjoy their cute jabs last picks. They love to be like, oh, what jabs hero is next? And then they pick offlane Rubik or offlane Coddle, or in this case, they get an offlane Naga. But I feel like you have two other cores on Talon that can be your win conditions. Like Mikoto can do it, 23 Savage can do it. Like if you have a hero like this monkey, you can just play around it. You don't necessarily have to go for something like this Naga as your gotcha pick.
I will say, as a quick update, Tundra did just beat Execration. We did start this game thinking that Gaming Gladiators was crushing Talon, but they actually just opened the map a little bit for themselves, despite being in Mega Creeps.
I mean,
they are. No, they're not Mega yet.
They don't have a base. They don't have a base, but they did make a good play.
They did make a good play.
There is no buyback available.
Oh, for sure. They can end it right now then.
For sure.
I mean, it's still a long chance.
They gave Game the less IO, bro. Like, did they watch a game in the DPC?
No.
They were playing.
They were
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they prepped for it. I just don't like their response. I feel that Talon can be such a good team if they just kind of become more stable in which cores they play around and when. I feel like they're still in a weird position where they're just kind of shifting their win condition around. Like it gets tossed around like they're juggling, right? Every single series, there's somebody new that they want to try to win with.
I mean, I saw the beginning of this draft.
Because they've got the talent.
They first faced Naga. And I think they just ended up settling with it on offlane. But versus a team that loves Leshrac and IO, I don't know if first phase Naga is on the menu, you know?
I think Naga is super figured out. Generally, since TI, that hero has been figured out, and she still is good and she still has her merits, but I don't think first phasing her is that. I don't think it's that good. Like, yeah, she can be flexed, but it's not that great of a flex. I think Naga's best position is easily carried.
Yeah.
Ooh, you know what I do love? I really love support Naga. When we were covering DPC, GH was playing it as a 4, and it looked amazing. Like, I did a nice little breakdown as well of all the micro stuff he was doing. Like, your efficiency on the map is the potential is very high. So I would prefer
You have to have a
that.
specialist, though, for that.
Yeah.
Not everyone can just play that. It's
True.
kind of like when Aoi played support Naga. He was like the only one at the time. It's not just a straightforward support. It can work. GH plays it really well.
Yeah.
And if they're not willing to do it on Talon, you know, I also agree with FD a lot that Naga is a great hero in the right game. It's not first phase carry material. I don't think it's first phase, we'll throw it off lane if it's a bad game material.
And also, I feel the problem with support Naga is in this patch, it feels like your supports have to be ready to play with your mid laner. It feels like it's always been this tempo melee mid laner right now, the Tinys, the Embers, the Pingos. They enjoy playing with supports like Hoodwink and Mirana. They don't necessarily like playing with Naga. Naga can do a lot as a support, but it takes time to do it, and it makes the game slower too.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, this game is the only one that is still somewhat close. I mean, we already just checked with Team Spirit, and I think that we are seeing a team holding up. It's hard, but they are actually fighting. Like, this is a legit shot they've got.
We're going to see at least a couple games that are just like completely crazy, right? That the team will win where they shouldn't win, right? And it's going to be an insane game, and maybe this will be it. It has like the build up for it. You got the mega creeps on Gaming Gladiators. You're expecting it, but they're kind of dying on the map one by one. They're dealing with the mega creeps, so I'm not gonna jinx them and hype it up, but there is a chance.
You know, as far as all the chances we've seen, you know, we know the chances are not big, but you know, we gotta respect the. The chances, you know, Aeon just cracked on creeps. It's fine. It's fine. Look at this play. How's you guys' play-by-play if they do make a comeback? Anybody wanna?
Oh, I'm so down.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm so down. Absolutely terrible. But isn't that the fun of the stream at the block party?
Yes. The block party is all about the terrible. This is great.
And
nice
the
one.
hats.
I need Fear to throw in some random lines, like if a black hole goes off, he goes, black hole!
Wow.
There's no black hole in this game. But
No,
you know,
not this game.
just
sorry.
as an idea, like,
Yeah.
you have to...
I'll probably cover your play-by-play once you choke.
Wonderful.
All right.
I will applaud every time someone does a cool moment in their play-by-play.
All right, the moment's coming. They're doing Roshan.
Yeah, but this is.
But they have to make a player.
They have to make a player. You can't give
You're on,
the ages
Sheep.
away.
Oh,
You're on.
okay. He's fireflying. He's looking for the jump, but it looks like they're just
they're
gonna.
doing
Oh,
it
they
fast.
didn't want to do it.
No, they are. They're
Oh,
not.
are they gonna?
They're
contest?
hanging around.
Coming in, the illusion, walking into the pits, gonna scout out. Oh, he's got the GG.
Actually, IO spirits are very cool as a way to protect the pit from blink carriers, right? You send them out and you extend them, and it'll stop whoever can blink in. IO is a cool hero, man. I've been playing that hero recently. He lost me a lot of MR, but I learned a lot.
But you
about
had
him.
fun.
I had fun.
Well, I do want to thank Sheep for. Oh no!
There we go. The monkey
it is.
ult on the IO. That's not an Aeon disc. No, he does have the nullifier.
I didn't
there.
even have time
so
to
he'll
choke
get
when he took
out.
over.
But it'll be a wasted monkey king as the Leshrac goes in and forces the BKB of the monkey king,
dust off
and he
my
just TP's
chest!
out immediately, and that'll be the end of that. That was very close though.
That's not fair, man. I wanted to choke.
You can do next one.
Nice.
It's not done yet, guys.
Oh, the Leshton catches the Batrider and he's gonna go forward with the BKB. Help! Fear, help!
Then the song of the siren comes out and she just TP's out in front of everyone. But Bloodseeker pop BKB for what? I'm not sure, but they're kind of like surviving here on Talon. Like they're taking these scrappy fights, they're trading, they're taking the team fights, and it doesn't look so bad for them. But in one bad moment, if one thing does go wrong, obviously their throne is quite exposed here. Whereas if you're on the side of Talon, you need quite a few of these like team fight wins. You need to chew through the buybacks. Or I like this play.
Would you call that indeed a team fight win?
I mean, it wasn't really a win, but it wasn't a loss either.
Did they get the Aegis?
But that was before the team fight.
I don't think they did. As in, I don't
Oh
think
yeah,
they
I
killed
don't know.
it.
They got some BKBs though.
That's true. That's true.
I mean,
You traded BKBs on both sides, but it's better for the team with the Aegis to trade BKBs.
No buyback on Mirana. Their BKB is still down for the Naga, getting forced to the fountain.
the last one into the fountain. This is it. Into the Monkey King ult. And he's dead.
Yeah.
He does have buyback, but the throne's a little exposed here.
Wow.
You're really good at this.
Wow. Those are some good ad-libs.
I'm just helping Fear.
Yeah.
Come on, Fear, keep it up.
I do want my play-by-play.
Yeah,
I can
go ahead.
barely-
I'm just-
all right, the Monkey King ult drops off on the throne. They pop the BKBs with the Mortimer's Kisses here, and they're just going to stay away, and it looks like they're going to wait for the Monkey King ult to go down. And then they're going to probably just kill the throne as it goes down.
No.
And meanwhile, I can't see. Monkey King does get caught with the Split Earth, and he's going to go down. Can he make it? And no, he is down, and that'll be the end of the game soon, potentially, because there is no buyback on the Monkey King.
That's crazy.
Even if that were, he's got nothing.
Yeah.
He ain't got
We
no.
got
the song
Quinn is
used.
wicked sick for probably the 20th time this game as the buybacks do come out, and the throne most likely will go down.
Ooh, the glyph comes out, but it's
what?
still over for
It's
them.
okay, there's a Batrider ult soon.
And then there goes the jab song. Goodbye.
GG
Sheep, you're
call.
up.
GG called.
I will say though, that's a lot of spirit shown by Talon here.
Yeah.
I actually.
So that makes me
really
feel
different
good
game.
about their performance. Good one.
I will also say that in terms of play-by-play, Fear, I think you did an amazing job.
Thank you, I appreciate
Sheep,
it.
I appreciated your efforts.
Yeah.
But I do think you got a little bit to work on.
Okay.
And you know what? I'm gonna give you that opportunity right now. You can work on it off stream.
Okay. I didn't want to be here
my
anyway.
Oh, it's okay.
I also don't know how to disentangle from the wires to leave, so.
You gotta dig that, yeah.
Yep.
This is fine. We're doing this live on stream. This is great.
Okay.
Learn some tech.
Okay,
now
so
remove.
where
the,
am I?
No, remove the sticker that your
Help.
earplug is attached to, because you said you had some tape.
I took those off.
Okay, great. Now then just unplug and then walk
Okay.
away.
But, wait, it's a, help! Fear, help me!
Move your scarf.
Fear, help me!
Yeah, leave your scarf as well.
I got
Okay.
it. You're good.
Can I dress up Fear with it?
Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
you can if you
Thank
want.
you.
Yes, you can. That means, by the way, with this game in Gladiators victory,
Are you putting
we
over my head?
are
Okay.
having our first row of games, our first line of games are all
Gaining swag as time goes on.
That's all done.
I could frame your face in a
Nobody can hear you
Nobody
anymore,
can hear
Sheep.
you.
Too bad.
Bye-bye.
Your microphone's already turned off.
Bye, Alex.
See you again later on.
I'll miss you.
It's all good. Oh, nobody. No. Don't worry, we'll fill that chair very soon as well. So first round of games in the books. I think there weren't any upsets. I think EG winning from PSG.LGD. I think actually, I mean, it wasn't an upset, but I'm just pleasant. I'm just happy that they are performing at the level that we were expecting them to perform at. You don't really know. I wish we would have seen SCA throw a little bit of a bigger punch, Effie.
I mean, it's about what I expected, I think, just because I feel that SCA still have some breathing room left, and they've got some fight in them, but it's going to take some time for them to adjust just because I feel that their region has been the rockiest. I'm more surprised that every single game was one-sided and ended around the same time. That's usually not something that I would expect, but I think it does say a lot about the state of the meta right now, where some heroes are just far superior to others, and if you don't deal with them well enough, you're kind of done.
You're kind of done. So Lina win twice, I guess. We saw Ricky win all.
No, Ricky lost one.
Ricky lost, but Ricky on the side of TSM,
TSM.
he had nothing to play with. Like, if you're picking a Ricky just for the sake of deny picking it or just having it, but your plan is to pair it with a Coddle and Enigma, you're not doing much with it.
No,
and in that case, you might as well throw it on the 5 roll and have a more impactful 4.
I mean, I think you always have to have a purpose for a hero, right? It's kind of like picking a Mirana without having a setup stun. With Ricky, you are the setup, and then you just need the stun, which they were kind of lacking that game with. Like the Enigma, adding a black hole isn't necessarily the stun you're looking for. You want kind of like a low cooldown stun. So you see the Ricky paired with the Lina a lot, with the Mirana that can just run around the map, preferably like a support or a mid, maybe a Leshrac. Can make things happen pretty easily.
Yeah, I would say we're focusing on the Ricky, but I don't want to say, we didn't watch the full game, but I think that there were a lot of issues coming out of the Enigma and Coddle cores, the dual core of those two heroes, that we can't just like pigeonhole the Ricky as the hero that lost the game. It was more so it looked like Coddle couldn't have a game. They had ways to get on top of it. The Lesh popped off. There's a Bloodseeker who can just rupture the Coddle too. And then you have this Enigma who looked like it got crushed on lane and is playing against a tree and Protector. At that point, it's like, okay, maybe reconsider what you're going to do for the next one.
I feel like a lot of teams aren't really fully comprehending how Enigma works right now. Like they pick it, and I see really bad Enigma games. That's kind of how it works. Like in their mind, it might just be, Enigma buys Greaves, that's good versus Tree. They're not really playing for the black hole anymore. They're playing more for just like the early game tempo, the zoo, the push, and then if you get a black hole, it's great.
Yeah. Good morning, Avo.
Hello.
You were already sneakily, you were just sitting there.
Yeah, I've been watching you guys from the sidelines for a while. I thought, I saw the opportunity when you kicked off Sheepo.
I mean, that was an easy one. And welcome to the block party.
Yeah.
I love your outfit.
Thank
love
you.
The colors. How did you enjoy the first games then?
They were great. They were fantastic. The viewing experience was truly amazing. Not a fan of some of the casters. Most of the casters we hired, so watching it on mute was really a chef's kiss here. I mean, Talon, I had a couple of hopes for them. They're the hopefuls for SCA. There was a moment they almost thought that they were going to come back.
Yeah.
Not going to happen, though.
C fans are used to disappointment at this point.
But that's the region you covered extensively, Alvo. And I was curious if you saw the same issues that we're seeing with Talon, which is just, it doesn't feel like they know which core to play around exactly sometimes.
The C teams are characterized a little bit by disorganization. A lot of the C teams that didn't do well this year was also because it didn't seem like they had a clear identity either. Like not even just what core to play around, like what is the plan? Like what are you playing? What kind of style? And you saw this in Fnatic and Boom especially, right? So I do think you're onto something with Talon. I feel like Execration is a more clear idea, but they do struggle a little bit in the early phase a lot.
Which is hard, right? Because the laning stage I would put at probably highest importance in a patch like this. And if you're struggling on lane within your region and you're going internationally where some regions are just known to be stronger laners, you've got to have some kind of idea on how to facilitate your comebacks. And I don't necessarily think we've seen it yet. Like we've seen only one game.
Yeah,
but this
it's very low sample size, obviously.
But just Visage is not your comeback hero. That hero needs to have a good lane.
I mean, definitely. This is a hero that generally can have a good lane in most cases, but like playing versus Undying Lina, that's a very difficult lane to win against in this meta. Both of these heroes dominate on the laning stage. They tried to do lane pulling like shenanigans there. Didn't really work out in the Visage's favor, and disaster struck from. It happened, just go next.
Yeah, well, you say go next, and we are going to go next, and we are having a little bit of an extended pause just to fix some of the issues that we've been having, so don't worry, we'll get that sorted, but it does mean you can see our lovely faces for a little bit longer, and now that we have Avo here, I have to take this opportunity, Avo, because there's been a lot of talks, obviously, about which regions are strong and whatnot. You just heard it. You've been covering SCA, and I want to know, how did that happen? You look at the list. I'm going to imagine.
Me covering SCA?
No.
How did that happen?
I'm going to assume not everybody watching, and definitely people watching in this time zone potentially. Not everybody watching will be having followed the region, right? Because Lima is the exact. If you're looking at the exact opposite of the world, it is Thailand. It is Southeast Asia. So there's a very high chance that the people watching now were like, SCA, what have they been up to? And they are like, where's Fnatic? Where's Boom? And they're like, they're not here. Better yet, they're in them too. It's like, what happened in that region over the course of, 3.5 weeks or so?
It's hard to say. I'm going to try to mince my words. I'm not Winter here. Fnatic is dead. Like, quite literally, the org is out of Dota, in case you've missed that. They went to Div 2 and then they the org left.
Yeah, the players are still in Div 2.
Yes, but the players all posted looking for team, so they seem to be in a kind of halfway point. Yeah. There was a little bit of an uprising in SCA where a lot of the older players didn't seem to really grasp the patch as well, and so you got a lot of the newer players, like Execration for sure is the new talent coming into the region. They're led by March, so you have some old faces, and they literally come from Div 2. Geek Slate, I think the best way to describe it would be the SCA rejects. Yeah. Like, during the shuffle, all the good players got taken, and people were like, these Geek Slate guys are not that good. They mostly come from Div 2 as well, but they did really well in their own region. Yeah. And then Talon is probably the most hopeful. They have the most well-known names, Savage, Jabs, Mikoto even for a while back, and they probably do have the highest ceiling. I mean, look, I love SCA, but since we're 13 hours away, I can say this. I don't think the region is looking very strong right now. They had the longest game length by a lot compared to other regions. They don't really have a clear idea about the siege high ground. They were the only region that consistently said, we can beat Lina, and no, it's not really true. Only Blacklist did for a while, actually. Blacklist had a lot of interesting ideas, and that was good until the end of the season where they decided to play a really passive. I don't know what happened to that team.
We can also bring up the standings of the SCA region and see how they ended up, because you're mentioning all these teams. It's much easier to also see them and see how they ended up. I personally am a big fan of March and his ability to bring up a team. We heard Fear talk about it earlier as well. And overall, I feel like the region, it took a step back. Can I say that?
I mean, I talked to March this morning. He didn't seem super confident going in today. Like, I think he's fully aware he got first in the region, but they're not rating themselves as like the best team at this tour by any means.
No, only Geek Slate is going on.
Yeah, and for people wondering as well, Geek Slate, you might be unfamiliar with the name, but it is the Geek Fam org, right? There's they merged with Slate Esports, I think it's called. So they are the same organization that's been in the scene for a while, but fresh roster there too.
Yeah, I think currently this year is going to be the hardest year for SCA Dota, and it's going to be very telling of what the future is for this region. Losing an org like Fnatic is a really big hit, because that org has been supporting the Dota scene since basically its inception. So there needs to be money coming into it from external parties for it to thrive, and like losing something like that is just very, as a fan, it hurts. It really hurts to see. But everything is at its infancy right now. A bunch of roster shuffles, players who are getting passed around, players who are kind of homeless, so to speak. So if they can make it past this year, I think the talent has always been there.
Yes.
It always has been there. The drive to be better has always been there. The leadership, we've talked about it over and over again, it's lacking. But I don't know, they just have to weather the storm, because this region is capable of a lot. We saw it last year with Boom and the glimpses of brilliance that they had, how they would just completely crush the best teams in the world and then just suck the next day. But we know that there are players there capable of brilliance, so it would be a shame to see them gone.
They just need to draft better. Like, most of the SCA drafts I've seen are just not on par with other regions. And, like, sure, maybe it worked in these 90-minute games where it got really crazy in the late game, but if you're playing against a disciplined team that's running, like, the Brood and the Zoo, game's over in 20. You don't get to see that late game.
Yeah. When you talk to Execration, when I had the chance to interview them a couple times in C, they kept saying, first of all, their motto is all heart, no brain, which it's it makes them very nice to interview though.
True.
They're very kind people, but that's not very confident. And as you said about the drafts, right? They keep saying that C is a very individual region, which I understand, and they go for a lot of picks that they feel comfortable with, regardless of the meta or what's good or what's not. Which is fine in local tournaments, but when you get to the big tournaments, thinking that you can outskill tier 1 teams, most likely not going to happen.
Yeah, for me, I think that watching the SDA DPC progress last tour, it felt like the best teams in SEA were not the top 2, honestly. Like, towards the end, I thought that Talon and SMG looked the strongest after the meta had kind of settled in a little bit and they started to play better and they started to shape their ideas better. Towards the end, they looked really solid. So I think currently what we're seeing at this major, I feel bad for saying it because these teams, they're good players and they deserve to be here, but I feel like this isn't the best showing that SEA could have at this major.
Yeah.
With that in mind, though, this is the first major of the season. So having a group stage where they have to play this many games against this many regions, ideally, if you have the right leadership, if they have the right coach potentially, or like the right mindset of learning, this should propel the region into betterness for the future. Like, it should set them up for more success at the next regions, right? I mean, obviously, winning the major would be great, but the goal is TI.
Yeah.
And a lot of these teams that we see here, I mean, Geekslate is a fresh team. The org, yes, has been around for a while, but also was inactive for like 2 years. You know, they haven't had a squad. We mentioned Execration, first time on this big stage for them as well. Talon, obviously more familiar faces, but they need to learn from this and then adapt and be able to make it to TI. That's literally.
I mean, we're getting some new faces too,
Yeah.
which I think is the big thing, right? Because like Fnatic was always making it all the time, the same roster. Sure, some of the guys from that old Fnatic roster have made it here, but I think just getting more exposure to more players and getting on LAN from C is an overall positive thing.
Yeah, and it's a sign that the scene is very much alive. Healthy.
I would say, and I don't know if you agree with me or not, Ava, but it feels that a lot of teams haven't necessarily formed their identities correctly. Like, they haven't decided on how they want to play, like when their timings are going to be and which players they're going to focus on. And it feels like once they do like come to this internal agreement within themselves, they're going to play better, because that's what I thought SMG did better. That's what I thought Talon did better towards the end. But even Talon, I feel, are struggling a little bit with their sense of identity still. I think 23 Savage as a player has had to have a bit of a shift going from T1 to Talon, just in the way that he plays his carry heroes, and he has to be more active on this iteration of Talon. Like, he has to be the active player, he has to play these fighting carries, and he has to kind of make things happen for himself, whereas T1 was more, yeah, you know, Carl and Kuku are just going to run around and do everything, and I'm just going to farm on my Terrorblade. So I feel that once a lot of these players are more comfortable understanding their role within the team, they're going to have a much better showing.
You're actually absolutely on point. When you talk to SMG, they had a very clear identity from the start. They were unable to execute on it, but it was very clear they had a plan. I think for Talon, though, and the concern that I have for them is that they have two identities. They have 4 players of a clear identity, and then Savage. And then sometimes when you talk to them, it's clear that Savage is still the prototypical SCA carry of, I am going to do my thing, I am going to carry the team kind of situation, and just make me space, I'll do the rest, right? And that sometimes clashes, especially with the current meta we're seeing, where carries are meant to be more aggressive early, they're meant to play with the team a little bit more. Not always the style for Talon, so that's why they look a little bit hit or miss sometimes in their games.
Now, I know we are familiar with March mentioned him, we are familiar with Sunby, he's been around forever. I was hoping you could maybe also shine some light on Sheep, because I don't know what kind of coach.
Well, he's the CEO as well.
Yes, he's the founder. I mean, I found that, but I don't know anything about his coaching style or his way of coaching or something like that. And I was hoping maybe you could shine some light.
Yeah, so the insight I got from the players is that he is a +1 to the team. He is in all the group meetings. He leads the discussions, very communication-based. You have to think that Geekslate, though Raji is a veteran and so is Skem, the other 3 players are not as well versed, especially in lands, right? Like Hustler or Narman now has some experience. They're good players, but they're young. They haven't been in a situation like this one, a high pressure situation.
I mean, he's the first Mongolian Dota player, I believe, to ever make it to an international land. So that's really hype.
It's very hype, and he's very good. But obviously, in these teams, you need someone that's going to be that sixth player that looks from outside and goes, guys, you're still doing this, and this wrong.
Yeah.
Especially because this team uniquely has their carry as their captain. Just Skem. Raji is not the captain. And he corrects you every single time as well when you do that. Skem is a very vocal player as well. He has a tendency to dominate the teams he's in. And having a sixth person that goes, no, we're going to do this my way, like listen to me. They have an insane respect for their coach. It seems like he comes out of nowhere, so many people might not know him, but Geekslate has spoken really well about him, and not just because he pays their bills. So I think the team at least is in good hands. Maybe not yet, but give him another season to grow, and the team has a lot of potential.
And you do feel like in the DPC that you saw, you did see all the teams grow, and you have high hopes for the next tour, for example.
Except for Fnatic and Boom, yeah.
Those are out. We don't count those. They're not in Division 1 regardless. They're gone.
I do
sucks
think
though, because I feel Yopaj is one of those players who's just really top tier. Like I feel he's a diamond that just needs to be.
All Fnatic and Boom, like Afu as well. Like the whole team. Sorry, Xnova, not Afu. The whole team is supposed to be top tier. I was actually flabbergasted at what happened in those games. The only team actually that grew backwards was Blacklist, where they progressively got worse somehow. But they hired a coach now, and I think that was to address these issues. So there's a lot of good hope for C.
Yep.
Let's see how Execration, my boys, this tournament. Let's see how they do. All heart, no brain. That is the way to go.
I mean,
I want to believe in them.
We saw that in the draft. Don't worry.
All heart, no brain giveaway. Ricky and Lima.
Yeah, I mean there's definitely a little bit of a piece of brain lacking. That's for sure. I think a lot of people are familiar, obviously, with the Talon lineup, or rather the Talon TI performance. They have a little bit of a different lineup this time around, so we can highlight that one to show you what kind of changes they've made since TI and what they look like right about now. So here we go. This is what has changed. We have got we got two changes in there. we got KP out, Jabs in. We got Hide out, Ollie in.
And their coach as well. Now they have Sunbi as well.
Yes, they do have Sunbi as an extra addition there for sure. And one thing that we mentioned earlier, in case you missed it, with Q, he now has Jabs both Thai. Yes. And they can speak Thai on lane, which apparently has helped them.
Yes, because Q's English is a little bit limited. Jabs has learned by playing Dota, much like X-Cyclops. That's how Thai people learn English, just play Dota. But Q has struggled a little bit, and being able to communicate with someone that he's also played with before in more local teams tournaments and country-based tournaments has helped him a lot, and he's really pointed that out. He's also had a little bit of issues in the communication with his coach, Sunbi, for that very reason. But apparently, towards the end of the season, that was all hashed out.
Yeah, I would imagine he learned pretty fast on the job as well, because basically they live and breathe Dota too at the moment. So that's it seems good changes on paper. Do you agree? Like, do you like this roster better than what we saw earlier?
I do think this roster has the highest ceiling of any SCA team. Now I would say in the tournament they have a really high ceiling. Like they could, if they manage to fix their issues, they could easily get a top 6, even top 4. But the problem is, can they? I don't know. Like their floor is the lowest I've seen. This team against Fnatic was atrocious. Honestly, like that was one of the worst matches the whole CDPC, and it's odd to see a team actually have such wild inconsistencies.
But I just feel like Fnatic, it was their last hurrah, and they played exceptionally well.
And they did play exceptionally well, that's true.
Like it really felt like they overachieved. I wouldn't say Talon played poorly. It's more so they just didn't expect Fnatic to come in swinging, right? Because the people thought they were discouraged. It was the end, right? There was no shot. There was absolutely no stakes.
The stakes are, look at me, please pick me up. I'm looking for a team.
They also,
I want to stay in Div 1.
They also forced the tiebreakers, right? They had that going for them. Like they wanted to
the one match, Fnatic, it doesn't matter for them. They will go into Division 2 regardless, and they screw another SCA team, which I think is the most SCA thing to do, bringing someone down with you.
Of course.
But then against Blacklist, they looked really good again, right? So it was like, and their game against, actually, I'm forgetting, two games ago, 2 series before that, Talon played probably the best game of SCA DPC. So that's what's wild. Like that game was Western European levels of Dota as well.
But then Talon also just completely crushed Blacklist. in the tiebreakers. Like
Yes.
it wasn't even close.
It wasn't even
They
close.
looked so top tier towards the end. So I do have a lot of hopes for Talon. I think they just need to make some internal decisions amongst themselves, because it does feel like they're still struggling a little bit. Like, are we playing around jabs? Are we playing around 23? Are we going to give Makoto the win condition? We don't know. Let's figure it out. Let's last pick Coddle offlane for jobs. Right? It feels like that's just what they do.
Or Rubik offlane, which is the Fnatic game.
That is a good one.
Well, we did just see Talon unfortunately lose with their Naga offlane on jabs.
Yeah.
That being said, we ended the game saying that you liked that Talon held on for as long as they did. Can we say that some teams need a warm-up game? That they just warmed up towards the end because they definitely found their fighting spirit there.
I think we didn't see the whole story of the game. We just saw it towards the end. But it looked like they always, if you're going to play like that versus Mega Creeps in the end, it's because you think you have a shot to win. So maybe their lanes just went badly and then they started to pick up steam after they lost a little bit too much of the map. And those are issues that can easily be corrected going into the next game. So yeah, I definitely do have hopes for Talon as the torch carrier of SEA in this tournament.
We talk a lot about SCA. We talked a lot about basically all the regions. One thing we kind of haven't talked about too much, and I do think we need to, is we've mentioned BetBoom, we've mentioned Spirit, we mentioned Liquid. I want to talk about the other 3 Western European teams, because Western Europe, I mean, obviously was considered the strongest region right now. They were all top 4 at TI as well. I want to know how they stack up against the other regions. We did see Tundra win. We did see Gaming Gladiators win. They both won against SCA teams as well. How do we think that they will do? Because are we still considering them to be, they're good, but they are not going to be top 6, or are they going to be top 6? Like, how do we rank? For example, let's focus our attention on Gaming Gladiators first.
Sure. I mean, they're bringing NA's best mid player to the table, Quinn Callahan.
Oh,
so,
why? I should have not been surprised about this answer.
I mean, the thing is, they look pretty good, and if you were to ask me a dark horse team for the EU region, that'd probably be them for me over Entity, because they are a team that looks really good sometimes, and sometimes there's a little bit to be desired, but they're coming on LAN here. They can beat some of the best teams in the world. They've proven it, and I think there's a lot of hope for this team, and a lot of it is going to come down to Quinn. He's been on LAN a lot with Quincy Crew and that team specifically, and they've always struggled on LAN here, so it's going to be a big proving point for him as a player. It's I'm coming on LAN again. We were dominant in our region. Is this going to be the team that's going to propel me to success?
And is it?
I mean, I don't have the answer, but there's a chance that they will do. I mean, let's put it this way. I think they'll do better than he did on Quincy.
Okay, that's fair enough. By the way, I just want to give update. We're still obviously trying to get things running and get things fixed. So don't worry, you're not missing out on anything at the moment. You're right here at the right place, cozy and comfy at the block party. As far as Gaming Gladiators go, though, I mean, obviously they had a strong start. Tundra coming off a hot win, TI. This little tiny tournament happened a couple months ago. They obviously the only team that stuck together with the same roster. Are they going to have the same results?
I don't know if they're going to have the same results, but they're going to try. I mean, if you talk to Curtis, he's like, yeah, I'm going to win the next one too. He really wants to. So I feel like they're a very good team. They just won the most recent third-party tournament. We mentioned it earlier about the Universe. They're still very good. They didn't have the best DPC performance, but
they almost weren't going to be here. They had to tiebreak.
The infinite tiebreak.
Infinite tiebreak.
That was a good time. I mean, even though they didn't have the best results, I think that they still played very well. And Tundra are a team with the minds behind it, and they're definitely going to be able to examine what went wrong during their DPC series and not repeat the same mistakes. So yeah, I have faith in them. I think they are some of the best players in the world.
I mean, I would be super surprised if they don't get a very good finish, because Tundra is the type of team right now where, sure, they might lose a tournament here and there, but their psychology as a team is really good. They're really good at taking losses. They know how to bounce back from it. And some teams, they might get demoralized or fall down the rabbit hole when the loss happens. I think they're very good at digging out of it, taking the information, using it as data, and be this is how we can get better.
Yeah, they have been very open about that process as well, right? About, before they won TI, about how, getting an esports psychologist and helping them overcome that mindset to begin with, and it's really paid off.
Yeah, they also have a very clear idea of what they want to do in the game and how they play the game, which is the opposite of some of the teams we're talking about. And it's, I mean, I know people will say it's the same patch. It is.
Is it brain over heart for that one?
I think it is brain over heart. I mean, they have both, right? You don't have to choose one necessarily. It's just execration. But I do think that team is also in the same, like, the patch changed enough to make, like, builds and heroes a little bit different, you know, because there was the D patch. But you still have the same overall idea of how to play the game. I think Thunder were the first to figure out, and they will be the ones to perfect it. Other teams just try to do what they did at TI, honestly.
So why did they struggle in the region, or at least almost seemingly struggle? Why did they have to even play tiebreakers?
It's a very competitive region.
Yes.
And I think a lot of the teams are excellent. The competition is just really sky high there. And even though it looked like they struggled, I would think that they still put on a really good showing, because in some of the series they won, they had some great ideas. They were the first team to beat Lina. Right? They were the first team to pull out the Spectre versus Lina. And I feel that Tundra, ever since their inception, have always been a team that comes up with ideas and theory crafts. They don't just sit around. They're not a one-patch team. They won TI in a patch. When the next patch rolls around, they're still going to do excellent in that patch. Every time things change in Dota, they seem to be the first ones to figure it out. So I'm not worried about them. It just feels like other people finally caught on to things that they already knew, and that's why they seem to be underperforming. But, I mean, it's still Tundra. It's still got AUI. It's still got 33. I mean, this is a team with giga-head, giant brains, you know?
Yeah, and I guess if we're talking about theory crafting, AUI didn't change in that regard at all, right?
He never will. Like, he loves theory crafting. He loves talking about the game. And, you know, it's the meme. He just talks a lot, right? And the one thing I did learn about Tundra is, like, they're one of the few teams who talk about Southeast Asia, how they need the leadership. Like, there is no, like, captain on Tundra, right? Everyone, like, inputs their own ideas. They work together with it, and, like, everyone has input on that team. Or the only one that I think Aoi was talking about it recently with SVG just before then. It's like, yeah, there's no real captain. Like, maybe only Skeeter was told to, like, sit back a little bit and just, like, while the rest of us do our thing and just focus on your own gameplay. But that's fair as a carry player, you know?
Sure, can you just last hit the creeps? Come on.
Mid lane and carry, it's like, you don't have to be that much in the strategy discussion. Just kind of, just be good.
Just farm. Come on. Easy.
Just be good.
Just be good. Yeah, I mean, we know Snaking has read a lot of leadership books, I believe. He did as well to try and step into because obviously with Fata leaving, he stepped into that role a little bit when he went to the POS 5, but it's a collaboration overall, which is really, really exciting. And they are looking good. And yes, they have to play tiebreakers, but yeah, it's a stacked region. Another team coming out of the tiebreakers, we mentioned it earlier, also Dark Horse team, Entity, coming out of Western Europe. I think it has a lot of people rooting for them as well. They are a very fun team to watch, Avo.
I think, if I'm honest, I think they've lost a little bit of Dark Horse kind of.
They have?
To me personally, like I feel like they're still a good team, and they're still like a middle of the pack team.
Yeah.
But at least to me, when they watch them throughout the region, there's been a lot of adaptation as to what Watson plays. Watson's an incredible carry, but it's very different to what Pure was doing.
True.
And you can see him in the very beginning, very Watson-style heroes, very Watson-style play style, because the man is truly the, what do they call it, Mega Reister kind of carries, right? That was his origin. But he has some aggressive picks. He's also a Monkey King player. He's learning Pudge as well. And he's been really adapting to the Entity playstyle. I think the idea of now we can beat anyone and we can lose to anyone is lost on Entity, because they're actually forming a much more cohesive style. I feel like maybe this major, I'm not really sure, because obviously there's 3 weeks in between. So maybe they have managed to grow as much as they did in the DPC. But to me, this team is by far the team that grew the most in the Western European DPC. I have high hopes for them in second and third major for sure.
Yeah. And I think they got a lot of extra fans rooting for Team Entity purely by one game. One little tiny game only lasted like just over 2 hours. At TI, it was the best one against RNG, and they ended up winning it. And I mean, they showed obviously a lot of emotion after winning a game like that, which is normally a very good sign to get people to really get on your team. So they won a lot of hearts.
It's so wholesome too when you're that. I mean, every player is invested, but when you can just wear your heart on your sleeve like that, like Stormstormer is able to, that's definitely a really big driving factor in bringing in new fans. But I just want to tell you guys that, I mean, NC, I have a lot of faith in them, but also Watson is to blame. For the Lina major.
Oh, I see.
Oh, this is true. Yes.
He created the Lina carry.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was him.
It
was his. He looked at this hero and was like, wait, why don't I just do this? And he started the Lina meta. Everyone started to copy Watson and the way he was playing the hero. He did this.
He knows he's responsible as well.
This is something of his making. So I just want to put that out there. If you guys want to be angry. No, don't be angry. He's a
At
great
Watson
guy.
Doda on Twitter.
At Watson Doda, why did you play Lina?
Mad at him for being
Yeah.
smart.
Yeah.
No, but, I mean, he is smart. But that kind of carry who can look at a hero like that other people potentially were just glossing by or glossing over and seeing its potential and turning it into something, I think that's a very good sign, right? Because Puro is an innovative type of carry who played things like Leshrac, safe lane, and he bought the Blink Ags when nobody else was doing it. I think if Watson can identify heroes in metas, that's definitely an asset that you have within your team.
Then the question is, will he find other ones?
I'm sure he will
During
if he
this
does
major.
this. I'm sure he will. I mean, not during this major, but I think at this point, the meta's figured out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a while now where people are like experimenting. Like, remember when TA and Shadow safe lane carries only, or sorry, mid only.
Yeah.
Right? Then you're like, mate, these are carries. We don't want to just be farming for mid lane. So you started moving TA to the safe lane. You moved Shadow Fiend to the safe lane. Lina was just kind of the last one to make it out of mid into the safe lane, and it just so happened to be a real winner that people kind of slept on during TI, even though it was available.
It was available.
But I thought it was pretty ingenious. His approach to it was different because he's the one who decided to get stats instead of skilling
Right.
her nukes and maxing the
And then the
Fire Soul
Maelstrom
and going
build
for the
too.
Maelstrom
Right.
instead to farm instead of being mana dependent. I thought that was a really good idea.
Clearly, look at
Clearly, I mean, we're Lina major. But
Let's round out Western Europe. Team Liquid. On top of Western Europe, they took the best mid laner in the world. Everybody's been saying Nisha, best mid laner in the world for a long time. And they got their hands on him. They moved Mickey back to safe lane, and it's working out. They obviously came on top of the region. I said it at the very, very, very start of the show. Team Liquid last season did very well in the regional leagues as well, but never did they show up on LAN until TI. They kind of struggled. They struggled every tournament until last chance qualifiers, where something clicked and they went obviously almost all the way, coming third at TI. Nisha coming even second at TI, and they're here and they're looking good. Did they break the curse, Avo? Can they break the curse? Can they do it here too?
I wouldn't believe so. I think Nisha is one of those players that is strong at LAN because he has a belief in himself. Let's say that. The guy is unfazed by most things.
Yeah.
He likes when people cheer against him more than people cheer for him. You know, he's that kind of player that you can definitely trust in LAN, and I think that adds to it. It's also true that Mickey during the whole last year, he's very good online, but he's also still, I mean, I guess you can say learning a new position back into the mid lane, right? He was adapting to that in the LAN environment. The pressure can add for that. I also see them in a, I guess, much more relaxed vibe now.
They are. I agree.
They seem to be doing much better in that sense. I think apparently LCQ, it broke Zai. They told me that he went full the Shining on them, whatever that means.
But is it breaking in a good way, or what?
Yeah, good breaking.
Good breaking.
And I think that put Liquid in a much better position because they seem much more calm about this lane.
They did. Yeah.
I think even though it was one player shift, it's a different squad and it looks like a different squad because you also shifted roles, right? Like your mid player became your carry player. But I think Liquid now are the best they've ever been. They're very comfortable, and I think if there was a curse, it definitely broke during TI when they managed to get a third place finish. So I think everyone has a lot of faith in them. Everyone's probably got them as their favorite to win this tournament.
Yeah.
But I also just feel like having somebody like Nisha on your team changes everything within your team dynamic because it's not to say that Liquid's mid struggled last season, but when you have a mid that is so dominant, you can start to think about other things and examine other things and potentially just work on your own individual gameplay because it feels like Boxy also has completely leveled up.
Yes.
Boxy was the standout to me throughout Tour 1 and not actually Nisha.
Right, definitely stepped it up, guys. We have ourselves a draft in front of us. This is Evil Geniuses versus PSG.LGD. We saw game one, of course. Evil Geniuses was able to take out PSG.LGD because, LGD really thought that giving away Lina was going to be a great idea.
They got outplayed too. It was a little bit of both.
Outplayed. It wasn't just a Lina. It was a solid performance, actually. And this time around, EG is the one banning out the Brute and the Lina. We got ourselves some other bans and a completely different approach from PSG.LGD with Enchantress Pango.
Yeah, I mean, the bans are interesting too, because like LGD banned Whisper's most played hero is Mars and Timber. And actually, through EG, they play this Mars off lane. They play it mid, they play it pos 4. They just love the hero. They ban it out in Timber. It feels like we're in old meta just banning that early phase, but it is one of Whisper's more played heroes. So they're targeting Whisper here in a lot of ways.
You need to stuck Whisper. Like that is kind of the motor. And ever since Whisper swapped to EG, he's also been a lot more free because when he was in Beast Coast, you have two pretty big win condition kind of cores in Ictor and Whisper. But Pakaz is a much more adaptable carry, and that's allowed Whisper to shine much more. So if before you were banning Whisper heroes, now you certainly have to because he can take over the game and Pakaz will just complement them as well.
Yeah.
I like this approach that LGD have already a lot more. I think that even though the Crystal Maiden versus the Brood can be something that is effective, I think you just want to put yourself in a position where you have cores that are going to be strong all the time. And the Pangolier over the Tiny is something that doesn't need to wait for a blink timing to rotate. It's something that is incredibly effective. And then you have the Enchantress that's already going to secure one of your lanes. And their side lanes did not go well in game 1. So I'm feeling a lot more comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, in EG in this game, like I thought last game LGD stole the CM right from EG, and EG took it this game, absolute comfort pick. We saw this Monkey King. Was it first pick Monkey King, right? This overall first pick. So I think this is something that was done a lot in the past, and Matthew, I feel like, just has a very unique hero pool. Like we saw him, playing Lion in the last game, right? He will play this Monkey King, like if it's a good game for it. But if you don't play your cards correctly, Pakaz can play it as well. And not only that, Chris Luck, he can play this hero too. This is like his most played hero, playing the Monkey mid. So like right now, EG really believe in like flexing heroes. We see the Mars flexing ever, we see the Monkey King. So they're just gonna do something no other region I feel like is going to do by picking Mars early and the Monkey King.
I see the point you make with Matthew. I feel like when he was coming up as a player, he was very well known for these, like being the, skilled 4 player, right? Like the moves of that region where like you play the Clockworks, you play the Monkey Kings, have a huge amount of impact. But now his hero pool has become so ridiculously high, and he's also the captain of the team, that it feels like these flexes are much better off than when, for example, Stinger was doing that in Beast Coast, who didn't have the same capability of playing every single thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like if there's a hero in there, it's like, oh, I could own with like Last Big Venom. It's like Matthew will be that guy. He's like, all right, I'll play your hero. I'll find a way to make it work, right?
And Chris is also like that, right? So you have two
exactly.
massive flexers in this team, which makes it much easier to do this.
Yeah, I'm slightly distracted by, obviously there's multiple drafts going on at the same time. I have a slight spoiler for Tundra is facing Execrations, TSM facing Spirit. Both Tundra and TSM have opened the exact same way with the Lina Ricky. It's, it's
a pretty good opening.
It's a pretty strong.
Again?
Tundra got Lina Ricky, yeah.
Why is Execration doing this?
I don't know. We don't know why they do this.
Is this like maybe March is trying out strats to see if they can beat him, first game, whatever?
Yes,
I mean, they probably had a scrim where they won with Visage against Lina.
Yes.
And then they got dumpstered game 1. It's like, unlucky, let's try it again. We just played bad, and they're really just probably taking their training and putting it through the ringer here.
Do you see this though? Do you see the strategy, the Visage beats Lina?
No.
Okay, I don't get what the thought is.
There is a thought here, and it worked once or twice. I can't remember which team did it because I was reviewing Wikipedia earlier, and someone did win with Visage versus Lina. Like the idea is that Visage, if he has a good lane, comes online at a time where Lina is still farming. So he forces Lina to take bad fights, right? Because you're grouping up with your team, you have that Graves and you're playing the 5-man. And that's why they have the Undying as well, right? Another hero that plays into the 5-man. So they want to make Lina uncomfortable and force her to maybe rotate in and die, and then they can just take a lot of objectives. The issue with this is that Visage has to win its lane. And it's not an easy lane to win versus Lina and Ricky. This is a very powerful lane. And if the concept is, okay, you put this Tiny with your Visage and he can toss back the Lina, I think Tiny as a 4 will struggle against a Ricky 5, even if that's where they decide to put it. And they could put it as a 4, they could put it as a 5. Like, Ricky as a hero, I think 1-to-1 versus Tiny does very well, because Tiny's got no armor, so Ricky just punches him.
I mean, I definitely do want to see.
Keeps him away from Lina.
I want to see that Tiny with the Visage and the tossback combo, but if Ricky's there, he should skill Smokescreen level 2 and just pop it down whenever the Avalanche comes out, and they won't be able to do that. So we'll see how it works out. That is their plan. That is their strategy. Will it work?
I think Ricky as a hero trades very well with Tiny in the early levels. Even with Tree Grab, he pushes them away because Ricky's got super high armor, high damage, good stats, and Tiny's working with 0 armor in the first couple of levels.
It feels concerning that a team has lost almost every lane that they've ever played in the DPC is banking on strategy that's about, I'm going to win a really hard lane. That's what the biggest concern is. Like, even against the worst teams, they would lose the mid lane, they would lose the off lane, the carry lane, they would just come back afterwards. It's not their forte, and that's why it's odd. It doesn't feel like they know their identity.
There is no easy lane against Lina, though.
No, of course. But you're making it harder for yourself by doing this.
By letting it through, right?
Well, sorry to detour us through the game that was actually on our screen. Again, there's 4 streams going on at the same time. You can check them out. It's equals EN, EN2, EN3, EN4. And this one is, of course, on just EN, no number behind it.
So you think it's tiny mid then?
Or you can just watch
Monkey
here.
mid.
Oh, okay.
Guys, before we come back, I just want to say that Tundra also Phoenix.
Yes, I think so.
Tundra also Phoenix.
Phoenix is such a good pick versus Undying and Tiny.
I mean, they won their first game. They are with the draft on track to win a second. We'll have to just wait and see if that's indeed going to be the case, or maybe the strategy works. You know, you never know. Don't count Excretion out.
So much to
just
watch.
Yet.
All heart.
All right, we got the last pick coming in for EG. They'll end up with a Venomancer.
Yeah, we were talking about that on the side there. It's like Chris Luck, I think he's going monkey mid.
Yep.
He loves it. It's against a melee hero mid in the Pangolier. Then they're like Tiny, probably going to 4 here because definitely playing NP versus the DP, probably one of the better matchups there. And then Whisper just had last pick against the Ursa with the Tiny 4. He could have played the Tiny, but you don't really want to play Tiny versus an Ursa.
No, you want to play Venom.
You want to play Venomancer. You want to get it
That's
really
fun.
It's actually a really good concept of the draft because whereas the mid game it kind of stabilizes, the lanes are really difficult PSG.LGD. And if you watch their games in China, they can beat any team if they snowball off the lanes. It's one of their best strategies. They struggle a little bit, particularly in mid game decision making, which is what I think Beast Coast is banking on. So as long as so as long as they're capable of taking these lanes, I think LGD is in a tough spot.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can take it late, where I think their decision making becomes good again because of Xiaoba.
I think also the issue is they're just playing with a different offlaner too. It just changes a lot in how they were used to playing with each other. It makes a big difference. And while Old 11 is a very good player, it's just not what they're used to. And something that LGD did was after they won their lanes, they just kind of distributed their heroes to farm as much as they could. You know, sometimes they didn't even want to like choke the enemies out. They just had their like carry Luna or what have you farming one side of the map, and then they had their Marcy farming the other side of the map, and then they would just kind of congregate at some point in the mid game and just take over. You can't do that kind of thing versus EG.
Isn't that also the most Old 11 thing to do? I remember watching.
Perfect, all right. I mean, this is perfect, all right. I mean, this is a game. I mean, I was looking closely at TSM here because they got Ricky Lina, right? And I think Team Spirit, well, they got Collapse, which is, you know, pretty good mag player, but they have the Rubik mag lane. This is a lane that I see a lot of teams try to go for versus Lina that has worked. You know, the telekinesis back into the skewer. It can put Lina in a really bad spot if it works.
Yeah, and just throughout the game, the horn toss into skewer too as a repositioning tool. It can either force her BKB or force her pike or just one big item cooldown, and you then choose to play around. But I do think Ricky is one of the better heroes at stopping a Magnus in its tracks.
Yeah.
Like if Link's in, you can smoke on top of it. It RPs and wants to skewer back, let's say it gets a 2 or 3 mana RP, you smoke on top of it. It blinks into horn tosses skewer, you dart it.
Is there
you know?
anything you would like against Lina Ricky?
No, I mean, this is pretty good as far as it goes.
All right, let's compare.
As far as it goes,
Execration is playing versus Lina Ricky, or Team Spirit. Which one do you prefer versus the Lina Ricky?
I prefer Team Spirit, definitely and massively.
I agree.
Because
we're just seeing different approaches, right, to the same opening.
So the approach by Execration is the trying to stop her while she's farming, right? Having early activation heroes and just hunting her down and then getting on top of her with Monkey King Pango, or?
Yeah, I mean, Tiny has a toss back too, I suppose. We were seeing the Pango in both of them. Like, both these lineups, I think all the teams realize at this point when you are playing Rosalina, you don't let her sit back and just like right-click you. You need to get aggressive early. You need to find a way to get on top of the Lina. I think the BKB Pierce is actually a very important aspect of it as well, because Lina gets a very fast BKB. And if you don't have a way of dealing with that, then you can't really kill her. So this is, a mag is something I've seen a lot versus Lina, but it's had mixed results.
I think Magnus as a hero has changed a lot over the years. Obviously, we saw him used more of a reposition than some like big multiple hero disable with the RP. We've seen him have patches where he only buffed his carry, but he doesn't even have to do that anymore. He can just play his own game. He can build auras. But the thing about Magnus is I feel like people have gotten used to playing versus him in every single playstyle that he has. It doesn't feel the same as when Magnus kind of like in TI-10 when Magnus came out of nowhere and people were like, wait, what? You can do it this way? So I think teams have gotten very good at playing against that. And yeah, we have arguably the best Magnus player in the entire world playing it right now. But I think TSM should have this idea of how they want to approach this Magnus. I'm sure they've thought about, okay, if we start with this Lina, we're going to get Rubik Magnus. What do we do next? Yeah. I'm sure they've practiced.
All right, and then the last thing I was going to say, I think Talon is just completely outpicked here. Like, unfortunately, like, they're playing off-lane bat. Really not a big fan of this patch. Like, you have to kill this Lina, but she has a stun. Tree can slow you up a bunch, heal you. It seems rough. They picked TA, the lowest win rate hero. That's going to get counterpicked now by Gaming Gladiators.
We did mention the TA win rate. I forgot about that. Oh, that's grim. Yeah.
Why though? I'm trying to make heads or tails of the Talon draft.
Sure. I mean, why? What is your
why
question?
all the why the bad rider? Why the TA? I see how the draft works.
You're the SEA expert, Avo. We should be asking you that.
Yeah, but I asked why in most of the SEA games. But I mean, like, I see that this draft kind of works together, right? You have like the kind of physical damage combos, some more activation times. I see where their draft works together, but if I look at their opponents, it feels like you guys kind of get crushed by their opponents. I also don't know why they let the Lina through over Brew.
I just think Drow Ranger is a better approach than TA for what Talon want to go for here. Like, TA doesn't play versus Tree in the same way that Drow Ranger does.
That's a very good point.
She doesn't pierce the armor. Sure, she has armor reduction through meld, but she still struggles versus living armor. Overgrowth completely crushes her, and even the Tree and Shard crushes her, whereas she doesn't necessarily feel as comfortable as Drow does playing without things like BKB. So, I don't know. I hope that this idea is going to work out for them because it looked like they had a lot of fight in them, and I want to see that happen here. But I think TA versus Lina, like, it definitely sucks for TA now.
Yeah, I mean, do we have any offlane bat believers in the house? Have we seen it in
if
the
it's
other
Whisper,
region?
I'll take it.
If it's Whisper, so very specific.
Yeah, he's the only person I would trust with that.
Man, like, I'm just like, I never see this work because like Bat Rider's a hero. Yeah, it's great mid, but level 1 sticky is just so bad. And like, you get your level 2, level 3 so slowly that a lot of these heroes that they peak at level 2 on the side lanes, and you don't like get that opportunity to really come online unless there's like some rotation. So I'm always a little worried about it, and I think somehow this draft went in a position where they picked Bat, and there's like, then they counterpicked it with Storm, which is a great matchup mid, and they're like, all right, we're gonna pick Puck, which is good against Storm now.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're forced into this Bat off lane, which has to have some level of impact.
I guess if you were able to somehow circumvent the earlier levels by Tusk, like cutting the wave and making sure that you just get the experience there, you can run down the Lina. There's not much the Trimpeter can do if you Firefly onto her unless you grasp, and that's it. Maybe.
I mean, I don't think it's awful, right? Because you can punish this Tree if Tree gets a little bit too confident on the lane. You can also just use Flame Breaker. You don't necessarily have to play around your Firefly. You can just reposition this Lina with the Flame Break and then kind of force her in with shards. Like, there are ways that you can approach this lane. Like, I do feel that as far as bot off lanes go, this one does have a shot of actually working out.
You know how we said at the start of the day that we were going to focus on 2 series, and PSG.LGD versus EG is one of them.
Okay.
Now we have now got the information of the draft of the other ones. Do we want to stick with Spirit versus Tundra or not? It's not Tundra. Spirit versus TSM. Wow, blanked on that one. Do we find that one exciting enough to focus on?
I would like to watch it just out of curiosity to see if this Ricky Lina will be defeated by Spirit. I genuinely want to know because I feel like that's going to set a tone.
I'm going to watch all of them, so I don't care.
No. This is because I love this. I love this screen as well. But I do want people to know that EPOL's EN2, EPOL's EN4, EPOL's EN3, and also normal EPOL's EN. That you can go there and watch the game full screen.
With casters now.
With casters as well. We are going to focus on 2. So I'm giving you guys a chance to flip-flop if you feel like you want to.
Can we do the Ricky Lina ones? I also want to watch Execration.
Yeah. So, you want to ditch PSG.LGD versus EG?
I'm not ditching. I want to see if someone beats the Ricky Lina. If they beat the Ricky Lina, I think it's a huge lane.
But
it's unanimous.
Spirit
Let's
will
watch
have
it.
a better shot at beating.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the Mag versus the Ricky Lina, and not the. I don't watch that Visage again.
Okay, I've been overruled. I'm sorry.
It's a democracy over here. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so we will stick with the 2 that we had in mind. Glad to confirm that one. We're gonna leave the other 2. We feel like Execration has got a tough job ahead of them. What do we then feel about like final words on Talon versus Gaming Gladiators? If people are gonna head over to that stream, what do we feel like they are gonna have to look out for?
For me, I think it'll be dependent on how impactful this offlane bat can be. But if the lane goes in a way where they actually manage to kill the Lina, I can see this bat having an excellent game. So I think if you're tuning into that game, watch out for that jabs bat right there. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, on board with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. It has to go well, or it's going to be ugly.
Same with the Visage. It's the same idea.
All right, all about those offlaners.
I'm so over Visage.
It's been one game. Please, give them a chance. All right, well then let's focus our attention onto Spirit, TSM, and PSG.LGD. EG, any favorites of where we want to head first? Oh, we don't get the choice. It's TSM versus Spirit, as they are just into the game. Just to recap what has happened in the draft since. I don't think there's too much surprises as to who's playing what.
PA.
Yeah, I mean, as your residential NA expert here, like the draft here, you know, Bryle, he can play a lot of stuff. He's played the Coddle, but that's not the style I want him to play. Like him being on a Primal Beast, him being on like a Tusk, the Space Maker, right? We talk about it all the time. It's really good, and it's mainly just because of their offlaner. Like this isn't like some Jabs type offlaner where he's gonna pick some random stuff. Kasane, he's a Zoo specialist. He wants to play the Enigma, he wants to play the Visage, he wants to play Beast, Lycan, all these heroes, and he is super good at them. And even the top players, like even Sabro, is like he's learning from Kasane's Lycan because he's just that good at these heroes. And if you want to make that style work, your mid has to make some rotations because he's going to be farming a lot.
Yeah.
And that's high praise for sure for Saberlight to say that, because Saberlight is a notorious Zoo player as well. So for him to watch an up-and-comer and learn tips and tricks, that's very cool. I actually didn't get to catch much of TSM's games in the last tour. I did watch their series versus rounds, which I feel wasn't telling of what they are now, because that was very early on in the tour. And of course their series when they leaned Shopify Rebellion.
Right.
But I feel that this team is a team that I still don't quite know how good they are.
Are we at a point where, because of course Team Spirit won game one of this series, is this the only series where we're expecting the series to go to a tie and the rest is all 2-0?
It could well be a tie.
It kind of sounds like that's the way we're leaning.
If I didn't see the draft for PSG.LGD, I could have said that's a tie too.
Power
Okay,
Rookie.
yeah.
Alright,
What,
he got Fade bolted.
the power of Ruben?
He was chased away by the Fade Bolt.
Oh, no.
By the way, I don't have that much faith in PA as a hero these days, but I feel that in the situations where PA can look good, it's definitely versus Lina. Like her ability to just jump on Lina and burst her, and of course having the Empower from the Magnus fixes a lot of her issues. So I am really curious to see how Yatoro does with this hero. If there's a player in this tour that can make PA look good, I think it is him.
I do want to add to that Team Spirit clearly are watching all the regions, because this is the same build, the idea of minus PA. Fart Studios was actually
you're going to use them as an example. Okay.
They clearly learned from Fart Studios. We'll see if they go for Diffusal Blade PA, which was the idea of that game.
Diffusal Manta, Ags.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, just off the data, like I'm not going to say it's a bad build or anything, but unfortunately that build did not win. So maybe by the data they should try something new.
I think PA as a hero conceptually has always countered Lina, just because even before Lina was played this way, she had this really strong BKB timing from the mid lane that other teams weren't, other heroes can't really play into, but PA has her own early BKB timing that if Lina BKBs, she also BKBs and just jumps on her face. Yeah. It's like something that's always been in her favor. The issue with PA though is that her laning is not great. Her farm speed before she has Battle Fury, absolutely not great, especially if she has a hard lane.
Yeah.
Magnus has always corrected that, but then you just have your PA farming with Empower in the triangle, and you've kind of relegated your Magnus to just kind of giving her Empower and not actually having impact on the lane.
So I hope that doesn't happen, because I've actually watched a fair share of this Magnus in the NA region, and unfortunately the Magnus, when it looks good, it plays for itself. It doesn't really worry so much about the Empower. And when it hasn't looked so good, it's when it just drops off, doesn't get any farm, just sits behind the carry, kind of like an old school type of thing. I mean, maybe Collapse has learned from the Jenkins mag, took some notes there and plays a little different.
Did he though?
I do like your point as well, because the offlane right now is probably the most important position right now, and having a mag relegated to I'm just going to buff a carry feels like a waste of a core slot there. I do want to point out though that the Wraith Pact, even though now it got nerfed, it still deals with the physical damage, something that PA kind of struggles with if you don't have a Wraith Pact breaker, and they do have an Enigma which can easily buy that and kind of crush this hero early.
How early can he prioritize that though?
If you're an Enigma, I think you're one of the more versatile aura buyers. Obviously, Greaves still seems like the better item, but in this game, especially because I can't see what would break the Wraith Pact. I guess Enchantress deals with it at some point, but it's not that easy.
I actually like that you bring up that point as a potential Wraith Pact game, because PA isn't the type of hero that has ever been able to break a Wraith Pact. If she does, she has to commit her BKB and chase it around a little bit. But she gets her attack speed from a spell that she casts on enemies. She doesn't get her attack speed just by sitting on the floor and hitting a Wraith Pact. So that is pretty unfortunate. So I'm actually quite curious if Saberlight has identified this and will go for it, because I'm sure it's something that he's done before.
It's Kasane on this game.
Right.
Yes.
I'm getting my NA offliners.
Other NA team.
Other NA team. But yeah. And the thing about the PA Magnus is I feel like that's always worked best when PA has a good start. When PA doesn't need to rely on the Magnus throughout the game and Magnus can just play for itself, then it looks really good. But so far, it looks like PA is being able to farm just by nature of having an Ent on her lane. But I do feel that this Mirana and this Enigma can just pressure her.
Yeah.
Once he hits that level 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think like a good point with that Enchantress versus Enigma is like, this looks like a terrible Enigma game. You're playing versus Rubik, you're playing versus Pango, you're playing versus Mag. You know, Pango can buy the Basher and stop the BKB Black Hole attempt. You know, Magnus at some point can just, if you get a good I mean, if you're as good as Collapse, you're going to find that perfect spot to blink and RP and stop it. But a lot of these players, they don't care about the Black Hole. And we see it time and time again, but I feel like that's kind of like where Enigmas don't look good. Like when it's not a really great game for it, because it's not like a Lycan, it's not like a Beast where you truly don't need to rely on your ult. At some point, you're going to wish that you had that Black Hole if things start going south, so yeah.
Or it's not in the way that it was in the past. In the past, the Enigma managed to just play on its auras, it managed to play on its Eidolons and its ability to pressure lanes and have its team group up around it. But that style of Enigma has gotten heavily nerfed since Enigma has come into the meta. So now, yes, it still can provide a lot by way of buying auras and by way of having Eidolons push out lanes, but it's not nearly as effective. And Black Hole is something that you are going to be able you have to be able to cast during a game to win. It's not the Enigma that it was last year.
Yeah, I do like that point because during that time, I remember General was one of the star players at doing that playstyle of like, I will shove, and that's the role. And the Black Hole is an addendum, and this puts so much more pressure into the offlane player performing well. There is a point to be said that Primal Beast gives you a little bit more initiation, so now there's more opportunities for the Black Hole, and there's a lot of ways to jump a whole enemy team behind, which is why I also think the Magnus repositioning might not be as impactful, or even Rubik's, but they kind of still need to get that fantastic initiation, which maybe Ricky can enable a little bit more. That's part of the Sleeping Dart tactic as well.
Yeah, you know, this would have been a good Vessel game for Enigma if that's what they chose to do, and just play on the arrow into Chainstone into Vessel and just try to do early game pressure. I think that's something that definitely could have worked out. I don't think that's what Kasane is going for here, though.
Well, Bryle's been playing super great this game, by the way. Like, he ended up solo killing Laurel in the mid lane. Well, it wasn't in the mid lane, but like more like the bounty rune and the dire bounty rune. But like he still solo killed him there. Much needed rotation there. You know, Effie talked about how PA is not a good laner by any means, and this hero is incredibly good still. If you have a good lane, if you have good farm, if they didn't stop this PA and she had like some really fast battle fury, it's still a super scary hero. So much needed rotation there from Bryle.
When you're a mid laner that can shove lanes and you're capable of like chaining ganks and they work out for you, it's probably the most impact. Like you can avoid the mid lane altogether. It seems like the most impactful way of playing them. A lot of Pango players do the same as well. And it seems like that's what they're trying to do.
Oh no!
This is such a good kill on Bryle if Spirit get this.
If they get this.
Oh, they'll get it.
Yeah, well, eventually.
8 seconds until his onslaught, not happening,
yeah.
and they gave it to Yatoro too. So back to where he left off before the gank.
That's going to be really scary for TSM if the Primal Beast you're dependent on for making things happen in the side lanes dies to a counter rotation by the enemy mid who needs rotations anyway to boost up his farm. You're in a really, really scary position because you definitely had to crush the side lanes as TSM in this game.
I mean, I will say though, like, there's a lot to be played here, but if Team Spirit do win this game, they're gonna look really scary. Like the first team at the major that can actually like beat a Ricky and Alina.
And Ricky and
right?
as well.
It's gonna be
like,
it's gonna be that team's gonna be good. I'm gonna put it that way.
But you feel like they have a good start here to the game because we mentioned all these things that TSM can do, and we didn't even mention the Lina part of it all. It's like they got Black Hole, they can play with the arrow and the dart. You know, they've got Brow popping off. Well, he was kind of cast cursed again, I guess. If they get him again, I mean, no, there's no way.
Yeah, this is really bad. I don't think your Primal Beast can be dying like this at this stage of the game. That's not what you picked us to do.
They got the return kill though, so at least it was a trade at the end. But I will say, like, it's not a good sign when you pick an Enigma and the other team picked a Mag, and the Mag is doing better in the lane stage, right? Because Magnus is a hero that scales a lot better, isn't really relying to, it's not supposed to crush its lane. That's not its purpose. Whereas Enigma, you want to be winning the lane.
You could argue the same about Pango and Primal Beast, where in these early moments, the Primal Beast should be looking much scarier, and these equal trades definitely favor the team with the Pango and also the eventual BL.
You know what TSM do have going for them, though?
What then?
Lina. In about 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yes, of course.
One of their Ricky here will finally be online.
The sharp timing for anyone confused.
Yes. What is their solution to that? Do you looking like Ricky, for example, can Rubik buy Shard and act as the save for when that combo comes up?
Because Rubik is having a good game, basically your job as a Rubik is to just like get it dust in the teamfights, try to find this Ricky, lift him away and just steal his dart or steal his smoke. Smoke is also a very good spell that you can steal as a Rubik. Especially if you have that and you have that level 15 Talon of the cooldown reduction, you're throwing out as much smokes as Ricky is in his Talons.
With a massive range as well, because
I mean, you should see the Rubik stolen dart. It's not fair.
The best way to counter Ricky is just take his dart instead.
I mean, it lasts longer. You can cast it at further range. It's obnoxious.
I think though that as a Ricky, your job is to not give away the stuff because you have so many other spells. Though. You have 3 active spells, so you want to just tricks the trade right after you dart. If you get dusted, if you see this Rubik is nearby, that's on you. And every Ricky player should be capable of stopping. Like if Rubik can steal dart more than once in a game, you've done something wrong. I think.
Yeah.
How early do you want Team Spirit to buy a gem?
Gem. I mean, I only want teams to buy a gem when they have like map control. Like Roshan timing. Generally, like if you have an Aegis, if you're really confident, you can go with the first Aegis, but I'd say normally on the second Aegis timing is a good timing for the gem.
I feel like once your PA has BKB and you've got an Aegis up on her, then you can potentially buy this gem on the Rubik and just use this.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Nice steal. Gets tipped. Lovely. I mean, it'll still die, but you know, I think as a Rubik, you're pretty happy with that.
I mean, that favors TSM though.
You're sad as a Rubik, I think.
I mean, I think.
Why are you sad as a Rubik? You could just kill Lina with her own Laguna Blade.
Because your PA died
and your mag.
And your mag.
And you lost your tier 1 bot tower.
Did you just kill Lina with her own Laguna Blade?
I mean,
the satisfaction is there.
Yeah, the satisfaction.
Okay, so
you're right.
the Rubik is happier
game is there,
getting that kill than not getting that kill.
It's true.
But when Timado tips you, it's because Timado knows that benefits them more.
Yeah. He will only tip when he knows he's on the right side.
Again.
Oh, what a
The
nice
question
use.
is, if he dies here, will he get counter-tipped?
What an arrow.
You see, he tried to block with a scale, it didn't work out.
Tip him.
Oh, he's out.
He's out.
Wow.
That's impressive. He's actually not just out, he's back in.
He's doing Melina.
He's being, I mean,
The fact that Enigma didn't have to rotate until you take the tier 1, he had the chillest of lanes, now he actually has a meaningful rotation, is a little bit scary for Team Spirit. Because it doesn't feel like he had the slow start that he was supposed to, pointing out the Magnus is doing well. It feels like he's on mine the right time.
Yeah. I mean, this game is completely flipped though with those last 2 engagements there. So it's like, there's a lot of game left to be played. This game is really exciting. It's close in a lot of ways because like Team Spirit does have like that ultra late game potential here with like the PA mag, but you know, they were looking like they were going to surpass that and get there faster, but TSM winning those 2 fights, I think Spirit was a little too anxious to make things happen there. Yeah. I mean, that Whitemon arrow, though, was like pretty clutch as well, just to save the Lina, so things are going really well for TSM.
Yes, and with that note, though, we did say we were going to watch both games. I do just want to update that PSG.LGD is actually doing pretty well against EG in game number 2. I don't know if we can switch in a little bit, just to check in. I do agree that this game is really good, so I kind of want to stick around with this one, but you know, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't also check the rest of the games that we said we would.
We'll come back, right?
Yeah.
2 more minutes, guys.
You know, for those 2 minutes, we could just go 2 minutes PSG.LGD, EG, and
2
then
minutes will be the beginning of this game, right?
Because that game, the most important part is, did the lanes go as EG expected?
Yeah.
And if they didn't, then PSG.LGD is actually in a pretty good spot. Because they countered them in lanes specifically.
How's the Vino doing, right?
That's the question.
That's the question.
I'm also curious about the bat rider on Talon. I just need to know what happened on that lane, too.
You need to watch everything.
Also, Execration is still leading by net worth. I'm seeing. Maybe it's the
can we
Visage's
bring
time
like
to
the 4-stream panel for a little bit to catch up? Will that be possible?
I mean, we're finding out if the technology is there for us.
I'm very okay with that.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Arcane Rune steal would be good.
Just so we can like be like, oh, what's going on here, and then like
Yeah.
tune in the one that has the most promise.
Just look at the Lina net worth lead. That's just so unpleasant.
Right,
This
we're
is
just gonna go
okay.
in.
EG PSG.LGD. What has happened? I know we didn't watch the first 20 minutes, but tell me what.
Oh,
What happened? Ursa is actually doing very well.
Yeah, Veno is not working out the way they wanted it
No.
Yeah, that Whisper got destroyed. Did they swap late?
to. If we weren't watching, I don't know. Maybe.
I'm surprised how this lane could go that badly.
I mean, the thing is, for Veno, things can go bad really easily if you wanted to, right? So like, they could have just tri-laned in the beginning, right?
That's true. That's true.
And just really like destroyed his lane. That wouldn't have been impossible for them. Or they could have just been like, DP had a better lane than she should have, and you can just make the rotation from the 4 like at level 2, level 3, right? So I think something of that nature probably happened where they put a lot of focus on shutting down this Venomancer in the laning stage. Or they just got outplayed. It's really hard to know without seeing, but those are some options.
You lovely Twitch chatters can, of course, spam it in the chat, which we won't see.
Yeah, of course.
Tell us what happened here.
But it doesn't matter. As you know,
yeah, now
cause to go down.
Now they're a little bit screwed. I don't feel like you want to be in this position against PSG.LGD. If they make a mistake now, maybe, but they don't have many. Like, their draft is pretty easy to play, quote unquote. Just run at you, play 5-on-5, and you don't really have many resources to come back. No force multiplier either. The Veno is not a great hero to play from behind.
I mean,
awful hero to play from behind.
So they picked this Veno just as a way to deal with the heals on the side of LGD, right? Like conceptually.
And Ursa in lane, right?
But even Ursa, here's the thing. I don't think Veno completely counters Ursa in lane. Like it is unpleasant, but if you have a hero like Enchantress with you, you're totally fine.
Yeah.
This Enchantress can sustain you through Nature's Attendance, and she can just bully out the Veno. She can make Veno focus on her instead of her carry. So I think that potentially it wasn't even the best Veno pick from what I'm looking at here. These side lanes of DP and Clock look absolutely horrific. I think DP is probably one of the most difficult offlaners to deal with if she gets a good start.
Yeah.
Like just killing her is such a hassle, right? She's the kind of hero that baits you to go on her. She just puts herself really far out there. You mess up somehow. Suddenly she's siphoning a creep, she's siphoning your support, she's siphoning you, she's siphoning whoever's in her face, and then you're all dead.
You die, and then oh, she's level 6. Now your tower's gone.
It's just
not fun.
Who was paired up with the Veno? Was it the Tiny?
Yeah, it was Tiny. I mean, it should have been like on paper, unless it was CM. The supports are Tiny and CM. So
yeah.
Well, I guess we'll never know what happened, but from
I'll go back later.
from
Needed.
what
Oh, that
I
was
see,
3 hits.
That was 3 hits. I mean, it seems like Shiro is having a great game, Shiro.
And the thing about Veno versus Ursa is that if Veno doesn't win the lane, then Ursa just itemizes naturally to play against Veno. Like, he likes to buy Blink Dagger. It's something he buys with or without a Veno.
True.
He loves to buy BKB. It's something he's going to buy with or without a Veno. And he has an ultimate that gives him the ability to just, like, you know, status resist that slow and just get in his face and kill him. So you're kind of doing a little bit of a 50-50 with, okay, if we're going to pick Veno here, we're going to do this to win our lane. And if we don't, we're just going to get completely rolled over.
That's the Veno effect.
That's what's
That
happening.
is the Veno effect.
Yeah, it's because like I personally have not liked Veno as a hero for a very long time now. I mean, I personally enjoy playing it. You know, it's fun to like own your lane, but like.
But
it
would you
feels
play
like,
him as a core?
It feels
if you
like,
would play him in your own games, would
Veno
you play him as a
Sport
core?
sucks.
No, this patch, no, I would not play him. I don't think he's strong enough, but like Viper, the stronger version, was banned, or they would have taken it. And Whisper, you know, he can make it work. He's willing to take the gamble most of the time. Just, you know, LGD just had their number on this one.
I think Veno, there is a cool idea with the heal reduction that comes out of Veno, like with his ulti. It is something that works well versus the Bloodstone barriers of this patch. It's something that works well versus DP, but it has to do well. It's worse than Visage. We were talking about Visage, if he has a bad lane, how miserable that hero is. Veno is much, much more miserable because what happens when Veno loses his lane is that he has to shift into his triangle and catch up. So he's taking away the triangle from his other 2 cores. He's not really contributing any kind of map presence, and he puts himself at risk for any kind of invasion. He's not a hero that can get away if he gets smoked at. And often he is the hero that enemies find in the triangle when they're smoking into a team from behind.
Yeah, he also doesn't have like a level 6 power spike. Like, if you lose your lane with Visage, at least you're 6, you can start pushing. With Veno, level 6, you don't really get that much stronger, so it's really a catch-up game.
So are we all just saying no to Veno right now? So Veno is not a hero?
I agree.
Well, yeah,
I mean, they're going to keep picking
maybe
it.
set yourself up for success. I mean,
It's
this
risky,
would have been
let's put it that
so
way.
different if he did win the lane,
By
right? We would
Whisper.
have been having a very different talk.
Yeah, we would
Yeah.
be.
I mean,
And we don't know exactly, obviously, what went wrong, but we could have been like it could have been just this one moment where, like, yes, then now your lane sucks.
But that's why
Too
we don't
bad
like
you-
the Veno. You know,
Sure, yeah, I get it.
If one wrong thing happens and it's
this
sad.
happens,
Yeah, it's sad.
I do feel like this team will keep on picking it regardless of what happens, though, because
Right.
you have two
Fair
Veno
enough.
players in the team. The two are both mid and offlane, right?
The mid Veno.
Yeah, I mean, C-Smile loves the Veno mid. He
Yeah,
does it
yeah.
all the time, and I see what Effie's talking about with the heal reduction. Theoretically, the hero should be better this patch than a lot of people give it credit for.
I'm looking at the lane and it's like we're saying that potentially there was one bad moment, but I generally feel like Enchantress Ursa is capable of beating Veno. I don't think that's an auto win lane for Veno by any means.
Yeah.
No, that's a tough lane, regardless.
Right? It looks like LGD were completely crushed.
Yeah, I mean, I
this
think that
game.
lane, like, if you don't win in the first couple levels as the Ench Ursa, the lane gets really hard. But if you do, it's an easy lane.
To me, this one looks over. I don't see that much potential for a comeback. I think.
You want to go back to the Ricky?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with
I think we might want to go back to
So,
indeed
yeah.
Team Spirit versus TSM.
Yeah. And usually games aren't over that often if you have a Nature's Prophet, because he can just, cut waves and do side lane shenanigans and just extend games for long periods of time. But you are playing against the Vision coming out of Rocket Flare. Playing against the Enchantress is also going to be providing Vision or pushing out lanes passively with her creep. Like, they do have ways to deal with this Nature's Prophet rat, so.
And it's not permanent. We can switch back if it seems like we do see EG make a comeback, but at the moment it doesn't look likely.
It won't be until like 50 minutes, you know. So this
Yeah,
game will still be
see you in 30, 20, see you in 20 minutes. We'll see if that indeed happens.
I think this one ends in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah.
bold
if there's no comeback, I would agree.
Well, let's then get back on Team Spirit and TSM if we can, I believe. Because we were here for about, what, 2 minutes? No, we were here longer than 2 minutes. So the dart's
is online.
out. The dart's online.
It's been used at least a couple times. It might kill the support.
Enchantress is alive.
When the Ursa feels like it can hit Ancients in the middle of the fight, I think you're probably fine.
Oh no. Enchantress is healing through Veno damage. Shouldn't be that way.
And she almost has Lotus as well.
Very farmed.
Let's go to the Shard, Chiefs.
Let's go to the Shard.
Spirit, TSM. That would be indeed lovely. And we can see how that game progresses in the meantime. I mean, we can see from the corner of our eye that the Ricky Lina on the side of Tundra is not doing too hot.
I think the boys are doing it.
I think Execration's actually. Well, can we change? I want to change my request. I actually really want to check in, like even if just for a couple minutes, because it does seem like they did it.
I want the quad stream.
Oh, can we get the quad? We are changing our. I feel like we're being really.
These talents always asking for things.
Wait, can we actually watch Execration? Because if they defeated this Ricky Lina before Spirit, that is cool. I take back everything I said about them sucking at lanes.
All heart. That's what I'm talking
All heart, no brain will work.
That's the major logo.
So this game is really close though. It's a 1K advantage for TSM, but
Yeah. I mean, we'll definitely be watching this one more in depth because it's actually seeming like Execration might just win also within the next 5 minutes. And when Effie said that PSG.LGD would win in the next 5 to 10 minutes, she should have said win in the next like 2 minutes because that's kind of what's happening.
Did they end?
I mean, they're about it.
Well, kind of.
Kind of.
Let's hope nobody enters the fountain and then it should be okay.
So in Spirit, they're looking pretty good right now, right? They've
are.
managed to wave the storm, and now they have enough of a lead to allow PA to destroy Lina.
I will say, when we're saying they're looking really good, the game is even. The only good thing about it is that Spirit has the Aegis.
Yeah, but there's
that's
the
good
Ricky,
for them.
and there's Ricky Marana for 8 minutes, and they still haven't gotten the lead in that. So.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, for 8 minutes, that's a long time.
And they just killed the Ricky on the side, and they've got this Aegis. It looks like they could potentially go high ground.
I didn't say a word. Did not say a single word.
Collapse is set up.
Did you guys see what Bill did in the middle?
Oh, Shard is. Yeah, hit Greaves. Only Greaves.
Okay, only Greaves.
Just pour them.
I love this.
Poverty, okay.
I love this Aether Lens Magnus. I will skewer you as far as you can go.
I like
Very
that
exciting
too.
stuff.
I mean, he has AK. He must have something else. I'm not sure. We'll have to go back to him.
It's a very, I like the selfish Magnus. I agree with the point that you have to play for yourself.
You do.
Yeah.
Like the The days of having like an under-farmed core in general are long gone. Like all your cores have to have some impact. They have to have impact in the late game. Have a BKB, Blink, Force, whatever, something to survive the initiation. If you ever just go in with like one Blink dagger, it's never gonna work. You're gonna get stunned at some point, and you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait till they click on the Enigma, because I did say he had Greaves, which he does have.
But he must have something else, right?
But he must have something else.
I think he already almost had Greaves when we
feel
left
like he has
him.
a dagger or something, or...
Oh, so there you go. That's the dagger. Okay.
Oh, he's just got the dagger.
So he's playing around the black hole and trying to just be an initiator.
I mean, just the stunners. I mean, I feel like it's very hard to find an impact as Enigma when you're in this position. I guess for most Zoo heroes, you don't want to be in this position, but like the one thing that Enigma has that a lot of teams like want is like team fight, right? Like, but how do you get that team fight rolling? If it was like a Beast or something, yeah, Beast's game is completely halted. At least he's the roar, but does he even have a black hole this game? Very possible with this Blink Dagger, I feel.
You know, I mentioned earlier that I think this could have been a potentially very good Vessel game on Enigma.
Yeah.
There's a lot of kill threat that's going to come out of just playing with a Mirana support who can follow up on your Malefic stuns, and just having the Vessel to be able to kill this Enchantress, pressure the PA early on. I feel like a lot of the Zoo players, once the meta develops in a way where you kind of know what's good and what isn't, you start to stick to the same item build every single game. And I feel that maybe this wasn't the best one to go for the Aura build on Enigma here. Or you could have just doubled back and got it after you went for a more aggressive early game build.
Oh, I see. So you could actually have two heroes that are active, not wait for the Ricky Mirana timing. Because it is true that once the Primal Beast starts to die, you lose that initiator early that can just take over the game, and then Enigma needs to do a little bit more. But with the Aura build, that was impossible.
There's always just more than one way to play a hero, and if you...
Oh, they stole the dart.
They stole the dart. That's literally that's how
dead.
you do it. They just steal the dart, and then.
Effie was right.
I think this one's over.
There's no buyback there either on the Lina. The PSG.LGD EG one is over, by the way. That game too went to PSG.LGD, so that series ties now. And this looks like it could very well be a tie. Execration Tundra. It looks like it could be a tie.
I mean,
and to be honest,
so
we have not mentioned at all Game Gladiators Talon, and we don't know what was happening in that game. I can only see it a little bit. We will soon see the quad. We will soon see the quad stream.
Perfect.
It seems like Talon is doing well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have a net worth lead and they have kill lead. So, I mean, that's literally all I can see at the moment. We'll see.
Can we watch the smoke versus smoke in the execution?
Yes, we
game? Oh, it looks exciting.
We will see the quad stream
close
soon.
it out. That's what I'm worried about.
No.
Don't worry.
You don't have to worry. If there's one thing they do well is closing out. Well,
all right.
Okay. I'm actually thinking back to the game, so that's not entirely true. Don't put the camera on me when I say this.
No, I will put the camera on you. We'll put the camera on anyone we like, really.
They're good on punishing people that don't close out games.
Yes.
Which means they don't never get to close out their own games because they usually lose the first 40 minutes.
All right.
Okay, so we've had
making history.
We've had quite some time here, having fun watching the game. I thank you all for joining our block party. Block party will continue for a very long time, of course. We're going to leave you with the quad string for a second. You'll be back with a fresh batch of people to entertain you. That's what you want. That's what everybody wants. I want to be entertained as well, and I know I will with the following batch of people. So quad string coming up. Good luck trying to follow 3 games at the same time, and we'll be back.
Radiant are scanning. bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yes, this will do just fine. A bounty which my matriarch will prize. Unseen, but not unskewered.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Bring my foe to his spiky end.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Want to be seen like this? One down, 4 to go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, friends, to the house party, the hub party, block party. I forgot what we affectionately refer to this stream as. It was the block party. Yeah. Welcome back to the block party, friends. I have taken over as a host for a little while to give Shiva a break. My name's Tsunami, and I've also brought some new faces with me. Estini and Winter, and Avo's still here. Welcome, friends. Welcome to the party. Estini, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm familiar with you through the SA broadcast and also your team administration roles, because you've been a manager. Have you been a coach as well?
Yeah, I'm coaching Nouns.
You're coaching Nouns right now? Okay.
And his tweets as well. Don't forget about those.
And his
those
tweets,
are good.
of course. Your social media presence, unbeatable.
Yeah.
But for anyone who may not be too familiar with you on English-speaking streams, do you care telling people about your origin into Dota? Because I'm curious.
My origin to Dota,
yeah,
okay,
go as far back as you can.
As far back as I can. I started by having a team, Midas Club, that was 5 years ago.
Oh, but why are you laughing?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I just saw what the puncher looks like on camera.
Where should I begin? So 5 years ago, I started with Midas Club.
But were you ever a player at any point before that?
I was at like 2005 maybe, Dota All-Stars. I used to play Warcraft.
Okay.
And then I was working outside of Dota and I started to invest in the game, and then I made a team. It was called Midas Club.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized I didn't have a coach, and no one in Brazil could actually coach because we just lose everything. So you don't have anything, like anyone that knows the game. And then I went and I also lost everything. So then I learned with the mistakes, with the losing, and I became a coach.
Okay. So the typical startup experience, it seems.
Yeah.
So tech industry, Dota industry, two sides of the same coin. And then how have you felt about, I guess, Brazilian Dota does not have the same shine, because it used to be Brazil was on top as South American Dota kings, and then Peru was kind of second fiddle. And now it kind of seems the other way around, that Brazil has kind of gotten substituted by Peru.
Yeah, feels like Peru took all over, because here in Peru, Dota is such a huge thing. Like it's like a national passion about it. And in Brazil, like other games took over, mobile games, and so we don't have new generations. And in Peru, they have like so many new generations. So you can see on every corner there's like a LAN cafe, and there are like people with 12, 11 years old starting to play the game. And in Brazil, the youngest player you have is like Duster with 21, because they're like no more new players at all, or maybe 2 or 3. So that's why I believe like Peru will keep taking over and over to a point that like maybe Division 1 will be like just Peruvian teams.
Sounds like SEA.
Which country is most dominant in SEA? Because we used to be Philippines, but
it
now...
used to be Malaysia.
I guess first generation like Orange Esports, Mushiera,
That's Malaysians.
That's Malaysians.
And then it became Filipinos.
And then now what is it, Winter?
Still Filipinos.
I feel like the best SEA teams are the teams that mix and match.
Yeah, like
I agree.
Execration is true. That's why they're top seed. Great mix and match
Okay,
of
well-
Philippine with Philippines.
Last year, T1 was probably top dog, and they were mixed. Talon's mixed. They got Thai. They got
Yeah, but Talon improved the more Thai players they brought in.
Yes, that is true.
So
then what? Thailand is the new country?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
They left Heroes of New Earth, and now they're coming to dominate Dota.
Yeah, I would say Thailand and Philippines, they are probably the better countries in SEA at the moment.
But it's no longer like single country dependent like South America. I think Brazil used to be completely dominant, and even the Peruvian teams, like you'll have Bolivians, you'll have Argentinians, you'll have a little bit of a mix and match. So
Most of the Malaysians are in China now.
yeah,
The thing that also happens, like the most dominant Peruvian team, they stopped competing. That was like the Lobitos, Elite Wolves, so they couldn't compete anymore. So that kind of like made Brazil have this like dominance for more 2 years because the best team was just out, and then took a while to the Peruvians reach the best level, and now they just took over. So I think that maybe like slowed down a bit the Peruvian Dota, but now they just catch up and they're the best ones for sure.
yeah. I miss the Smash Sesame Pastor era of I guess that was what, like 2013, 14?
No, a little bit later, like it was 16, 17.
Really? I thought 16, 17 was like the SG Esports.
Oh, it's true. You're right.
era.
No, you're right. It's right before that.
Yeah, it was like 15, 16, and then 16 was like SG with the Kiev Major.
Yes,
That was
SG's eliminating Secret. That was
and almost beating EG as well.
almost beating EG. I know that was that was a historic moment for South America.
The proud we almost beat EG. We talk about this every day.
But you
Brazil.
did eliminate Secret.
Yeah.
That one, no one can take that away.
We also had the lowest rated MMR player ever to play in the tournament.
Oh,
Cat.
the CM player.
Cat.
I don't remember this player.
At the moment, he was like 5K.
Really?
Yeah. He went down to 4K at one moment, giving all of us hope.
Yeah, but didn't he become a coach at some point?
He did
after?
become a coach.
Yeah.
But he was a competitive player at one point.
Yeah.
Think about it. All you 4Ks out there, all you need to do
Origins.
is beat Brazil.
Everyone was roasting Kuroki for not playing pubs, but this dude was 4K and he was out there in Kyiv.
He outdrafts Puppy and he wins.
Anyone can do it. Meanwhile, on our current pub stream, we're watching Spirit versus TSM. Game number 2. Spirit took game number 1.
Yeah. So, because you guys weren't here, but
yeah, catch me up.
The whole idea is, it doesn't really matter who's playing, is they're playing against Ricky Lina. That's the idea, okay? Execration proved Ricky Lina can be beat. They did the Visage strategy.
Right.
Now we have the question of, is this Magnet strategy also good enough, plus the PA, to beat the Ricky Lina? We don't know.
Okay.
But it looks pretty good.
Didn't we see this in Europe? Like before when I saw it was probably Liquid that they did the Rubik Magnus against Lina. So the idea is like you reposition her in the team fights, and Rubik's for stealing the sun. Whatever you get from her is nice. And in the team fights, you just reposition her. Because it's very hard to kill Lina, usually in the team fights, but when you have RP, then it becomes easier.
It was either that or we would also see the Tiny for repositioning.
Yep. I mean, they had in SEA they had a couple of strategies to deal with Lina, right? We had the Centaur deal with Lina, which worked out pretty decently.
Yeah.
To get on top of her. We saw the NP with the Ag's first build. That was
Right.
a cuckoo. These are all cuckoo things, actually.
Yeah.
And then Blacklist decided to stop playing Dota for like 2 weeks.
But they signed our boy Ninja Boogie. Did you see?
Yes.
He's a coach for Blacklist now, which means that you need to find a new analyst now.
I mean, me. I don't.
You need to find someone.
If you ever question if we make good talent selections, our talent are getting poached by pro teams. That's never happened in the history of Dota.
But they didn't make it to the major, unfortunately.
They did not. And I mean, honestly, they should not. The last few games.
We saw the tiebreaker.
The last few games of Blacklist were not fantastic. I actually think these teams are good representatives. I have high hopes for Execration, honestly.
Okay.
I think I don't know if you heard the meme, but their motto is very much like this production's motto, which is all heart, no brain. So they're trying, and I think their mentality is the right one. They're very humble about their options. They don't think they're actually that good, which is the best kind of team to be with, right?
Sure.
Because you need confidence, but not so much confidence that you don't actually
need that
practice.
devil-may-care attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it makes the coach job very easy.
Yes, it does make the March apparently they kept telling me it's like they had a lot of ego, and I went why? They go Filipino, and I go okay. Their words, not mine. And then they said that March like beat them down, and then nobody has ego except for Bob, who is the best mid laner. So
that's
it's okay.
fine. Yeah, your mid laner needs the ego.
Yes, exactly. They let them keep it, and so they're looking pretty good. They actually have a very clear idea of what they want to play. They understand like that it's okay to lose as long as they're quote unquote learning and working towards something, right?
Okay, fine.
Which is true in the group stages especially.
Yes.
And I feel like, whereas I think Talon is definitely the best SCA team, I think Execration has a good number of chances to actually surprise you.
Yeah.
Maybe not, top 8, top 6, but making it out of groups, man. And that's what we're here for.
What were your expectations? Estini, I'll start with you. So 6 teams have to get eliminated in all of the groups. I can refresh your memory on each of the groups.
So it was, in one group, I thought it was Geek Fam, Hellraisers, and E-Home. Wait, they're in the same group? And Knights, sorry. So Group B was Knights, Execration, Geek Slate, Execration.
Knights, Geek Slate, Execration's in the other group.
Yes,
so
Execration's group
Knights,
1.
Geek Slate, and Hellraisers?
Yes.
I'll give you B? Okay,
Yes,
so
that
then,
makes sense.
wait, let me hear is your justification for Hellraisers because they traded carry players and Dahak is no longer playing? Or do you have other motivations?
Yeah, and
behind
also
that?
like they're the third team to qualify.
Out of Eastern Europe, yeah. Okay. And then Knights, where are you getting Knights out of?
I don't know, that they're also the last team to qualify from China? Or
No,
they were
they're
together
third.
with
They're
E-Home,
third,
right? And
I
then they, yeah.
I think E-Home was last, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like they had a good beginning on the season, but then they kind of fell off.
Okay.
So they kind of like rely on the first results they had. And I don't think they're super strong by now.
Okay. And then Geek Slate.
Yeah, I just don't think like the Southeast Asia region is that strong.
Hey, relax, bro.
Maybe.
You're telling me to relax, Winter. I'm surprised you're not doubling down with them. And you're like, hell yeah, brother.
What do you think about Geek Slate Winter? You think they're gonna make it?
Okay, fine. No.
Okay, Winter, out of your Group B. So we got in Group B, Beast Coast, BetBoom, Entity, Geek Slate, Hellraisers, Knights, Shopify, Rebellion, Aster, Liquid.
Probably the same with him. I think Hellraiser.
Hellraisers, Knights, Geek Slate?
Yeah, Hellraisers, Knights, Geek Slate.
Okay.
And the other group will probably be Execration. Wait, what's the other 2 teams?
So there's EG, Execration, LGD, Tundra, E-Home, Game and Gladiators,
E-Home.
Talon, Team Spirit, TSM.
And TSM. I think E-Home, TSM.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Estini, you've been kicking it in North America. So Avo thinks that our 3 SCA representatives are obviously characteristic of the region. Do you think that, well.
Because like NA is clearly the best region, right? Because Nouns is the best in the world. And then TSM beat Nouns and Shopify beat Nouns. So like they're definitely like top 1 and top 2.
I heard, I don't know if you can correct me on this, but Nouns coach, he's better than Xiao Ba. Is that true? Because he never lost.
He never lost to Xiao Wei in his life.
Wow.
He also never lost like to Tundra.
It's true.
He
So
never
I
lost
hear he's
to
better. He says it a
Secret.
lot in private Discord channels.
Does never having lost also mean never having won? Is this a...
Well, no, we're just looking at one side.
Why go
it's just
such
about losing.
Oh,
detail?
of course, yes, no need to look at, under the microscope for anything.
Yeah.
That's a pretty solid win right though. I'm impressed.
Yeah, no losses.
No losses.
Simply not losing, and then don't make to the major, you cannot lose again. Like still undefeated on the major.
How did you feel that like now that Sonics isn't in North America, that I guess 3rd place was a little bit more open, and now you're gunning for 2nd place against TSM and Shopify?
So what you're saying is like 3rd place was the last place, with other words.
What I'm saying is NA needs more slots, is what I'm saying.
Like I agree with you.
2 slots are a travesty, and it'll only be confirmed in this major after North America gets 1st and 2nd place.
I think the region deserves 3 slots.
I agree. You're preaching to the choir, my friend.
But honestly, like the thing is, this region, you play 2 matches, and if you lose them, you're definitely out.
Right.
Europe, you can lose like 3 matches and still qualify. Of course, there are more spots, but it's also more competitive. Because like you lose to Shopify, you know no other team's gonna beat them.
Yeah.
Same goes, like you lose to TSM, no other team's gonna beat them. So you play like an entire month, but at the end, it matters 2 games. I'm sorry to say that, like to the other teams, but that's how it feels like.
That's what it's been like for the past 3 years, basically. Although, I guess last year, Quincy Crew / Sonics would always be that kind of rock, paper, scissors between the top 3, and they would just all lose to each other, basically. And now it's kind of like a 2-horse race.
Yeah, there were even like 4 teams, right? There was once that like Nouns, Queens, Sonics, and the EG, they got like triple tie, and TSM were 4th place. So there was once like those 4 teams competing. Hopefully we go back to the situation, 4 or 5 teams. I think the more competitive it is, the better it is. Honestly, like I don't care if I don't make to the major, as long as like when I make to the major, I'm competitive, right? Because if you just make to the major because there's no competition in your region, then you're gonna get stomped on the major. Then it's better like to stay home.
Yeah, but it's also part of like improving as a team, you know. Like even if you get stormed, you go there, but it's good to get to go there and see how the other team plays, and you scream against the other teams. You get to learn.
Yeah, or the other teams comes to you. It's like the South American major, right? So there in the region, you can get to screen good teams, but definitely you got a point on that. Like you need to play better teams to improve, and that's what I feel is also an issue in NA. Like either you play European teams and you need to play like 8 a.m. if you're on the East Coast, or 5 a.m. if you're the West. So it's kind of hard. And when you play SA teams, they don't take the screen seriously. So you're like you kind of lose your time. And
But that's been the stereotype for a long time. How are they getting good if they're not taking scrim seriously?
Like the 2 teams that are here, they're definitely Shopify, EG definitely takes.
But Beast Coast?
But can I just say some things on panel? Like I blacklist screaming with Beast Coast. They simply don't show.
Wow.
They reschedule 5 times, which means I'm not showing, but let's play another day.
But how are they getting good at Dota then in the meanwhile? Were they just top of the region for so long that they can just...
they were canceling with my team to play a better team.
Okay, maybe.
No. Did you not see the interview this season where the Nectar said, "We've been working so hard. We've been scrimming like 5 times a week, 2 scrims a day. Like that's what most teams do." Hector. He goes, "No, we've never worked this hard before," and I'm flabbergasted. And he thinks it is the hardest. Like that team for scrims, they're not existent. That team is very much a field team.
Okay.
Which is unfortunately why it's going to be very difficult.
Do they rather play pubs than scrim?
Yes.
Okay. They're practicing.
The reason that team is going to always struggle to be, first of all, consistent, and also second of all, like get actually a top placement, is because there is no steady like level of improvement. It is one of the biggest issues that Beast Coast has had, and one of the reasons also why there was a little bit of a divide as well.
I mean, you can't deny they're very talented players.
They're incredibly talented.
Yeah.
If they just had genuinely an ounce of this, just an ounce.
Imagine the potential.
Oh my God, this team could be so good.
So then, Winter, what would you consider to be like a healthy scrim schedule for a team at that caliber?
Balance. I feel like when there's no tournaments, you have to scrim and you have to go watch movies together, go shopping together, go hang out, play some badminton.
Work hard and play hard.
Yeah, and when like 1 or 2 weeks or 3 weeks before like a major event, or if there's a DPC like Div 1 games, then you start to scrim more. But I don't think it's healthy to scrim too much.
Okay, so then at least during the DPC division, I know the stereotype. I don't know if you can confirm this for North America, but typically teams will rarely play teams in their own region, because you're going to have to play them in the season. And so if South America isn't showing up to scrims for North America, I don't think that the Europe, although wait, isn't Europe ping from Brazil supposed to be pretty good?
It depends. If you're in the very northeast, and like most people are not there because our big cities like São Paulo and Rio, so it's on the south. But like SG had a gaming house there, and also now the EG moved there, so they can play Europe. So if you're very nearby that table that's on the northeast, then you get a good ping. But usually like Brazilian players won't get it.
I see. What is the ping usually, if it's the good ping?
So like on the northeast, you're gonna get like 90.
To Europe?
To Europe.
Wow.
Yeah, there's like a brand new cable from Fortaleza. It's a Brazilian city directly to Madrid, I believe. And you can get 90, and if you're nearby São Paulo, you get like 200 but with a program you can get 140. So there's like those routing programs.
Yeah. That's still pretty high though. If you could get to the 90, then like that's a pretty good.
I mean, 90 is still
simulation.
pretty big. If your mid player is going to be complaining if 90 ping.
He's
like I can't deny
practicing
the
with
cream.
weights on.
I can't deny the cream.
But like the thing is, in Brazil, you get used to play USCs with 130, 120, and that's the only server you can play. Like the SA matches, they kind of end when you're 6.5k, 7k. So you need to play USCs, and you kind of get used to it. And lately, like Valve developed something called like this
lag compensation.
Lag compensation.
Yeah.
I believe after 67 MS, they kind of like give you an advantage for having the higher ping, so your animations are faster. And basically, like when they introduced it, the animation was so fast that you couldn't cancel your denies, because you'd like press the deny and it would happen. So now they kind of adjusted it, so you still get like a better animation for attacks, like a better, I don't know if better cast point for spells, but somehow you compensate it. So it's not that bad, especially when you get used to it.
I mean, wouldn't it be kind of broken on like heroes like Sniper where your animation is so...
Like the Jack hero looks like a different hero, because the turn rate is also changed. So the hero is just like changing the head to one side, the other, which usually takes seconds, and it's immediately changing. And you immediately use your spells. It looks a bit weird.
It must be rough to like play in LAN after that, right? Because you get used to these heroes and these compensations.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
And then you can't play at LAN.
Right.
Which is the opposite of what happened to most of these teams. Where like they play with weights and then they play at LAN. It's like, wow, this is incredible.
I mean, it's super hard for a Brazilian to play LAN. He can't even get to it.
Although the Div 2 South American teams have been confirmed now. Actually, I think every single Div 2 Promo T team has now been finished, and I think Div 2 for South America, yeah.
This is a team that can make a LAN. I want to do some like, how do I say it?
Shoutouts?
Shoutouts, because they lack a sponsor. So if you want to sponsor an organization, you should sponsor these guys. They're not on Division 2 because they're bad. They sold their Division 1 slot because they didn't have a salary, so they need the money to keep playing the game. And then they go back to Division 2, they first place on Division 2. So there are some Brazilians that might have a good future in the game, and you watching here, you can sponsor them, just give them art.
Yeah, it's No Runes, Mini, Mr. Jeans, Heiko, Jupiter, and Hiko, and Nuages.
Yeah, this team is really good. There was the Motoka squad, and that made it. It's the new generation of Brazilian players, and the only people that are hell-bent on playing this. It's these guys in Analog, essentially, that are only people surviving in the Brazilian scene after a diaspora.
Yeah, I should take care. I meme a lot about the region, but we do have good players. We definitely do. Like, the remaining ones, if they still remain, it's because they're good. Like, the guys at Vivo Kid, they're still playing the game for, like, they're almost 30, and they still playing the game on a high level. They're Division 1. And they're a team that I believe they got like that LAN buff or Pression buff. If it's a match like against B-Schools, they will play way better than they play against a Division 2. They might lose like to an open qualifier team. It's very likely. If they're playing like open qualifiers, they might lose to a very bad team you never heard of. But if they play EG or B-Schools, they are like 50-50 with them.
Okay. Rising to the occasion. I mean, we'll see how their Div 1 performance goes, because I would be encouraged to see South America become like a multi-country rivalry again.
I can just control the conversation.
Please.
I swear if Talon loses this game.
Dude, it's 63 to 36. How would they lose? The 22k net worth advantage.
Well, first of all, they thought they could beat the Lima, but their strategy was not... It was questionable. And they were doing pretty well in the beginning of the game, but they started to like drop a couple of team fights, and there's still chances of getting Gladiators. And this is the Talon curse, though. We've watched it all season. Like, this team is so good. They play amazingly, and then for 5 minutes they stop, and this happens.
They did win Pro Series recently.
They did.
They beat Fnatic in Grand Finals, which no longer exists anymore.
Yeah, they beat him so hard.
They beat them into irrelevance.
Immediately after the Grand Finals, you saw the LFT tweets, right? Yeah, it was brutal.
Poor Pal in that one last ride.
Who won the last game we were looking at? Because I get like distracted on the conversation.
Which one? The Team Spirit one?
Yeah.
It looks like Team Spirit got a 2-0.
So the Ricky team lost.
The Ricky team lost.
But Execration was actually the first team to beat the Ricky team, if I'm not mistaken.
Like
with the Visage strats.
With the Visage strats.
Yeah, the Visage strat is one of their strongest strats. I think teams are going to start to ban it out against them.
Okay, sure. But they won. They're doing well, representing C. All heart.
Okay, fine.
Let's go.
Excursion, let's go.
Let's go Talon. They can turn this into a 1-1 series against Gaiman. Which I talked about the eliminations out of the groups. Estini, which ones do you have as the top of these groups?
So, can you say the names again so I don't keep saying teams on the different groups?
So the ones that have already been that we already eliminated, I'll skip over those.
Group 1 was LGD, EG. What are the other teams in this group?
Well, I remember I saw your document. That was wild.
So
you had some
we have
wild predictions.
Spirit, EG, LGD, Tundra, Gaiman, or you eliminated TSM, but TSM and Talon.
He eliminated TSM, I eliminated Talon.
Oh, okay,
So
fine.
Talon, eHome, and Execration. Like all the C goes with Winter, so I don't have to hear him talking about it anymore. Like Winter is done, like C is done, they're eliminated, Winter can go home.
His expertise are no longer needed.
Yeah.
Talon's gonna save my
Okay,
life.
well, first let's let them win this game. Well, which ones do you got out of that group?
So it's
Spirit, EG, LGD, Tundra, Gaiman, TSM.
EG, LGD, Tundra, and I'll say now I'm like
Nouns is not there.
No, now I'm going kind of like GG way, but I was saying Team Spirit before. So yeah, we'll keep with the Team Spirit.
Okay. How did you like Team Spirit because they were second to qualify out of Eastern Europe. BetBoom was first. So you're still encouraged by Eastern Europe as a region?
I think they're still strong, like especially those two teams.
Okay.
I think they're playing very high level. So I strongly believe they can make a good major.
Winter, who you got?
For Group A.
Group A.
Group A. LGD.
Okay.
LGD.
That's the only team.
LGD.
No, you mean the top of the group,
give me your top
yeah.
three, I guess.
Top three. I think Spirit.
LGD.
LGD and EG.
Okay.
Hey, wait. I'm forgetting Tundra. Nah, but it's fine. Okay. Spirit, LGD, and EG.
But there's also LGD. Don't forget about it.
Yeah, LGD.
Oh, yeah, LGD. Avo, did you know about LGD? They're in Group A.
I think they can make it out of Group A, yeah.
Okay, Avo, I'll ask you Group B. They got Beast Coast, BetBoom, Entity, Geek Slate, Hellraisers Knights, which we soft eliminated, Shopify Rebellion, Aster, and Liquid.
I think Liquid.
Okay. Hot take.
Yeah, I know. Aster probably put in that category as well. And then, to me, BetBoom, I don't know, because traditionally teams like BetBoom, you understand what I mean with that.
Eastern European teams?
No, I meant a team of superstars with particularly high somethings. They tend to bomb at LAN. To be honest, the old VP was kind of like that a little bit.
Sure.
So I think that team is incredible. I think that team is like top 2 easily this whole tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But can they keep their own in this tournament? I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I will probably put those 3.
I feel like they have probably one of the highest skill average.
I think that team is by far the most skilled. I will put between them and Liquid to like the highest skilled average. Like Tundra is a better maybe team as a whole.
Sure.
But when you look at the individual players, BetBoom was insane.
Yeah.
And in Toronto, Tokyo, for example, when you're watching the DPC, you're wondering, oh, is this guy, can he play support? It looks like he's been playing support his whole life.
So he doesn't look like a new position.
No, it's
player.
incredible. I don't know why he's that good at that position. Especially with someone that like usually supports it to be humble, not his case. Not Save's case either.
Yeah, for anyone who's not sure, BetBoom, it's not the BetBoom that you may have remembered.
Not the Hawk one.
Not the Hawk one. That was last year. This one, it's pure GPK, Nightfall, Save, and TI winning mid laner, Toronto Tokyo as their support.
I think that team is incredible. I find Team Spirit, maybe overall as a team, to be better.
Mm-hmm.
I think, but I think the individual, like if this team managed to like hold it, this team could be the best team in a long time. It could be the old VP again.
Right. Has this ever happened before? Like a mid player going to position 5? Is this
Jabs?
Like, but he didn't go like from mid to plus 5, right?
Yeah, he mid plus 4 and then 5.
Plus 4, and then he went a bit like off lane.
Okay. No, it was mid plus 4, 5, then off lane.
Sure. Oh yeah, off lane is the last.
Yeah.
I guess mid to 4 is about as rare as mid to 5.
No, mid to 4 is, I feel like it's more common because in the game you're doing things that are relevant. Like the 4 and the mid, a lot of the things they do, they are doing together.
Okay.
And if you look at like the 5 and the mid, I feel like it's very different, in the game, what they're doing.
I agree. I think the rotation of like carry to support, for example, at Skemded, it makes more sense to me than the mid.
Okay.
Even though that's rare too, because nobody wants to lose their core role.
Yeah.
But like you do have a lot of players that depreciate over time for some reason, and they become that. Like Fata, for example, actually that was another one. He was like mid, off lane 5, right?
That's true.
But usually it's a more gradual process.
Isn't also Snaking like playing all roles? Like he played already.
Did he play carry though? He played carry?
So.
I know mid, off lane, and 4 for sure.
No, I think he played carry also.
Now they say he's 4, but he plays as a 5. But, it's not like
he was
they play
four
well
for a while,
like this,
though.
but
I mean, like he was 4 before that as well, and like he was like off lane 4. I mean, I think most of those changes make a little bit of sense. I think Toronto OPO is just wild.
He's an anomaly.
He is. That team has so much. They're the Beast Coast of EU, but actually scrim.
Well, we're assuming. Do we know that they scrim?
Yeah, they definitely do.
Actually, we do. I've heard other. I think Liquid said that they scrimmed BetBoom.
Like look, the thing is, they don't like discipline. They actually do take things seriously. They have routines, everything like that. The question is how good they believe they are. But that team is definitely incredible. And I also wouldn't say Beast Coast has the same amount of talent as them. No offense to Beast Coast.
Well, it looks like Talon may be finally securing this. They got Storm dead, no buyback.
Nope. I got the Lina, maybe. I mean, now Lina's fallen 3 times in a row then. Maybe not Lina Major after all.
She's still getting picked a ton.
This is also, funnily enough, Tsunami, the first time in the whole DPC that Gaming Gladiators will lose with Lina. They've lost every single game against Lina.
Yes,
and they've won every single game with Lina.
Yeah, but I feel like the sample size is not big enough. I feel like the more games you see, you're definitely going to see Lina win a lot more. That's what I feel about the hero.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I also didn't lose against Lina on DPC.
Just putting that out there.
Did I play against it?
No.
You'll never know.
Okay.
I like this guy.
He's very good at cooking stats.
Yeah.
Stats never lie. And now perhaps Talon with 71 kills might be able to close out this game.
I think though, I will say, after watching SCA for so long, and longest game average, the hearts of SCA fans must be the strongest muscle of their body.
Blood pressure through the roof.
You can't be unhealthy if you're an SCA fan. No nasi lemak if you're an SCA fan.
If anyone missed out, Southeast Asia, so globally the average match duration in all other regions was around 37 minutes. In Southeast Asia, the average match duration for Div 1 was 45 minutes, which is a massive differential for a game like Dota for like 8-minute difference. But that was our region.
The average match duration for games I cast in SCA
was
52.
like 60. Oh, you calculated? It was
Someone
52?
Did that.
Oh my god. Well, Talon did it. You should have been casting this one, Ava. It would have raised your average. 65 minutes?
I'm actually okay with lowering it, if I'm
64.
honest with you. It was not a fun experience.
113 kills. Like if you had like the companion predicts, this makes everyone go wrong.
Yes.
When this happens like on TI. It's like so much kills.
This game has more kills than all of Worlds combined.
No, I'm saying like breaks the predictions.
I understand.
It's like, what was the TI record? I don't recall, but it was around this.
Yeah.
This most recent TI?
Yeah.
I don't think it, because I think the highest prediction is like 120 plus.
Yeah.
And then there are the other ranges below that. And usually people go the one right below the max. And I don't think we hit it this year.
Yeah. And this would have hit.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, that is the most common human phenomenon, as the one below the max or one below the
Like
above
the
the pores.
Price is Right rules kind of thing?
Yeah, it's like when you order wine, right? You have no clue about wine. You always go if you're looking to be cheap, you're like, I'm not gonna order the cheapest one. I'll order the one
second
right above
cheapest?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Or if you really want to go expensive, you go the right below the
Right.
most expensive one. And somehow all humans agree that's the way that he knows what he's doing. He didn't pick any of the extremes. It was fine.
It's moderate.
It's moderate. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. We trust that instinctively for no reason whatsoever.
I legitimately, I can't think of a single example where I wouldn't trust that.
Yeah, exactly. Right? You've been bamboozled for years. I don't know anything about wine. Tsunami, I am sorry.
Wow, I can't believe you've been duping me all this time.
I actually do that at tests, right? You have like 5 options. One is like 1, then it's like 2, 5, 8, or 10. Definitely it's not 1 and 10.
That's true.
You just cut them off and maybe it's 5.
Yeah.
Because like the in between.
That's why you became a Dota coach.
Yeah. Just try to not be that wrong, and you're gonna look right. That's all about it.
What about your Twitter then? What happened there? You didn't seem to really follow that rule.
Yeah, those are the extremes. Yeah, I should stop it.
So So
I guess that that almost wraps up the second line or
The
first series.
Yeah, that was the last game of the
So Shopify and BetBoom split, Gaiman and Talon split, Execration.
Shopify and BetBoom are about to play.
Who was Execration playing?
Shopify and BetBoom are about to play.
Oh, they're about to play. Oh, you're right.
Are you spoiling the result?
No, of course not.
Do you already have
no
it?
spoilers on this stream, where we cover literally every single stream.
Execration split with Thunder.
With Tundra, that's right. Okay.
Yes.
A lot of splits, not that many 2-0s.
People were saying,
Spirit got a 2-0.
Yeah, they did.
So they're the only 2-0. It's pretty even.
Some people thought Execration wouldn't make it out of group stages. And they went, shut up, boss.
It's okay, it's my fault. I was the person who said that. I'm the curse, you know.
You sound so convinced, Winter.
I feel it's not like I don't believe in them at all, you know. I just feel like they're at a point where they're not ready to do that well. I feel like they have a lot of potential in the team, but it's not now.
Okay.
They need more time.
I would agree with that, actually.
Yeah.
I do agree with the potential, but they've had 3 weeks between Division 1 and now, which I'm hoping they've used effectively. I'm a big believer.
3 weeks is not enough for certain things to change from A, you know, it doesn't go from A to Z in 3 weeks, you know.
Well, I can do some changes. Avo, your time here is up.
You don't believe in Execration either?
I don't believe in you. Get off my panel.
Okay. I just leave?
I don't. I'm assuming as much.
Okay.
Avo, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Your poncho. Yes, I want you to look as shameful as possible.
My head is so big, the poncho barely fit on me.
Your brain is gigantic. The poncho can't contain it.
I guess you just go.
Yeah, really milk this. Milk this for as much as you can. Yeah, really, just like, I can hear the back creaking. You're still connected to something. He has to bring the chair out. Take the chair. Okay, now we get to bring someone new in. I can't wait. The anticipation is killing me. I don't know who it is. I do know who it is. You don't know who it is. You don't know who it is.
I know.
You know who it is.
I know who it is.
I can't wait. Next set of series is Steeny. Which one are you looking forward to? We got Liquid versus Hellraisers. We got Shopify Rebellion versus, I forgot what the other team was.
BetBoom.
BetBoom, that's the one.
That's a hype match, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And there's also the Beast Coast against Aster. I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. So those are like the two hypest, I believe, because they're like the ones that are supposed to be closer matches.
Mhm.
But it always like teams they always draw on the first match, right? So maybe like Liquid and Hellraisers might be even, as we didn't think the Execration game would be even, and they still draw. So that's the most hype.
Yes, and I am curious to see how Hellraisers will take having Yuragi as their carry, because if anyone missed out on the roster situation, basically Dahak qualified with Hellraisers as their carry from the DPC division into the Lima Major, and then there have been some interviews being done. Dahak was very vocal about his time on Hellraisers and his time no longer on Hellraisers. Some differences of opinions with the coach is, I guess, the TLDR of that. And now they have Yuragi, who is still on OG, but standing in. And a lateral move, Winter, how would you rank a Dahak to Yuragi maneuver?
Yeah, very different. One guy
That's what I thought.
Yeah, one guy plays off lane in the carry role, the other guy is the actual carry.
Yeah. So I don't really know how Hellraisers will adjust to like such a dramatic shift in attitude towards carry.
I feel like the way Dahak plays the game is very similar. Like in SEA, we have Miracle, you know, like the guy who plays off lane on the carry.
Right.
And when you do that kind of play style, I feel like you need to have a very greedy mid player to enable the team to win games. You know, you put the win condition hero on that guy.
Mhm.
So then your carry gets to do the off lane shenanigans.
Which probably not going to be able to do as much, which is...
Yeah, I guess why he's mad with the coach, probably he wants to play in a very different setup, and the coach wants him to be a normal carry.
Right.
And he doesn't want to do that. That's probably the issues that they ran into, you know.
That would make sense.
And I feel like maybe he should move to the offlane role permanently, because I feel like he's really comfortable playing that way. But some may say that he's greedy on the off lane.
What's up?
Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm the short guy. They put me in a small chair.
I'm never get to be higher than you. This is a very strange experience to look down.
What does the top of my nose look like?
Dude, I've never seen this angle of your face before. What a wild situation.
Yeah.
Purge, welcome to the block party.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. The chair is, it's actually probably comfier than yours. Like I can do so many different things.
Yeah, I see you
It's like I'm lounging on the ground, but do I have to wear the poncho?
Yes, take the poncho. Get into the spirit of things.
Okay, we'll see if my head's smaller than Abba's. Oh, this is actually pretty tight, yeah. Do I have a big head or is it small?
You're sliding in there. Okay.
Hey.
Keep talking to make sure we didn't mess up your microphone.
Test, hello. Well, now it's muffled because it's like covered by this poncho.
Perfect.
Just up the audio quality just a little bit, and there's gonna be scratchy noises if I move now too much.
It's fine, don't worry about it. Apparently expectations are very low for day one of this event, but that's okay. We only raise the bar from here. Purge, expectations for this event. I got to grill Estini and Winter on potential eliminations out of the groups, potential front runners out of the groups. Which one would you like to take? Would you like to take eliminations or front runners?
Front runners is way more fun because, frankly, those are the most fun teams to watch. So I watched a lot of those games.
Okay, fine. Give me your front runners out of the groups then.
I just love that there's like so many power teams right now. I think that is so exciting. So EG is definitely one of the teams that I'm really watching. I'm curious to see how BetBoom does because they're another like on paper like god tier power team. So those teams are very exciting. And then after listening to Winter talk shit about the C teams for like a full day, I'm like, oh, they're doing okay actually. This is a nice surprise. So who knows? Maybe they're gonna do well also.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Look, I also flamed Winter yesterday for always like keeping it together behind the scenes and on camera. He's always like, oh, the C teams, they might struggle a little bit off camera. He's like, no one's making it out of groups.
That's not true.
All right, that's an exaggeration.
Talon. I believe in Talon.
Okay, he believes in Talon, but still.
Right.
Yeah, I'm here to spill the true drama behind the scenes.
Which I can corroborate. That is definitely.
What's wrong with you
after
guys?
spending a month with this guy in the southeast. Nothing. This is what we pay you for.
I took you out for lunch, for dinner when you're in KL, and now you do this.
Okay, I'm sorry, Winter. Let's talk about Dota. You love Dota. Beast Coast versus Aster Winter.
Beast Coast.
Beast Coast versus Aster Winter.
I love Beast Coast.
You love Beast Coast?
Yeah, I don't like to scream, so I love Beast Coast.
These are men after your own heart. The good at Dota just naturally.
And another team that should do really good at Aster. They looked very, very good in their region. They lost the tiebreaker to LGD, but they lost less overall matches in their DPC region than LGD did, so in some ways stronger on paper. And they classically have just been consistent longer, even though it's a slightly different roster. So Aster definitely another team that's likely to do well, in my opinion. So this will be an interesting matchup.
Where are you putting China as a whole? Because I guess, so this may be the first major that China's like at full power, because Stockholm Major, we did not have any Chinese teams. Arlington Major, Extreme didn't attend because they couldn't get Ghost of Visa, I think. And then like RNG, Anna was standing in randomly.
Yeah, and then he spoke less Chinese than they assumed he did.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like...
So that one wasn't really full power. And then like LGD ended up making it to grand finals, but still the region as a whole, this may be the first major in like a year and a half that they've been at full power.
Yeah, that's a decent point. And maybe like Knights looks a little bit mediocre, or they're not sure how they're going to perform. But at least like Aster and LGD, I think are going to be really solid and perform well. So that's impressive for me at least. And it's not the end of the world if they slightly underperform. It's just the first major, and they just need some time.
What would underperforming be for you? Are you saying sub top 8?
Or? I would say if Aster and LGD aren't top 8, they would probably be disappointed. But I could easily see them both make top 8.
Okay.
I mean, this is their patch. The offlaners buys Mac pipe that group up is China.
Does that make it better? I was also thinking that just because the patch hasn't changed that much, that also helps them a little bit. Because it's like there's going to be less chaos and less like creativity that could like mess them up.
But they have a different coach right now. I feel like ROTK sees the game very differently from Lanem, and I feel like this kind of patch, I think he can draft better than Lanem. Like he knows how to draft in a patch where the offlaner has to be, you want an offlaner to be the hero that buys all the team items.
I don't remember if I recall ROTK being that kind of offlaner in his playing days.
He's always the tight, I mean, he's greedy, fine.
Yeah, his heroes would be like that, but the itemization, I remember him being much more greedy than like, yeah, I'll buy all the team items. I can't imagine ROTK buying a Wraith Pact.
When he knows that it's easy win, he'll buy it.
Nice arrow. Double leap, double starfall.
no.
Not enough against the flame guard.
I wanted to kill so bad there. You deserved it so much.
Astini, what's your ROTK win rate?
Never lost to him.
Never lost ROTK. God
him.
damn, this guy's good.
I'm unbeatable.
Bro, that sounds like the time that I was the highest win rate pro in the world.
In the KDL glory days?
Yeah, it wasn't my teammates because they played like actual competitive games before I did, but then yeah.
But you were 100%.
I was like 70-some%. I was over PUBG or something for a little bit. Not justified, clearly. But,
no one needs to know what the sample size was. All they need to know is the percentage.
I mean, it was like a decent amount of games. You know, it was probably at least like 20 to 30 games.
Okay.
But like, you know, it was like my professional career started like right there. So against teams that were, you know, not even close to like world class. So.
Excuse me.
Well.
Excuse me.
What are you saying? I mean, DJ was there. He was now technically a Div 2 team, but...
I mean, Mushi's team did really well that year. Was it that year?
Yeah. He owned the whole time. He's still obviously very good. Like, there's a lot of players that are still around. March is coaching a team here. He was playing then. Raj, is that how you say his name? Raji?
Raji.
Oh, yeah,
Raji played in Korea as well. If you look at his Wikipedia, he has like 2014, played KDL, and then there's like not much prize, but in the last couple of years he's been doing good, so happy to see him.
He played in Korea, he played in China, he played in Europe, and he's been everywhere.
Yeah, but I'm glad he's getting success. So there's quite a few Korean people, or Korean League people here, still around.
Yeah, mostly the coaches.
Sure. Dubu started there, for example. You know, there's quite a few.
A lot of the Korean players transition to coaches, like Forev was probably one of the first to do it.
There's Heen, Sunbi.
Heen, yeah, Sunbi.
Yeah, Sunbi was there. Yep. Yeah, tons of them.
I'm surprised they let Sacred play Pangolier. I feel like he's been playing like Weaver and Snapfire offlane. That was what he used to play. He was something like 17-0 with Weaver, but Weaver is not that strong anymore. So he's just like playing first phase Pangolier, and I feel like he's 10 out of 10 with this hero, although no other offlaners play the hero. And with the other heroes, he's a bit underwhelming. I think they should target ban this guy.
I mean, that's the least of their problems. They're fucking troll.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice they picked Troll Warlord. Bro!
But I think it's like not that terrible against Morphling anymore. It's not like the E-Blade Morphling. So it's decent-ish. And it's like the hero that does Roche for like a Radiant draft.
But when you talk about the matchup Troll against Morphling, what do you think is the advantage that Troll has over Morphling in the game, the timings?
Like Morphling has no timings, that's the first thing. So it's kind of hard to play a hero with no timings because like you don't have like that big agony timings. You build something like Falcon Blade and sometimes Pike. And it's not like, hey, I have Pike, let's force meat. I have Dragonlance, let's force meat. It's not like Troll that you can play around it. So like Troll, when he has BKB, he'll go Roche, and I don't think the enemy team will be ready to contest it. Of course they do have RP, but it's not so easy to land because they have plenty of ways to cancel this hero. So it's just like, and he will be able to outfarm the Morphling, definitely. Because like they have Empower, but what's Empower for a Morphling, right? So
and there's a lot of physical damage on Aster's lineup too. Like look at the 3 cores. It's like Magnus plus Tusk plus Morph. It's like so Blind is pretty effective as well. Naturally high armor.
Wraith Pack, GG.
Yeah, and they have the Treant armor on top of that.
Actually a good Wraith Pack game.
Yeah. Definitely is.
Are you guys happy with how the item is nerfed? Do you think the item is too nerfed or it's fine as it is right now?
I feel like it got too nerfed. Like physical only lineups are like rare. That's why I was excited when you pointed out. It's like, oh, this is actually like, this game it works. Whereas before it just, covered literally all strats. It's just way too good.
So then how would you bring it back to like semi-relevance?
50% less physical damage. No, I'm just kidding. Way too good. I think the blend would have been better, like magic and physical maybe, but and the same thing, Dota's generally more fun and creative when you have like specific tools that are really good at one thing rather than generically strong. So.
Agreed.
But we already have Crimson Guard and Pipe, so Wraith Pack should be somewhere in between.
Yeah, but it's a different mechanic, so it's kind of cool. It like reduces flat damage off top, which stacks really well with Crimson.
Like you need to use your brain now. You need to see if they have physical damage in order to buy it. Otherwise, you just buy it.
Yeah.
Like how it was before, and now it's the greaves right now. You just buy greaves. Because it's so great of an item. Doesn't matter if they have
Buy grease
physical,
plus 30
magical,
MMR.
pure, whatever. Just buy it.
Wow, what a haste run for this Tusk. I can't believe he got out of that situation.
Like the hero got ignored in some of the quite a number of the games right today, like Tusk.
I mean, I'm not surprised. It was like the hero of the first week of DPC.
Isn't he like the hero that has the highest pick rate and what?
I believe that, but like I think it just fell off a little bit because people realized there was just like nastier heroes to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like DP mid is super good against us, and the hero just raises priority so much. I feel like DP is one of the strongest hero in the meta right now. And
yeah, but
like,
Tusk is also a flex pick, right? Like if you think the matchup's gonna be bad for you, can't you just put it as a support?
That's the thing, the Tusk 4 is underwhelming, that's the thing, and then you're baited in having a bad position 4. I feel like a Clockwork 4 does way more than this hero, if you want a midi 4. Also Tiny does way more.
I get what you mean.
And otherwise have some Rubik, Hoodwink that can like win you the lane just by being so strong.
Yeah, Tusk is more like, I feel like he's more or less gonna be in most of the situation you want him to be the core.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, like it's a Tusk against Ember. If you were able to flex it, you would, because you don't want that matchup.
But wouldn't you say just the way you pick the Tusk would just be a little bit different? If you want to think about it that way, just pick the Tusk maybe a little bit later. You don't open with the Tusk, because I feel like the hero still has a lot of value.
Yeah, later on the draft would make sense, definitely. But as an opener, also Lash super strong against it. Like the thing is, you need rotations with the hero, and if you leave the mid lane, Lash is gonna take our tower. Same goes with DP. So they already win the lane by denying your creep, so you need them to rotate, and if you rotate, you lose your tower. That's the bad thing about this. So.
What would be your dream opening? Like if your first pick, what would be your, say you don't have Lina, you don't have Groot, what would be your dream opening hero right now?
Like what's the third best hero in the game, that's what you're asking me? Or like as a first pick?
Like just a preference, you know, maybe some teams might have different.
I would go Undying, but I know many teams would go Treant. Because I think like Undying enables heroes as the Treant does. But like Treant, you kind of enable them defensively, and Undying you can play more aggressively.
But you've been telling me about Rubik. I thought you were gonna say Rubik.
Rubik is also really good. Rubik is just really good. It's a really complete hero. I feel like if you Rubik first pick, they would just like IO +1. I feel like it's a good answer.
But do you mind that much if you open with Rubik and you see the IO +1? Do you actually mind that much?
I mind IO anyway because like I think the hero is super strong. So
yeah,
I don't want to invite them to pick the IO. You know, like they can pick it anyway. I know, but I don't want to invite them. Like, hey, please pick me, pick IO against me, because I think it's hard to beat this hero.
Is that team dependent? Like you mentioned Brood being a first phase ban. Is that a universal first phase ban, or is that a team specific first phase ban?
I feel like the hero is too difficult for me. I feel like the hero is too difficult to play against. There's not really many good options to deal with the hero. It makes the game so hard to play. What have I seen so far? What did the teams pick against Brood? Did they?
Naga.
Naga was the one. I mean, then
Pudge, CM.
I saw Pudge. Yeah, I saw Pudge. Then I think I saw. Maybe it was a Troll one game, Bristleback. Ooh. Yeah, but I generally feel it's not just about what's the matchup in the lane, you know, what kind of carry they are picking. It's more about when you have this Brood, right? The way you control the map, the way you play the map, it's very difficult for the opposing team. Like the way she pressures the jungle and she takes over everything, and then she just naturally builds the mech, and the pipe is just so difficult to play. And a lot of the supports that you want to pick are actually just really bad right now against Brood in general. You don't deal with the spiders.
I feel like a decent nerf to those Zoo heroes would be if like summons didn't block camps. Because it's too annoying. You see like Broodmother is controlling one of her jungle and she'll just like block the camps of the other, like of the triangle with summons, and you cannot like kill those summons in time.
Yeah, so but that's not just the issue, right? Brood used to be a lot weaker in the lane, and now she's so strong in the lane and she's strong later, so then the hero becomes so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not saying that's what make her like super strong, but I think it would be a decent nerf that would make it like playable against the hero. You would have like still options of seeing like her control one jungle, you take control of the other one. But the hero is just strong on every part of the game.
And really the only other hero that would nerf if that mechanic was implemented was Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
I can't really, like Lycan doesn't really block camps with wolves.
And I also think Prophet deserves some nerf, so I think
Yes.
it would be a decent nerf that you
not a
don't
bad
need
idea.
to change much in the game.
Yeah.
Prophet deserves nerfs on the Talon.
He deserves stat nerfs, I think. The fact that he agi, int, and strength gains.
Yeah, but Prophet has always been like that.
It was his BAT that they reduced. They reduced it again, so he just like gets way more value from right-click items. That's why he's like such a good carry right now. Because you just buy like Maelstrom, get Gleipnir, you're farming fast, and like you scale well. It's like all your items, all your damage items basically do like 10 to 15% more damage than if you buy them on any other hero. So if maybe they reduce his BAT a little bit again, would be an option.
You're saying he takes more benefit out of Midas?
That's technically true.
What, because of
attack speed?
The attack
DT,
speed?
yeah, he gets more attack speed indirectly.
I think it's still like a damage. It's still like like that 40 attack speed is still like amplified by his BAT effectively.
Yeah.
So like, it's still about the same, I think, is how the math works out. But yeah, raw damage items may be a bit better.
I'm glad he didn't get baited by the Midas. Some carries they do.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen lots of tweets about it. I knew the trap that you laid on me. I was ready not to fall for that one.
Is it just inefficient to get a Midas, or is that what you're saying? Or
Yeah.
because of the attack speed?
Yeah, well, because people say like, basically if you just get like Maelstrom and you die like 1 or 2 times less, or you get 1 or 2 more kills, you have like just as much net worth anyways. So the Midas is just not needed.
But the Midas is also for the XP, you want to get level 20.
Yeah, so I don't know, I was watching one cast where they said they were cool with it just because like they were against a lot of heroes that the leash really countered. But if it's just like a generic game, it's probably not worth it. That's how they described it.
Plus, Maelstrom turns into Gleipnir, and Midas doesn't turn into anything. And so...
It's that money, baby.
Sure, yes.
Technically, Midas turns into anything.
It can turn into anything.
But yeah, being able to root people is really freaking good. Root's got buffed so many times that just being able to like be like, oh, I can just gank any hero now and layer that onto any gank globally is really powerful for sure. While still farming just as fast as like hyper carries.
And what do you think about the Axe build on Prophet?
I mean, it's a pretty long duration route. That part's sick. Pushes all the lanes, which is nice. And yeah, it adjusts and like offlaners buy it, which makes sense because you want more utility as an offlaner. So you need that ability to like contribute to ganks, and you can't hard carry as hard from the offlane. So I think it's fine. The Shard Dax build is kind of cool.
He becomes a disabling hero.
Yeah, basically.
Can I say I was surprised by a first phase Terrorblade, or I shouldn't look at the...
Yeah, so this is on BetBoom versus Shopify Rebellion, stream 3, I believe.
And it's BetBoom that drafted it, not Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you would have thought it would be an Arteezy Terrorblade, but no.
What? So Undying was the overall first pick, and then they replied Rubik, Terrorblade, and then Enigma.
Steal Tomb, Kill Tomb. Now you're up 1 Tomb.
I guess Rubik was the overall first pick, right? And then they Undying Enigma and then TD on 8.
Okay, yeah, that's correct.
I mean, TP probably lane's okay against Enigma, right? Super high armor. You can kill Eidolons with meta and illusions. Probably alright. And you know that Shopify's gonna want it later too. So.
I mean, are you surprised that you haven't seen much IO yet?
Yeah, kind of yes, but I think it's like a hero that's gonna become more popular during the tournament.
That's what it sounds like, because I keep hearing people talk about it, but like, I don't think anybody really picked the hero much.
That's why I thought it was a team-dependent thing. That like, you have to have IO players and an IO team. Can you just slap it into any draft?
If the hero is busted enough, even if you don't have an IO player, the IO player will emerge in the middle of the tournament.
Did Mira talk about IO yet on the panel? I'm not sure, but she was talking about it yesterday. She said like IO Marcy is really sick too. Because you get double lifesteal, you both attack, and you both get attack speed with overcharge, so it's just like, in the laning stage you can harass huge
So it's like a better version of Gyro IO.
Yeah, basically, without a doubt.
Because I feel the position 5 are those like enablers, so like Treant is one, Undying is the other, and then I would be the third one. And I feel like IO fits really well with Lash, for example, if you compare, like, also Treant with armor is super great, but I feel like IO just empowers you so much, make your timings faster, and it fixes waves. Like it helps you like...
Wouldn't you want to put the IO on 4 so you get more farm priority, so you get the mech faster?
No, on 5.
On 5 you
just like so you're connected to a hero the entire game and...
A Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
Dude, this draft is wilding out.
Oh,
yeah.
I love Spirit Breaker. I love that hero.
You do love that hero.
Yeah. The hero is very, very fun to play. their overall, like if your overall setup, you have a very aggressive draft with Spirit Breaker, you have a lot of damage on the other heroes, then the hero definitely can shine a lot.
Let's get a Spectre for Shopify Rebellion. Global strats, Zeus Spirit Breaker.
Zeus Spirit Breaker Spectre.
Yeah.
But
it's such a great Zeus game. Like you can find the Treant on the trees. It's good against the Lash on the lane, on the game, and it's amazing against Terrorblade.
Yeah. It's the biggest counter.
Yeah, you kind of like outrange Rubik, so he won't be able to make good steals. And I have seen Nisha with a build that he goes like Bloodstone with the hero, and he just like he jumps on the team fight and ultimates. So he soaks up all the damage, and he heals with the ultimate.
But let me ask you this: wouldn't you say it's a mistake when you you 8-pick the Terrorblade, and in the second phase draft you don't ban Zeus? I feel like Zeus is more or less going to be, it should be one of the bans.
I mean, Drow's a hard counter too, though. Like, you have to do Drow for sure.
Yeah, but Tiny, I probably wouldn't ban Tiny. But I bet it's understandable.
Tiny Enigma is so good, though.
And also, the things like they need to show 2 heroes and they're going to get countered. So, like, if you're going TB and Lash, you definitely want the Draw out, and you still also want the Batrider out.
Yeah.
And they also want the Sniper out. Like, it could be like a 18 Sniper and would be amazing.
No, I mean
also,
the second phase ban, the second phase.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if they Sniper against Zeus, instead of Zeus, it would still be amazing Sniper game on that sense. So they had, like, a lot of bans with this choice of, like, going TB and Lash. Both are countered by, like, the same kind of heroes. So maybe the mistake's going Lash together with TB.
Also, why first phase TB, like you had mentioned in the first place? This hero's not going to get banned out, and then can you really build an entire strategy around carry TB?
But I always like the idea that when your first pick, the number 8 pick, you use it on a win condition hero. That's what I always talk about.
You do advocate for that, but then like you usually also advocate for ones that don't need that much protection. Sure, it's a win condition hero, but like if you have to dump 6 bans into protecting your win condition, is it really that much of a win condition?
I feel like it is, because Shopify Rebellion is so much about the early game that, like, if they just had this like ultra late game hard carry and the traditional counters aren't there, like Drow, then they can win it.
But the more you say that, if you look at the whole setup, your first pick, right?
Yep.
If you're not picking your win condition on number 8, when are you going to pick your win condition? The other 3 picks are going to get counted.
I'm fine with picking a win condition. I'm just saying don't pick such a delicate win condition.
Yeah, but I like the idea that what they're doing, even though they might be better heroes, but they clearly have a vision of what they should do when they're first pick.
Right.
And I value that a lot when I look at the teams,
Okay. And seeing as how like the other top tier carries like Nature's Prophet and Lina were first phase banned out, I guess.
I mean, the other one is like Drow. Like I think I've seen a couple of teams did like the
first
8 pick
phase Drow.
the 8 pick Drow. Yeah, but didn't really like some of the games.
What I feel like they're missing? I feel like Centaur is great, like Rubik Centaur lane, like the CIS teams they play really well.
Centaur's very good against the Zeus. Just hunt him down.
What if they do like Underlord or something? Give them like team fight, super counter against the Spirit Breaker initiation, and then like Shopify just can't fight very well. Is that crazy?
I mean, it does fit the overall setup that they have. They need a frontline off-lane hero.
Yeah, I just don't know how the lane can go bad, because like there's Undying can be annoying. They have like overall less pick.
Yeah, and they don't see the carry yet, so it would be dangerous.
So you want to pick like a utility position tree, like a position tree that doesn't need a very, very good start, like a good blind pick, like something like
Doom. You're gonna farm
Doom,
anyway.
Brewmaster.
Oh, yeah, Doom would be good.
No, Doom's banned.
Oh, Doom's banned.
Oh yeah.
It's
banned. Geniuses.
Oh, PB is good.
Okay.
It's very good against the Zeus.
I think they needed an initiator as well, and so.
Would they?
Yeah, what do you guys think about PB as a hero right now? The state of the hero. Do you
Very
think
ugly.
Very ugly. What?
Visually disgusting.
Look at him. Doesn't even have lips.
People were always advocating they want more monster heroes in Dota. They said too many waifus were getting added, and now they added that ugly piece of garbage.
Yeah, but they had to make up for like 20%
I'm
of
done with you
Warcraft 3
guys.
models
I
being
regret
dudes.
asking that question.
Or 80-90% of all dudes.
Winter, I'll answer your question. I think he's balanced. I think PB was overtuned on release, much as how every hero is overtuned on release. His whole like trample the first wave before it even spawns thing, I was like, this is ridiculous.
Get killed by trample at level 1.
Yeah, that was all bad. But now I think he's in a good point. If anything, I think his ult kind of sucks. Too many things cancel his ult. It's like it's a low cooldown, so it's not that big of a deal. But like a random clockwork battery assault, and I'm like, great. Now my initiation is.
It's such a cool skill, though. Like, I love that skill. I
The
think
fact that he flips them upside down.
Yeah, it's like you pick them up, you do 3 separate stuns, it's an AoE. It's like, you're right, it is a little hard to use, but it's just a beautiful ability. I really like it.
The sound effect. I like the sound effect.
It's a good sound. It's a very satisfying sound
It's a
effect.
well-designed hero for sure. And they go for a Bloodseeker. Okay.
Bloodseeker is used, the classic combo.
Rupture the Lesh.
Yeah, you do a lot of harass, and then you have the combo later in the team fights.
Where Blood Rages the Zeus.
You can.
Yeah, you can. And they have a very early game-centric lineup. Like to win their lanes with Undying.
Wait, that says... Oh, sorry, I got confused. My bad. I got confused.
Did you think Toronto Tokyo was the
I
mid?
thought they were playing support TB for some reason. I was like, what?
Oh.
I got thrown off, sorry.
Support TB.
Yeah, I was like, what is this weird shit?
Shopify is very early game oriented, but I feel like they don't push that fast. It's just Enigma.
That's a good point. Yeah, Eidolons basically.
Yeah.
They are a team I feel like they farm a lot. They play on the map a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
But they roach really fast. With the Dirge, Enigma, they can do like 13, 14 minutes roach.
Whoa, Dirge, so old school, Dirge.
Dude, we asked him. He's been playing since War 3. He's an OG.
Undying, sorry.
No. Use Dirge. I like that name.
Wow. Look at those two guys.
Look at those two guys. Suns fan and Synderen.
Suns fan can't even get a frickin' green screen. Or a wall. He's like, this is my living room. You may see everything.
He's just a very transparent guy, you know?
I don't have a green screen.
You don't?
No.
They do not. You just need like literally one piece of fabric and you can hang it on literally, staple it to your wall, put nails, I don't care, it works.
One day I'll have a wall of fishes in that room.
Is that the problem? You don't have a
But
wall?
have you seen like Winter remote cast? They have like the camera on his face. It's just like
I haven't seen that. No.
crazy. Yeah.
Okay, we changed that. Okay.
Oh, did you?
Changed that already.
Okay. After people strongly commented on it, or did you voluntarily change it?
I want to be more responsible.
Oh.
Is it? I know you're into
Glad.
fish. Is it because there's a fisheye lens? Is that what you use for your webcam? Sorry, that was a terrible pun.
Say it again? I want to appreciate it.
I know you're into fish. Is it because you're using a fisheye lens? Is what
Oh, okay, I get it.
I'm into fish because of my wife. It's all her fault. I blame her. She brought one fish home and I brought 100 home.
Yeah, definitely.
And so it's her fault.
It's her fault.
I definitely blame her. I'm sorry.
Destiny, which roster are you taking for these two teams?
Shopify. They're
Okay.
like the major winners, so they're gonna win this.
Dirge.
You've already predetermined that they're the major winners?
Yeah, it's like our tour time. I'm pretty sure.
It's our tour time?
Yeah,
It's Morbin time?
like it finally is.
It has been his time since 6 years ago, 7 years ago.
Man still hasn't won a Valve event
Just
yet.
keep saying it, dude.
I'm
and
telling
eventually
you,
it's
they
gonna hit.
beat Nouns. They're super strong. You need to believe it. The
Transitive
more you
property.
repeat it, the more you believe it. That's how it
Bias
works.
caster.
You're all gonna end up Shopify'd by me. Because I'm just gonna be like Shopify.
Put me in that cart.
Get me out.
Winter, which team are you taking?
I feel like overall I like, if I'm an unbiased caster,
Yeah,
I
unbiased
just look
cast.
at the heroes. I like the Radiant heroes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think they can end the game quick enough before TB comes online?
The first thing I will look at is the lane. And I feel like Radiant, they have the right lineup to win. I feel like they can win all the lanes. Maybe not mid. I'm not sure if the matchup Zeus is going to win against the Lash. It's probably going to be 50-50. But,
GPK Abed. Now that's a mashup.
yeah, but because they have a SB that can always gank for the Zeus might be able to do well if he gets a kill or two on the Lash.
Yeah, their ability to like gank side lanes is definitely really good.
Oh, I missed the mid SB 9. Oh, mid SB is so fun. You get to charge left and right, go up and down.
Yeah, it was fun, but it was also very like cheesy kind of. It's like, oh, you just charge a whole creep wave and it's gone. And then you just do that again, and then you just do that again, and you do that again, and eventually you fight.
Weren't Spearbreakers building Null Talisman at that time? Because they had like just enough
for the
spell amp
yeah.
just to kill a creep wave?
That makes sense. I mean, it's not like they don't buy like Sanj Kaya
Yeah.
right now anyways, so. Or Yasha Kaya, excuse me, wrong build. The only hero
Wrong
that
build.
buys Yasha Kaya.
I think some ODs occasionally build it. Yashikaya, I think.
There's heroes that it sounds okay on, but it's almost always better.
Is that a hero?
So there was was it a game?
Just now.
Yeah, there was a game
Sorry, he was talking about Obsidian Destroyer.
What game was I watching? It was definitely earlier. Oh no! Okay, I was watching the Div 2 Manaspa. Who were they playing against? D2 Hustlers.
It's against Medusa.
Yes, it was against the Medusa. Oh, you were watching that game also? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, earlier today, Div 2 Europe, Nande's OD, Rushed Scepter, it was like a 60-minute game, but it was the OD hard carried.
I think OD is decent against Duza and against Pangolier on the mid lane. There's like 2 reasons to pick the hero.
Tide as well.
They had Tide as well, yeah.
Tide was terrible.
Yeah, Tide was getting smashed. The orbs just do so much damage to him.
Yeah.
And then, I guess Medusa's like hyper irrelevant, which would mean that we don't really see that much OD.
So you just steal all of her mana basically, and then she has less
She was
survivability.
like casting Manta, and he was stealing her Manta illusions, and you would instantly get like 1.4k mana.
At one point get like what 2k plus
yeah.
bonus.
Like, it was wild.
What was the first stun there? Is that a troll winning, guys?
Yeah.
Troll haters, shut the hell up.
I don't want to see this.
No, I mean, it does win.
It hasn't changed.
China picks it a little bit.
This
like,
is
fucking troll.
going against my narrative.
Garbage.
Honestly,
hero.
it's like Dark Mago carrying the game, and like Troll is joining the party.
Ember is the carry.
He's 4-1-5. He's doing great, dude.
If this is not a troll, it's any other carry, they still win the game. If it's a star.
Like, I'm not saying it's the best carry, but I'm saying like if the best carries are banned, it seems like kind of okay at times. That's all.
I would have to see the draft, but like, I can't think of any situation that I would prefer to have a troll over an Ursa. So Ursa has to be banned.
All right, what if they have an Ursa, then you pick the
I know
troll?
one situation.
Even then, I would rather have a different matchup.
When your carry is Actor, you definitely want Troll over Ursa. Like,
You don't trust K1 Ursa?
I trust him on Troll so much.
Okay.
That's the thing.
I see.
Like Troll, CK, Bloodseeker, PL. Like it's one of
Wraith
the
King?
players you're gonna be happy with seeing a PL.
Is it the hero, he thinks the hero is just good, or it's just because of comfort? Like, or he just really rates the hero very highly?
It's comfort, and then he raises the hero, and he plays this style that he wants to be unkillable, and he's just like soak up all the attention on the team fight, and you cannot kill him. And this game, he felt like Troll would fit this role, because then it has like ultimate, has Lincoln's, BKB.
His ulti is like probably the trashiest ulti on all the carries.
And it's like interesting that he doesn't have Aegis, and this happens on a lot of Beast Coast matches, that he just feels unkillable, and then he gives Aegis to the mid laner, and then they have like 2 targets that they feel they cannot jump.
Wouldn't it just be better if he's like a Ursa or TA, like just a Roshan carry? It would definitely fit in this kind of lineup.
But those heroes aren't as unkillable as Troll.
Yeah, they die easier. That's the thing.
If he has enough HP.
If he has enough, and if he manages to press
then
R
he
in
presses
time.
his ulti and it's like, I'm 0 HP, 0 HP, you're dead.
Maybe Ursa, but then you're the hero getting the Aegis. You're not leaving the Aegis to your mid laner. So then this like concept of being unkillable and having the mid with Aegis fails. They did this on the 2 games against the EG, where he was Naga and CK. Naga and PL.
Yeah, the issue I have with this is like, the strategy is based on a lot of comfort. The reason, like the player likes the comfort, the hero, the team likes the playing in this way. But the question is, how far can comfort bring you? I feel like comfort doesn't really win you the very, very big events.
If you're like picking stuff that's super off meta, Troll is still kind of meta.
Is he?
I mean, I don't think he's good, but he still gets picked. I don't know why he gets picked, but he gets picked. It's not like Medusa. Medusa's very off meta, and I know that there are many carries who would love to play Medusa right now, but their captains are like, no, she's just not good.
But that's also the thing, like, if you pick Lina, they definitely have like the answers against Lina. They know what they want to play against Lina, because everyone just picks Lina.
Yeah.
And if you pick Troll, they're like, what is good against Troll again? I don't recall. Do a Razor? Does Razor make sense?
I don't even freaking think of Troll because it's a non-existent hero.
But that's the thing, that you're surprised.
I don't feel like it's a disadvantage when I feel like the hero is bad, you know. But obviously they think the hero has his value, you know.
Then you think on the counters, like, does Bane fit on a draft? I don't think so. Does Wyvern?
But do you even need to counter the Troll?
It seems like you need to.
He's killing this Morphling right now.
Is he though?
That's actually one cool thing about the matchup, is that he's actually a hero that has so much attack speed that like Ags doesn't counter him as an edgy hero. That's kind of cool.
I mean, Tusk is kind of a counter, you know, he pop ulti, then you snowball, you save the target. Kind of like a counter in a way.
Yeah, all those banishes against Troll.
Didn't happen there. I mean, Morphling lived, but it was like...
Also that point, like you mentioned about maybe flexing the Tusk to 4, you don't want to flex a Tusk into a Troll lane, no way. Troll is so good against Tusk on the lane, so maybe that's also like guaranteeing that Ember...
You don't play the lane, you pull the creeps.
But then he guarantees like that Ember has a good lane against Tusk. Because they force Tusk mid. I know, he can just like skip away, but it's not that easy against the Troll 300 lane.
Let's just agree to disagree.
I appreciate the advocacy for Troll though, because I have heard very few people think that Troll has merits.
Then why is he winning, guys?
You're speaking before it's actually done, all right?
Bro, he's up. I'm just saying he's up by a lot. He's got tons of items.
You gotta close out the game though. Morphling just finished Daedalus.
But I feel like closing out the game on Troll is like, if you have a network advantage, like he can do it for sure. He's not going to get outfarmed at this point.
He's a good tower sieger.
Yeah.
To make it clear, I'm not advocating for the troll. I'm advocating for Bisco.
K1 troll?
If it's Actor, he can do whatever he wants. Because he's Actor. So he's allowed to.
So can he do Wraith King now?
He can. And like Sacred with the Pangolier offlaner. I think Pangolier is a terrible offlaner, but with Sacred, it becomes good.
Okay.
So I guess you just ban the Pangolier in that sense.
I mean, what would you think? What would you say that Pango's a very bad offlaner? Is it just the lane, like he's very bad in the lane, or what's the reason?
I think it's just way better on the mid lane because you want to rotate. The hero doesn't have a good lane, but he always gets away on the mid lane by getting rotations. Like, if you watch it like the EG series where they had like against LGD, it was Pangolier against Monkey King. Monkey King was destroying Pangolier, but then Pangolier does 2-3 rotations and he's super back to the game. And as the offlaner, you don't want to rotate out of her lane. You want to kick out the carry out of her lane. So you're forced to stay on a lane you don't want to be. That's the thing.
You want to be a hero that buys mech or buys helm. So then Pango doesn't really fit there.
Also, you're not Aura buyer, although he has mech on this game. So he's trying to fit the meta with the hero.
It's not that bad on Pango,
but like
having a mech.
The hero also tries with part of runes, right? So you want to be on the mid wave to collect those. Like Arcane Rune does a lot of for the hero haste.
Killed through the Eon disc.
What they dispel him with?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has a nullifier or anything.
I mean, it had to be something, right?
Yeah. Maybe someone had a Witchbane?
30
No, it's too early. I don't think. Yeah, it's too early. Neutral item wise. I'm not sure what it was.
I mean,
did morph ult and he had like. No, sorry.
Oh, Witchbane
I thought if he had
dropped.
like this low. With a low status resist, it would still be able to.
Yeah, it's possible they just poured that much damage into him.
No, it stops damage for 2.5 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The status resistance is 80%.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, did Morphling take out the status resistance and that reduced the disc duration somehow? Like on a. I'm trying to find like
the
a
status resistance only goes if he's a strength hero, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, it would be that attack spin. Yeah. So I don't have an explanation for that.
Me neither.
I was just trying to figure out what is wrong with the game for that to happen. Yeah.
Well, we may have to check in on that stream afterwards because right now Shopify and BetBoom.
Oh yeah. It's over.
It's over. TB Strat wins.
GPK has got the sun in front of his face.
This mid lane's neck and neck. 39 last hits to 38.
I mean, that's normal. Use that.
Their range, they use their
They
zappies.
farm, they take rune.
But I want the skill differential.
Do you think Zeus is mad when somebody dares to use lightning abilities against him? That'd be just like pathetic.
Maybe it depends on the kind of hero. If he sees like a Leshrac do it, he respects it. If he sees a Disruptor do it, he's like, come on, bro. What is this, silence?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But there's a Zeus that got like a Lash Tower, half HP, and Force a Glyph.
Yeah,
that's really good.
That's very unusual.
I guess it was a rotation. The value of having Enigma offlane, I guess. You're safe.
Yeah, the supports can do whatever they want in the game. They can help the mid laner.
Now he's going bottom.
Yeah, but he's not getting much kills off that speed already.
Yeah.
I feel like that's very bad for Isaac.
But now he's top.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under
Wow, why aren't we all picking Spirit Breaker? He's so mobile, Winter.
Spirit Breaker is fun, man. It's so fun. But talking about winning the game, Spirit Breaker might not be the best.
Fun and good are two different things.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Like, I feel the hero doesn't... Like, you need a very specific draft for the hero to work, and at the end of the day, you're picking him as a support. And if you pick a support and then you have to adjust the whole draft for the support hero, then I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah. And with him moving around so much, that left Arteezy all alone in bot lane.
feels bad when you last pick for a carry
Oh
to
man, we
win the
got
lane and he dies.
double picture-in-picture. There's an invasion going on.
Troll is dead.
Troll is dead.
Yeah,
Kevin,
Troll.
explain yourself. Troll is dead.
Well, it's not because the hero's bad.
Well, really?
So it's the player.
It sounds to me like he didn't have to press R.
Aster's just very good, guys.
Did he die under the fountain? Because there's like a
Yeah,
Magnus,
because his ult aggroed him all the way over there. Probably.
and there's a Magnus, there's a
And there's a
Rubik.
Magnus, yeah, exactly.
There's Tusk with.
Dude, I've
not
seen that
Magnus.
so many times. Throw pop ulti and die in the enemy base.
Yeah. There's a couple bugs too that are just like really stupid.
Do you think it's gonna be OP if you can manually off the ulti, turn it off after you activate it? Would it be too OP?
If you lose the attack speed, I think it's fine. If you get to keep the attack speed,
No,
that would be
obviously
very
you'll
okay.
lose the attack
Okay,
speed.
well
But
then
you-
I think it's fine.
You could use it like almost every gank, right? But
Yeah.
not that.
Then you could be more liberal to use it offensively, and then you
Yeah,
can turn it off.
you could go more of a ganking build if you wanted to, I guess, which would be kind of
Ags.
fun. Yeah, just go the Ags build then.
Mid troll.
Tower is under attack.
It had a good week, that build. Everyone's like, yeah,
Who
this
was
is
it that
really
did
good.
it a lot? Was it Thompson?
I don't remember.
Radiant's bottom
It was not very
tower is
popular
under
for long.
attack.
I mean, the other troll mid is Sparta. He bought mech.
Dyer's
That was
Yeah,
long, a long
that's- Yeah, that was like the days where like you just got no strength items and no strength gains, so like having a mech was like amazing. Increased everybody's health by so much.
No, they're sliding the game away from me. Don't take it. Yeah, give it back.
Yeah, but do you guys like the state of the meta right now? Like how the game is like going at the moment? Like the game seems to be a lot more like slower, more team fights. Kills doesn't seem to matter that much in the early game. Do you think that the kills should matter more, like in the lanes?
I mean, it's hard for me to say, I guess.
Give your
I feel like
perspective as a spectator.
the kills matter because it like determines whether or not you win.
But
your
it doesn't
lane,
matter
but-
as much.
It's not just because people have gotten better at other parts of the game. Like that's part of it. It's like it's partially game balance and it's partially everyone's skills are just higher. So it's like you're better at adapting to these bad situations. But I don't know.
I'm not happy with the meta. It's way easier to protect our jungle than to take to do any aggressive moves. So you take benefit for playing passive, and I don't like a meta that benefits you for playing passive.
Can you explain about that more? Like, what do you mean by it's easier to be defensive, right?
Like it's so easy that from minute 0 you smoke to your own jungle, you put the first ward, and you're definitely gonna spot the enemy putting his ward, so you can guarantee that he won't have any vision into your jungle.
Okay.
It's super easy for you to he-ward that ward, which means you're gonna have vision of them entering on it, so you can just like keep vision of your jungle so easy. That means you're gonna win the fights that are protecting your jungle, and you get away with it because you just farm so much. If they're like chasing kills, if they're like smoking for a kill, they might even get a kill, but you got more benefit by just right-clicking creeps everywhere in the map. So
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. What if the kills matter a lot more? Then wouldn't that change
that
as well?
would make the meta more aggressive, and I would like it more, especially because my team's super aggressive.
Yeah.
So I would be happy with that.
Because like if your team wants to be, if kills matter more, then maybe teams will be like, well, I'm not taking any risks. I'm just going to sit here and protect my carry because if kills matter so much, I really need to make sure he doesn't die.
Dyer's middle tower.
Yeah, but then they're like protecting one hero instead of like protecting the entire map. Now the game is worth that you just like you farm on 3 cores and you block smokes on the supports and you're super fine with it. Like you don't care dying on supports on that sense because the kill doesn't mean that much unless like Roche is up and the enemy team has Roche potential, so you care about like support kills after 16, 17 minutes.
But do you think that has a lot to do with the players getting better, like Neil mentioned? It's not just the meta, but just everybody got better. That's why it went into that direction as well.
If you don't change the map for 3 years, everyone will get better and know what's going on the map, right? You cannot surprise someone. So like the map is the same for so long that everything just got kind of obvious.
Oh, so close.
Barely in time for the stun.
Like look over the Enigma waddling over. The slowest shape.
Does he have a win lace? That's a win lace. If he has
It is the win lace. That was a one win lace difference.
Oh god. Never have an empty slot in your items. Always buy a win lace. That's my motto. Always have a win lace. Always have a raindrop.
Or buy mangoes, as Andy is doing. just buy like 9 mangoes. You got so much regen, they cannot kill you.
I think that has been my favorite evolution of the salve nerf, is that like supports can now buy like 6 mangoes and not feel ridiculous.
Yeah, but do you also feel like you have too much regen on the lane?
Yes, and I love it. I have no complaints whatsoever. Because what frustrated me so much is that your courier goes slower whenever it has consumables. And so if you get bullied out early on, you are just hugging your tower because you're sitting there waiting for your courier. Now you can just chug mangoes all day long, and as soon as you go out at the base, you basically have your lane's worth of regen.
I miss the old days where the mid matchups, you don't have so many runes, so you don't get to refill the bottle as much, so the lanes become very, very important, denying creeps and everything.
You think water runes should get nerfed again?
I feel like I don't want it in the game.
You don't want water runes, period?
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't want it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like the mid matchups matter a lot, so little right now. The matchup is just the same, everybody's just farming because of the rune, you know? You're allowed to draft it in this way.
It does get the supports out of the lane more often though to contest them. So like there are things you can do. So like really good players will like contest them with supports, take that regen away. But so doesn't that counter it in some ways? Because then it's like your supports are actually counteracting that regen.
Even I feel like nowadays, I feel like even as a support, I don't really want to leave my lane, you know, to be honest. I feel like it's very important to sit in the lane and protect my core.
That's my excuse too.
I'm sorry, I can't contest runes. I really need to protect my carry.
I mean, the issue is because you cannot really win your matchup in mid lane, so I don't want to come, you know, I just want to win my side lane, and then you are just going to be 50-50 your lane, and then you eventually gank my lane, you know, that's what I want to do.
But then if their supports gank your mid laner,
fuck him, I'm going to stay in the lane and deny all the creeps, and the carry is not doing anything. Unless there's a crybaby in mid, oh my god, I can't take this even.
yeah, he's like crying so hard. Oh my god, nobody ever comes to protect me.
Right click, lion is missing in the lane.
You know, I get triggered like when I'm playing a support, and he doesn't. My core doesn't really tell me directly.
He killed him. He killed him with the charge.
I think he was dead anyway.
Dude, I don't know. That he moved his carry with the charge.
I think he was dead anyway.
I don't know, man.
The zombie was gonna kill him.
Bro, he's got like 27 armor right now. Like, I don't think so. I don't think so. I've never seen that interaction actually matter before.
The zombies
like
literally do like what, less than 10 damage? Really?
No, but look at the death, whatever.
That's just attack speed, though.
Deathlust, yeah.
He just has to turn on and be like,
yes, with one of his illusions, maybe. He got bumped to death.
Yeah.
It doesn't deal damage though, right? You just get stunned, right?
What?
With Onslaught?
Yeah. Well, but the onslaught was from his teammate. His teammate pushed him.
Right, but you don't take damage from your teammates.
Correct, but he's ruptured, so.
Oh, that's what did the damage.
Yeah, he was ruptured, so when he charged through to like defend him, he pushed him a little bit.
I think that probably killed him then.
Yeah. He took a lot of damage. He was definitely dancing with the rupture on, like you normally kind of do, and then he sundered an ally, and he danced some more, and then he danced some more. Yeah. And then his ally was like, I'm gonna help you.
Primal Beast, what a hero.
Yeah, what's the state of the game right now?
I mean, BetBoom was up 5k, now they're up 3k, still ahead. Terrorblade's having a great time.
Does it matter though? He's up against a Zeus, you know. Like Zeus is just gonna be good against Terrorblade throughout the game.
Yeah, like he's gonna limit sieging and stuff like that, but and they don't have like the best initiation to like counter it, the push, but
I feel like it took so long for Shopify to hit Roche. BetBoom used the BKB on Primal, they used Mata. I think they should just run at Roche, drop the Tombstone and take it. I know if Undying didn't have the ultimate, but they should just do it and put some pressure in the game.
Meanwhile, the thrilling conclusion of
is that a Troll Warlord winning right now? Looking likely. I don't know. That's the one racks left, guys.
I can imagine every time a troll is picked, the panel.
Oh, they got Dark Mago.
They didn't kill him though.
And he has Aegis.
Oh.
And he has Aegis. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, technically, there's 2 Troll Warlords in this game right now. See, Troll won.
If Troll was that bad, would he transform into the Troll? Huh?
I mean,
he needs to take that attack speed.
Huh?
He doesn't want this
so bad.
Like, God damn it! I turned into a troll of all heroes. Couldn't I get a good agi hero to turn into?
That's actually a really good point. It's like he's really not good to turn into. So it's in some ways another.
Just pick a bad carry against Morphling, so he doesn't want to turn into.
It's bad-ish, but like his base skills, boring as hell. You're never gonna stay on Troll to like pick up fervor stacks. So in that way, Morphling counters like most agi carries because he steals like 120 attacks.
You guys
Troll is like ideal.
With the Scepter, at least he gets the dispels on Troll's spells.
Okay, that's
So,
reasonable.
that's
okay,
useful.
Sure, but like
Man,
Berserker's
you guys are
Rage.
stretching so much.
No, come on. Berserker's Rage useless to be on
Yep.
Morphling.
Yep.
Fervor, you're not going to stay in troll mode.
Yep.
The dispels are fine, but not that great.
Agreed.
So like, and you're going to buy an Ags on Morphling to counter these agi heroes. So like, and you've got so much attack speed on troll that you don't even care that much if you lose 120
I
I
attack
should be
speed.
swapping places with him. You know, the troll players. You know,
Bro,
on this
I
side.
am just saying that if you're against a Morphling, troll sounds on paper kind of decent for those like hero matchup things. He'll win this one, don't worry.
that's
He'll win this one,
That's
don't
the
worry.
fight. They think they can burst Actor, and then they try everything on Actor. He doesn't die.
I mean, Morphling's still chilling.
He's gonna die. We mean he doesn't die. He's gonna
He
die.
doesn't die.
Snapfire
Actor never
cookie.
dies. That's the thing about Actor.
What a cookie.
He never dies. That's the bait. You thought he was gonna die. That's how they win the game.
I mean, he's not dead because of the 3 armor.
Because he always has Invis, which is like invincible.
He's dead. Look, he's dead.
He died, but
You guys jinxed him.
You jinxed him. You cursed him.
I thought he can die. I'm telling
Okay,
you.
they're
all the
gonna
time.
lose. They're gonna lose this
He's
game.
alive on my screen. I don't know about yours. How you say he's dead?
Morpheus Satanic Manta still. He still wants to party.
You were fresh for this.
Ember still has Aegis though, so I don't really know how much he can do. Oh, troll buyback. Ember bought Scythe. And
Okay.
Ultra kill.
Morphling's dead.
Okay, fine.
That was because of troll. How much time you bought?
There's a troll distraction, and then there's like the
I mean, I'm
mid
done
player
with this
gets an
too,
ultra
man.
kill.
Production, please allow me to change seats. You know, I don't want to be in the middle of this troll discussion.
Well, if he dies back, that would be devastating. Morphling had to buy back. Mag buys back.
I'm always
And,
baited.
oh, he gets skewered
I don't know about
and
this.
punched.
He went in while troll goes out, so...
Yeah.
Is that a DD or a Clarity? I always get baited. That Morphling has running.
I don't think he has a DD.
It looks like
It's just an empower.
it might be the Ags aura, actually.
Okay.
It doesn't, don't you have an aura? You have an aura under your feet now when you have Ags.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I was
what
a
it-
bit baited.
It does look goofy.
All right, it costs 3 buybacks. Mirana, Morphling, and Mag all bought back.
Okay. I would love to see net worth.
I can't wait for Esther to actually just win this game.
You mean you can't wait for Troll to lose this game? You don't really care that Aster wins. You just want Troll to lose.
I'm sorry. People who like troll, I'm so sorry.
No one likes Troll.
Yeah, I don't even really like him.
Then why are you advocating
Look,
for the
I'm
hero?
just saying the teams are picking him, so there's value behind it in some way, and I'm finding some things that
They might be
sound
wrong
okay.
about the value. They might be wrong.
Sure, but it's not just them. Like there's some Chinese teams that pick troll as well and won with them in the DPC.
Was it against Brood or was it against something else?
I don't remember.
There's your net worth purge.
Beautiful.
Ember Spirit's balling out of control.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ember Spirit is a hero that I feel like we don't really talk enough about it. I feel like he's a very, very strong hero. Everybody's just talking about what? The Linas, the Tree, the Rubiks, the Tiny,
Mid
Tusk.
laners are getting ignored in general. No one's really hyping them up too much.
But like the obvious ones are like Pango Bad and Ember, right? Those are like the three. So three.
I mean, I
of the
feel
best
like
mid laners.
Ember and Pango are kind of like similar. And I feel like you can just Ember's like you can pick the hero early and you don't really care about the laning phase as much. Like you mentioned Bad. I feel like I've seen this matchup so many times, and I don't feel like the Ember loses the matchup that badly. You know.
But I feel like those three heroes get banned in the second phase like a lot.
Yeah,
typically.
that's why I feel like Ember is a good 8th pick. Like if I first pick, I would strongly consider Ember as a 8th pick.
Oh, this is Liquid versus Eyebrows.
Yep. Elsewhere, Hellraisers is getting stepped on by Liquid.
Wow.
The Purge against Brood, the Purge CM we talked about.
Wait, is that like a DK pos 5 or something?
Yeah, that was solo playing Dragon Knight.
Wait, it was?
What?
So they must have had some weird shit happen in the draft
Wait,
where they're like,
DK pos
okay,
5?
this is better, I guess. Maybe it's because it was Pudge
Something
Carry or
terrible
something.
must have had to happen.
Wait, I seen this yesterday. Puppy was playing a game in a pub and he was DK pos 5.
How'd that go?
He won his lane. Like he was laning with God. What was the hero? I think it was a Morph thing. Can't remember what's the hero, but the DK was somehow able to win his lane.
Okay.
And then later in the game, he's a stun. He has blink. He blinks around, stuns people.
I've seen some like uncommon position 5 because of Lina. Because like you pick Lina and then they ban like 300 and dying, and you need to figure out like a different melee 5. So maybe you go like Sven.
If the third
maybe,
spell isn't so OP, I would consider Ogre.
You know, you go like Tide 5. You can go CK 5. I don't know. all those. You just want someone to frontline for you. That's all.
Brewmaster.
Yeah.
Used to be a plus 5 hero.
One thing about the Ember, I think like in the major, the level that's played is higher, and some Embers are gonna be heavily punished by like Huskar or Lone Druid. I feel like this hero can be punished with some specific matchups. Like we've seen on the European DPC, a Huskar pick against Ember, I believe, and it's just so strong. So
yeah, but that can be solved by the pick sequence, you know. Like you know that team plays Huskar, then obviously you're gonna pick Ember in a much more conservative way.
Hey Winter, what just happened?
I can't believe Troll just won. Oh my god.
By the way, one more reason for Troll, like we didn't see the pick order, but I assume Beast Coast has first pick. You see the enemy team has Magnus, so they need an important target, which is like an edge hero, a melee edge hero.
Yep.
So Troll is good against those heroes.
Yeah.
So you thought it was
that's
a
also one
pick?
reason. Yeah.
Okay.
You can like force them into a hero that doesn't take benefit of Empower.
Okay, fine. I get it. I get it.
Troll so good is the best hero.
That was the conclusion that
First pick every game.
We all conclude that Troll is the best hero of the current
Just
meta,
stop
right?
trolling me, please.
God damn it, Winner. Oh, damn it, Purge, I forgot to set my fantasy for today.
Oh, you can do that?
I forgot!
Oh.
I was watching Nisha just now and I'm like, oh, I bet Nisha's getting me a lot of points and I forgot! God damn it!
Dude, it was not even on my radar, but yeah, I gotta do that.
Wait, I thought you were super passionate about fantasy.
I mean, yeah, usually I am. I get out of it sometimes. I forget about it.
Oh man.
It's easy to forget in DPC because it's like a week-long thing, so you just like set it and
Yeah,
you
I
throw
just
your
set
arms
all
up.
3 lineups at the beginning.
Yeah, you're just like, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot more fun at tournaments, for sure.
Yeah, I need to unpack my fantasy cards.
Yes. I think I only have like 8 or 9, because I'm too cheap to buy a bundle pack.
Wow.
So.
Way to not support the scene, Kevin.
That shit's expensive, bro. I don't even voice line that much. I'm not a piece of shit.
But they're on sale right now.
That's true. It's 75%
It's
off.
75% off. You get to keep it for a whole 2 more weeks, Kevin.
What's that, like $5 or something? It's probably worth it for the packs, actually. Like, I think I bought some at TI just because I was like, okay, I want like at least 75% of the heroes or players.
But not because you wanted to support the teams.
Yeah, don't give a shit.
Don't give a shit about the teams.
Yeah, what do those guys make per DPC season? Like $2,000? They don't need
Those
my money.
fat cats.
Yeah. So rich.
So rich.
Lina's losing. GG.
Oh, the world is upside down. Troll is winning and Lena's losing. What a time to be alive.
But then we were just talking about like Lina lanes and it's like Lina silencer? Was it?
Oh my god, it's Geek Slate, that's why.
And then you get zoomed, like there's Enigma on the other side, like what a lane is that?
Why are you guys laughing?
Because Geek Slate were picking Silencer at way higher of a priority than it deserves to be.
Oh.
And we could not figure out a justification. Yeah, I think we saw it was like an anti-Bat Rider thing, but they have the Bat Rider in this game.
I mean,
there's Enigma is the obvious one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but the one thing I would say about Silencer, when I'm playing position 5 Silencer, I really don't like laning with like a range hero. I want to have like a stun hero, like Chaos Knight, Wraith King with me, so I can play very, very aggressive. Or even maybe at least a Monkey King or Ursa, you know. I don't like laning with Lina.
Lina definitely needs a frontliner. Silencer definitely needs a frontliner. Why we don't bring the 2 together on the same lane and see what happens? Probably not the best, I would assume. Or you try lane.
You know when you guys are, when you especially you brought up Geek State. So there's this thing about Geek State that I was telling you about. Like I feel like sometimes when I look at their drafts are based on certain, like if you dig up the stats, like a lot of the numbers in pub games or everything, the way they draft sometimes have something to do with that. Like the hero matchup has this win rate against this hero or the hero combination, and they take into account those kind of things. Sometimes a little bit too much. I feel like it's a good way of referencing certain heroes and matchups, but it shouldn't be
in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were talking about this when they picked Meepo. Remember the Meepo game?
Yes, that's right. But I don't even know what they thought the matchup was good
Brood, it was against Brood.
Oh, yeah, it was against Brood. You're right. Yeah. And so
it's supposed to be good, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be
good on paper, but let me tell you, in that game, it was not good. It nearly cost them attending this major.
I feel like a matchup that's super good against Brood is Alchemist, but no one's picking it. I see EG banned last phase against the LGD. I like that ban because I think like Alchemist can destroy Brood and also can destroy Enigma.
What do you think the hero is good for right now, apart from Brute? Like, do you think he fits in the meta?
What Alchemist is good for?
Yeah.
No.
I think it fits, especially because like the other teams like just playing slow, they're like holding their jungle. About the thing we talk about, you're gonna farm faster your jungle. You hit your timings and you just take out their map. I feel like it's a hero that you can like.
How about his lane? Because he used to be weak in the lane, but nowadays I feel like he's okay in the lane. You get stunned early so that you get a better laning phase.
Thing about the carries on the lane is which position 5 you have with you. Like you put an Undying, any hero is gonna win the lane. You put like Treant, any hero wins the lane. So you can just like secure your lane with a position 5 and you get away with it and you're gonna hit your timing so fast.
If that's the case, then couldn't you just stick Alchemist offlane? Wasn't that a thing for a hot minute? He'll get a Greaves very quickly.
But then the thing with Alchemist, like with offlane, is you wanna push the enemy carry out of the lane. You don't want to like trade farm with your offlaner, right? So you want an offlaner that kicks the enemy out. So you're happy with Alchemist like by keeping your jungle if it's a safe laner, but if it's an offlaner, I don't think you're that happy that they keep their jungle.
Nice. Yeah, I think most of the popular offlaners definitely bully out the safe laner like as soon as they hit 6.
I like the way our friend here thinks about Dota, except for the troll.
Other than that, you're in simpatico. Your meta outlooks line up. And he gets that win against Geekslate. Now back to Shopify Rebellion versus BetBoom, which is neck and neck right now.
So TB's still ahead.
Yep.
But Bloodseeker's a lot closer now. Zeus is still doing great, so could be spooky for the TB.
The thing is like you're supposed to be ahead as a TB, right? You just farm more the map. You're supposed to be this 1 item ahead. So I feel like it's even if you look at like at the items they have by this time of the game. I don't think like Bloodseeker is sad to be behind a TB.
I mean, he doesn't care, right, in this matchup because it's more about the Zeus. That he has a Zeus that can deal with the TB. I feel like the Bloodseeker, he functions more as a front line this game so that the Enigma and Zeus can do their thing in the team fights.
That makes sense. And it's not like he has to worry about getting caught by TB with Scotty. It's like he can probably zip in and out most of the time.
And the TB is definitely like just building for not being bursted by the Zeus, because Zeus has a refresher, so TB has to go Satanic, so it has enough HP to survive the combo.
Do they have a pipe on some of one of them? I feel like when you are playing this Illusion Hero against Zeus, you need somebody to build a pipe, and ideally somebody gets a Mage Slayer. Maybe the TB gets a Mage Slayer, but
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's super hard to fit the Mage Layer. Maybe Primal can go
right-click the Zeus and he doesn't kill
like, how many times are you going to right-click the
Primal's
Zeus?
going Lincolns for the Rupture.
Yeah, why Lincolns?
Because also like the Enigma stun is so good against Primal. Primal is not good into Enigma.
Yeah, that's a good point. You also been telling me how Enigma should be picked more, apart from the IO.
Like I think Enigma is amazing against Primal.
No, you said the same thing right against Treant. You said that if somebody picks Treant, you're gonna pick Enigma.
Yeah, if someone picks anything, I'm gonna pick Enigma. But to be honest, like
I
really like it against Treant.
Your draft is like Enigma. Your draft is like Troll. You have Undying.
Yeah,
only Troll.
You're getting to the dream draft there, mate. You're almost there. I'm not gonna spoil, otherwise I'm gonna lose DPC.
I think by the end of the day, I know the noun secret draft.
No, but the thing is like, Enigma is also really great against the Lash because I feel like the meta is you get Treant or Undying and then you enable either Lash or DP. And both Lash and DP, then they're like enable and they want to front line. They want to hit your tower and you can just black hole them because they're just like, you don't need to catch them. They're just like into your face. And it's so easy if they're just like throwing into your face and you can black hole them so easy. And usually those things they want to play as a ball, so they don't have catch for you as the Enigma.
Gets bounced into black hole whiffs though.
Did he just cancel it himself?
He figured not worth continuing it.
He got like bashed out of the range, I think. So it was like, I think Crit happened to bash and not hit, and it pushed him just a little bit too far away. That's what it looked like.
TB gets the Sunder, Rubik may be the sacrifice.
I mean, you see that in the team fight, like the Terrorblade can't really do a lot of damage, you know. Like the Zeus just deals with the illusion. Okay, right now he's doing damage.
They're turning.
I guess Lash was doing the damage.
Bloodseeker needs to heal, he's so low, I don't know where he is right now.
I mean, Primal Beast is almost alive again. Like, this is actually not bad for BetBoom.
Yeah.
There was one buyback. The thing is like meta is gonna be over. Can they Roche? I don't think they can.
It's hard. I think it's hard.
And then
Go back to hitting creeps, I guess.
yeah.
Like, who has the late game among the lineup? Who do you feel is stronger in the late game?
Wait, this is
I
actually
really
a tough
think it's kind
call.
of even. I think it's somehow about like execution, to be honest.
Team, who gets the jump, basically?
It's easier for Shopify to jump surely with like SB and stuff.
Well, they will try the roach.
Even
This
without
is
the
risky,
meta.
though.
Scam.
It's slow.
They have illusion to
It's risky, though. I feel like they might regret this.
Bloodseeker Illusion sees
buyback.
the
Well, they
progress.
forced the buyback though.
I mean, it's just a support.
Yeah, but still.
Come on, what's the just support?
It's just a spirit breaker. Nobody needs
Can you
him.
show some respect for Mr. Crit? He just won a tournament against Nouns. Should I repeat it?
What did
He's
I,
like so
what did
good.
I do to
that's
you
true.
today and
I
yesterday?
forgot about
What did I do to you?
He's so good.
Philippe?
Need to respect them. NA Dota.
Are you even a support player?
I'm not a player at all.
You think our buybacks counts as a buyback? Our buybacks are
I
like,
definitely think they do because like by this game state, if you kill one hero, it means you get to Roche. If this hero doesn't have a buyback.
Alright, fine.
And
Fine.
it's the initiator, so they lose this initiation power because you don't want to initiate with a hero that has no buyback. Although they will get the Roche.
Yeah,
so.
and buyback means a lot to a hero like SB.
Yeah.
Because you can come back to the
Because you
fight.
want to suicide and be able to go back. And now you cannot go back.
Alright, second smoke here. Only one Zeus ult with their pressure.
Oh, if they get the
If
Zeus
they
first.
kill off it.
Ooh, that's a dangerous
Observer
position.
walk. Observer walk.
He's getting dunked.
He's not dying?
Is he on this? Oh,
He heavenly jumped in place. You hate to see it.
Oh, he has buyback. Relax, he has buyback. He's gonna come back and kill the Terror Blade.
Alright, he bought back.
It's just a mid laner buyback.
Screw you guys, man. I'm not gonna talk anymore.
I have a weird take on that. It's easier to play this fight as BetBoom than as Shopify because the communication is so hard on Shopify. You don't know if you wanna contest them or if you wanna keep hitting Roach. And usually the team splits up and lose the fight and lose Roach and lose everything.
Oh, he's not doing enough damage?
Oh!
Okay, the Manto is
Okay.
good.
Sunder, Black Hole. Oh, the Black Hole.
Rubik stole Black Hole, and he catches 3. Immediately canceled by a Lightning Bolt, though. And
Still enough.
It's
Crit
okay.
is considering re-engaging. They get the kill
I think they can kill the Terror Blade
on
here.
the Rubik.
They just need to keep chasing him. He has no mana.
They've chosen not to.
Why did Bloodseeker build a dagger? What is he interested in initiating on?
Maybe like Blink Rupture, contesting areas. Like both teams are slightly weak at initiating. So maybe just him having Blink like allows him to get in, use BKB and start the fight in a good way.
Okay.
Because if he just ruptures the Lesh, I feel like Lesh just doesn't do anything.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, just now when you were saying late game, you feel like it's pretty much even. You feel like it just depends on who gets the jump.
Yeah, because somehow like TB looks like the late game king if you compare to a Bloodseeker, but on the other hand you have Enigma. You have like this BKB piercing AoE, so when you have Enigma, I feel like the late game, if you execute better, you win with Enigma. The hero's just so strong.
I mean, but they have Rubik. Do you think that?
But you got like BKB, Lincolns.
I mean, he
Refresher.
has like what Greaves pipe right now. I don't know.
That's the late game, like maybe 3 hours in the game you can have it. How late are you talking about? Did you have lunch today? You wanna go have dinner?
I swear he's mad at me today. I don't know what I did to him.
What didn't you do, Winter?
Radiant's middle tower
I was nice to him, you know. I'm sad now.
Some nice pressure with the catapult wave. That's good. They get tier 2 out of Treant because it takes so long. If they manage to do it, it's meaningful because then they can have the outpost finally at the 37 minutes mark.
Oh, that's true. They haven't taken a single tier 2 yet. That's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like this Treant with TB, that's what BetBoom want to execute, that you cannot get to their towers because there's like the illusions pushing in, and then if you get to the tower, there's the extra armor with the Treant, and then he will heal the tower.
I mean, it's also they have terrible heroes at killing buildings.
They also do.
Zeus Bloodseeker.
Zeus is one of the worst mid laners for that. Seeker is one of the worst carries for that.
Did you see earlier when the TV illusion versus Eidolon, he can kill like 7 of them or something before he dies. It's like so effective to counter the little split push that Spotify unit has.
Shopify,
Whoops,
Kevin.
I did it. Oh no.
You did
I
it.
said the thing.
You said the thing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Net worth advantage keeps growing for BetBoom. Slightly.
Yeah.
Slow and steady.
The other thing, it's so hard to do moves in the map for Shopify. They had Aegis and DD on Seeker, and they couldn't get anything out of that. Maybe like they retake their jungle. I don't know how meaningful it is by now. Feels like you just want to push one wave with the Aegis hero, but they can't do that because they get like 2 waves pushing to them, and then they need to fix those waves, and then like game just resets.
Oh, that was slick. Cancelled right before he finished it and got the vision on the Rubik. Now Nimbus is to cancel TPs. Leshrac gets caught, gets killed.
Nice.
And the Rubik goes down as well.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
That's what they needed.
Execution,
Now
very
they just need a wave to come close to the tower. But they don't have one, and they need to fix the other one. How do they fix this wave problem in the late game? I don't know. Enigma has one talent for the Eidolons, right?
Yeah, he does.
Which level is this?
It's only 16 though, so I think it's 25.
Yeah, why is this so low level?
Yeah.
The extra Eidolons is 25.
Yeah.
It's probably just split pushing with his Eidolons the whole time, so he like never gets levels himself.
Yeah, probably.
It's like the Naga Siren problem.
Yeah, maybe the Nimbus will help a bit with the waves, but still far from optimal.
I like the Hex that Nightfall's building. Since they have like kind of weak initiation, it's gonna be perfect for that. Just blink Hex into combo. Did you guys see that combo on Reddit that somebody made with the?
Oh, with the.
It was like you throw shard,
rock toss,
breaking pike.
You throw the rock, it bounces, but then you blink past the person, and then the rock bounces the opposite way because now
the rock split.
And then you like
calculates
then
wherever
you
your
hurricane
hero
pike
is.
them, so they get stunned twice by the rocks alone, and then you like charge into ulti, and you can stun somebody for like 8 seconds or some shit. You have to buy a hurricane pike though, but
and they need to be like perfectly positioned in a straight line.
Sure, but it was fucking cool.
You just need pike, dagger, shard.
That's
BKB so they don't cancel you.
Well,
hurricane pike.
Well, it was cool though.
It's totally viable.
You need
totally
vision.
viable.
You need to tell like the enemy to turn off his screen so you actually can do it.
Please stand still.
Sure.
I want to make a highlight reel.
When they hear that like rock sound where he's like, "Roar," you have to not move, yeah. But if it landed, dude, that's how you make history. Or you can just buy Hex. I guess that's a little easy too.
That's the coward's way out. TB blessed himself a scepter, so we got Terror Wave online now. Which is another thing that Enigma needs to be concerned about.
Especially because the enemy team kind of lacks initiation. If they like just jump with the breaker or the seeker,
they get feared away.
Yeah, they need like to jump with BKB, so you kind of like force them to pre-BKB, and then you have like Treant that's gonna pierce the BKB with the ultimate. It's a really good Aghanis game, definitely. Weird part is he doesn't have a buyback.
Oh wow, wait, he bought the whole scepter without any buyback?
Yeah, because like usually when you buy it, like you don't turn it into a blessing till you have the buyback, right?
Yeah.
Kind of greedy. But he wants the 6 items, he wants the boots, seems like, yeah.
What do you think it's going to take for anyone to ever buy Demon Zeal on Terrorblade? They always have so much money and they just never buy it, the shard. They're just like, nah, garbage. He's got Satan, like he could use it to run around from camp to camp faster at least, but yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, just not good, right, the spell?
Yeah.
Also the Bloodseeker Agonies, I think I haven't seen it.
I haven't tried it yet. Why do it when you can just pick Pudge?
I mean, they buffed it like a million times and still nothing.
I mean, it's just such like it just doesn't integrate with his regular build, that's the problem, you know? So like, there's no way you could buy it unless you were like, I'm gonna play this.
The black hole onto the left track.
They'll steal it.
Gets stolen, but they kill GPK off.
Go for it. Unless this happens.
Stolen, immediately canceled by the Nimbus, though. And Primal gets sliced down. Treant Protector. Wow, BetBoom is getting pretty murdered in this fight.
Yeah, definitely.
They are getting Shopify.
They're getting Shopify'd. They're getting Rebellion.
Yeah.
As you called it, Estini, because obviously Shopify Rebellion, having beaten Nouns, makes them the strongest tournament.
Someone is learning here. You see, Winter.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
You see, someone can learn. Can you also learn? What's the best team in the competition again?
SR.
SR,
Yeah.
there we go.
Perfect. But again, no waves, right? So they get 4 kills and they get to fix waves. They need to win like more 2 fights of those, so they win the game, because this wave problem is just so huge. Is it an Aghanim's or Refresher rule?
Great question. I would love to find out.
What would be better, Refresher for Enigma or Aghanim's for Enigma also?
Well, I love leaving things on a cliffhanger, so we'll find out after a quick swap. No, Estini, stop being so invested in the game.
Yeah, I was hoping they'd switch
We have to
game that
leave.
exact moment.
They want to refresh us?
They want to refresh us. We are being dropped like a 6-slot Boots in Medusa's inventory. So stick around, everybody. We will be right back with more of the block party, but with new people after a quick break.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Haste.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bro, don't do that, bro, please.
Oh, they're gonna hate me for this. My patience is rewarded.
Welcome back to the block party. That's right, we're back and we are ready for some, well, continuing of some great Dota 2. I'm here with Purge, Winter, still there, and we got Sheepo back as well.
This looks way worse than I thought it would.
You look very comfy.
You do look very comfy.
Yeah, I'm
it's all
living
good.
my best life, for
It's
sure.
all good.
Yeah.
It's nothing bad. All right, so we just had the squad stream on, and there was oh, sorry, that's me.
Yeah, that was you.
That's me. It fell over.
Yeah, nice
I'm
one,
sorry.
Chiefs.
My deepest, sincerest apologies, please. Anyway, but there's a hype game going on. Shopify is still trying really hard to do well against BetBoom, so we should probably jump into that one. We did see the drafts going on and all the streams happening at the same time.
It's gonna be too late. I can see it. There's a team fight that just happened.
Don't spoil. Oh, and the GG is called. Okay, well.
It's too late.
You missed it. Shopify did therefore win game 1. And they are the slowest line at the moment because the rest already started in game 2. Okay, well then, Purge. Who do you want to watch? The drafts are live.
I want to be the one that gets to decide.
Geek Slate Entity, Hellraiser's Liquid,
Pudge.
or Aster Beast Coast.
Pudge,
Well, I know
I'll
which
pay
one I
you
want.
$5 to choose Beast Coast.
That was actually the one I wanted. Give me my money.
All right.
All right. After Beast Coast, it is.
Yeah,
the people have spoken.
Liquid Hellraisers, it was probably my second desired, but Aster Beast Coast definitely better.
Yeah, that's probably the best game.
Oh,
For
the
sure.
ticker update. I see it now.
Yeah, it did. It did indeed.
Or we could just watch us. That works too.
I'm down for that.
How comfy are you guys right now?
Yo, Kevin, you wanna play rock, paper, scissors?
I'm giga comfy.
I'm giga comfy.
but Winter and me have the least comfier chairs compared to you two. You
Yeah,
guys are
mine's so
like
good. I got
zen,
the best chair.
comfy zen.
I can like move my legs and like
Do you see that? Do you see that?
What?
the stool. Is there a stool?
There's another chair that like the one you're sitting on,
Oh, I
right
see.
there.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I
cool.
know. There was 2 when we first came in, and me and Thea tried to sit in them together, and then they were like, "Get out of this! Get out!"
This chair's not allowed.
Yeah.
We call that the lazy chair.
I am lazy.
I mean, they're both lazy. It's
I
all
tried.
good.
It was fully reclined, and then they made me put it upright because otherwise I was too low to the ground.
Yeah, because otherwise you don't. You know, you do want to at least see the colors you're representing and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah. That being said, I'm curious, Winter. What do you think about the Dota level being played right now?
Which game? This
All
game?
the games, just the level.
Some of
Oh,
the
that is a very
some of the
disappointed sigh right
Some of
there.
the games are pretty shitty, not gonna lie, but
Oh yeah.
but overall I feel like I'm kind of satisfied with half of the games. So yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure the games are gonna get better next week.
Next week on playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs.
You know, that's a lot of Dota to go through before the games get better.
Yeah, because I feel like the heroes like IO, I think we spoke about IO, Enigma. I think those heroes are probably going to be contested a lot more. And yeah, it's going to take some time before teams are going to adjust and try to pick those heroes more. And if somebody picks it, they win a lot with it, then maybe others will follow. Da-da-da.
Da-da-da. All right, well, great breakdown. Thank you for that. We should now also be ready to get Aster and Beast Coast on the screen. Why do you chose that one, Purge? Why that one stood out?
All right,
to
well, both second place in their regions, which was impressive, obviously. Beast Coast ended up beating, Beast Coast was first technically because they beat Evil Geniuses, but Aster is really good as well. They had a intense game 1, Beast Coast ended up winning it, so I don't know, it's like slightly, and plus it's a freaking SA major, so like you gotta watch the SA team as well, so it just literally everything aligns.
I thought it was a monetary
And the other 2
incentive.
games sucked a little bit, so it's like really, real straightforward.
Well, I can also say that the first game of Liquid Hellraisers was a bit one-sided, so figured don't want to start with that one either. And then Geek Slate Entity was still not through their draft, so it was an easy choice anyway. And you gave out $5 for that.
I mean,
We'll see.
that's why I asked for rock, paper, scissors. I was gonna say, can I win my money back?
No, this game already happened. This is highlights. We don't care.
This is okay. This is that team fight we were talking about. That was really big.
Okay.
All right, Big Black. Oh no, this is like mid game. I remember watching this part.
It's all good.
It's a nice highlight.
We'll get them out soon. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
No.
highlights. Oh.
This was a big black hole. Caught the Leshrac. He was so far away from the rest of his teammates that they weren't there to steal it.
Yeah.
So Saberlight forced a good fight here.
Yeah, but overall it's a pretty interesting like draft against the TV. Like they have SB, Zeus, Bloodseeker. Not a very common draft. I'm happy when teams do something uncommon and they win.
I'm also happy when I see a game that has not yet been played.
I'm also happy when I watch BetBoom lose.
Jeez. That turned grim real fast. Why?
Because they're boring to watch.
Really? You think that's the case?
In my opinion, yes. I think they're a very safe team.
Yay!
Yeah, woo,
What?
let's go East Coast.
Yes.
They're so good though.
They're good, right? But like, they're boring. Like, there's a Shopify just walk in and do roast, and they don't contest it because they're too scared to. Because they're like, what if it goes wrong? What if we lose the game? Let's just not try at all.
Does that mean that you also, because I know that the same complaints sometimes have been made about Tundra, that they are not, like they play very clean Dota, right? Do you consider BetBoom and Tundra to play like the clean Dota that's just not, it's not forcing mistakes or anything like that?
Maybe. Tundra kind of strikes me as like, they're not sure how to end the game early. More than like, we want to go this late. Because we had like some interview with them in the DPC where Nat was like, why do your games go so late? And they were like, I don't think our games go late. It's like, yes they do! What? So it's clearly not an active choice.
Ever looked at the game time? Nah.
These player cams are messed up for sure. That is not XW1.
It's all
okay,
good.
they figured it out.
They figured it out. All right, so what do we got for this game? The draft obviously finished. First blood already happened.
Let's talk about the gyro carry for Viscos.
Okay.
Oh, gyro carry? Oh shit. Yeah, when we think the troll is...
This one I'm not going to defend very much. Okay, people draft it against Enigma as a carry matchup because you flat cannon the Eidolons. That's the idea, right? You get more golden experience than you're supposed to, and that hopefully makes up for Gyro's deficiencies as a carry. But the problem is that Gyro is killed by these like high single target physical damage carries, so Ursa can beat him, I feel like.
Yeah, and Gyro's... I feel like the hero, you need to pick the hero with like a steroid support. Like Trion is kind of like a... I always feel like Gyro doesn't function as a hero very well if he's not picked with Io. And with Trion kind of does the same thing, but not as well. But the lane is stronger with Trion compared to Io.
And the armor does help offset some of the value that Ursa brings in going Gyro, so it's just gonna go Shred Zags. No big surprise there.
So this guy just doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, I want to play Troll. Okay, pick me Troll. I want to play Gyro. Pick me Gyro.
But I mean,
it's good against Phoenix too, right? Because you can hit the egg while still hitting everything around you, or is that not good enough?
You can't control the second attack very well right now, but yeah, it should be okay-ish.
I mean, I wouldn't say that's a very good reason. There are a lot of carry heroes that can do that.
But he has range. I mean, yeah, it's a small value, but yeah, it's there.
I have nothing nice to say about Gyro.
He's got cool cosmetic sets.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I think East Coast, by the way, like, I think people should start first phase banning Snapfire against this team.
Why?
Because they pick it every single game.
Yeah, but is it good enough for them to do that?
I think so.
For them?
They flex it between Sacred and Schofield. They play on 4 and 3. So it's really nice there, and it's like a very safe pick for them because you're not committing hard onto anything, and the matchups are always just pretty good. And the way that they play, it like fits into everything. Like if they're winning, it lets them be more aggressive.
Yeah, I
get
agree.
the shot.
That's
and
a
when
good-
they're losing, you cover your fights with your kisses and punish people. It's really nice.
That's a good
And
way of
apparently
using
you're
that
up against
ban.
Phoenix. Lovely.
Yeah.
That's a good way of using the ban. When the enemy picks like a hero that fits into multiple lineups that they always pick and multiple roles, it's usually a good thing to ban one of those heroes out if you have an extra ban or you just ban it in the second phase.
I'm gonna reuse that point on main panel because Winter agreed. Like when we
It's
get
okay.
when we get
You
playoffs.
can even say, Winter agreed with me on this, And what you should do, you should make a list and like basically have a survey. So you go past all the players, and then obviously only mention the ones that agree with you.
course,
And then
for
on
sure.
panel it's like, I talked to name all the players, and they agreed with me when I say, and then you have got a very strong point to make right there.
Like every time Fear says, "Yeah, that's a good point," it's just like I would clip it on Twitch. Easy.
You make a montage later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I fall asleep to this.
So out of this one, it seems like you all are. I mean, it's a bit torn because you like the Snapfire on the side of Beast Coast, but you don't like the Gyrocopter. Are we having a favorite going into this game too? Because game one obviously was very back and forth with Beast Coast eventually taking it.
I feel like the Nyx is kind of weird on Beast Coast too, because it doesn't like super hard counter that many Bastards heroes, but they did need some kind of initiator, and it can like scout and set things up.
It's very annoying for the Phoenix.
Yeah,
Pango, even the Pango as well, like, to a certain extent, and Enigma before he gets BKB. Okay. Yeah, but it's definitely not a go-to position for hero nowadays. But I guess it works out for them because they like the Snapfire, right? And Nyx does okay in the lane with the Snap. Yeah, but this team definitely strikes me as a team that values comfort a lot in the range creep.
Okay.
Got him.
It's just your carry like diving to tier 2 with like anything for the kill, dude.
Yeah.
He's like, I am here to kill Enigma.
I mean, he did.
And I will kill Enigma.
Yeah, space for Sacred.
But
Let's
at
go.
what cost?
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's a little bit of something. Something. It's all good.
Man, I love this team. They're so funny. I love Beast Coast. They just appear in the enemy fountain somehow at 10 minutes, and it's
only
like
a little bit biased.
What do you mean? They don't.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I'm not biased.
Don't you have a Beast
I
Coast
think you're
overlay
on
your
the
social
team
media
page.
right now?
What? I'm not. No.
What?
Man, you guys are crazy.
No, that must be mistaken.
Beast Coast directly depositing money in your bank account every month for years.
Yes. You know what? I actually genuinely never used to care all about their team. But then,
whoa!
Like,
did you tell them that?
Yeah, no, I didn't. So if they're watching now, I'm sorry. But it was. I think it's hard because when you're an English-speaking viewer, like I don't speak a second language. I was born in a horrible country. It's like I have no way to connect with this team. They don't really do any English content, right? So it's like you struggle. Like I think Team Spirit, for example, they do a really good job of bridging the gap in languages by doing a lot of content with subtitles. So I just didn't care. But then I spoke to Arvo, and he basically just info dumped me on everything about this team.
Nice.
And like I really felt like I liked the style of it. And then,
I feel you.
yeah, it's like, oh, I feel the passion now. I actually kind of like it. And then I watched their games, and I was like, these guys are fucking
That's
hilarious.
the Arvo effect, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you could talk about the most mundane thing, and you'll be like, yeah, that's good stuff right there. That is nice. And it's been so long since Beast Coast made changes to their roster. And they did now. Are you happy with that? As a longtime Beast Coast fan, of course.
I actually am, only because Sacred played a lot of offlane Snapfire, and Snapfire is like my favorite hero since Meepo died. So I love that. So I love watching him play. I think he's fun. He's also a really good Timbersaw player too. So he's got like the spirit of Whisper in him. I think the changes are fine. It's basically, I think like both those two SA teams are both insane and insanely loved. And them swapping doesn't really make them like better or worse. They're both still just like top class teams.
But don't you feel like one team is much better against the international teams, and one team is just like for Beast Coast? I feel like they're better within SA, but EG is much better when they're playing against the other teams because they're more flexible. Beast Coast tends to always like to pick heroes that they are very, very comfortable, and I feel like comfort only gets you so far.
That's true.
If you're playing against much better teams, I feel like sometimes being comfortable doesn't win you the game.
But I feel like sometimes Beast Coast will knock out a team that everyone rates highly just because they were like caught off guard by their playstyle.
Yeah, but if you look at a sample, let's say they play like 10 games against the better teams, I feel like the way EG is approaching the game, the way they're drafting, I feel like they're going to be able to win more compared to Beast Coast. Yeah, sure, Beast Coast is probably going to win like 1 or 2 games, but in the long run, they are going to fare worse.
I agree with that.
Because they favor, I mean, they prioritize being comfortable a lot. Even I see that a lot in the draft.
Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of the players in SEA. They want to be, because like when you're drafting for them, and they give you a ton of reason why they want to play that hero, and it's mostly because they're either really good at the hero or they're very comfortable with the hero, but it isn't important to the draft.
On one hand, I do agree with you. On the other hand, I think like you look at Tundra and the way they approach it, they even said it themselves. They're like, we don't care what team we're playing against, we're just going to play our strats. And like, I think if you're able to take that to like the max.
But that's different.
Nice.
I feel like they have an idea around how to play as 5, like the way they play on the map. So they need certain heroes to allow that kind of play style. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're comfortable with that play style. They believe that that play style improves their win probability by a lot, so they're playing that way. But for Beast Coast, it just feels like I want to play that hero, so I pick the hero. Without much consideration whether the hero is good.
You see that room dance just now? You like couldn't tell that they were on the same team because they just like Phoenix was like going high ground, Schofield just walked by him, took the DD, they just ran away from each other without attacking.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Beast Coast always end up getting stopped somewhere. I mean, maybe EG don't do too hot this major. I don't know how they'll fare, but like I think in the long run they'll probably be a much better team overall.
Yeah.
Higher ceiling.
Yeah.
Radiant structures.
Do you think they benefited more with the change?
What?
The roster swapping?
I think everyone thought EG came out on top of that.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so do we know 100% certain? Was it not just EG's like, well, we want that one, they put it together and basically Beast Coast was left with the scrap? Like, do we know how that went down? Or is this just a guess that everybody was on board with all the changes? Because I can only imagine that Evil Geniuses, big organization, comes to you. I mean, you know, you're used to SA orgs, and this big organization comes and says, you want to play on my all-star SA team?
I mean,
you're gonna say yes.
The org came after the roster change already.
Okay.
That's what I think. I
mean, the players wanted to change. I think Alvaro mentioned it to me before. Like he said that the players felt like, oh, this is as far as we can go with this roster.
Yeah.
We've already tried so many times, so it's time for
something
for
change.
something new.
I think it's quite funny that they basically just, you know.
And it's not like they did bad either. Like they really did excellent. The last year was like a nice finisher. They placed
They get
well
top
at many
6,
majors.
top 8, yeah.
Like they had some good performances, but I think it's fine for them to do the swap. But
yeah, that's, I mean, so far so good, right? I mean, obviously Beast Coast won the first one. We saw EG earlier. They did tie with PSG.LGD, I believe. So, you know, that's it's a decent start for first series of the day for the Lima Major. This game so far is still looking pretty even.
Yeah.
On all fronts.
I'm trying to think what they're waiting for, like timing wise. I mean, I guess they want K1. Usually, like Dark Margo just pops off really hard in like mid game, and then the late game is what Hector does.
nice done.
Ooh.
That's a big stack too.
Jesus.
Not gonna get it.
Oh,
good one.
That was sad.
Yeah, but that's why Snapfire versus Phoenix, it feels so
Yeah.
as in bad for the Phoenix.
That was almost so sick by Dark Margo.
That was such a cool skirmish actually. There was so many like crazy shit that he did. Like dodging the rolling thunder was amazing.
Yeah.
Sticks.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that Dark Margo usually owns this mid game and like plays these fighting mids, but like him being on Zeus makes it a little bit harder for them to take the fights they want. But then again, he just went in there, man. So I get his fists were swinging.
He's kind of like the actual carry in this game. I feel like he's the win condition. Like the gyro is just there to like I feel like help and enable the other heroes to play the game much better, and the Zeus is gonna ultimately be the win condition. I don't feel like Gyro can carry this game against these heroes.
He's doing his best, you know, keeping up with the net worth.
Yeah, but net worth and matchup are two different things, you know. Sometimes no matter how fat you are, the
I was gonna say Beast Coast saw that stack and they chose not to further contest it because they got their own. Look at that.
It's more like they would have loved to farm it, but like, oh shit, there's Tango, get out.
Yeah.
I think it's not that bad. I think like Ursa is gonna have a nice matchup in a Gyro all game, but at least the Treant is gonna cover your Gyro against Black Hole. Because if it was like, if they had nothing to cancel Black Hole, I think this game's impossible to win late. But I think they have tools. It's not bad. My biggest issue is like Snapfire and how she's gonna itemize, because if you get this Shredder damage talent and you get like a Chrysalis and stuff, you can like transition really nice into late game.
I feel like we don't see that often in programs.
It used to be a thing.
Yeah.
I guess you have like mid players sometimes, but maybe not. Nice.
So I feel like in this game, his role is probably like he's gonna start with the team items, and then maybe if the game gets a little too out of hand, then he might consider to do that.
I mean, maybe you could go Ags and imagine it'd be really friggin' funny if you got an Ether Lens shit like some Octarine build
the black hole.
and just save from black hole. Yum.
You could actually, you don't even need the Aether Lens. You could just like eat them and like eat the black hole as well. You know, just like protect them inside your body while the gravity is like messing you up.
Yeah, but you have to like reach in. Like if they're on the other side of the black hole, you won't be able to pick them up. Is what I mean. Yeah, I guess you go blink.
Too many ifs, my friends.
Yeah. I'm just theory crafting for fun.
I think this game is, yeah, oh wow, yeah, on point. I wanted to check the other ones out too. Because this game is nice, and I do think Aster Biscos will probably be very exciting later on, but at the moment it's just Schofield trying to scout out things and someone dying and then some overextending and someone dying. I want to check out the other games a little bit as well.
I disagree. I rebel against this.
How sad would you be?
I would maybe start crying. Oh, they already took it away from me.
Let's see it.
They said I had. They said I had a voice. This is
no. It's still democracy. So good. All right, so we got ourselves Geek Slate Entity. First game was taken by Entity, and they got their hands on the Lina in this second game. I just wanna just quickly check what type of game we got on our hands here, because it's a Terrorblade.
Mid-Death Prophet.
Mid-Death Prophet.
Kotal. Mid-Kotal.
Yep.
Dude, it was Sumail, right? Like he's really kickstarted the Coddle mid-trend again. Like I know back in the day it was 9 that started it.
Yeah, but this team,
Sumail took
this
back.
team, I don't think they picked Kotal before. Like, I don't feel like it's a Cox hero. Like their hero has been changing like throughout the Div 1 like 3 weeks. Every week their drafts they change so much all the time. And I feel like sometimes it can be a very positive thing that the team is able to play so many different kind of heroes, but I feel like in their scenario, I feel like it means more that they are struggling to find what's their identity, changing a lot of the. And I feel I look at the players, sometimes I feel that specific player shouldn't be playing that kind of hero.
Whoa, what's wrong with Coddle though? Like, you know, he's played like what, Underlord mid and stuff like that. He's played a bunch of lane shovers. I feel like Coddle kind of fits it.
Yeah, but then again, I feel like Kotal. How should I put it? Like the heroes that I feel like they are most successful with when they are like Underlord or his Ember, and I feel like Kotal is a lot more greedier. Like, I feel like in this team, because the offlaner, like Nico is always playing like a very farm-centric offlane. Like he plays like a lot of like Viper offlanes. And I feel like when you put the mid hero as a Kotal, then it doesn't really enable the offlane. Like his picks, maybe they are changing right now. How they're drafting, they're not giving him as much priority as before. But I do feel like when they are doing well, he's given a lot of priority.
Yeah.
Yes, that was painful. She just reacting to what we just saw.
By neutral. He was like extremely dead. The 4 mug golems were like.
Also, it's a Sven support here.
Oh yeah.
Plus 5 Sven.
Looks like it.
Sounds pretty normal for this. Oh yeah, so it's nothing in it.
Yeah, it should be. There you go. Raji playing it.
Is it good this game? Did they just pick it specifically for the DP?
Maybe for Lina.
Lina?
I mean, it's not the worst. Who was the carry?
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade? Yeah. It's not the worst.
And you have like an AoE stun against Eidolons, which is kind of cool too.
Yeah, I guess so.
Get a couple more of those than normal.
I don't know, I just feel like I'm very useless later as a Sven position 5. And I like it more when I feel like now there are a few teams, I think Tundra and a couple more teams where they always put their Force 5 as a hero that can contribute like in team fights. Like you see like I think Warlock, you see Snapfire, you see Phoenix. I prefer to be a hero that's useful in the team fights rather than like an Ench. I hate playing Ench on Force 5 where you win your lane and then in the team fights you're basically like a meat shield or you're basically useless unless you're really owning hard and then you're doing a lot of damage with your impetus.
Yo, Winner, do you know about Geek Slate's coach guy?
He's the boss.
Yeah, like I'm confused how that came to be. Like I feel like it's weird.
The team.
Yeah, but it's weird. Isn't it weird for an org owner to be like the coach of a team? Like, isn't the coach meant to be some like high MMR or pro that like all the players
like,
respect?
4 or 5k MMR, but he plays a lot. He plays a lot of Dota. He literally plays a lot of Dota. And he's very good friends with some of the players on the team, so he has a very good relationship with them.
Yeah.
And I think he's a very smart guy, like in terms of how to use stats and everything. But I do agree that because he's not exactly a pro player, so there are certain things that he can't really, give a good opinion on.
Yeah.
And that sucks for them, but it is what it is for them, at the moment.
What it is.
He's the boss, so.
CEO. It's very important to see.
Yeah. I do get though, because there is a chance that obviously relationship could be, I don't know, it could be bad. You don't want to badmouth your boss. So if you disagree with something that he says,
Tell the guy paying your salary that his draft ideas are shit.
yes, like I can tell Purge, you're shit. Get off my panel.
Purge, get the fuck out of here.
Sorry, Kat.
Bye.
No, I love having you on my panel, please. I think you got to. I can say that. See, if I like, they are. I'm not their boss. What? I don't know. I have not got my ear up very loud.
They're showing you on the camera. Can you please leave? Bye bye. Oh, my inner just fell out.
I must say though, the game that we're watching right now, I will say that it seems semi-even with the skirmishes, but the entities having a little bit of a bigger map presence.
Dude, I can't believe you made me start watching Beast Coast to watch a 6-kill, 12-minute game.
No, because we're about. I will tell you what my goal is, Sheep, while we wait for our two other people. My goal is, now that we know how this game's going, we're probably gonna look at 10 seconds of Liquid versus Hellraisers, which, by the way, might not even last for 10 seconds. You see it above me.
Is that 0 kills?
Literally, this is like.
Is that 8 or 6?
6
it's something rounded.
I think the game is gonna be over soon. Yeah. But for form, we want to inform people what's happening, and then you can focus most of your attention.
No, I don't want to. I want to follow one team all day.
You chose the wrong profession. And everybody at home can follow the same team all day because there are separate streams for each game. Obviously, we love it if you're here, but we also like it if you do what you want to do. And if what you want to do is follow your favorite team, then you can. It is EPOLS-EN for, that's Beast Goes Aster. So if you're like Sheepo, it's EPOLS-EN. It is EPOLS-EN2 for Liquid Hellraisers. EPOLS-EN3 for Shopify versus BetBoom, which, by the way, I mean, they're in the draft, so they'll get going fairly soon. And then Geek Slate Entity, wow, English is hard. Thank you, is EPOLS-EN4 with MOP and John X Fire. So, you can follow your favorite games, you can follow your favorite teams, or you can attempt to follow, let's put it that way, everyone. That's right. That's what we tried to do.
I tried to do that once, and I never want to do it again.
Really?
Yeah.
When did you do it?
I don't remember. I just know I tried.
Probably group stages TI?
Yeah.
Like some group stages TI?
No, because I was...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was,
in the middle of the night, probably?
Yeah, it was horrible. I was like, I have to watch every game. And then I was like, this is not working whatsoever. Like, because you look away from something, because you're not like taking in meaningful information. Because I was watching it to try and be able to analyze it later, right? If you're a casual viewer, it's perfect. It's great. Watch everything at once. But like to analyze, impossible.
It is impossible. Well, I normally just try to see all the drafts and then that's kind of my viewing experience. And then I remember like the one team crush really hard. Was it an even game? But then again, normally I'm not the smart person on the panel. Actually, that is like generally, like always, I'm never the smart person on the panel, so I don't need to know all the analytics and stuff. It helps that I got people that do that for me. Say smart stuff.
Okay. My team, I'll say a fun fact.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. I would like. Well, let's do Geek Slate.
Okay, Geek Slate.
Yeah.
I already said my fun fact earlier for them.
Okay.
Skem likes all roles except mid, but he didn't feel like there were any carries that he wanted to play with in Southeast Asia, so he moved to 1, and he wanted to lane with Raji.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool.
Fun
How
fact.
about Entity?
Oh shit! Hold on.
Whatever.
Hold on. I gotta find my.
You're on the spot.
Gotta find my page.
All right.
Entity. You actually picked the one team. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can turn this into a fun fact. They didn't make any friggin' content leading up to this major. I looked for interviews. I looked for videos. I hate them. Where they didn't do anything.
To be fair, they were also stuck in infinite tiebreakers for a little while.
I mean, so were other teams, and yet there's still information.
Oh well, the fun fact is Watson popularized Lina.
Yeah.
A safe lane.
I can give you a fun fact. There was a game where NC played versus Secret, and they wanted to pick Omni Knight into the enemy heroes,
They
and
banned
then
it, right?
no, Fishman actually just looked up the stats of what was good versus the heroes again on the enemy team, and then it was like Jakiro has a good win rate against these heroes, so he was like sure, and they just picked Jakiro.
And they won?
And they won.
But it was against Team Secret?
Yeah, Secret. It was like last year at some point.
Was it last year Secret or this year?
Last year.
Okay, because this year I would have said, well, then it didn't matter what they picked.
Exactly.
All right, last year is a little different. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. We do now have other people on the panel as well. As Fear, Snare, good afternoon.
Yeah,
Hi.
we
How we
upgraded your
doing?
panel. Like we've just upgraded your panel, you know?
Big upgrade.
Young improvements.
How is the chair? Apparently that is
Quite
one of the
comfortable.
2 comfy chairs.
It's quite comfortable.
I'm
honestly.
very
Y'all
comfortable.
gonna have to like pry me out of this at the very end of the segment. Like, I'm stuck here now. I'm taking this chair back up to the hotel room.
Okay.
All right.
I feel really far up in this chair.
Yes,
actually.
don't worry. I have the same.
They're
We're
just
literally-
lounging over here.
They are, and they're very like low, hung out and just chilling.
Just feeding his superiority complex. I hate you, Fear.
I'm sorry.
So what do I want to do? I do want to check in literally maybe 10 seconds, Liquid Hellraisers. Game's probably over, but I feel like, we would be ignoring our duty if we don't. So, Snare, how have you been enjoying the games today?
They've been pretty fun to watch. I'm glad that most of them have been fairly even. Like, I'm glad that the day started even and the storms are starting to happen like deeper into the day. So that's generally a good thing, I think. And we've already had some surprises, right? Tundra dropping a game to Execration, who had it on good authority. Winter Authority would be absolutely smashed, relegated from the group. But it turns out they're actually pretty good. So most of the Dota's been good. The Rebellion series, I think, was the most interesting one so far. The fact that they took such a nice, close game against BetBoom. It's been some very fun Dota.
It really has been. And, okay, Fair. You are coach of Hellraisers.
No, I'm not.
What do you do? you now have the chance to mid-game come in and give the biggest pep talk of your life.
All right, guys, you got smashed here.
GG, go next.
Don't think about it too much. You played against the best team. Potentially at the major, we had some. I was wondering if they're overhyped on Liquid.
Yeah.
It doesn't really look like it from this series. They're living up to their hype, I would say. And you're going into other games coming up. Just don't forget what we practiced. Stay true to what we were learning, and just bring it out in our other series. We played against a strong team.
I guess, then you're basically giving up on this. That means we're giving up on this as well. Because I know that we have a person that really, 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 really would like to watch Aster.
Yes. No way.
Yeah,
I love this. I love Liquid.
No, Aster.
No, we want
love
Aster. Aster Beast Coast. Give us more.
No, Beast Coast sucked. I don't want to watch them.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Beast Coast is one of the more entertaining teams. They won with Troll, right? Any team. That's actually funny.
Troll's not that bad. I'm gonna fight you. I actually fight people that keep saying Troll's bad. Every time
Troll's
Troll
really
gets
bad.
picked, it's like Twitch chat like, Troll GG, bad hero. No, this hero is legit. It has a space in the meta. It's good against certain heroes, and it can be made to work.
It does have a space. It's not like
A massive
OP
space.
hero, but
Yeah.
like if you see certain conditions, it can work for sure.
I love the fact that though Beast Coast in general, that one of the things we were talking about when we were just hanging out yesterday was the fact that these South American teams just do what they want. Like they will never just look at the meta and say, well, everyone is playing this particular way, we should do that. If they think Troll is good, even if it's lost 20 games in a row, K1 Hector will pick it.
Yeah.
I have a running bet with Winter whether or not he's going to play Wraith King this tournament. I hope he doesn't, but knowing K1, I'll just be like, oh, it feels good.
I think he always picks it. I think he likes him to.
Don't look! Don't look! Your team is not going
It's fine. They won game one. It's fine. They won game one.
That's what I said as well. Like Beast Coast, kind of like EG, they're gonna take game one, but then China's gonna strike back, and they're gonna get game two. It's gonna be nice and even.
Yep.
And it looks like that's what's happening here, but the game's not over by any means.
I was so scared then when my face was covered.
So sorry.
It's
She's
fine.
covering her child's eyes, Bro,
I was like, is my mic muted? Is this a cue? Like, shut up, please stop talking. I was like,
There's just something on your face.
All right, Chief, tell me.
It was my face, my face.
Looking at this game, right? You were defending the Troll Warlord pit, right? And
There's a
K1
troll?
can do there's a gyro.
Oh
right?
yeah, there's no.
I know. Fear has no. I know Fear has no defense for this. What do you think?
Dude, I can't defend Gyro. I mean, I didn't like it earlier. We had a discussion when you guys weren't here. It's. I mean, it's whatever. I just don't like the hero that much. I think as well there was like when I was reading that drama around Hellraisers, there was like, the Hawk just practices useless heroes like Gyrocopter. I'm so mad. I was like, yeah, this hero sucks.
What if that's the next upcoming hero, though? You know?
Oh my gosh.
Comes up with it.
I mean, I'm not gonna like shit on them entirely. Like, there's a reason why they picked it. Like, it's good versus Enigma. This is only time we generally see Gyro come out is versus Enigma and Link, because Flat Cannon does deal with Eidolons quite nicely. Later on, you can get the side cannon with the Satanic.
I was gonna say this is like a.
I mean, it's.
I mean, I know it's facts, so it makes sense.
It is facts.
You're
like,
recycling points. Come up with something new.
I mean, I can't. That's the only thing that it has. That's it, and it's not much.
All right, I got
That's
you.
why we don't see it very often.
There's something else, right? So check this out. If you're playing this Gyrocopter, right, what often sucks in games when you're playing against Phoenix is, what's the easy way to deal with the egg, right? They have Snapfire, but sometimes Snapfire is not in position. You want your carry hero who's closest to the fight to be able to deal with it, but you also want that carry to do damage.
They already made that point as well.
Damn it.
Alright. Come on, where Gyrocopter's gotta have more layers and depth than that.
Well, let's see how long.
That's the thing.
Hey, look at this. Oh, actually,
dead.
never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. I really thought.
Where was Tree? Oh.
I really thought they had maybe a shot to take that fight, but I was just straight up wrong. But you're saying that because it's game 2 and they already won game 1, you're okay with the result being 1-1? Is that where we're heading?
You know, I think we take 1-1s against Aster.
You
think they're gonna do well.
Mediocrity?
It's not mediocrity. It wasn't a 0-2.
I mean, that is true.
And Beast Coast usually suck in the group stage, so this is a massive win.
I mean, especially given that the Chinese teams of Aster and LGD, like, they seem really, really strong. So if you're taking games off of them, it's like, probably bodes well for the future. You're not feeling so bad. Especially if you take game 1, right? You're the one on the front foot. And they're the ones that have to adapt and figure things out. So I think they'll probably take this. And if you lose a game against Team Aster where you're playing Gyro, I don't think it's going to bother you that much. It's okay.
Yeah. I know, like, we're about to get a little flamey. I know Doraccio said that K1 gets to play all these crazy heroes in SA because the games there are a little low skill. And he was like, you can just pick. He was like, K1 can pick whatever he wants because he's just gonna win there anyway. But he thinks these heroes struggle on international land because they just don't bring enough, and they're like, just not as good. What was his dad quoting?
I mean, he does enjoy playing Gyro. He has for a very long time, and like K1's the type of player that has his preferred hero list, right? And then when you're playing against a hero like Enigma, that really shrinks the list down a lot, and this is just within his comfort zone.
Yeah.
But to be fair, even when he was at TI, playing these off-kilter heroes, still getting top 8, top 6. So K1 can do what he wants. He's the one carry player, I'm just gonna leave him. It's like, alright man, you're allowed to do whatever you want. It's like him, Ame, Monet, it's fine. Just play what you want.
Yeah. Well, maybe remove Gyrocopter from that list.
Yeah.
Because as much as you like playing certain heroes, I think the players also generally like to win. So.
But winning is nice, right? But when you win with something that no one else could see, nobody else could see the wisdom, could see the power of these strats, and you feel even better.
Yeah. I do think it kind of sucked for Beast Coast this game because like the movements they made with Doc Mago, who usually owns in mid, was just sort of stamped out. Like this Pango was a really big issue.
I mean, they don't really have a hero in this game. I mean, I just tuned in, but Schofield's next. Okay, they don't really have like a traditional hero to like make things happen, right? So if they do have a bad game on the Zeus, it's always like the matter of like, you can pick non-space making mids. It is possible, but you generally have to win your lane. If you lose your lane, your backup plan is to hit creeps, as so is everyone else's job in this game is to hit creeps. So when do you make something happen? And the answer to that is never, because like you can't make anything happen because you don't have a hero, and that's how Aster like generally would sit really ahead in these games.
Bogo brother, what the hell?
That was 2 buybacks or?
2, Nyx and 3.
Full supports.
Yeah, in the meantime, we also see above us, it's Liquid's turn to take some racks.
Yep.
So they did lose quite a few heroes doing that, but they took one lane, so that's something. They are definitely trying to make line. Which line are they? They're line B. They're definitely trying to make that the fastest stream of the day. They're making a good case for it.
Do we think Liquid loses a game?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
100%.
For sure.
Against who?
BetBoom? Maybe a game?
Maybe
I don't
any.
know.
No, there's probably a bunch of teams.
Because if Rebellion's beating BetBoom, right, and it was a very convincing win as well. They won in the draft, they won in the game quite convincingly.
Yeah.
We know for a fact that Liquid is stomping Rebellion in their scrims. So
they also scrim BetBoom quite a bit, though. I feel like if someone's going to beat Liquid, it's going to be one that is familiar with Liquid. And I think BetBoom might be.
I mean, I don't even think it's that. I mean, like you bring up good points, and they could be contributing factors. But I think more than that, it's like you cannot reasonably expect Liquid to have a better draft in every single game. There's probably going to end up being one draft at least where they just get like subpar heroes and then struggle as a result. Like it's not like the teams here are that much worse than them. You know, like LGD even are like fine. I think they've gone even in a bunch of scrims. I just think maintaining that high level is like a quick way to burn yourself out before playoffs. So I would expect them to lose something in the
some like K1 troll's gonna come by and take a game off them.
I mean, it could happen.
It could be.
It could happen.
I like that you're playing the long game. That if Liquid loses, it's Blitz's fault.
I mean, it's always Blitz's fault. Like no matter what. Like I think Mickey could literally like pick Nature's Prophet and TP into the enemy fountain, and it would still be William Lee's fault.
like, why did you give him Nature's Prophet? You knew he was going to feed you.
He said he was gonna do it. Remember Mickey turned to him and he said, Blitz, I think Game and Gladiators will pick Huskar if we don't ban it here. It's like, no, don't worry, Mickey.
How did they get to be British like that? All of a sudden, so posh.
That's my storytelling voice.
Oh my god, you gotta try to do an American accent.
I can't speak American. I can't speak American. I'm sorry. I'm so
I like
sorry.
how everyone's American accent is like a southern accent.
Because it's the easiest. Sorry.
Easy. Cowboys.
Apologize for myself.
Can you say water?
Water?
No. Water.
Water.
You're American.
Water. Easy. All right. In the meantime, by the way, did we check this Aster rack taking business? They are making a strong case for themselves. Is it really the gyro that's just lackluster, or are there other aspects of the game that you kind of feel like the Beast Coast falling short?
I would like to see the Snapfire's Iron build at this point. Because he was
they're
wonderful.
Instantly.
Well, that sucks.
Wow. Why does it suck?
Because you have a core, and the only thing he's contributing to the game is the kisses.
No, wait.
Did he have Greaves?
Hold on. He's almost level 20.
Yeah.
He has a blink.
He's dead.
Talon's coming.
Yeah, Talon's coming. He'll be level 20. He'll finish his BKB. We're going to Daedalus.
Okay, no, I agree.
Transitioning.
If he gets to Daedalus, he's going to BKB.
Also, he's 19k
A
behind.
BKB to do what, man?
He bought back, right? It's looking
It's
dying.
fine. Hold up. They're gonna take this fight with Overgrowth. They still kept the Morty's kisses, right? They baited spells out from
Because
Aster.
there's 20 seconds till Roshan. They're gonna take the Roshan, win the game.
It feels like we're just like passing the copium down the line.
No, I'm doing this game is so
Oh,
he didn't save the Overgrowth for Black Hole. What are you doing?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like you press the Satanic during the black hole, which he did.
Yeah.
But he still dies.
Yeah.
It's like
gun is
it's
not
not
that strong.
enough. Yeah, it's not strong enough to like deal with that. If you get black holed as a carry, you're gonna die. That's kind of just generally how it goes, unless you can stop it.
Yeah. I think this one's over, boys.
Yeah. This is not looking easy.
They're looking rough. We also saw the Team Liquid victory above us a second ago, so there's that one.
We should just swap away before I see this
let's do it. Let's swap away. Do you want Shopify BetBoom?
Yes, please.
Or Entity Geek Slate?
Ooh, I want to see what's in Lina. I want to see what's in Lina. Let's see what's in Lina for like 5 minutes.
I got overruled.
And then
we can go back to Geek Slate Entity.
Shopify.
Okay, Shopify.
This America.
We can watch Shopify
What are you supposed
BetBoom.
to do? What are you supposed to do?
Okay. Shopify BetBoom, and we'll have Entity Geek Slate like we have it right here above us right now. How about that one?
Sure. I mean, the thing is like about Shopify BetBoom, like everyone came in here, BetBoom's so good, you know?
I didn't say that.
No, I did. Don't worry, I did.
And not just you.
Most of y'all did.
I mean, the whole internet's been saying it, right? Like they're gonna own, and then Shopify, you know.
They said they were gonna own.
Everyone's like, you know, Shopify sucks, you know, whatever it might be, and then here they are, beating BetBoom right out of the gate.
Easy clap.
So
easy for our team.
I didn't think they were gonna suck.
I mean, I'm just speaking for
I
the
don't think
masses.
they suck. To be fair, I don't think they actually suck.
I said they were going to either do really well or really bad.
Right. I mean, I'm not quoting you guys specifically.
It sounded like you were quoting me. I don't know.
I'm quoting the internet.
I did.
All the people.
I'm ready for a physical.
For y'all that have
rotation
been here
right
the
now.
whole morning and the whole day, Are these the fewest kills that we've seen at 30 minutes?
Probably.
Like 14 kills?
Yeah, it must be.
That's just disgusting.
As far as my memory can
Wait,
go.
we literally chanted Spotify. What? No. Spotify.
You see, you could make the wrong chant. That's the issue.
Yeah. No, why am I witnessing this? Get me out.
Because it's Watson Lina.
Bro.
Besides, this is a rebellion game.
This is the original.
They haven't even lost a tier 1.
You hit me with the reasoning for why Watson Lina is interesting in any way compared to anyone else's. Like, I'm talking like...
It's the first one. He's the original.
Yes,
OG.
but how is it different from watching any other Lina in any other game? And
you know if you have like a brand, like you have branded shoes.
Yeah.
If you were wearing fake shoes, they wouldn't be as cool. But they're the original, so they're cool. And that's the same with Watson's Lina. It's the original.
It's like if we were to watch Burning Anti-Mage, you know? If Burning Anti-Mage, or if Fear is playing Sven, or asking for Sven, it's Fear Sven. What can you do?
Yeah, maybe the meaning is more.
Yeah, so that's why you want to watch it.
Admit defeat.
Let's say, let's say I'm looking at a Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
I would rather watch the real one rather than a copy, even though the copy will look exactly the same, because it's the OG Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
Right, now we're relying on Watson to do something special here, right?
I mean, technically, he isn't getting the Gleipnir early.
Hey, there we go. Went Lincoln's BKB. Silver is like lost item at this point.
I mean, the thing is, when you're like someone who pioneers a hero, like you kind of pioneer like the item build, right? And then you kind of adjust it as you go game to game because you feel like you know the cookie cutter, right? You've invented the cookie cutter, so you kind of like adapt from game to game and find new ways to like even make the hero even more interesting. So that's kind of like what he's doing right now. Being like, yeah, I don't need the Gleipnir this game. Like, let's go ahead and get the Lincolns, get a quick Silver Edge. Maybe I'll go back for it later. It's not like out of the book or anything, but small variations are being made.
Fia, did you ever innovate anything in your career?
Did I ever innovate anything in my career?
Yeah, like, did you ever create anything? Did you ever do anything worthwhile?
The thing is, yes, but a long time ago, and I'd have to remember. I'll get back to you in a couple of minutes.
Okay, cool. This is hype.
You want to hit the 8 years ago TI? Doesn't that make?
I didn't really innovate anything.
Don't you remember, like, man, I really made that Viper Atos build pop off.
He was the one that just showed us that Sven can just hit heroes and all of them die in one hit. You're like, oh,
yeah,
that seems balanced. That seems fair. You're actually the cause of why Sven is a bad carry hero right now.
It's true. I mean, all the heroes I liked playing got nerfed to the ground.
Hey, can I focus our attention to this game a little bit? Because I kind of went here thinking NTT was doing fine and well, and we were gonna witness a relatively uneven game. But it feels like Geekslate is. I mean, they're holding pretty strong. This Terrorblade, Skem might just pop off.
Dude, Skem is a farming beast, by the way. I think he holds like a bunch of the records for like last hits, GPM and stuff or something over the entire DPC Div 1s. This guy loves hitting creeps, which is why he's currently highest net worth in this game.
Yeah, I mean, but can he, like, is Terrorblade, farm Terrorblade enough to bring this back?
It's a good question.
I think
it
so.
Is? Oh,
yeah.
Instant answer. No
I
doubt
mean,
about
it's
it.
definitely you can, because you're playing versus DP, you have to deal with it. Terrorblade's really good against it. You can burst through the Lina. I mean, Batrider, if he has a way to break the Lincolns that we did talk about, that is on Watson, can reposition the Lina. Like, they're one team fight away from being like in control of this game.
I'm just concerned about this Enigma though. This Toby Enigma at any given time, a good enough black hole sort of like changes the game.
We do have a Rubik though, so there's like, it's not that straightforward, but it's true. Like, if the Rubik does get canceled, we saw in the earlier game with BetBoom, like every time Rubik did steal that black hole, immediately canceled every time. So it's going to come down to execution, really.
And they have multiple cancels, right? Double silences. You have LSA if you're positioned correctly.
Yeah.
It's actually a fairly hard Rubik game. Like, his positioning has to be out of this world. But I do like the fact that Geekslates aren't, they're not like accepting this loss. They're like, right, we're behind right now, but we still feel very strong because this Terrorblade is very strong. So we can like force a fight. So if they can get a good jump here, if Force finds Enigma first, or finds a DP first, drags them out of danger, then this feels like a very winnable game.
Yeah. By the way, for people wondering, obviously we saw the end of Team Liquid Hellraisers. On that very stream, you can watch Spirit vs. Gaming Gladiators soon, so get that one ready. And then we also watch Beast Coast Aster, fortunately. Turned into tie with Aster taking game 2. And if you want to watch on that stream, there's eHome Tundra coming up there with Trent and Lyrical. So just want to give people a quick heads up. And I think we're just in time to...
Two Silver Edge heroes going for a DD at the same time.
Yeah,
Neither of them having vision of the area at the same time, 35 minutes in the game.
Yeah, just going in there. And
game is tense.
Game is tense. I can't see the Roche timer very well, but is that Roche up now?
1 second.
Let's see.
Or is that the timer for the thing?
No, 1 minute.
2 minutes.
Almost 2.
Okay. I'm blind, sorry.
Me too.
They're going for the big wraparound. They're going through the lane top.
Yeah, both. Well, I guess both teams want to just secure Roche because if Entity gets the Roshan, it's a Rax.
Yeah.
Should be.
Probably. But
And
then
if Geekslate gets the Roshan, it's we got ourselves a game. Proper.
It feels like if they get the Roche on Geekslate, this game just goes like another 20 minutes, no matter who wins.
They're hype.
Which Roche is this? Do we even know? Is this like 3?
Should be at least 2.
I mean, yeah. I'm just wondering because like an Ags for free on Disruptor like could be game changing.
I was gonna say this nice part for Entity of the game going late is you get more win conditions off of your supports.
Yeah.
I think than Geekslate do.
I mean, Geekslate, the way they win this is by Bat Rider's positioning, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, if he gets good lassos against these heroes like DP, like this Lina, and brings them into the Terrorblade, they're just gonna die. So, if they can manage that, that's how they're gonna win the team fights. Whereas Entity, they just want to tank up, they want to get Aegises, get net worth lead, and then at some point, they'll get that black hole onto the Terrorblade.
This is hype. Both teams really want to fight.
Let's go.
Oh, but they smoke her the wrong way. They're on the north.
I mean, who would have guessed that they're
But
there?
there's actually nobody. But there's one missing.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like Entity agree that this game could really go south due to the Bat
Yeah,
Rider.
the
Because
Roshan.
well, not just the Roche, but Toby's building Lincolns as well. He's like, well, I wouldn't be surprised if Stormstorm was doing the same thing if we eventually click on him. That they're like, well, the only way we lose this game is if we get like badly lassoed and repositioned, so just make that impossible.
Oh yeah, they got a Lotus Orb too, which is very good versus Bat. Aeon Disc coming out. Yeah, they do realize. I mean, when you play versus Bat, you're always like wondering in the late game, like, how do I throw this game? It's I get lassoed into the enemy team, right? So like they're all going to like find ways, minus the Disruptor probably, who's going to go for probably an Aghanims, or if he's really confident in getting it from Roshan, he'll buy like a Blink Dagger. But yeah, everyone else, the name of the game is just survive the lasso and then kite the TV, and then they have a win condition.
Can anybody go into Roche without fighting, or do they both have to wait until fight?
Not at this point in the game.
No, they can't. There's the Eidolons are going to scout it, some sticky
Yeah, the
napalm,
Terrorblade Illusion already scouted it as
TV
well.
illusions, like
So
Illuminate.
both teams know.
Yeah.
Tense.
Yeah, the only time someone will get a free Roche in this game is if something dumb happens. Like Geekslate go to bottom lane and start hitting the tier 3, and then they'll just do Roche or something.
Yeah.
Alright, we've got something else that could be very dangerous. Sheepstick for Cox.
Huh?
I like this. Noise.
Don't say my name and Cox in the same sentence.
But Cox has a sheep stick.
He also has a coach named Sheep.
They do, yeah. I can't believe it. I made it, guys. Finally.
You did.
That's not you.
Oh, really?
Give her this
You could probably convince someone
Yeah.
at the arena. It's like, it's me, because you will eventually have the talent badge that says Sheep. It's like,
Oh, yeah, that's me. Wait, I don't think my name's on my badge.
Oh.
You can always write it yourself.
Oh, you're so smart, Fia. Seriously. It's like getting a piece of paper and just saying they said I could do it, and like going to the forbidden accessed area.
I have the right qualifications. Here you go.
Somebody else who's really smart is Norman, buying BKB in this game. Looks at how many different ways, because like their win condition as well is if he steals Black Hole, they just win every team fight, right?
Dude, they're doing it.
They're actually just.
This is not a good idea.
They even committed the eggs. Holy moly!
This is not a good idea.
Let's go. You know, I respect it.
With Exo, they can.
But you're ahead, right? You know
They're
you're
doing
ahead.
this so fast.
You have your ultimates, you have Black Hole still. Why not just force them
Stormer's
right?
getting
You can't
low.
allow this on Geekslate.
They're all getting so low.
Force them to make a decision.
Press reflection.
Dude,
Oh,
they're too late.
Too late.
What are they doing, actually?
They go. Oh, this could have been their chance. Oh, they're still. But
okay,
that's
they
fine.
settled.
That's a disruptors. Who cares?
No, you don't care, Fanny. That's great. Like, you just got away with murder.
Yeah.
They're super happy. They're going to go back, wait for the disruptor, wait for the
Literally, they're just going home.
Yeah.
It's like, let's go home, guys. We got this.
Job's done.
I mean, full HP, full mana doesn't matter. Just sit in base for a little while.
Did you see what it was that the drop was? Cheese and Aghanims. So Kataomi is even happier to have died. Like, you fools.
All right, come
Kill
on.
me here, but I'm
You're
gonna
going to
get
give us a
guys.
disruptor, right? No way you eat it on the Lina?
Surely it's gonna
No,
go to
if
that
he ate on Lina, I'd literally reach into the monitor and strangle him. I mean, what? In Minecraft.
And, okay.
I'm not allowed to actually threaten violence on Twitch, I think.
Very good.
Unless it's in Minecraft.
Yeah,
Just in case anybody was
just in case anyone cares.
Yeah. It's all good. You know what? I'm waiting for a good time to check the group standings, but this game is pretty tense.
Yeah. Wait.
So I don't know.
Don't switch yet. Don't switch yet.
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
I just want to, share my struggles with you guys.
Yeah. I mean,
I understand.
I also want to watch the Shopify Rebellion game.
I do really want to watch.
Yeah, but it's right there. Look, it's in a tiny box.
Yeah, but I'm really looking at this Watson. I actually,
dude, we make the right choice going to this game. This game's hype.
I mean, this game's fine.
I do like this game is really, really good.
Yeah, I like the tenseness of it all.
But I want to watch everything. That's my problem.
That's true.
I wish actually the Lina would get an Ags at some point. Wait, he doesn't have Ags on Disrupt yet. Who the hell took it?
Who took it?
Lina did.
No, Lina didn't.
Did they give it to a...
Maybe he only just came back. Maybe they'll give it in a second.
I don't think so.
I mean, he's got money. I mean...
But I do want to see Ags on Lina. I feel like the refresher with Ags, the damage is out of control.
Why do you need refresher?
Because you do like a double or your combo and you get all the magic damage. You can literally just remove someone from the game.
They just fortified?
Yes,
yeah.
they did.
Oh. I mean, you're playing into high armor TB, right? Like it's not bad.
It's fine. I mean, taking the Ags is okay. I don't hate it, but I think Disruptor could buy, with that 3,000 gold, some ability to like initiate with an Ags, and to me, Disruptor Ags is always going to be one of the most game-winning things you can have. And maybe they're talking about he's close anyway, but
no, I was talking about like just in general.
Oh, anyway, we got a situation here.
That's fine. We're not casters.
Yeah, okay, whatever he said.
Well, yeah, and Balrider doesn't have a buyback.
I mean, wasn't that why you were kicked off panel earlier to work on your casting?
I thought you did
not work on it.
Did you not work on it? I literally sent you out for that very reason.
Was that not what I was meant to do? I had a little sleepy sleep. No, I'm just kidding. I would never do that.
I still want to know who has the Sags. Is it maybe the Tiny?
We'll just wait. They'll cycle through eventually.
Or the game will just end. We'll have to look at the items afterwards.
Oh, okay. That was a good stun. Oh, wow. Stolen Black Hole.
Yeah.
Black Hole, Laguna, and dead.
Okay, that's on there.
All right.
Let's go.
Wait,
turn around. Easy.
Did he get the Black Hole? I don't know if he did.
What?
No.
Huh?
Did you not?
Okay.
Cool. Glimpse. Cool. Fairly strong spell. He got the Black Hole now. Somehow the Enigma hadn't actually cast a new spell.
It's DP. DP has the Ags.
He went DP Ags.
I just saw it. Look at her. What the hell? What a piece of shit. That is not that good.
Yeah, I mean, that's just mid laners. They just
Storm.
They just want more net worth.
I'll actually.
Where's that post-game interview?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hunt him down at dinner tonight.
I mean, you take the Ags? Turns out they didn't even need it on Disruptor. We just waited until the BKB went down and everything, and Glimpse is a good spell.
Yeah. But now that Entity got the racks and got Scam to buy back, do we feel comfortable looking at group standings?
Yeah,
let's look at group standings. I want to see what the status is of things.
Dude, why is his sponsor tag Soul Snatcher on Nama? Soul Snatcher.
You can
Probably
set it yourself. Maybe he's the snatcher of souls. He thinks it's really cool.
For real, yeah.
Probably his favorite anime or something.
I do respect them a lot though for, despite losing the racks, they immediately smoke up, try to force a fight. They know there's no Black Hole, they know there's no Ghost, they know there's no Disrupt Alt. And it's like, if we're ever going to win a fight, we're probably going to win it now. We also just got Lasso back online. And they'll know that they lose this fight, whatever, just GG out.
And he still has Black Hole, right? He didn't cast it?
Yeah, he still has it, yeah.
So.
On the Rubik,
yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I've been very much enjoying the fact that they play chest out this whole game. Because they've been behind since we switched to the game, but they haven't been playing like they're behind.
They're 20k behind, and they're playing aggressive in the dire jungle and triangle. So
this kill count out of control.
Yeah.
Also, Shopify losing.
Spoiler.
What do you mean spoiler?
It's really
literally above us.
Spoiler. No, how much are they losing by?
I don't know. I see they have an Aegis on the BetBoom.
Okay.
Watching 4 streams is so hard.
It's
and
so
we only have
small.
2 active games right now. It's a struggle. It is a struggle. All right, let's see if they can take this fight then. Oh, they're no longer trying. Okay, never mind.
I'm watching
They
Shopify
missed
die.
their window. Unfortunately,
Okay.
Entity's too good. They just went back. Like they realized to stay
Then
safe.
we do want to see the standings of Group A, please.
Yes, we do.
Group B is still going on, so Group A standings. Or maybe there's 2 groups at the same time. We'll find out. Here you go. Standings of both groups. So Team Spirit got a 2-0 earlier. Because obviously this is actually not series wins. This is games win, as you can see. Yeah, and I mean, is there anything really out of the ordinary right now? I don't think so. I mean, this is obviously going to flesh out eventually.
Oh, yeah,
but for now, it's very.
Shopify should have a 1 win.
They should technically,
Yeah,
yes.
but the series is not okay.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
for the
it's
viewers
sad to
that don't
see
know.
TSM at the bottom right now, but they only played one series.
Yeah, it's only one series, and it was against Team Spirit.
They
so
also
it's like-
should have won the second game and they threw. So.
Oh, they did.
Oh, the Lina Ricky one?
Yeah, the faces at lunch were
not happy.
not happy. It's always rough. I mean, obviously everybody's having food, same place, win or lose. You have to go there,
Yeah.
right? It's like in the middle of the series, you can tell who has rough
I
times.
mean,
You can
I
tell.
definitely remember like going to lunch after losing a series. It
Yeah.
feels like the lunch of shame, you know?
Is it actually? 'Cause-
you're going to bed. I mean, not bed. You're going to eat as a loser. It always feels really bad. Like when you go to eat a winner, the food tastes a lot much better.
Dude, I felt terrible. I was at lunch and I saw Panda and they won game 1 and looked great. So I was like, "You 2-0, bro?" And he just goes, "No." I was like, "Oh shit, what happened?"
That didn't happen.
He was like, "No." He's like, I don't know, I fed really hot. I was like, he can't have fed that hot. I like Google it on my phone.
Yeah.
It's like 012 Crystal Maiden.
Oh,
I was like, oh fuck, I feel so bad.
I mean, he did say that. He blamed. I mean, I always like the type of player that blame themselves for a loss, even if it's like
Sure.
not really their fault. There's no way him just feeding lost him
It's
the
a team
game.
game. It's
Right,
never
yeah.
just one person's. It's generally never one person's.
Yeah,
fault.
I mean, generally not. Sometimes, but generally not. But I really like his attitude towards like, yeah, it was my fault. I could have done better. Really self-reflecting instead of being like, no, we just played like garbage.
Yeah.
As a team.
Yeah,
so.
but yeah, the lunch for TSM was, it was a rough one.
You shouldn't be allowed to eat if you lose badly.
No,
Like,
you should.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. Actually.
Same.
Yeah.
You should
only
just
get to
order
eat
in,
if you
stay in
win.
your room.
Exactly.
There were actually also quite a few teams that just asked for boxed lunches, so to be brought upstairs.
Yeah,
so maybe
yeah.
that's a better
Yeah.
solution. I would like to switch our views around to have the little game be Geek Slate Entity and have our big game be Shopify BetBoom.
Yeah, plus.
I think that will be the greatest scenario ever. Because this game, I mean, it looks like they're just gonna wait for another Roche.
Yeah.
Yeah, boring.
You know,
Cam.
we'll wait with them, but we'll wait while they're tiny above them.
They actually drew.
Whoa,
they
look at that graph.
They just drew an arrow from bot to the roast pit
losing?
where the enemy was. So actually, I think they were about to fight, but it's okay.
Hold on. You said who was losing?
I said Shopify was losing.
Oh, okay.
Because the enemy had an Aegis and a net worth lead.
Oh,
but
okay.
you know what? Sometimes you're Shopify and you just better. Built better.
Oh, they have the
I mean, this happened last game
Look
too,
at the
right?
roller coaster, bro.
Yeah, it did.
Like they were losing to BetBoom early mid game, but like Rebellion just outplayed them in the late game. So
Yeah.
They fought them really well. They also have the Spirit Breaker again, just finding vision. But also Sniper is weird to play into Spirit Breaker, right? Like
you just need the concussive grenade. But
Is-
yes,
is
it is
it-
still weird.
Who's playing
But
the
once you get to like the
Natures?
Shadow Blade, right? Like you can't predict that. So it's definitely a hard matchup, and I think this is something I think Crit's playing again, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The hero that he does like playing, even I mean he's mechanically skilled player. He will play like the high skill stuff. Every once in a while he'll bust out the Spirit Breaker, the lowest skill 4 in the game. Always a good time.
I just like winning.
Yeah.
Game is still even though I wouldn't say anybody's losing or winning at this time.
Yeah. Seems
Especially now with that roller coaster of grass we just saw. Could be either.
It's true. Perfect time to bring up a stat of this game too. Did you know?
Did I know?
I didn't.
Okay.
Probably didn't either.
This is a
No, I
game
did.
of the youngest carry at the tournament versus the oldest carry at the tournament.
Oh, wait, RTZ is the oldest carry this song?
Yeah,
Oh,
RTZ
Danji.
is the oldest carry at this tournament, and Pure is the youngest carry at the tournament. So
That's mad actually.
Oh, look at Crit. What's salvation? Like Saberlight was supposed to be 100% dead here. And now they get a
Saber
turnaround.
Tad.
They're gonna get a tier 2 tower out of this. Might even like start to just control the entire Radiant jungle from this. This is really good. This Spirit Breaker hero, like the movement it can do on the map. Like the hero is just so
Right.
annoying to play.
Grenade play. Can you do it?
Oh.
I'm not gonna get tried.
Yeah.
By the way, Saberlight specifically requested that Costas refer to him as a Sigma male whenever he's on, so if you could just, if you could
Sigma
just do
male.
that, that would be really
I mean,
appreciated.
if it's not written on his name, I'm not doing it.
Bro, he asked kindly. He even said please. Actually, I don't think he said please.
Definitely no.
A Sigma male would never say please.
We'll compromise. Either Saber Male or like Sigma Chad. Or Sigma Light.
Chad?
Yeah, Sigma Light. We'll do that.
Sigma Light. Sure.
We're not gonna let him tell us what to do. We're too many Sigma males on this
I'll
panel.
do it. I'm gonna be a bitch.
All right.
Where did the game go?
The game went away.
No game for you.
We had to discuss this in full.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe we could get a squad stream up. I guess there's still only 2 games up. So squad wouldn't make that much sense anyway.
Future games.
I mean, what do we?
You don't need to see the game.
What are we looking
Let's be
forward
real.
to in the future here?
We've got real live radio commentary coming right now, live to you from Lima, from Snare.
From Snare, yes,
Snare,
it's me.
tell me a story.
There's radio commentary, it's me. What story? There's too many stories.
Tell me
I
a
can
story.
Tell you a story.
Yeah.
I can tell you a very sad story.
Okay,
It's
sure.
sad but happy, right? It's,
Okay.
It's a funny story.
But, okay.
Sad but happy.
And funny.
Yeah. So I was, I think like 23. I was working at the bookstore at the time. I used to work retail for like many years. And while I'm working there, you know when you're a young man, you go out and sometimes...
I've been a young man many times in my life.
But you know, I went out, things are a bit too out of hand the night before. The next morning though, I rock up to work. I have to be there early in the morning, like 7:30 on a Saturday morning. I'm hating life, I smell like a brewery, but I'm there, I've showed up.
Let's
And
go.
we used to do like these every weekend, or every other weekend, we used to have like these reading shows for kids, right? So kids would come up, we'd read books to them or whatever. Every now and then we'd have like mascots also available. And this particular day we were gonna read stories from the Gruffalo to all these kids.
From what?
The Gruffalo.
The
It's
Gruffalo.
like some kids comic. It's like
this big brown...
bear,
It's like a buffalo, but then a buffalo that says grr.
Yeah, I guess. If you were to like combine a buffalo with like Bigfoot, you'd get the Gruffalo.
All right, I believe it.
So we're reading to these kids the Gruffalo, but obviously I can't be the one reading to the kids because, you know, I'm not in a good headspace at this point in time,
Okay.
you know? I can barely read, I can barely move. So they say, you know what, you're the one that's gonna go into the Gruffalo suit, right? So I'm
There's
the
a
mascot.
suit for the Gruffalo.
Yeah, we had this like really cool
This is
suit.
the Gruffalo fever.
Yeah, if you
Oh,
don't
I
know what the
actually
Gruffalo is,
recognize the
Google it.
picture.
I need to see it too. I don't.
Here's the
Yeah.
Gruffalo.
I have no idea what that is.
I hate America.
If you know the Gruffalo, the stories are actually quite delightful. So please read the Gruffalo to your children. So I'm the Gruffalo for this particular day, and I'm supposed to just play with the kids, interact with them, roll around with them or whatever. And most of the kids are very happy to do this, except this one little girl, right? And I don't know why, but she's not really feeling the Gruffalo. And at first I thought, you know, maybe she's scared of this giant random plushy animal walking around, you know, a fee-fi-fo farm type of situation. Instead, at some point, I hear her say to her mother, and remember, how I am at this point, I smell terrible.
Your mother is there while you're hangover.
No, her mother is there.
Oh.
Her mother. My mom's not there, right?
Okay.
So I'm hungover as hell. I smell like a brewery. And then she says to her mom, Mommy, why does the Gruffalo smell like Daddy? I was like, damn. I didn't go out for a while afterwards. I felt bad.
Oh, what the hell? It's like,
I at first thought it was going to be a Dota related
I mean,
story.
where's the happy ending in this?
Yeah, I thought it was.
I mean, the
I thought it was
happy
happy,
ending-
sad, and
the
funny.
The happy
It is
ending
funny.
was that the next weekend I did not go out, and I just
Oh,
came to
good.
work
I think that-
bone
yeah.
sober because I was like, I don't want to traumatize another little bit.
Very good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very good. In the meantime, we saw in the little tiny box above us, Entity was able to take next Roche and therefore was getting a little bit more of a head start in the game.
Yeah.
And in the one that we have on the big screen,
Yeah.
it's very close. They took a fight and they traded, and we have no idea what's going to happen. And I, for one, appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw
Baseball.
Arteezy. He like TP'd in, right? Used the Gleipnir. He was really committed. Started to TP out with his teleport scroll. And while his team wanted to fight, then he canceled his TP.
Oh no.
And then he died. But then that Maeve got sniper killed. It's a close one. It's a bunch of trades here.
Not the cleanest performance.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, they killed GPK just before that, so I feel like them committing to that extension there wasn't really necessarily something they had to do. Sure, they killed the sniper, but they traded the NP. I feel like sniper was already in his base at that point, and NP could have just farmed the whole map, so a little bit of an overextension.
I guess Rebellion don't feel super bad. They don't feel as bad about it as it could be if like Arteezy was actually the win condition, but Arbe's gonna carry this game, supposedly, as long as Arteezy can stay alive. And as I say that, feels bad, Costa's curse, my bad.
This is so important though, because 20 seconds till Roche.
Oh, and that's actually the real timer, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that is the
buyback
actual
either.
timer.
All right, I'm actually messed up here. That wasn't Arteezy. I thought he was playing NP. Who's playing NP? Is that Saber?
Saber Chad, yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
All right, I
Saber.
take it back. Saber
Sigma
TP'd
Light.
in.
Lights, yeah.
Sigma
Saber.
Light.
He TP'd in like a madman.
Yeah.
There it is.
This is coming from Horrible Fit, who refuses to call Fart SJ by his proper title.
FSJ.
Stop it. It's Fart SJ. That's what he registered as.
Yeah. Unacceptable.
The sniper finally bought the anti-spirit breaker item, but Lincoln Sphere feels a lot safer on the map. Can they actually contest this? I don't think they can, even if they bought back. So they have to let it go.
No, I mean, that's a big death.
That's massive.
I mean, can they kill someone farming mid though?
Does BetBoom suffer from the same issue as Shopify Rebellion does in regards to Aegis?
What issue would that
It's
be?
the RTZ, where you have an Aegis and all of a sudden you feel invincible and run in and die twice.
Oh, I see. I mean, to be fair, that was old RTZ. Like,
Do you think new RTZ has changed his ways?
He definitely has. I mean, he was notorious for like farming somewhere random, dying once, dying twice. He's definitely cut down on that a ton over the years.
I think I still catch him sometimes doing that.
I mean, it happens to anyone.
It happens to everyone.
Yeah.
Don't worry. It's not just him.
He was really notorious for it back then.
Yeah, that's why it's the RTZ. But it's
Yeah.
good that he's now moderated it to the same levels as everybody else.
Yeah,
He has no choice, right? They have Sableye on the team, so it can't be both of them making some outlandish plays. And speaking of outlandish, this is gonna hurt if Arvid dies here. And oh wow, Bloodstone! Oh my gosh, what a good item.
Wow. Abed.
Yeah.
Don't
Abed,
die.
boss.
Don't die, brother. No.
He did die eventually. I mean, he took one with him. So good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the Bloodstone was great, but like the Soul Rip there from Fly is really what allowed him to get the Bloodstone off and his spells to get that turn off. And we're seeing a lot more Undying, and I'm very curious on how popular this hero is going to be just by tomorrow, honestly. I was going to say the playoffs, but I'm curious on how popular it's going to be just by tomorrow. It seems like a very strong support that people have been overlooking for a while. They're like, yeah, we want to play like the Tree or maybe the Clockwork as melee boss 5s, but Undying is coming into the mix.
Yeah.
Fear, if you ever came to my block party and spoke like this, I would ask you to leave.
Okay. Any reason?
Yeah. These are not great vibes.
No, I'm sorry. You just want to vibe out?
Yeah.
All right.
He's trying to chill.
Just show me the vibe.
All right.
All right, so we're just sleeping. It's a sleeping party.
Yeah, but you're forgetting one part is that the chairs that me and Fear have are not the most
This is not a
vibing
vibing
chair.
Oh, he has
vibing
I
chairs.
completely misread the situation. You have the analyst chair.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, my
same.
bad, sir.
Yeah.
Continue.
We're like, no party hat for us.
Yeah.
These two are at the Lima Major. We're at the block party. We're the ones just chilling,
Yeah.
just hanging out, you know.
Let's go, brother.
We need a drink though somewhere.
Woo!
But not something that's gonna make me smell like the Gruffalo again.
Thank you.
The Gruffalo.
I mean,
No, not the
for me,
Gruffalo,
it
like
doesn't
that child's
matter.
father.
You're sitting on the far end for me, so, go for it. Go for it indeed. So with this Aegis on the side of BetBoom, like, is this a farming Aegis? Is it a fighting Aegis? Oh, it looks like a fighting Aegis potentially. Yeah, it definitely looks like a fighting
This is
Aegis. Why are they fighting on several parts of the map?
Maybe they feel strong because they have Aegis.
I mean, GPK has kind of been just like on his own a lot, right?
Yeah.
He's just pushing these side lanes. I wonder if he's like, I mean, he's just under-farmed, right? So maybe he just feels pressured to get on those side lanes and get some more net worth
Yeah.
rolling for him.
Sorry, I had to laugh because I see in the little
Another
tiny screen, that's like the third Roche. They'll use this Roche to take a Rax or something, and then Entity gets the third Roche.
They still have the cheese on
I think it's the fourth Roche over at this point.
Yes.
That game is going to go on for a while for sure.
It is, yeah. It's like another
Yeah.
Roshan.
I mean,
They're playing
like,
very safe.
You can't go high ground in Dota anymore.
No.
Like,
it's hard.
Yeah, it's super hard. You're playing versus Rubik, Coddle, and Batrider. It's like you don't want to. Even if you have a Linken's, Rubik's just going to break that from
Yeah.
2 screens away, and then you don't feel safe anymore.
I feel like every single interview we ever have with a player after they've won a comeback game is just like, so, what did you wait for or whatever? They're like, if we simply held the high ground, then when they came and we used our spells, we'd just win the game.
It's literally waiting for the enemy team to step up once wrongly.
Yeah.
This game, I think, also has the potential to go on forever.
Every game has the potential, right?
And if previous game between these two was anything to go by, that was definitely a long one.
Yeah.
And this has the makings of it. I mean, it's already 35 minutes in, and we don't have any lead. This Aegis, it doesn't look like it's going to get used. We see Shopify just being very patient and waiting it out. And now we don't see anything.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the thing
that happens
is,
sometimes too.
like, I come from like NA region, right?
Yeah.
And like, I'm not used to seeing this many competitive games. Like, every game has been pretty long,
Yeah.
30, 35 plus minutes. Like,
Even the ones that seemingly start out one-sided, like it's been able to stabilize for a little bit.
Alright, so the screen went dark for like 10 seconds, right? We come back and here BetBoom are losing a fight. What the hell?
You know why? They went high ground.
Oh my god.
They did try and do that.
They did try and do
It's
that.
so
Like,
silly.
it's the ultimate bait in Dota right now. Like
You're trying to win the game.
The thing is, if you want to win the game versus a team that is like of your skill level, you generally do not want to just force it, because like you're playing against all odds going to high ground. There's buybacks, towers, you know, any mispositioning. So even like a nether strike can like put you out of position, and you're like, oh shit, shouldn't have done that.
And now we're dead.
One second. Our mini game is eHome Tundra now. Who won Entity? Is it
No, it's still going on. It's still going on. Could we actually switch to it?
No,
Entity.
No, we can see it. It's about to end.
Oh,
fountain diving.
Switch to it, please, production. It's not too late.
Don't
It's
switch.
not too late.
It's almost over.
Please.
King Slate,
We'll get there
Entity.
just as the GG gets called.
No, they're still fighting.
Hey, look, Watson got a triple kill. Come on, Watson, get the ultra.
Alright.
Show us this original
I
Lina.
can't see anything. I'm so
Okay,
blind.
then what? Who is that blinked in there?
Well, I will say,
That was the DPS bombs.
with the like every Aegis they got, they took one lane, and they had their third Aegis, well, fourth then overall, but their third Aegis got them the mega creeps.
I mean, Lena's just killing
here we go.
Here we go.
Let's go, baby.
But they still hold on to that Aegis right now, so this is literally the tail end, because there's no buyback on the Sven, no buyback on the Bat Rider, and there's only one tier 4 tower left.
Oh, there we go. GG.
Alright,
GG. Well, I'm glad we watched that.
I told you not to swap.
Well, yeah, but what if?
I think it was a good thing that we swapped. I think it was nice.
We got to see Watson end the game with an ultra kill. The OG Lina.
Yeah.
Doing his thing.
I'm glad. All right, take me back to Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify.
Now we're gonna go back more fun. Rebellion got a Rex or something. This game is gonna be a topsy-turvy one. It's also so annoying to play, right? You got this Nature's Prophet on the one side, just spamming out these waves. You can't go anywhere because Spirit Breaker can just jump you. I would be very frustrated if I was BetBoom right now.
Yeah. That does mean, by the way, on that stream that is EPOL's EN4 is where that game just ended. There will be another series there. Eventually, it will be PSG.LGD versus TSM, and commentated by ODPixel and Fogged.
Hey.
Oh, Odie Pixel. Oh, love that guy.
Me too.
Wow, what a small so bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to say I love him. I like him.
Oh, the refresher? He refreshed. I mean, RTZ's fully committed to this here. Will they get the Sprout Talent? That's the equivalent of like a slam dunk right there.
The Sigma man is out here.
Yeah.
Alright, he deserves that one. He can be a slam dunk there. Yeah.
And they can fight again, because there's I feel like we're moving to the same type of game as we just witnessed with Entity Geek Slate, but in that game Entity was basically steadily ahead, and this game is 100% even. That makes the Roshans and the Aegises even more important, and yeah, it's gonna be a long one. I like it.
What's interesting about this, I think, is that we saw when Tundra played DK in DPC, that they were able to hard carry the game on Skeeter, just like uber scaling this DK, getting to this unkillable point, but I don't think he can necessarily do the same from the off lane, unless the game just goes like indeterminately long. I don't think he has Midas either, right? So he can't really just necessarily scale in that way. No, he doesn't. So he went for this like util build, he's going Lincoln Sphere next. He's gonna die at some point, he's gonna provide some utility, but pretty much half the game comes down to the sniper, right? Because Pango can't win the fight for you either.
Yeah. Wait, what does the DK have? Have we seen
He has a
his
Psychic Device, BKB,
Oh, yeah.
Link.
I remember seeing the Hex. I love Hex, but I think it's the wrong way to IMIze this game. I actually think this game would be kind of nice if they had the Manta Octarine.
If he was unkillable, this game would have been very good.
Yeah. Say no to Sheepstick.
What the heck?
Yeah, you said it, not me.
Alright, let's see if Pierce got what it takes. Arteezy has 1v9 these games before. But they're also getting more damage. Like Saberlight just got Daedalus, so it's a ton of damage out there.
Oh, this is big. RTZ has no refresher orb, I think, so he has to just back out with a BKB. And Sniper is unchallenged, but look at that bash!
Sorry, who just bashed him?
Pango, I think, right? He should have a bash.
Yeah. And Abed, I mean, there's no way. Lucky for Shopify, they have a full minute before Roche respawns. I know that Abed won't be live when the Roshan actually respawns, but they do still get it. I feel like they'll get a second chance.
It's awkward though,
Man,
because
it's right now.
you're gonna want to reposition that area while Saberlight's just pushing bottom. He can still show up for fights, and if they get this kill,
they do.
Yeah, game resets. They actually get the Aegis.
No
I think this
buyback.
game's over actually. Rebellion should end up winning.
All right.
Yeah. Because now they've got like two carries, right? You've got this Abed doing all this magical damage.
Who needs Abed
Nature's
anyway?
Prophet doing all the physical damage. RTZ just not dying and sapping all the damage from the sniper.
Saber chat.
Saber Chad.
Yeah, Abed died. You don't need Abed. You need Saber Chad. They got him. He killed everyone.
I'm going to. I have a very informal question to ask. That's not appropriate for broadcast. But how do I go to the toilet in this situation?
It is appropriate for broadcast. We can make this happen. This very high-tech request can definitely happen. I will tell you what.
You could just leave.
Hereby say hello, production. I would like the microphone of my fellow panelist muted. Her name is Sheepstick. She is microphone number.
No,
2,
4, no, 2, 3. There's like a.
That's a 3. That's him.
There's 4 and a 2 on my microphone.
2, maybe.
Wait, I don't know.
No, that's not your microphone. That's your in-ear.
Oh yeah, you're right.
This is great technology lessons on the block part. You're number 2.
Number 2.
Okay, so then you take everything off and you basically just walk off and then you walk back on whenever.
Bye-bye.
Alright,
They left the Aegis?
I'll be back.
Who needs the Aegis? I love that they give it to Saberlight. They're like, well, you're actually the real carry now, fam.
Yeah.
You're the one dishing out all the damage.
He really is.
Yeah.
I mean, he went for a hard carry build too. Like, we've been seeing a lot of these NP offlanes go for like the Aghanims build, right? He completely skipped it this game and he's like, I'm the carry. And, Arteezy's doing a good job at really realizing that too. Look at his item build. He just went BKB,
Blink,
Hex,
yeah.
right? Refresher. He's just going for just the items that you need, the essentials. Like no Satanics, no Assault Cuirasses, no carry items for him. He's just going straight for just the support items. He's like, take me away, Saberlight.
It's also pretty smart, right? Because like Saberlight went for the no TP talent at 25. So he's gonna definitely be playing in more dangerous areas. He knows that they have like a Hex on the Nightfall, DK. I don't know what Pango's building, but imagine something's gonna disable him at some point. They already have Basher. It killed Abed last time. They already know that they're dealing with this like insane save Rubik.
Yeah.
So that's very smart actually from the side of Shopify Rebellion. Know what they're doing.
I've been missing out.
It's so nice, right?
It's so nice. I will say it's not flattering light, There's definitely, you got the anti-selfie angle, but I'll take it for the comfiness.
Yeah, we'll get some flattering lights at the arena, it's fine.
This is a good trade-off, I'll take it.
Alrighty, let's see, there's like what, three fights left maybe for BetBoom?
I'm already watching the draft of Talon.
You're done with this? You think it's over?
It's over.
I mean, we got like 4 games to watch. Like, you got to know when to call it.
Yeah, but I will say that you are the one that has said multiple times in the past 10 minutes already that going high ground is the hardest thing in Dota right now, and it is Shopify Rebellion
not doing that.
Will avoid going high ground for a long time, giving BetBoom more chances to
go high ground and throw you.
Yeah. Oh, well, no, that's not where I went with that, but
I mean, that's kind of where BetBoom started losing, right? They tried to go in high ground, and it didn't work, and then they lost a little bit of steam.
You don't think Shopify will fall in the same trap?
No, these guys they don't like going high ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
They really don't.
Okay.
I mean,
so basically, you can't lose at that point.
I played with Bulba. He knows. It's been beaten into their brains at this point that like you cannot go high ground unless it's free. And this is not free.
Okay.
We saw Bulba just before the previous game ended, right? And I was like, oh, this game should be over. He's like, no. Game was never over. It's 2023. Games don't just end.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so far they indeed are not going high ground, so we'll see if this Aegis is going to be used at all.
You always feel so bad. I'm like DK right now for Nightfall must feel really, really swag. He's like, I built this Linkens, I built this Hex, I built this Blink, but we're not actually doing anything, so now what? I don't have any farming items to myself. I'm not progressing in the game. We have no map to play. I don't have Ags or whatever. That's rough.
I mean, sorry for that point, but like I definitely agree that they want to do something, but they can't. Yeah. But they're playing into Aegis now. Yeah. And the Shiver's point, like they're not using the Aegis. They're using the Aegis in a different way. They're using the Aegis to get a gold lead, not really a team fight.
A farming Aegis. Yeah. It's still an Aegis. It's still useful. It's just not, from a pleb viewer perspective, they're not doing anything.
Right. Nothing exciting, at least.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get up. Don't worry, Sheep. It was just testing the chair. I got it.
I think that chair has been stolen. Oh my god, you see how much damage Arteezy did? Oh my goodness. Alright, game's about to end. Abed running forward, all the magic damage in the world. Saber Chad is there. Yeah, that's it. That's GG. We are done.
Did I miss it?
Wow, wait. Did they actually win a game without taking a single lane of Rax?
Did I? I literally just missed. I literally changed chairs and I missed it.
Yep. You got sheep-sticked.
I got sheep-sticked.
Shopify Rebellion is back.
Oh my gosh. Have we had another game where they've won without taking any lane of reds?
Not today.
Maybe not.
It's been a long time since I've seen anything like that. Or at least like at tier 1 Dota.
Generally what is said when there's no lane of racks taken is like, well, you called it too early. But in this case, I don't think that was the case, right? Because they would have just literally ran over them with that fight.
Yeah. Game was pretty much over at that point. GG, well played. So Rebellion 2 with BetBoom. Oh, everybody, so if people that don't know, in the last couple of days I've been asking everybody their top 4. A lot of people told me BetBoom. And
not me.
You did. What's funny is that Fear and Estini said to me that Rebellion are like a top 4 team, and the room laughed at them. We're all like, y'all are full of trash.
I said both are top 4 team.
I actually said
You
both
did, yeah, that is true.
So I get some points.
You're okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Alex Sheep, defend yourself.
What do you mean? I said both of them suck. So really, this match is meaningless to my rankings. My top 4 was Liquid, Spirit, EG, and Beast Coast.
Yes. Although there was a long, we had to like haggle over the last 2.
Yeah, I couldn't decide what I wanted.
Okay, so that means that the second series of the day with that, because that was the last game was still going on with the second series, is done. And we're getting ourselves into the second round of Group A games, so that is the third series. I know, semantics, it's whatever. All you care about is what you can watch right now, and that is right here. It's eHome taking on Tundra. It is on ePulse EN without a number. Lyrical and Trent are commentating that one, and above us, you're seeing the start of Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators, commentated by Avo and Gareth.
I want to watch that one really bad.
Collapse Magnus.
I mean, he's already played it once, so it's good. I mean, this is... We're going back to our top 3. So Spirit was on my top 3. I don't remember. Were they 3 or 1? I don't remember. Maybe 3.
You gave them in a random order, by the way.
Did I?
No, I didn't. I gave them specific.
He gave an order. He gave an order. Okay. Sheepster gave an order, and one other person gave an order.
I think I had Tundra, Liquid, Spirit, and then Shopify.
You had Tundra as your number 1? Oh yeah, you were trying to be edgy. You were like, oh, Liquid are doing well, so they won't win. I'm gonna laugh when they come first.
It's not really edgy. It's just kind of like I've seen a lot of tournaments. Their favorite, statistically, usually does not win.
That's cap.
All right. So speaking of statistically, is Tundra going to lose another game with Lina Ricky?
No.
Lina,
Ricky?
Maybe.
Yeah. Because they lost to Execration earlier with this, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is our... We talked about they don't play a ton of Lina, right? So they're experimenting here. They want to be able to play it. And if it doesn't work, I'm confident Tundra will still be strong if they just ban it.
It's a solution, just get rid of it.
Didn't you also say that Spectre is good against Lina, DK good against Lina?
This is literally Tundra's own strat against Lina.
And eHome then has a good, they have a good draft to deal with this.
I mean, I personally have never said DK is good in any situation.
I said that.
Yeah, I did hear it earlier today.
I'll defend myself too, I don't mind.
I experienced many rants from Fear about why DK sucks in the back rooms. This game it's not that bad, right? To play mid, it's gonna be able to get progression, it's actually gonna have items in the game. I mean, get to the Ags eventually.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch the DK strat that was stolen.
First blood! No!
Yeah.
It was 33 playing it, an offlane DK, not a mid, right?
Alright.
Yeah, it was mid with Midas.
Oh, it was mid DK.
Yeah.
Who played it?
It was Tundra. It was 9.
So 9 played it. Okay, so I do believe in DK in the sense that if it buys a Midas and gets a lot of farm, this hero's good. But like the reason I don't like seeing DK most of the time is he doesn't do that. He just buys a Blink Dagger, runs around the map, doesn't get kills, has no damage whatsoever, and then he falls off.
Yeah. We saw that on the last game, right? Where you were struggling to just buy utility items to have some degree of impact in the game, but the DKL does nothing. Blink Dragon Tail sounds like okay, but beyond that, you're just like, I don't know what the hero's doing. I like it a lot being in this situation.
There's, don't worry, we're gonna watch a lot of games still, and we're gonna try to watch all of them, and we will let you watch all of them right now, because we're gonna go to a quick quad stream.
Wait, who's being killed?
Multiple people.
You.
Oh, no.
And if you want to find out who's getting killed,
Fear, hold my hand.
you better stay tuned. You will find out after this.
Why are we holding hands?
So we don't die.
Nah, you're done.
We're waiting for this transition.
Are we?
你机会你不中用。
Dire's structures are fortified.
Not what you expected.
Bunch of punches.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Like this. Lie in the cold stream.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's smart.
I can only dream of such a day.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I am unaccustomed to hiding.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
At least I deigned to notice you.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back, friends. I'm here to ruin your 4-stream experience. You were enjoying watching 2 boxes that have a big screen on it and 2 boxes that had Dota on it, and now you have 1 box with my face on it. What a way to go. Welcome back, everyone, to the house party, the hub, the block party.
Block party.
We will eventually, I will get this consistent. Fear, what a pleasure to have you, and Snare, and Effie, a new face.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
I was
family.
partying earlier.
You were partying
with
earlier.
The block, but I had to go.
You got kicked out the party.
You got kicked out the party.
We all get kicked out at one point.
That's right.
And they always call us
But
back.
the cookout is starting all over again. Snare, catch me up. What did I miss? I heard you were watching some Geek Slate Dota.
Yeah, you got to see them Geek Slate actually playing well, defending, not just defending and turtling in the high ground as we see most teams doing when they're losing, but fighting aggressively, knowing that we have this one strong hero, let's try and make something happen on the map. Didn't work out in the end, but they still tried regardless, and it was good to see them have that kind of spirit, right? We also saw Rebellion beating BetBoom 2-0 and losing the early game. And normally this is actually what's interesting, right? Is that Rebellion is always known as a team that's very good in the
Laning
lanes.
superiority.
Exactly. And normally how they lose games is that they get beaten in the lanes and they're like, well, we have no recovery mechanism. Clearly they've been working on that because their mid-game fighting has improved a lot. And through mid-game fighting, they come back, they beat BetBoom 2 games in a row in very similar fashion. And then we also got to see, what is the other interesting thing that we really saw? I think those are the the standout moments of the last couple
I mean,
of
they're
series.
ongoing still, I guess.
Yeah.
the
I'll take them.
interesting things, yeah.
What do you attribute it to, Fear? Because I know that there's been a lot of discourse surrounding Saberlight, how he's a wild card factor.
Yeah, I mean, he showed up.
He showed up.
Yeah, I mean, his Nature's Prophet was absolutely insane. He took the front row. He decided to carry RTZ this game. RTZ was fine with it. He went for he was playing Razor. He went Blink, Hex, Refresher, BKB, just going for the utility build. Well, Saberlight's like, I'm not going to go the normal offlane build of getting an Ags. I'm going to be the hard carry, got a Daedalus, Assault Kuros, just took the reins and carried the game.
What about the Enigma game, though? That was a little bit more traditional offlaner. And I guess RTZ on the Bloodseeker, not the most traditional carry, especially it was against that Terrorblade.
I mean, Abed just carried them.
Abed carried that one.
So, I mean, you gave me 2 options, so I'm going to option number 3.
Blood Rage Zeus. Very strong. Very, very strong. Blood Rage Zeus. What are you supposed to do, right? You just tank all this damage. Pure can't do anything. He's playing Terrorblade. It's like, I have a pop BKB and survive, but then I can't fight. Or I try to fight, and then I get hit by Zeus, I get Black Hole, and I die.
That was a really good Zeus pick, that game. It was just really pleasant to see it played that well. Generally, it fares very well for Shopify if they're losing lanes and winning the game afterwards, like in that game too. I mean, it actually gives me hope. I don't want to say hope, fear, because we talked about being let down by the
Whoa,
squad
I missed
before.
this discussion.
I'm sure it'll come back.
You've put too much faith in North America
Is
before?
this not easy?
No, yes, I don't know. Don't ask me.
I'm familiar with this discussion, okay.
Do not ask me. But it definitely bodes very well for them if they don't need to snowball off of their lanes to actually play a good game. So the team has already improved.
Just don't get too emotionally attached yet.
I never do.
Never again.
Not since 2015, Fear. That was the last time I got emotionally attached to a North American team.
I will say though, the Entity versus Geek Slate game, I cannot believe that the score is 8-12 at minute 53.
Yep. We control the map, Effie. It's fine. Who needs kills?
I was very much not enjoying that. Good for them.
It's
good for them.
Good for them. But,
methodical Dota,
Yes.
It's
Disciplined Dota.
Yeah, it's a different side of
Does that
the chaos.
find success in this meta, though? Because that was my main critique covering Southeast Asia, is that, for one thing, the stereotype of them being overly aggressive, Rambulan, reckless, is no longer the dynamic for Southeast Asia. They are slow to a fault, I would say.
Right.
And I don't think that that's going to be a recipe for success this measure. I watch other regions, they're way too fast, I feel.
I think you have to be willing to make risky plays, and you have to be willing to leave your side of the map. Or, for example, you have to be able to smoke with the intention of claiming the enemy's jungle instead of using your smokes to take back your own defensive areas. I feel like Geek Slate just don't do that, right? Every time they push for any kind of map advantage, they just keep it on their side of the river.
Yeah.
And it's just, I feel like that style of Dota, well, maybe it'll put you in games where you can last 60 minutes, but it'll never take you to games that you can actually win from behind. So I genuinely, like, it was great to see them last that long, and it was great to see them play so well. I'm a huge Scum fan. I think he's one of the most talented carry players in all of SEA, but I just didn't enjoy the style that they showed us in that game, to be completely honest.
To be fair, they were getting crushed, right? One of these situations where if they were worse off, then they would have lost the game like way sooner. The fact that they forced the side of Entity to play so defensively the entire time and to have to like, all right, we're going to be methodical, 1 Aegis per racks, 1 Aegis per racks, 1 Aegis per racks. Because they also knew on the side of Entity that hell, these guys are good enough at team fighting that they can fight us. These guys are playing against Execration like 60, 70, 90-minute games. So you know that team fighting is like, yeah, this can happen. So don't make any mistakes. Rather just win the game.
I mean, for sure. I was more so also talking about the way that they played throughout the DPC tour.
Oh, yeah,
the last
definitely.
one. It just felt like they always played for the most safe objectives that they could take, where they could just farm as much as they can and like rice, and then win. I just feel like that doesn't work anymore.
Fully agreed.
Yeah.
Fully agreed. What's going to work this game? We were talking earlier about Lina and Ricky, and you and I were talking about this Lina for Tundra, right? Skeeter Lina. Do you feel it this game? Is it going to win this time around?
Which are we looking at this game?
I was going to welcome you back. It's
Tundra
like, welcome back. You're going to see Ricky Lina again.
I'm so
Exciting.
happy.
Welcome back. This is what I've been seeing all day long, my man.
No, I'm really glad that I can come back to watch some more Ricky Lina. Actually, that's why I'm here, baby. Let's go.
Pick the right major.
At first glance, I do have faith in this Lina, but I think that of all the solutions that we've seen for Lina throughout the last tour, Spectre is one of the better ones that you're never actually worried about the ability to map share and scaling. In fact, you're gonna outscale this hero, but I do feel like Tundra's got this in the bag, just based on first glance, right? We still have to watch this for longer.
It's going to be interesting. Wait, Fear, wasn't it for the first 3 weeks in NA, or the first week and a half, that we kept seeing Tusk into Lina? Like whenever Lina would come out, the immediate response was Tusk, especially from Rebellion, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it was normally a mid Tusk, right?
Yeah,
in most cases. I mean, they played off lane too, actually. We had Saberlight play. It's like getting on top of Lina is like the name of the game. I'm not a huge fan of like position 4 Tusk right now. It's okay with the Death Prophet. Sure, it's a melee that matches up, but I feel like Tiny's like and Ricky are like the superior pos 4s that are melee right now, where Tusk doesn't like have that burst. So in this particular game, you know, they had that type of mid laner, and then they went back for a DK, which I'm not a huge fan of either, to be honest with you, in a lot of ways. So like this draft here, Spectre, I do believe in it, but DK's doing that thing again where he's kind of falling off. But good news is the Zeus is as well having a very rough game here.
But it's a China Spectre.
I mean, yeah, and they're getting Roche here with the Undying. One of the big strengths of Undying as a hero right now. You can do Roche, you can do objectives, high ground's pretty easy, you have defensive heal, and you're strong in laning. Seeing a lot more Undying lately.
I like that you said China Spectre, Snare, because back when nobody believed in this hero, around the time when Medusa was really broken, a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. Do you remember that phase where Medusa was just completely busted and it was like, how do we solve Medusa? The only region that was still playing Spectre and Troll, actually, during that era was China. They do have a lot of faith in this hero just simply by what the hero can give you, a hero that just farms on one side of the map and can join the team at any instant. They really focus on fundamentals like that. So it is a region that knows the hero well. I just feel like Lina's Lina, you know.
But she just died. She died for it.
That's great. I wish Lina dies
After killing Spectre.
Yeah, but it's still early days. It's like 20 minutes in. Spectre's not even a hero just yet.
All right, we haven't talked about another hero in this game. It's 33 Lycan. I mean, that's a problem too.
I think we've spoken a lot about it. 33 Lycan enough times.
I mean, but they got it this game. Yeah.
With Ricky as well. Like the lane went very, very well. I mean, there's a reason why Spectre has to play more catch up than she would be otherwise. Just 33, just so good at this hero.
I'm so surprised how 9 on his Zeus is so far behind on a hero that can flash farm. What happened? No. We love the combo.
We love the combo.
I missed the start of the game, but generally I don't feel like 9 is the kind of guy that excels at heroes like Zeus, to be honest. It's never a hero that I would attribute to his playstyle. He just seems like very heavy on roaming, very heavy on like aggression early game, and not so much on heroes that sit back and push creep waves.
I mean, he loves the hero, but like Tundra as a team find the most success when he's like playing that style, right? Of roaming around the map. And I think it's a lot to do with having 33 on your team, right? Like 33 is the type of player he loves playing the zoo, and if you're a mid laner for 33, you kind of got to make some space for him because he will carry you.
How compatible do you think Okay, so TI-11, clearly the 33 style of offlaner is the successful one. Time has passed, not that many changes have been made, but how successful do you find the 33 style of offlane as of season 1 of the DPC?
Not for me. I mean, I think it's still really good. Like, the heroes he bought Wraith Pact on, he can just buy Greaves now, which is still a good ability. His like Lycan, no changes really. He just still buys the Helm of the Overlord here. So, like, he's still a top tier offlaner by far. Like, maybe not as dominant, but like, I think that TI had to do with that as well. Like the TI nerves, and he just like played like a beast, honestly. And he just had the performance of his lifetime there. Very hard to replicate.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like 33 is the kind of player who's always going to be relevant at the role that he plays in Dota, just because of how quickly and how efficient he is of just figuring out what's good and what's exploitable. It seems like he's one of those players who's always on top of it every single time. So even if he's not playing this aura style of offlane that I would largely attribute to him and the way that he popularized it, he, in the past, before this aura style became popular, he was playing like some Sand Kings where he would just like hide in tree lines. He would hide in tree lines and just cut waves. He would play Dooms, or Doom is still a very good hero, in which I think 33 is one of the best Doom players out there. He would also just like sit patiently and wait in tree lines for 1 minute without showing on the map and just jump on the first target he sees. I remember watching a game maybe a year ago. He was playing Bristleback where I think it was a pub, so it doesn't count, but still, I thought it was very cool. He, early on, I think minute 10, dragged 3 creep waves from 3 lanes. Like, so he grabbed 1 wave from the bot lane, walked mid, grabbed it with him, took him to the top lane, and he farmed over his quill sprays, and he just got like a very early Radiance. I had never seen somebody do something like that.
This is definitely a pub thing. I can't imagine Matt would be like, dude, you're taking my wave. What is going on?
But just the fact that he does things like this, and every time I clicked on a pub, he's always been the player to like pull up some nonsense like that. I feel like he's always going to be relevant, regardless of whether or not this style gets nerfed or not.
I would dare say most teams would pick their offlaner today for 33. He's just a good player.
He's so good. And you always like having that try-hard personality in your team that you know for a fact that this person is going to be 100% all in no matter what.
Yeah. He's a hard
Just
worker.
like Snaking, always all in, but he does die a lot for us.
That's fine. Somebody has to feed. Somebody has to tank these.
I mean, Snaking's great at feeding though. Like, he doesn't like mind doing the job, right? Like, he's not afraid to go in. It's the worst when you have Initiator who's afraid of dying. And Snaking, when he's playing like his Clockwork and these other heroes, he's not afraid. He's gonna go in there. He died.
The question is, why is your support being the Initiator? But that's an issue for someone else.
I mean, he's playing Clockwork.
That's true. It's his responsibility.
So he's in there and he died. Who cares? He got the DP kill in return. So
I also feel like Sandra's one of the few teams that can get away with this, having like only your support being your only source of initiation. Like every now and then, most of the time, man, it's picking up that role. But when they don't have him on these initiating do stuff heroes, Snaking can just do it, die no matter what, and it still forces really good fights for Sandra.
both their supports are like kind of initiators. This game kind of makes space. I mean, you do have to be a bit more active this game as Alina, and I really like the choice of him going travels. Because like, you're seeing the Ricky find someone, you travel in, you can get a kill, because you do need a setup stun.
This smoke might work.
All right, let's check it out.
That's very good, actually. Because they're so spread out on the side of Sandra.
It feels like
it's either going to be amazing or terrible.
Oh, no, Snaking, God, is he going to break it?
I think he might. Much vision. This is what you were talking about, Effie. They're just smoking to reclaim their own part of the map.
No, they've gone a little bit further, Neil.
They've barely crossed the river. Will they go further? No, they go back. They go back home where it's safe.
Fine.
There's not that much they can do out of this. Like, they just killed the Clockwork and they have to go back. It was an interesting smoke, right? They did it with their DP dead. They thought it would be something that's unexpected, but I mean, I feel like things like that are kind of your Hail Marys at this point. But you take what you can get, right? You've got a Spectre on your team.
I feel like these teams have been scrimming a lot with like the Southeast Asian and the South American teams, because only when I see those two regions where a team will lose a fight, immediately smoke, even while one hero is dead, to try to force something on the map with these cooldowns being down. So I think everyone's like taking cues from them, because it's the second time today that we've seen this sort of dynamic of a team losing a fight and being like, all right, time to fight again. We know that they don't have anything available to really counter us, and hopefully they're spread apart on the map enough that they don't have enough numbers to congregate onto us.
So both teams kind of understand that, right? Like, when you have no cooldowns, the other team knows you should run at them. They got nothing, right? But at the same time, Tundra knows that as well. And a good response to that, instead of going all the way back into your base as a team and just AFK as 5, offer a sacrifice. You know, like Snaking, break the smoke, die, allow your team to like continuously farm, right? Give the vision. You can keep killing the support there. for the rest of the game. But if they're farming the whole map as exchange, it's not a good trade.
Man, DK just crumbled there.
Yeah.
And I feel conceptually you picked this DK just to withstand the damage that comes out of Lina and potentially turn fights, but not even DK can do that.
Not with this level of farm. The discrepancy is way too high. We talked about it a little bit on like the last panel, right? Like DK looked really good. 9 played it once when they did this similar strat, but he went Midas. He kept up on the farm, continued to get items. That way the Lina, like if you do hit the DK, at some point, you know, the measly armor you're getting from the passive is not enough to withstand the Lina's damage. You need to be able to get the AC on top of it, and a lot more items as well as Lina scales too. But DK's not a hero that farms very quickly, so how is he at this point in the game going to be tanky? It's definitely difficult.
He's rushing Ags, I think, so that seems like his answer. He doesn't have Midas, so if he's dying over and over again, it's going to delay that item really badly. And I'm really worried about him versus Zeus. We saw what the damage the Zeus hero can do against these super high strength gain strength heroes, and Zeus, you're never really going to reach him unless Spectre full commits in this game, so you can just sit back, dishing out damage from afar. Feels very nice.
But that's the thing, right, is that Spectre, as the game progresses, one hunt will threaten 3 targets on the side of Tundra. So you just have to hold out for as long as you can. The issue is, every time, like eHome have not taken a beating lying still, right? They've been trying to move out, they've been trying to smoke, they've been trying to give themselves breathing room on this map, but Tundra is just not giving it to them. It's just giving up their supports, and eHome are not getting what they need in return. So it's a little bit concerning because yes, in theory, Spectre can play an excellent game, but so far, she doesn't have enough of the map to actually be able to keep up with this Lina.
I mean, I don't feel like there's any carry in the game right now that can withstand like a gold deficit if it gets too extreme, right? So like even if they do have a Spectre, if it's like some 20k lead for Tundra, it doesn't matter anymore. If Spectre's good in the late game, you have to manage that gold disadvantage somehow. And whether it's defending the high ground as we normally see, or maybe Tundra is out of position and you win a fight where you isolate a hero with the Spectre Haunt, with a DK Blink. But at that point, you're kind of making a mistake as the core of Tundra to be caught like that.
So there's no carries that you think that can withstand a net worth differential like that. Which supports would you take that can handle a big net worth differential?
To cover that load?
Yeah, to cover that load.
I mean,
if there are
definitely not eHomes.
Yes, no, definitely not eHomes. I was like, bro, what do you want me to do in this situation?
Honestly,
I mean, sorry, I was gonna say maybe Ags on Tusk could be a good way.
That was one,
I was gonna say Tusk is okay, and once Tusk hits level 15, you can actually extend him out on the map to like one-shot these creep waves with his snowball Talon, right? Just hold on a little bit longer. I do like Tusk as a 4 in like the games where he has more time to get levels, and how he can actually, if you have a 4 hero that can clear waves and not die, like it builds blink, so it naturally can just like blink into the tree line after clearing wave, it makes your game so much easier. So I feel like eHomes still have a lot of fight in them. They just need a few more minutes before this game starts to look a little bit different.
I mean, the one thing I did preach against Tusk for the longest time, because I was like a huge fan of the start of DPC, I feel like that hero is really hard to play against Riki. Because like, you're just blinking in, you can't snowball slave in the smoke screen, right? He's gonna spam it, and it gets very difficult to make those plays because it is definitely a hero that like doesn't do well against the ground silence.
I mean, when we were watching NA, right, initially it was first phase Tusk every single game, and then it started to be first phase Tusk on the one team, immediate response on the Riki on the other, and then most of the time Riki was winning.
And nobody wants to build 4 stuff on heroes like Tusk. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't
feel good, but the item is so good.
No, it doesn't feel good on these heroes like Tusk, but of course it feels great if you're something like a Crystal Maiden or a Moran or a Disruptor. Like, you're definitely happy to do so. It's just one of the strengths of Riki is to force items on you. So in a way, it's taking your initial net worth and making you spend it on something that isn't necessarily advantageous to you.
Stealing net worth, so he's a better bounty hunter as well. Great. Better bounty hunter, better disruptor. Awesome. Riki, good hero.
Better disruptor, I guess. His silence is so low cooldown.
Yeah, you just spam it all the time.
You can never take away Disruptor's Ags.
Wait, they actually...
Yeah, they smoked.
They smoked, then they crossed the river.
And they killed this.
And they can take this cliff. They can take this cliff, right? They just place their own vision here and sit there for a while. This is important.
Uh-oh. DP overstepped a little bit here.
Hang on.
She's getting pinballed.
Oh my god.
Over and over again.
Bing, 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 bing.
This is a little bit painful. I feel like if the DP is back, right? If she survives, I mean, they know that Roche. They should know that Roche is up, right? And Haunts is down.
This
so
is free for Tundra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is really bad for EO because it feels like they had the advantage, right? You just got a hero kill, you still had Ghost available. I doubt Tundra were going to force that jump without Clockwork because he was the one that was dead.
I mean, it was going to happen at some point anyway, is that Thunder were going to play for this Roche. So at least you got the vision on that cliff and you got the double support buyback, right? If you're not choosing to fight this, just go push the bottom lane out. Like, look where it is, just go down there.
Too bad they're against a Zeus and that vision superiority lasts like half a second because I think he just de-warded it.
I mean, this DP clearly didn't watch any of my videos there. You really shouldn't be claiming that mid wave in the way he did in such an aggressive fashion, right? So like, it was very cocky by Death Prophet to do that. If they wanted to grab that wave, do a Tusk, throw a shard, bring it to a safe area, bring it to your vision, and be able to take that fight. But like, DP dying there lost them their whole advantage that they did have.
I think he just overestimated his ability to survive through like the pipe active and the siphons. He just kind of got pushed back by Clockwork before he could even get any siphons off on the creep wave. Also, Lina's just so bursty, dude. Like, she just hit DP 4 times.
Lina Zeus, so much damage.
It's rough out here.
It's so exhausting to watch on their behalf, honestly.
Yeah, I get sad on their behalf. All right. Oh no, is DK cliffed? Okay, he's fine. But DP is
dead
not.
again?
No,
forced out the way.
Hey, forced off good item, but everybody's gonna die. Oh no. I think Mike's being left behind. Yeah, somebody has to be the sacrifice on this side. Oh no.
That item is so broken, by the way. Ogre Steel Totem.
Yes.
It's not disabled by damage. I feel like they should add some.
Can we agree that no neutral item should give you free movement of any kind? So no Tumbler's Toys, no Ogre Steel Totems, none of this. It feels a bit too much.
Maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm biased because I like to play heroes like Shaker and things like that. So when I get a Tumbler Story, I'm very happy with that. But at least it's disabled by a damage tick. Like if there's conditions to the free movement and it's limited, it's fine. But Ogre Steel Totem, you can use it
whenever.
At ease.
Yeah.
It's definitely a broken item.
I just feel movement is such a good thing in Dota. Like the mechanic itself fundamentally changes everything. There's heroes who are only good, right, around the idea of manipulating movement. You should just not get it for free.
And we've seen it before. Remember a few patches ago where many heroes could exceed the max limit, right? Like Weaver was just like 700 move speed, just flying around. Whereas multiple heroes, Lycan was too actually. He was a lot faster. It was like, yeah, they had to revert that pretty quickly.
Like this is nuts.
And I think I'm a little bit different in that I do like when free mechanics are added into Dota through neutral items. I am a neutral item enjoyer, so long as I feel like both teams are able to have the same advantage. For example, when like one team, back when neutral items were still a thing, and one team would get a mango tree and then the other team's carry would get an iron talon, like that felt really bad. Like that was when I was like, kill it with fire.
All right, how about we do this then?
So, but now the only item that really sets me is Philosopher's Stone. Like that is the item.
Oh, so busted, yeah.
That is the item that I would like.
You're okay with Elven Tunic?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I have no strong feelings about that item, but Philosopher's Stone, I feel, does provide an unfair advantage, and it's an item that somehow I just remove it. We removed all the other
GPM
super one-sided GPM advantages.
They should actually distribute the neutral items into categories. So movement neutral items, damage neutral items, healing neutral items, or whatever. And then each team gets one per.
Drop?
Yeah, like one per for each drop, like no matter what.
You know, it'd be cool if every single neutral item had a trade-off.
Yeah, I was hoping that more would have negatives like Philosopher's Stone.
Right.
So if for example, the Eye of the Vizier, if more items are will give you this cool advantage, but you have to give up something, and then you start to actively make a choice of, we're not getting this free advantage, I'm giving up one of my stats, or giving up something to do with move speed or attack speed or what have you, I think that would be perfectly fine. That would actually be a very cool mechanic in Dota.
That would be fine.
I mean, at least they balanced it. I remember every time I saw the Eye of Vizier drops when it was like 20% mana pool, I was like, nope, that's going back.
Isn't it 15%?
Yeah, they buffed it.
I actually like that item now.
It's good now, yeah. 20 was too much.
Actually, that item is a lot cooler than... So I started to do this thing on supports where instead of finishing my Aether Lens, I would wait to see if the Eye of the Vizier would drop, and I would just keep my Arcane Boots, because you actually don't have to you don't have to disassemble them and get your Aether Lens at all if the Eye of the Vizier drops. And you can make up for the mana that you're losing with the Arcane Boots active.
Nice.
So it's an item that I have so much more love and respect for now.
500 IQ right there.
Yep, it's not bad. I hated it so much when it came out. I was one of those people screaming and crying, give back Keen Optic, bring it back, my sweet prince.
Plus 75, those good times. Looking at this game though, I'm thinking, It's a 20k gold lead. Fiora was mentioning earlier that it's very hard to come back from these kind of deficits. But the Spectre, she's very far behind the Lina, like very, very, very far behind.
Yeah.
But Tundra still don't really want to push high ground. It still feels a little bit awkward, right? To try to run up the hill, I suppose. Unless Nick King feels comfortable just jumping in and dying.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have the best heroes at running up the hill. Like, Lina will hit it from a distance. They have a Zeus who has absolutely no desire to do it, and Lycan is going to send his summons. But if your clock overcommits and you follow up and you chase on your Lina and Zeus and die there, that could be potentially very game-losing. So I think Tundra have to approach it very carefully, which they obviously are doing, giving respect to Eho.
Zeus? Okay.
Yeah, Nullifier and the silence.
That's the key to the comeback. There's 2 heroes dead. 33 is going to run away. Definitely doesn't want any of the smoke.
Look at Spectre go.
Have we ever seen this before where a team is like 20k gold behind but up on kills? This seems like a very typical situation.
Kill differential, that's hilarious.
I mean, they're just farming supports, right, this entire time. So it's like, that's like a funny thing about Dota. Like, the kill score doesn't oftentimes explain the game in a lot of ways. Like, the net worth is more representative of like how the game is going.
But you know what it does do? It gives you like a psychological boost of, oh, we're still in this, guys. You don't see what we see. You don't see that net worth difference when you're playing.
Spectre die.
Get solo killed.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. It's fine. I think it's not just being solo killed. You tried to Manta dodge and you just got outplayed. And now you're dead.
Oh God, that Silver Edge Scotty's gotta hurt.
Yeah, Silver Edge is doing double duty. This DK also looks like paper every time he gets broken.
I'm surprised he went for Scotty here, actually. I mean, sure, you're against the Death Prophet and then dying. There's some heal. There's DK too, but the region, kind of like irrelevant at this point, but it does tank you up a lot. I mean, I guess he's just so rich, he can just buy whatever he wants.
I mean, this EO lineup doesn't really have that much burst, right, for a hero that's tanky.
The Scotty's interesting. I would have thought like a Daedalus or something would have looked better.
It's not normal, right? Like, it's something he thought about, very game specific. I don't hate it. It's just
The Scotty and Lina?
Yeah.
It's so good versus DP. What do you mean?
That's what I said. It is good versus, but it doesn't
all
really,
you need.
doesn't help a lot against like the Spectre, because you want to burst the Spectre, and for now,
they
can do
a
it.
problem.
Yeah.
He literally 100 to 0 the Spectre just now. So it's like, well, if you can do 100 to 0 to the enemy carry anyway without building out and out like Daedalus items, then.
I mean, he's got a Silver Edge, so already has like some crit available, but I'm trying to think about what he skipped to get that. Like, maybe an AC or something like that.
Is it not just the Gleipnir?
Does he not have a Gleipnir? He has a
so.
Maelstrom. It'll be on the menu soon, right?
That'll be the second game in a row that we see this, right? Because Watson also didn't finish the Gleipnir. Just stayed on the Maelstrom, went for like more tankability items. And then just did damage that way, but just like not dying.
And 33 went Hex on Lycan. I like this choice a lot.
I agree with that.
33 got boots on
It doesn't have Maelstrom even at all, like sort of.
Oh, it just doesn't have a Maelstrom. So he replaced the Gleipnir with Scotty, basically, because all the other items are pretty normal. You have like the Satanic, the Silver Edge, Boots of Travel, BKB.
No.
So it's definitely different, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I think you have no issue catching out heroes when you're playing with this Ricky Dart anyway. And now that you have this Lycan Hex to cover for any potential targets that you don't want to run away, it's even more dependable. So, I mean, also it just gives extra tankability and sustainability to this Lina if Lina does get jumped. The way that eHome can win this game is if Lina missteps a little bit, they haunt on top of her and then they just burst her down.
She has a lot of defensive though. She's
yeah,
got
exactly.
BKB, Satanic, and Scotty.
Exactly. So she's just super tanky. So in advance, it's already been itemized for.
Yeah. And she's like 2 items up on the next hero in this game. It's very fun.
But the question is, are there going to be regrets in going so much on durability and stats if this game goes on for longer?
If it continues, it might. That's what I'm afraid of for them right now. Because like, they can't. They're having a hard time going high ground. Lina is like maxed out right now in power. And like, you have a Lycan, this hero doesn't particularly scale that well, especially if you go for like the Hex build. Zeus has a lot of room to grow though, so there is that, but Spectre, it is a hero that if you do get the same net worth as Lina, which will happen eventually, she can take the fight to him, especially if you don't have a lot of damage to burst the spec.
Easy fix. Minute 60, Book of the Dead.
Let's go. Book of the Dead. That's how I push.
That's how you get there.
It's really funny to me. Sometimes when you get to like this late game, like 55 minutes in, teams get really desperate because they're like, oh god, if it gets to 60, somehow a comeback potential is available on the enemy team. So we like have to force a victory before then.
Yeah. I mean, DK is going the Ags Manta build, so he can like safely push lanes right now.
Silence!
Oh, he blinked
in without BKB.
Yep.
Oh.
And he's dead.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't press BKB and regret it.
That should be that. There's no buyback on this DK for like 1,000 gold.
This might be this.
She
what
just
shots. Those are like game-winning shots. If they end up winning this game, or
I
maybe
mean, yeah,
game saving.
game salvaging, yeah.
Game saving.
That was a very ballsy play by Ricky too. He just tricks of a traded uphill, darted, smoked, and then just got out of there with a force stab or an ogre. I don't even know what pushed him out, but he got
loves
himself out.
sacrificing their supports.
But he
Even if
didn't even.
dies,
But
who
he
cares?
didn't sacrifice himself. He lived.
It's almost like this Ricky hero. It's almost like this Ricky hero is a bit busted, and it's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
Please nerf it.
I'm personally very excited to see this hero never rear its face
I've
again.
got two panelists here that I know have a lot of Ricky hate.
I've played a lot of that hero too.
Yeah.
Because like you have to become the thing that you hate.
But you don't feel good playing it. That's the
You don't.
difference.
You don't.
The dirtiest MMR you've ever gamed.
Plus 30 feels good no matter where it comes from.
Like what do they say? Die a hero or live long enough
To become the villain.
the Ricky.
That's actually just the story of Dota 2. You start off by flaming, Ricky players, I'll never be one, and then you just become the Ricky player. I hate Trent, and then you're just playing Trent every game.
I love Ricky, but as a carry. Back to Diffusal Blade days, right?
Wait, how back? Are we talking diffusal charges
no,
days?
MKS.
I mean, everything back then was better.
No bias whatsoever from one of the oldest people here.
No bias.
No bias.
I think Ricky Core is still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
It
the
just got
thing is,
overshadowed, right, by Ricky's support.
I tried making it work for the longest time, and like it just didn't work ever, you know. And then
What was your build?
Diffusal Blade into Manta. Like,
Okay.
is there another
Into
build?
Manta, okay.
Yeah, or BKB.
Well, I mean, I saw Battle Fury start to become a thing for a little bit.
Oh, that was when the Ags was broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was dirty too.
Is the game just over?
Do you know what you weren't doing? You weren't buying
Farming,
shard early enough.
Well, that's
You were not buying that shard before that Manta started.
That's clearly.
I mean, shard is just invaluable. I think
I don't
it took
remember.
people a while to realize that
thing
because
is-
it wasn't a priority item, right?
When did Shard come out? I don't even know if I was playing it when Shard. It may have been out, and I just overlooked it. To be honest with you.
It also got buffed. On release, it was not as good. It didn't
Yeah.
have as much range, I think.
I mean, it's like I'm a carry. I'm not gonna buy this silly dart.
That's true.
It just doesn't feel like
I don't need to
something.
initiate. That's my off-laner's job.
Right, it just doesn't feel like something that would fit into what Ricky is anyway.
He's a stealth assassin.
But it doesn't fit the rest of his kit of like
Yes,
blinking in and
absolutely, yeah.
punching people. His ulti gives him backstab damage, but his shard makes him not want to go in because you want to throw it out as much as you can.
Stay at range. How are they defending this 4v5?
I don't know, but it's definitely annoying Tundra, that's for sure.
Yeah, this can't be fun for them to play. I guess they don't know that Spectre doesn't have buyback. And they don't want to force the issue. Because it's like, you know, Spectre buyback horns, one of the strongest in the game, but...
They have Aegis and Cheese, though. How conservative are you going to be when you have that much of an advantage?
Hey man, you weren't watching that previous series of Entity versus Geek Slate. Apparently, a lot. When they're trying to win these games at the
If there's
major.
Southeast Asia on the table, then yes, you have to be very conservative.
I don't think it's about being conservative. I think that if there is a place that Tundra can lose, it is by overstepping their ranged cores on the high ground. So, like Snar mentioned, they don't know that Spectre doesn't have buyback. They were really scared to like put their Lina out of position and potentially got back.
They can lose doing that, but you don't think that they can lose by also playing it too safe and then giving another
Oh, for
20
sure.
minutes to Spectre?
You for sure can. That is just explaining the logic. Like they've probably played a lot of games where they went high ground incorrectly.
Double Nimbus. DK gets his BKB off in time.
Is he gonna get out? He's fine.
Oh my gosh, it's like
that doggy can't find him.
Yeah.
Oh, he lived. Okay.
Nice one.
I was just gonna say like, I'm glad he lived, but like, what has the impact been of this DK other than
Running
maybe
away.
surviving every once in a while?
Tosses the occasional fireball.
Yeah.
Do you guys
Rough.
remember the Tundra game from last year where they threw an unthrowable game on high ground with faces voids? Do you guys remember what I'm
I don't
talking
remember that one,
about?
but I believe it.
It sounds like a you.
This is before they won TI. But I remember there was this game that just looked absolutely impossible to lose. It was so long ago, but I feel like that's definitely traumatized them.
They're like, never again. That was the one time.
That's why they had to hire sports psychologists just from that game.
Just to repair the mental.
I wish you guys knew which one it was because
Yeah.
it was funny. I mean,
Alright.
probably not for them, but it was for us.
Let's give production some homework. Let's see if they can find it.
They're still scared. They have the Aegis, 2 are dead.
And he's disarmed. He can't hit.
They know that there's disarm,
and
there's
then they
glyph.
timed it with glyph, but
Yeah.
it's still gonna die.
And
There's
dying
no-
is about to come back. You might only get the one out of this.
Okay, was that
Spectre's shadow stepping?
Throwing Manta or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, let's see. Let's see if it's just one or two.
When can they commit though? Like, it feels like this might be the last fight for them if they can't find an angle to actually get on top of this Lina.
They don't have ghosts for a while, right? So it's kind of hard to go in for a fight here.
They're gonna try. They're gonna go in. They got the Lina, but this is an Aegis Lina with Satanic. There's no way Lina dies here, right? So
DK does no damage. He's so soft.
you know who does die though?
DK. Is he gonna make it? No.
Nope, he's dead.
That's
And
why I like it.
Lycan was running
Unfortunate.
interference the whole time.
Okay, but at least Ricky died. In my eye, that's a win.
That shouldn't happen.
That's
It's
acceptable.
Yeah,
It's always a win when that hero dies. When Lina dies, that's a massive win for every Dota player.
I feel like Soxa shouldn't die there. You know, you're playing behind this Lycan with Cheese. You're playing behind Alina with Aegis. Like he has Aether Lens and a Force Staff. Like he must have got a little bit cocky there. He went in to kill the DK and then he ended up dying for it. But they don't really need to do plays like that, right? Like whether this DK lives or dies doesn't really matter. They don't have Aegis. They can just siege and eventually take that Rax.
Well, they can't do it now. DP ult is back, Spec ult is back, Aegis is gone. So back to farming we go. Yay.
True that.
It's going to get really scary though. Like this Spectre's about to hit 25 as well.
Are there other games going on too?
There are, yes. There are.
So they're not over yet. Okay.
No, we still got like another series left on every single stream, I think.
Yeah. I'm just, unfortunately, I'm too committed to this game. I'm hoping Tundra
I'm
out.
invested.
We've been in from the beginning, fam. We're seeing this one out. Come hell or high water.
Yeah, I'm hoping Tundra, I feel like they are now with the net worth advantage where you can kind of go high ground as long as there's no repositioning skills. That's like the big thing in Dota right now. All right,
Betrayal from production.
Summoned another game.
Betrayal from production.
We can absolutely go back. I was just
No, we
curious.
can't. You've committed us to this now.
But you see an IO though, you do not want to watch this?
That screen is so
and
far away.
TSM's
Hang on.
winning.
What? Actually, you talk to me about this. This is IO Marcy.
And you love TSM.
I sure do.
That was very convincing.
No, I do. I sure
But
do.
you do love LGD though.
I do love LGD. I think IO Mars is absolutely disgusting, but I don't know how they ran these lanes or where the IO went, so I don't want to talk about the combo in particular. 'Cause to me, it feels like a lane combo more than an in-game combo, unless the Mars is your carry and you're permanently overcharging it.
So what is your lane combo? Off lane Marcy or your safe lane Marcy?
Whatever you want to do, honestly.
Which one's your ideal?
Ideal, probably safe lane, just
Okay.
because you want to farm as much as you can
I mean,
on that hero.
Whitebond's playing it. He's the 5. Oh, what a bushwhack.
That is a bushwhack.
Big rebound, yeah.
Wow. Are they coming back into this game just with that one play? That's
That was
actually
sad.
incredible. That was amazing.
After your favorite team TSM is losing because we tuned into their game.
But I'm also, I was just curious. Listen,
Another
because
bushwhack.
that screen is so far away, Neil. It's
It
over
is
there,
far,
so I couldn't
yes.
see what was happening. So when I asked, are there other games going on? I wanted somebody to fill me in.
Technically, you could verify that there is other Dota going on. You just don't know any of the details of
Yes,
the Dota that's
but
going on.
I am invested in the eHome game, and now I feel quite sad because
It's
what
fine.
if
We have a picture-in-picture on the left side, so we know
technology.
what's going on with Spectre.
I mean, all I know is Planet here on this Hoodwink is
It's actually
just
hard carry.
It's hard.
He's going hard with
That's
it.
amazing.
He got the Lycan now. He got the Shadow
Got the
Fiend,
SF,
and then he got the mid
Marcy
rebound.
and the-
Oh my goodness, man! This man,
Where are you ranking Hoodwink in your support power rankings right now, Fear?
number 2.
Really? After
Yeah.
what, Triet?
No, Ricky.
For pos 4s.
Yeah.
And some pos
Rubik?
4s. Okay, so I actually rate Rubik number 1. He's
Okay.
my number 1, and then Hoodwink number 2 for 4. But I guess Ricky. I mean, he could be 4 or 5. I don't know what to consider Ricky. He's just a good hero.
For this conversation, let's say he's a 4.
Yeah, then I'll put him at Ricky at 2 then.
Okay. And
I mean,
Hoodwink's 3.
Yeah, I think so.
That's pretty high.
Hoodwink's very good.
Yeah.
This hero is super underrated. And I don't know if it's underrated, but so far I haven't seen enough Hoodwink, so therefore it's underrated.
Do you have to see her with a combo? Because I see Brood Hood be a very, very popular duo.
I mean, you don't need a combo. It's nice to have like a setup stun for the damage, but you know the good Hoodwink players, they'll find a way to get their bushwhacks off.
Yeah.
I think if you get a lot of farm on this hero and you do get to like the point where you have like a Blink Dagger and an E-Blade, you do way too much damage. Like you can like
she's a core at that point.
Yeah, you do like 2.5, 3K burst damage, and it's just like this is not fair at all. So like, in that regard, I like Hoodwink if it gets a lot of farm. So pos 4 only, basically.
Okay.
According to Crit, you just pick Rubik or you pick Hoodwink and you win the game.
Who do you think is the best Hoodwink team? Because
Best Hoodwink team.
I
It's hard to say.
genuinely think it's Team Spirit. I do feel like they play
Spirit?
that hero the best.
I mean, it's hard for me to say because like the most Hoodwink I've seen is from Div 2 NA, and and I don't
So
know.
you have a great idea on what's going on.
But there's a great B God is a great Hoodwink
That's
player.
what I'm talking about. Show Planet a thing or two.
The thing about Hoodwink that I do like the way people are playing it now, just as like super all-in burst. But back when there was a Tusk and Clock, which isn't that different, but when that was every game, all the time, Hoodwink was one of those supports that felt like after the lane it fell off severely just because it died so quickly. But because there's been a shift into ranged cores as opposed to cores that jump in your face, Hoodwink feels a lot more viable. I definitely like just felt that the hero fell off just because of how quickly it died. But that's not really the case anymore. Like, yeah, you still have these Embers and Tinies and Pangos from the mid lane, but those are heroes you can kite as a Hoodwink. It's different than when everybody was just going on you all the time, and even the carry was melee too. So yeah, Hoodwink definitely feels like she's in a better place. Is she better than Ricky? No.
Nah.
Would you
Ricky
pick
Rubik
her
or
over
somewhere
Ricky?
else.
No.
Like, just on another level.
I don't think you pick it over. I mean, if you're gonna first phase your support, like you probably want your Trian or your Ricky or your Rubik. So she does feel like she got overshadowed a little bit.
Yeah. At the beginning of the DPC, we saw quite a few like Hoodwink tree combinations as well. For some reason, everyone was just like sitting in the trees. Then you'd have like some very far forward. You have like some tiny mid, off lane DP. Everyone's just running at people. Very fun to watch.
I mean, another thing with this IO Marcy combo that I didn't really think about a lot. I mean, that's Hoodwink in a nutshell here, right there. You're just like 3 screens away and you're dead. But this is a dieback on the Hoodwink, so costly.
Costly.
For sure.
Did not stall Roche enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I was gonna say about the Marcy IO combo, you just always have like something to rebound off in the fights, and he was
That's
like
true.
making the rebound plays, and it wasn't breaking the tether, so that was pretty interesting.
So I'm glad that it actually was the IO Mercy carry duo because it's genuinely quite good. I think on lane you always have something to rebound off of to make a play. Later on in the game though, it can be very dangerous if you're positioning yourself aggressively as the IO. So it can be hard. But on lane it is so insufferable because the IO can just stand ahead of the Mercy, and then if you go on him, he can put you in the middle of the tether.
Yeah.
You just stand on his tether, and it's so broken on lane because we didn't get to see it, but it's the double sidekick with double overcharge. You cannot fight into that. There are
like
very,
max
very
heal.
few
It's
heroes
crazy.
that can fight into that. It feels so abusable versus certain lineups. So I'm actually quite curious how this draft progressed.
This game has got very interesting, right?
I,
Actually, at this
yeah,
moment.
for sure. But I don't feel like they started with this Marcy in the first phase, did they?
I mean, we didn't see the
Who
draft,
knows?
so yeah.
I can investigate.
Oh.
That would be nice. Like,
Get on the
to
case.
answer a lot of
Private
questions.
investigator over here.
Detective Tsunami.
Putting on my magnifying glass.
It's just honestly really good. And Marcy generally has issues with hitting neutral creeps as a carry. That's why people prefer this hero as an offlaner, where she can just farm aggressively and push out waves because that's what an offlaner does anyway. You don't want your offlaner sitting hitting neutral creeps. But she kind of sucks at that. And IO covers for that very well, just with the overcharge. Suddenly you can hit neutral creeps. You're doing it fast. You're not wasting time.
I mean, a lot of the carry Marcy's I see nowadays are trying to fix that by going Battle Fury.
Battle Fury, yeah.
So like,
Seen that build a
but
lot
it
lately.
takes farm and takes items. You have to have a good lane. And I didn't see Tomato's build here. Did he end up going Marmot or what?
Yeah. They first faced it.
With the IO?
Yeah, I believe it was Broodmother first picked by LGD, and then
he has
IO Marcy.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad to see them do this. I was wondering if a team would pick this up. I think IO Mercy and IO Razor are very underutilized combos right now. And I think that as the tournament progresses, some teams are going to shift away from the Lina and potentially go for these IO combos because they've been sleeper broken.
Can the IO combos beat the Lina?
You beat the Lina elsewhere, right? Like you'll have the IO combo, but then you have something else that's addressing the Lina. That's how I see it, right? So like you'll have
What's the thing addressing the Lina?
I don't know, some Rubik, some Rubik Magnus, some Rubik anything, you know? Tiny maybe.
That's not what I've noticed in this tournament.
No, but I mean like anything that will reposition, anything that gives like kill threat to the Lina, like
The
your
mags,
IO
the
combo is not
tinies.
the one to do it. Your Marcy generally by nature Ashley skills will be able to fight the Lina and destroy her if she gets on top of her.
Yeah.
But in the early game you need something that will exploit this Lina, and your IO combo is the farming combo. So that's basically what I meant, right? So you want this tiny from the mid lane, or you want this repositioning hero on the off lane, like the Magnus.
Okay.
I think Rubik, while he counters Lina in a way, on lane, he can lift her and whatever, and he can steal her stun. I feel like so many people just only get 1 point in stun now on Lina versus Rubik.
Now you have to. Yeah. 1 point higher.
So it's not even that much of a hard counter, I would say. Like, there has to be another spell that you can steal as a Rubik versus a Lina that you can depend on for the most ideal games.
Speaking of the Rubik, we've seen this lane a couple of times, especially from TSM, this Rubik Lycan lane. It's actually impossible to play into. I'm actually not surprised that Shiro's had such a rough time coming into this. Like, his laning phase must have been atrocious, just hating life. Just have no damage in the lane, like how Fade Bolt, and then you're like, well, that's it.
Was this a China thing that they were running? Or?
Surprisingly, NA was where it emerged from initially. That's where I first started
Surprisingly?
Hey.
What do you mean?
I mean, it was a Shopify rebellion, so definitely a notable team.
It was good stuff. It seems to be having a good impact.
Armlet Blink BKB. I mean, I agree with this by Tomato because he has a Shadow Fiend mid.
Yeah,
so he's just going, he's not being greedy at all. He's just going, last game we saw Arteezy on his Razor carry, just going for the essentials, not going for anything too fancy. And just allowing, someone else to take the spotlight here, which is Bryle, as you see his net worth. He's the real carry here, he's building for it. And he's going high ground. He stole like the IO away from the Marcy here too. So he took everything from him.
But that's the right idea. Like you don't draft IO only to play with one core. Like you pigeonhole yourself to just play a certain way the entire game, and then you suck at high ground if it's a melee core. Like you need some form of range core that you can play with at some point when it comes to sieging. Like that would be the one weakness of the IO Marcy combo that is a bit of a hurdle. So I do like that they have this SF mid as the secondary carry to scale with and to hit towers with. It makes a lot of sense.
Me, I'm just
so
not
IO shouldn't commit to a partner, basically.
Never.
Okay.
Non-monogamous.
Non-monogamy IO.
Polygamous IO is what you need, but like not too many, right? Because then the IO gets overwhelmed. You can't play with all three of your cores.
True.
So you gotta cycle between two.
Okay.
We don't want a Mormon IO. We just want, a nice two-partner.
The IO of Latter-day Saints. I'm personally just not surprised that Fear is praising any teams that have a safe laner who's making space for the actual winning person in the team from the mid lane. What a shock! What a twist!
Yeah, it's
TI winning strat, right?
Yeah, I mean, it used to be better.
Do you know what
it is nowadays.
slaps you guys?
Space is void right now, clearly.
What? Wait. Okay.
Okay. Waiting.
I'm going to tell you guys about this thing that is terrorizing.
Were you about to say Wolfbite Marcy and then it didn't?
No,
slap?
IO Witch Doctor. It's so
Oh my gosh, that definitely
so
slaps.
That is so filthy. That is one of the filthiest IO combos. Also underutilized. Shout out to Gaming Gladiators for actually playing it.
Also, shout out to Dendy for IO for Witch Doctor mid. I feel like that's definitely underpinned.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't watching NA DPC, you got to watch Dendy Witch Doctor. Yeah. That's the only thing that really needs to be watched.
I have not watched Dendy Witch Doctor. No,
so good.
Tell me about it.
It's a force to be reckoned with.
He just goes mid with Witch Doctor.
He was solo killing people.
He goes Brown Boots Blink Dagger. Runs around the map with Max Maledict and just killing people.
Solo kills people.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Did he win?
Almost beat Rebellion. They almost beat Rebellion.
They almost beat Rebellion.
And they not ran up the hill at some random point in the game, they actually would have won.
I will say, Dendy deserved to win. He was not the problem.
And they were playing into Arteezy was playing Lina.
He was playing amazing that game also.
He was
on the Rubik, I think.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then, all right, TSM take a game. I'm happy.
Let's go.
TSM.
Let's go.
Is your faith reestablished, Mira? Because you seemed very shaken by their spirits here. Is that you're like, what is TSM doing?
I genuinely thought that they played that one poorly, but sir, weren't you telling me that you overheard a very wholesome conversation?
I did, yeah. So we're in the elevator right after the first game. The first game was they lost, right? It was like, yeah, we lost.
The TSM Spirit one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're going down. I see the team. They don't necessarily look happy. And there's Moon Meander. Instead of being like, all right, boys, we messed up. You did this and this, right? He's like, oh, I saw you all were doing some really cool stuff in the game. I like this thing that you're doing at minute 20. I like this thing you're doing later on. It's like, yeah, building up the team. And I feel like it's good, right?
Yeah.
You lose the team spirit, and now you can come and beat LGD.
I thought hearing that was awesome because a lot of teams would be discouraged after losing with the heroes that most teams are fighting for right now in the Riki and Lina. And then also just like losing with Enigma, which is a hero that they had up their pocket too, is what I've been told. Just to know that they have a coach who can bring back that morale and not make them feel bad about themselves, I thought was a really good sign for them too. I mean, have I regained faith? I think I'm just happy to see them play this IMRT. That shit is so busted. It's just so broken. I was shocked at the lack of it during the DPC. But maybe we'll see it this tournament. Maybe it'll be the Lee Marcy.
The Lee Marcy major. All right, we'll see. I mean, that's Execration, right? We got two C teams.
Two C matchups.
I've heard a lot of hype about them.
Tell me what you've heard.
I've heard that you guys have had the most exciting.
Exciting is accurate.
Exciting,
I won't deny that.
All right. I mean, I'm from the NA region. Our games have been very quick for the most part.
I noticed that,
Yeah,
yes.
so you've had...
We were the polar opposite.
Yeah, you've had lots of time to, like...
Watch Dota.
Yeah,
exactly. Boy, golly, did I watch a lot of Dota during the SCA DPC.
You got your minutes in,
I got my minutes in. Yeah, for anyone who wasn't privy to it, the global average for match duration, excluding SCA, was like 37 minutes, and Southeast Asia was 45 minutes.
I believe NA was 35, right? NA was the shortest.
NA was super short. NA was the shortest.
NA was the shortest.
Yeah.
C is the longest.
It was hell of a region to watch.
So what I'm getting at is, we come back for this game later.
Right, exactly. This is early game right now. 24 minutes. The laning phase is barely ended as far as I'm concerned.
Nah, I mean, they've got Aegis. They killed a bunch. I feel like they're no, it's Talon. Talon isn't one of the C teams that doesn't move out into
But
the map.
Effie, the other team has Brood, Naga.
So?
And they have, this is a Bat Riders. This is going to take a while.
You've got Lina, then Aegis, and an Undying. I believe in you, Talon. Get out there.
Net worth is even,
Get
though.
out there.
Do they feel like they have an advantage?
I don't think they do anything, at least until they have Lincolns on Lina. Afterwards, we'll see.
To be fair, this is the only game running right now, so...
Is it? Oh, yeah, it is.
We don't really have a choice anyway.
Wait, what happened with Ehome and Tundra?
Tundra took, they finally won. They breached high ground, and they were able to take the dub.
Was it in an explosive fashion?
No,
or?
I think they just got a pick off, and then they were like, okay, we can win now.
And then Spirit Gaming Gladiators is in draft.
Oh, Gaming Gladiators won game 1, though.
Oh, they did.
They did.
They beat the Collapse Mag, right?
They beat Collapse Magnus. But you've been talking trash about Magnus, thinking that's not that great of a hero in general.
I haven't been... So basically, I don't think it's been played correctly. So like what I've seen from Magnus is mainly just been like a lot of sit behind your carry, have no net worth, just empower bot, you fall off, and not a big fan of that style. But if you can find a way, like to make this hero stay up in net worth, maybe don't skill empower so early. Carry doesn't really need it that early anyway to like clear like the two camps in the triangle area, right? So like don't sack yourself and this hero can look good. But unfortunately, most of the games I saw, Mag just fell off really fast in all the games and wasn't a fan of that.
But don't you feel like it's because of the heroes that are in meta at the moment, like particularly the supports, make it hard for Magnus to play on Skewer the way he could before? Like you're getting clouds dropped on you as a Magnus, you're getting darted, you're getting overgrowth by Treants, you're getting lifted by Rubik. All the supports that make Magnus's life difficult are in almost every game. So maybe that's why he feels like an empower bot.
Yeah, I mean, but at that point I don't want you to pick Mag, you know? So like, if you can't make it work, then it is what it is. But I think Mag is becoming more popular just because people want to beat Lina, and they've kind of like realized the way to do that is to skewer. And this isn't like the TI-10 Mag where the horn toss is like completely broken, right? It's been bounced quite a lot, so it's difficult. Like I've been gaining a little more faith in the hero as I see like better teams play it, but it's definitely one of those heroes that can look really bad or look really good depending on the game.
You know which hero I've been forced to reassess now and get a little bit more credence towards? Troll 100% win rates across 2 games.
Is that true?
Yeah, Troll. They picked GG Troll, game number 1, and they ended up winning with it.
These are
against
troubling numbers. This does not fit my narrative. Troll has to be a garbage hero, otherwise what has my past month of analysis been about?
I think Troll is one of those heroes who's just really hard to execute, but generally his laning is quite good, so it's very tempting to pick that hero sometimes, right? Because you feel like, okay, this hero trades very well against other melee heroes. It's a carry we can actually put in a brood lane. Like, don't forget how valuable that is to people. But then you just kind of press ulti once and you lose the game.
What if you don't press ulti?
What if you never skill it?
Yeah.
But you do need to skill it sometimes, because then you get ganked and you're like, I wish I had it.
To be a really good troll player, you just have to know how to manage that button.
Yes.
Like if you don't know how to use that button, if you just press it every team fight, then the hero looks bad. But if you're really good at the hero and you don't press it unless it's an absolute emergency, then it's fine. The hero's okay.
Press R.
It's like your big red button there. It's like,
you gotta flip the switch. You gotta get approval from everybody. Guys, I'm gonna press it.
Give us the key card.
I'm gonna press it.
It comes with
both put them at the
consequence.
same time.
I mean, honestly, guys, that's a rework. You gotta rework
Everyone
this
thinks
ulti.
that.
It's like you can't
Please.
debate whether or not skilling an ulti is good. It's an ulti. There's something wrong going on
I
here.
use that ultimate to farm for the most part.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, you can
Like
do
a
ancients.
CK.
I mean, that way you're also not tempted to use it in a team fight.
Yeah, exactly. I show up to the team fight. Sorry, guys, no ulti. We gotta go back.
Well, thanks to your illuminating troll analysis,
Yeah.
I've brought 2 other troll haters onto the panel to replace you. So, Fear, it's been a pleasure. Snare, it's been a pleasure.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
It's been a pleasure.
That is
no,
the
it's been a
nicest
pleasure.
outro
I'm taking the chair with
anyone's got.
you.
It's been a pleasure.
I'm taking the chair.
You can take the chair. That's not my problem. That's Winter's problem. He can sit on the ground. But your time has been appreciated, and your services are no longer needed.
Farewell.
Farewell. You can wave. You can give a little wave. Goodbye, friends. Effie, how about this troll hero, though?
Do you really want to talk about it? Because I can talk about it.
I hate troll.
No, so I think that. Do you remember earlier when we were talking about how there are certain regions that believe in heroes more than others?
Yes.
Here? So we were talking about China with the Spectre and the Troll because fundamentally, Troll does offer you a lot. When you like,
Only if other heroes are banned.
Listen, just forget the hero. Forget it's just
Forget the hero.
Forget what you know about the hero
Forget what I know about the hero.
based on your work during the last 6
Sure, okay,
season.
I'll ignore his win rates.
Ignore the win rate.
It was 38%.
Wait, think about it. It's a hero that can swap between range
Melee
and
and
melee,
range,
right?
sure.
It's a hero that's an agi, so its armor is good. It's
Okay.
a hero that trades well with other melee heroes, which are quite popular in this patch, correct?
Yes.
Broodmother, one of the most contested heroes ever. It's a carry that can lane against Broodmother. That is insane to have a carry that can lane against Broodmother, right? It gives you Roche.
Yes.
It gives you towers and it gives you scaling 1-to-1 versus most core matchups. Why is it not working? Even it gives you all of these things fundamentally. And a lot of teams look at this. So when you're looking at your draft and you look at something that's missing, it usually comes out in the last pick, right? Because
Correct.
you're missing certain things. You're missing check boxes that
Yeah.
you need to check. So all of a sudden Troll looks good. He's like, guys, we need Roche. We need a hero that can sit on this lane for a while.
He does check boxes.
Yeah, we need to check these boxes. So then Troll looks good and you want to pick it. Because the fundamentals are there, but the problem is, in spite of everything that tells you this hero is good, when it is put into practice, it loses.
Execution and theory are 2 different things.
Yeah, exactly. But that's just to say that there are teams that can win with Troll, but it takes a lot of effort and it's a really high execution type of hero. So are heroes like that worth it? Is the question.
I would just rather pick Ursa.
No, but that is the issue with Troll. I do think if this ulti just became something else entirely, okay? You can leave the rest of the kit.
Turn it back to his old ulti, which is now his shard, which is the attack speed thing.
But it was really broken because then you could just buff up your mid laner whenever you felt like it.
Yeah, that was great. I loved that. Because I would fall off as troll because I'm troll, and then I'm like, okay, now my mid laner can carry because I pressed R.
Do you remember the sniper Troll patch?
I do remember that patch,
If you
actually.
how can you ask for this?
That was, the ho-ho-ha-ha era was a dark time, I will admit.
It was a very dark time, but also I guess Roche was weaker, so Troll was soloing Roche minute 20. I don't
Yes.
think that kind of thing can happen anymore, but I don't want his old ulti back. It definitely has to be something that's a bit of a steroid so you can actually make use of his fervor, because him hitting by itself doesn't really make sense in his kit if he doesn't have something else.
What I would like
to
is
add
something
onto
to
it.
make his ranged form relevant after the laning phase, because no one uses his ranged form because it's just worse at everything. Other than if you get like fissure blocked and you're like, I still need to
But
attack this person.
That's all you need it for, is you need it for the lane.
Yeah, but
because
that's such a cool mechanic to toggle between ranged and melee, and like you don't use it after the first 7 minutes of the game.
But you know what they say, Jack of all trades is a master
Master of
of
none.
I think that if he got his range form buffed, then he would just kind of be mediocre at both range and melee.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That's not. Are you?
Yeah, because like otherwise
Dude.
it's like Terrorblade, his claim to fame is.
Here's another concept with
Okay,
Troll.
I'm listening.
So outside of the attack speed, what else does Troll do?
Nothing.
No, he throws out axes.
He
Like
does
he
throw out
has spell damage. So
Okay,
what?
spell damage is a bit of a leap. You-
Give the axes more damage.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah,
but
you
forms
can
faster though.
No, but you can actually give him mixed damage the way Luna has mixed damage, and then that way he's a more interesting carry, could potentially be more viable, isn't countered by one thing.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
I mean, he has ways to buff up his axes, his talons for it, but he never uses those things.
Nope.
He only uses them to dispel, you know, if you gotta dispel
If you get the
shit.
scepter, yeah.
If you get the scepter, you're like, oh, let me start dispelling myself and other people. No. I mean, that's an idea, right?
It's an idea. Guys, you would not believe the discussion that I've been having. Guess what hero I've been talking about, Estini?
I've been hearing you guys saying 10 minutes about how Troll is good.
Oh my god!
That's not what we said.
I love it.
My man's in the loop, he knows!
I love it.
That's not what we said,
I've
though.
been saying the same thing. Troll is the best hero in the game.
Winter, did you hear this? Troll's amazing now. Supposedly, anecdotally, I don't know if that's true.
No.
Does he have a 100% win rate? Who said that? Snare said that. 100%
Out of
win
2
rate.
games.
Out of 2 games.
Listen.
Literally
unbeatable.
Listen.
Unbeatable.
Do not misunderstand. Nobody said Troll is amazing. We said he should be good, but he isn't, and we're trying to decipher why. Winter.
Troll is no good.
No good.
No bueno.
Wow, you were not discussing this. You should have run this by me, Winter.
I mean, I told you, I feel like if the ulti, you can turn it off.
Yeah, that was another one that you suggested.
I feel like that would probably make the hero okay.
But why would you have an ulti that you can turn off?
Like, so you don't have to force your hero to run into very deep positions.
Yeah, but if
you
you-
can armlet toggle your ulti, basically.
Yeah, something like that.
But then how would you decide the cooldown, and how would you make the cooldown balance? Because let's say you used it for 1 second, then you turned it off. And then it's just on cooldown for a long time. Is that a good enough ulti?
Yeah, but it's there so that when the situation becomes bad, then you can run away. So you don't have to go and die.
Maybe you should just not have it as an ulti.
Wasn't one of the shard or scepter upgrades that you could put battle trance on an enemy? I feel like I remember that. Am I crazy?
What are you talking about?
I feel like one of the shard or scepter upgrades that he had at one point was you could put battle trance on an enemy. Am I out of my mind?
Like you could single target it.
Yeah, you could single target it on an enemy.
Was it not on an ally?
So it would have made sense for it to be on an ally, but it was such a bad mechanic that they were like, oh, clearly you should put this on an enemy to bring them into you.
Is that actually a
Maybe
thing?
I'm making this up. For some reason I thought I remember seeing this one time.
No, so
I may have had a fever dream.
It sounds kind of familiar now that you
Right? That's what I'm
describe it.
saying. I'm verifying to make sure that I'm not just
I
on
like
that
the idea.
pack.
Have such a bad spell that you control the enemy.
Yes, exactly. You give the
You
enemy your
get
ultimate,
my buff. My
and,
buff is so
you pay
good
to
that it
give
can
the enemy your ultimate. It's that good.
Yeah. But like both trolls, they were played with Dirge, which is winning one more match. So like,
maybe
Undying's the
that's
key.
the hero, yeah.
Undying's the key. It's the enabler.
What if you could just move during troll ulti?
That makes too much sense.
They should give the ulti like some passive, maybe some aura. Teammates around the area get some attack speed or something.
I kind of like that.
What a bold idea.
No, I kind of like that. Like, let it give troll some passive buff that.
That's
that
what
way-
I said. It turned it into his old ultimate. That's what
No,
he said.
no,
Give
no,
it to
no,
allies.
No, his old ultimate was active. We're talking
Oh,
about
you're
the
saying
active.
passive. Okay,
Yeah,
so
let's
you want
say
like a
that,
Beastmaster,
yeah, like-
inner beast kind of thing?
Yeah, kind of. Like,
Okay.
let's say every time you skill it, you get plus 20 attack speed or something. Why not?
Or maybe just bind it with the melee and range form. In range form, the aura is something different. Melee form is something different.
Okay, I'm not
Damage
crazy.
or attack speed.
So 7.22 added Aghanim Scepter upgrade to Troll. So this was his first scepter. He didn't have a scepter before this. Reduces battle trance cooldown to 35 seconds and allows it to be cast on allied and enemy heroes. So it's both. You can do enemy and allied heroes. Has a cast range of 525, lasts 3.25 seconds on enemy heroes. So you could literally put your ultimate on an enemy. It was that bad, and it's still the same ultimate. That was battle trance.
That is so.
I swear to God it was a thing. 7.22, look it up. Put it on an enemy, it lasts 3.25 seconds, 525 range.
So the troll is support in that
I
scenario?
don't think so. I think he was just garbage. I don't think he was
Yeah,
anything.
so I think the concept is you buff your enemy because you want it to run into
Yeah,
you.
because that was a thing. I swear to God, it's real.
Like a drag them into the fountain. Something
Yes,
like this.
that was- you
You're
were-
gonna like lasso him. It's like a fake lasso.
That was the window that you were playing for. That was your timing.
Yeah.
You know, honestly,
No.
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 Okay.
So the strategy is everybody buys
I agree
blade
with
mail
you.
and you put the ulti on the enemy.
Yes, exactly. And then you force them to attack. Well, everyone doesn't have to buy blade mail because you only get stuck to one target.
Guys, you realize we're jumping through hoops trying to find ways to make this ultimate good? Like, this is just very telling of a bad ultimate. So
Agreed.
let's just,
Move
bring
on.
back Troll into Dota.
That's not what I was hoping you would say.
Okay, bring back viable Troll into Dota. Bring back Troll into Dota where it's acceptable to play it yourself, but also play against it. Make Troll balanced and good. Yes?
Make all heroes balanced and good, sure. I'm not going to argue against that.
I don't know, man. Whatever. Let's just not see Troll ever again, so we don't have to talk about this.
that.
Like, let's talk about Marcy. I don't like the hero here. I guess Yatoro has this feeling like I lost to a Marcy. I want to be the Marcy, but it doesn't have the enabler, which was Io.
Yeah.
There's a small advantage that this hero is being played on Radiant, because you can like drag the wave's gonna meet nearby your tower, so you can dispose him into your tower. But this hero without enablers, I think it's just bad.
Yeah, he's a bit like Gyro. You need the IO to make it work.
Or
you
Mag.
need the partner.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on whether you are the enabler, like if it's a support Marcy, or if you need someone to buff you up. I think because you've got this Prophet, you're always going to benefit from the sidekick. It's always going to be a decent enough hero, right? It's not going to have the explosive ability that we saw with the last Marcy who had the IO, but I don't think honestly, it's not that bad. The hero is pretty decent, and it's decent as a carry, not just as an offlaner. Like, I know Marcy in the last VTC tour, everybody was like, okay, offlane Marcy, busted, let's win with it. But carry Marcy has been sleeper good, and people have found out ways to kind of bring it into the meta. We saw it with the first item armlets, we've seen it with the carries trying to go Battle Fury, we've seen it with the potential pairings. I have faith in it.
But that's the thing, like, which build do you go this game? Do you need like Battle Fury because you're against Naga? Or you're just like grinding Mordigian and you're enabling the Prophet, and the Prophet's gonna be your true carry, but then it's like a Prophet into Naga. It sounds weird.
I think he actually will end up going Battle Fury because it's that Eastern European carry specialty. I think Watson was the first person to buy this Battle Fury on Marcy and pubs, just like he was the first person to play this Lina the way that he did. But I do think that if you're playing against Naga, you have to play it this way.
Yeah, but does he need to do it though? He has a Zeus to deal with the Naga.
But you want to keep up with Naga's farm, right? And you want to be able to push out these waves, not just depend on your Fury and your Zeus to do it.
But doesn't it affect your timing a lot if you go Battle Fury?
I don't necessarily think so, because either way, Marcy just needs to enable herself with a BKB. But if you're picking a carry in this patch who goes first item BKB, and it's not some Razor or something with a secondary core through the mid lane, it's not very good, right? So carries do sit back and farm in this patch. I don't think it's that bad, honestly.
It's a very expensive draft, though, Winter.
Yes.
I know you would tell me, lecture me about how expensive, because Nature's Prophet's expensive.
Yeah, you have to budget.
Zeus is expensive.
You have to budget the draft.
Battle Fury Marcy's expensive. I feel like you're going over budget here.
You don't like the economy distribution?
No, it's a little too top heavy, a little too much 1%.
They can get away with it because GG kind of lacks siege damage, so they can protect their towers for so long. Even Roche, like, they have the Dirge, enables Roche, but they need like at least Manta on Naga to be able to take it, so it's quite slow Roche. So they can get away with it, especially like Prophet can go for a build of like Aghanings and X Shard. That does like so much damage to Naga illusions, because you're gonna sprout and like all illusions are gonna die just for the shard damage. I learned this with Moo. He was really good on that matchup.
So you're saying that this draft can be played with a better budget. You don't have to go too greedy with the heroes.
Well, who's sacrificing them?
I mean, the Prophet, like he said,
He's going like the team fight thing.
Be happy?
You go the team fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Winter, tell me more. Tell me more.
They are
about
going like the old Winter style when you remote cast and they have like all the focus on your. I like it. Hey, producer, please more focus on his face next time. For the old times.
So I think that even though we say Spirit's draft is expensive, I think that they have ways to budget themselves without losing the game. Like they have ways to push out waves, right? Their Zeus can do it, their Phoenix can do it if he has to, if Mercy's just sitting in the jungle. They have the Spirit Breaker who can potentially like pair up with this Nature's Prophet depending on the build he goes for. And they can set up these plays, right? Because while GG do have a draft that moves around, it's not that fast of a draft either.
They
it's
also
not like
have
they have
an
the
expensive
yeah,
draft.
it's not like, oh, they're gonna get completely outpaced by this GG draft. No, GG are just gonna chill a little bit too. They're gonna look to farm lanes with their Centaur. They're gonna look to farm with this Naga. Sure, they have an Undying, but Undying's not really gonna like 5-man early with a draft like this. Like Puck is an active hero, but I feel like there are ways to counterplay this Puck also. So
Usually my concerns with
I don't know. I'm a believer in the Spirit draft, honestly.
expensive drafts is that like there's a finite number of jungle camps on your side of the map, and so for an expensive draft, people want to be able to hit the jungle, and if 3 heroes all want to be there, that's my issue with expensive drafts. Is that like who's on the lane then?
So I think that's the beauty of Nature's Prophet as a hero, is that he can take farm on the map that other cores normally can't get away with, right?
The garbage farm.
The garbage farm.
It's a hero that does it quite safely because you can't always like prepare yourself to kill this Nature's Prophet when it does it, because it goes outside of your vision and you don't know which lane it's going to choose to cut, but it's going to choose one and then get itself out of there. So as far as expensive drafts and jungles to share, I think Prophet is a way to maneuver around it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think Prophet's quite flexible too.
Where would you put Tinker there? Because I feel like Tinker also can.
Oh my god.
He can kind of take garbage farm also, but he's very expensive. No.
I think it's different than Prophet because, I mean, you can't just TP on nothing the way Furion
That's
can.
true.
You have to TP on something, so usually they're prepared to watch your TP. There's also like these Tinker wards that are always in place that don't catch out the Furion the way that they catch out Tinker.
Yeah.
Like, you can just, you go anywhere you want to with Furion. I feel like those are two entirely different heroes.
Okay.
But it's also just dangerous to like clear these waves with Tinker because it's not like the old Tinker that sat in the trees and just marched. You have to blink into the creep wave.
To expose your hero.
You have to blink into the creep wave and you have to be ready to fast finger defense matrix, blink out of there, rearm. You have to be right. It's pretty dangerous. I don't know. I don't know. Tinker is a hero that I'm happy to not see that often.
You and the entire Dota community.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think there are some teams that are going to pocket pick it, like LGD in particular.
Oh
but
man, NTS.
It feels like a very unforgiving meta for Tinker, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a pub hero for sure.
One good thing about Tinker is it has pure damage. I think it's strong on this patch that you have so much way of reduction on damage. Like it was a Wraith Pack patch, of course, then they nerfed Wraith Pack, but you still go like Reeves, you go Crimson Pipe, you go whatever auras, and I guess like if you have this pure damage is a way to counter it. But the hero has a bad lane, and you can like you just control the rooms, the water rooms. He won't have resources, and with a bad lane, this hero doesn't do anything. Yeah. And he has a bad lane, and he doesn't do much with a bad lane. So the hero's kind of in this concept is really bad.
He has to be 24.
Yeah, you need to see your lane. You need to have like supports that can help you on the mid lane. It's very specific hero. By the way, I'm really sold now on the Team Spirit winning. Like you guys convinced me because I look at the Marcy and say it's a bad Marcy game. Team Spirit has a bad draft, but then I look at the GG draft, they have like a worse draft. So the bad draft is actually a good draft. That's why this like high budget draft is actually like a decent draft because it can punish the enemy draft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I mean, Spirit definitely pushed much faster than GG.
We say this though, but GG has been able to pressure the Spirit cores a lot in the last couple of minutes. They have been
winning all
feeling
their
the
lanes.
Yeah, top 3
Yeah,
networks.
the thing is like they're gonna win lanes, they're gonna be ahead, but what can they do by being ahead?
They are going to give space in this game to say, like, Spirit will find their way back into the game if they play an excellent macro game, that's for sure.
I can see what you're saying. They can't really kill towers fast enough to take the map.
Yeah.
And Naga's going to be farming, and at the same time, when Naga's doing that, the MP, the Zeus, they're all going to farm as well.
Exactly. Like, you cannot stop Team Spirit from farming. You can farm more than them, but it's not enough because they outscale you at the end.
Yeah, that's just Naga.
Yeah.
I think if you're GG and you want to choke this game out, I think the targets that you choose, because you're basically, sure, you can kill this Nature's Prophet on lane and all of that, but later on, especially towards the mid game, if you can coil this Zeus, like that's what you should aim to do. You coil this Zeus, and Spirit have absolutely no way of fighting back if this Zeus is the target to die, because Laurel does have a lot on his shoulders to be the hero that pushes waves out, defends towers, and kind of gives GG a difficult time in the mid game.
Yeah.
So if they can shift their focus onto that after the lanes, they can potentially make the game hard to play. Really hard to play.
Team fight is where they have to make a play on. They got a pipe on the Centaur, and the Naga Song to deal with the egg, kill the egg. I feel like if they can do that and make sure that Zeus is the first target killed in the team fights, I think if they win the team fights, then they can slowly take the towers. But if the game is 50-50, I'm farming, you're farming, then that's definitely bad for them.
I feel like this is a max Sunray kind of game too. You just go for the Sunray now. All Phoenixes are going max Spirits just because it's so good. You can have permanent uptime on it and push out waves.
Veil.
But
You
sometimes
get Veil this game.
you want Veil on the Phoenix? I thought you said the draft was expensive.
Yeah.
Do you want it to cost more money?
Somebody has to give way.
Somebody's got
Yeah,
to
that's
do
why I
it.
suggested that maybe the Marcy doesn't want to go. Like you don't want the Marcy to farm too much. You want the Marcy to be more like a space creator, so the MP and the rest of the teammates can get more.
I don't know. I think if your core Mercy isn't scaling with this Naga, then there's no way for you to win this game. So I do feel like it's NP who has to
Yeah, but I
find
feel
the
like he doesn't have to deal with the Naga. That's why I'm suggesting that. I feel like the Zeus, like even Phoenix in the team fights, they are pretty good against the illusions.
I've seen Marcy's play core, not recently in the DPC or anything, but just in the high lower pubs that I've been watching, and they try to forsake the Battle Fury for early armlet into BKB, and then if they lose 1 or 2 fights, suddenly they're just losing to the enemy carry because the enemy carry is some Gleipnir builder, some really high scaling, high tempo type of late game hero, and Marcy can never keep up. So I think that's why Battle Fury always feels like the safest bet. But I understand why you're talking about it, right? Like, it looks bad. It feels bad to see it happen. But, I mean, if this game goes to minute 30, they're going to be happy. They're like, hey, Vittorio, thank you, bro. But, I mean, are they going to get there?
And the game will last 30 minutes. That's the thing. Like, you look at GG, I don't see how they take towers. That's the thing. Especially against, like, Zeus, Prophet, against everything on the enemy lineup. So much wave shoving, poke from, like, distance.
Yeah, but then at the same time, because they drafted this Puck, right? Puck doesn't kill buildings, but at the same time, if you look at that lineup, their heroes cannot really kill Puck. So maybe that's why they went for the Puck. They can't really lock her down with their heroes.
I think
Prophet gets Orchid, then it's a possibility.
Yeah, I think you're gonna need, like, the way to kill this Puck in theory is you need the charge vision on it from Spirit Breaker first of all, and then you hope that the Nature's Prophet gets the Gleipnir or the Orchid and you can just get on top of it. But you are right, Puck is gonna have a very good game. He's gonna be very slippery.
Yeah.
But once you get the Sprout Leash, it'll definitely be easier too.
And you have to get 4-star from Puck.
Great times. Great times, right? But when I was talking about the Sunray earlier, it's just because I feel like, yeah, Phoenix does a lot of damage, but if his job in this game is to just sit back and Sunray whoever gets coiled, it's going to buy Spirit a lot of times.
Oh, so you want Sunray for defensive
yeah,
purposes?
defense for sure,
Okay.
not for... I mean, it's nice that it does damage to the Centaur, like, and the
Right.
Undying. Both of those heroes suffer versus the percentage-based damage of Sunray, but overall, if you can just save whoever's getting coiled and force, like, the hero who gets coiled tanks the spells, tanks the early game rotations, and still lives because of the Sunray, that's really freaking good.
Which will probably be the Zeus, because like you said, Zeus is public enemy #1 for gaming gladiators to kill.
Yeah, because, like, who else do you go for in the mid game? You really can't. It's Zeus who
Yeah.
has everything on his shoulders. And we saw how good Ovid was on that Zeus earlier too, the impact the hero can have. All right, farm time.
Things are very static right now.
Great.
I'm assuming that our timing's being hit, that Centaur wants to finish Pipe before Gaiman wants to start moving past the river.
Oh, is he rushing Pipe after the Vanguard?
He got a Hood. I don't know what he's going for next. I feel like the Pipe makes
I feel
sense.
like he might consider getting a dagger first right now.
I think you kind of have to, because you need some hero to play them up with this Puck. And there's nobody that can do it comfortably right now. Like, Rubik and Undying are trying, but this is when they're going to be most effective, and they're going to fall off when Spirit can fight back. You need the Centaur to be able to start the fights.
That ward gets freshly placed. Zeus finds it and realizes that he's going to die now.
And Marcy does too. This is a really great. This is the best thing you could ask for right now if you're GG.
That's what they need, like 2 cores sitting in the exactly same place. I don't know why. Because I think like Team Spirit should just be greedy and farm 3 waves. One is gonna get punished, but it's fine. The thing is like when you die 3 heroes.
This is happening because the waves are not pushed out fast enough. That's why they got caught.
But I mean, you also kill the Spirit Breaker mid. Like that's such a good. They got so much out of what just happened. Like they bought themselves like 2 minutes of not having to sweat at all and worry about Spirit's heroes.
But the thing is, like, they get 3 kills and the tower is still there, because they have so much trouble hitting the towers.
I mean, their heroes just don't kill buildings.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's why, like, this game will last very long.
But if it does last very long, I really do have faith in Spirit's draft as a better scaling one.
Time to go Midas. Long game.
On Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm always so greedy on Phoenix. I feel like if the game is going long, then I'm telling my teammates, okay, maybe it's time for me to...
Honestly, it would make sense to build Midas on GG, like if you're maybe Rubik, and you want just to scale also, you want to be like a 4th core, and you can get away with it. Your team doesn't need a early lens or early glimmer, force, whatever.
Potentially, but I think what GG want to do is they want to play with 4 of their heroes and just like let Naga handle the waves, but they don't want to give Spirit the breathing room that we were talking about. I think you just want to keep running around and you want to keep going for these smokes while you have this net worth advantage right now and while it's still difficult.
Naga's coming to play. She's initiating on the Marseille.
I like what the Naga's doing here. It's coming to this fight, helping
Phoenix
out.
doesn't get to get any of his spells off.
Oh no.
Caster's curse?
A worthy sacrifice for everyone else on Radiant to die. Because down goes the Spirit Breaker, down goes the Zeus, down goes the Marcy, and now it's Nature's Prophet versus the world. Centaur did end up getting the blink. I don't know if they have the damage for him though. The double edge really hurts, but they finally do it, and it's a full team wipe. I think that's worth a Naga
This
death.
is the kind of carry I want on my team.
You wanted to participate, you wanted to be able to throw his life away for the greater good.
Yeah, I always tell you about Spectre, when I watch...
You tell me?
Yeah.
You love the active carries.
When I watch Ame play Spectre, like he would TP to defend the tower and just let his team kill. And he's just there to tank all the spells.
Can okay, that was a good fight, but I don't feel like that was awful for Spirit because their lanes are still pretty decent and they had to go back afterwards on GG and reset. And it's not like, okay, we're gonna push these lanes on and make it really hard. Like they didn't really suffer that many losses and it's early enough in the game where they can just respawn and they're still in a comfortable position because that didn't allow GG to take like any parts of the map that they didn't already have.
Yeah, and it was a siege wave. I really wonder why GG, they could have taken this tower.
The top tier one?
Definitely, yeah. So
I think they just wanted to like reset, get more resources, and just go back out on the map. But for that reason, and because the Naga died, if the Naga hadn't died, I would have said it would have been good regardless. But the Naga died, so it's not like it took advantage of that time where every single Spirit hero was dead. And the map didn't really get compromised at all. So I guess on paper it's nice that all of these Spirit heroes died, but in reality, the only thing they got out of it was like an extra 1k net worth lead.
But how about your Marcy timings? You were telling me Carrie Marcy has very tight timings that she feels kind of useless.
What?
If she, that's a supernova.
Not if you go for the Battle Fury, right? You're not concerned about your timings. You can just farm.
Oh, that was the caveat. Okay.
Yeah.
And he ended up getting Battle Fury?
If I talk about Marcy timings, it's more like when we talk about the combo with the IO and like when we can relocate and when like once you get that armlet and you're tanky. But if you're going for the like late game scaling, farming Marcy, it's a little bit different.
Okay.
Queen's gonna have at least 20 kills on this game.
Yeah. He's probably not gonna die very much either.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like GG are just happy to farm. I look at Collapse where he's farming the enemy jungle, their enemy large camp. I mean, it's very dangerous.
What a player.
They've got a read on it too. I think Quinn's on the hunt.
I mean, I feel like they just want to play like a 60-minute game. Get to a point
where the Midas is at, Winter.
Is he cutting this? He's gonna get away with it.
What a greedy player.
He's actually gonna get away with it. I mean, this is what you want out of your Fury.
This is the garbage farm. We were talking about expensive drafts, so why not just farm the enemy jungle?
But I feel like GG are kind of feeling a little bit threatened. I feel like they feel the need to go find either this Marcy or the Zeus, because I know that Marcy had this Battle Fury timing, that Furion is farming, and nobody's contesting it. So now they have to look for these kills. They have to like wander into Spirit's jungle, which they're actually doing right now.
Yeah, they should
on
try.
the puck.
They should try to use the
They
song.
have to do this.
Use the song to set up some fights.
Yeah, find the Zeus. Instead, Phoenix will be the sacrifice.
Yeah, Naga's here again.
Oh wow, they're actually taking this fight. And Puck actually dies.
Oh my god, okay,
And Naga dies to the wrath of nature. And Rubik might die. Spiritbreaker gets the charge. He has his ulti, but he's not using it. He doesn't need it. Well, that is a turn of events.
Played. This is what happens when, you know, in that feeling when the enemy team feels pressured because one of your cores is like slowly farming and they feel that sense of, okay, we have to do something, right? Like we see this Furion cutting the waves. We saw the tip from Duraccio because the courier scouted collapse. So you know that Furion is farming in an aggressive place. You know that Marcy's comfortably farming in her jungle with the Battle Fury, and you think to yourself, I have to do something. I have to grab my heroes. We can't just let this happen, right?
And it's a frustration because you feel ahead and you're like, I need to do something. I'm so ahead. They cannot get away with it. And then you do a mistake.
Yeah, it baits you into a bad fight.
Yeah, but why do they need to do that? All they need to do is just make sure they are farming more, you know, and if anything, if they are trying to make a move, they should use smoke instead of just walking down. They didn't even use the smoke.
I think if you're trading farm with these two drafts, you're just both teams are farming. I think you're at a disadvantage if you're on the side of GG.
Yeah, but they have to deal with the creep wave first before they can go for the kill.
You're right.
I mean, I get the feeling that when you're ahead, then you don't want an enemy to be farming 50-50 with you. But at the same time, because the waves are not correct, the move is not going to work anyway.
No, you're absolutely right. They got frustrated and they took a bad fight. But what I mean is GG don't feel comfortable simply farming, right? Because if you're trading farm with a draft that outscales you, it's never going to feel good. It's never going to feel comfortable. But that's the thing. You always have to make sure your smokes and your rotations are going to be good. And maybe there's a little bit of frustration going on there.
I mean, I don't feel like they have to rush so much, you know. They still have a pretty decent window where the lineup's going to be pretty strong. But we're going to see a Roche fight here. Eggs pop.
Yeah, they get the kill on the Rubik through the Supernova. Marcy does not get the connection onto Puck's Yules, and Naga-san will disengage.
Does he have BKB on the Marcy?
I don't know.
Not yet.
That should be the next item that he goes for. Just so you can kill this Naga in the song, right?
But like, I get what you're saying, Winter, because something I try to push my players not to do is not to go for a kill. Probably like GG communication is like, hey, let's kill this Phoenix. He shouldn't be farming here. Let's kill. And their moves basically, let's go get a kill. They need to think objectives, like how do you remove the map from Team Spirit? Which is gonna...
Oh, he dodges the charge. Zeus does too much damage.
Yeah, you're getting outscaled. It feels bad. Like you can't just let them outscale you and farm peacefully. Like you look at these cores on Spirit. Like look, this Zeus itself is a solution to Naga. You have this Marcy who's gonna outfarm all three of the cores on the side of GG because you have a Centaur. That hero is not a rice farm, let me go into the late game type of hero. It's a hero that likes to pressure certain lanes or make plays with a Blink Dagger, and it just doesn't have that.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to respect their lineup. I mean, I don't think that the team fight is that weak. You know, if they have Egg, they have all the ultis up, they are pretty strong.
I agree with you. So I agree with that. You have to respect Spirit's lineup because it does have a way to fight back. But what I'm saying is gaming Gladiators are not scaling better than Spirit. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but I understand that. But I feel like when you're in the game, right, you can't just make the decision based on the overall lineup. We're running out of time. You see, you have to look at the current state. What's happening? Where's the creep wave? Who's getting an item timing spike? Like I feel like the crucial item is definitely going to be pipe. You know, I think the Centaur already has a pipe.
Marcy just finished BKB.
But the Naga's not. I feel like the Naga's not strong enough. I think he needs to get like a BKB.
I agree with you completely. We're just talking about the two drafts in a vacuum and how they're scaled. So I would say 9 out of 10 times in a 50-minute game, Spirit's draft wins. So because they play these games like often and they've seen it happen over and over again, they are kind of making these like amateur mistakes a little bit of maybe taking the smokes that they shouldn't be taking.
Yeah.
Instead of just letting their Nagas
They feel the pressure, something has to happen, but they maybe need to wait like 1 more minute for the pipe while the enemy team is out farming them. They need like a bit more patience. They know they need to be aggressive, but they needed the patience. That's, I guess, the thing. Like you look at the enemy draft and you are kind of like forced to do a mistake because you feel like you should be doing something all the time. But yeah, sometimes you just need the pipe, and then you're able to be aggressive again.
Well, if they can kite this Marcy BKB, this could be GG's good fight. This could be their window.
Yeah, that's her BKB debut, so that was utterly useless. That should be Roche.
That was really hilarious watching Marcy just
This is what happens when
Do
she
a
doesn't have the
1,000
IO
unit-
to rebound off
The
of.
1,000-unit jump away, though.
I mean,
feels
Yeah, with her
very
BKB on,
Osfrog.
this is the last thing that she wants to be doing.
Will you consider going a Mage Slayer on the Naga this game?
For the Zeus?
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely.
the Zeus, the
I think
Phoenix,
it definitely
everything.
go.
Maybe a 4th item, I think maybe after the heart. If you can actually end the game.
I like Heart Mage Slayer, yeah. But I think if you go Mage Slayer now, it just doesn't, something about it doesn't feel good.
I mean, I think you should get it when you feel like you can use the Mage Slayer to finish the game, or at least get a very decisive lead. Like maybe as a 4th or 5th item. This game is pretty good, I think, Mage Slayer.
But Aegis was already unkillable. Now it's like twice
No,
unkillable.
no, he died once.
Wait, I love this Phoenix positioning, actually. This is so good.
Yeah, why does he have the Aegis, eh?
Is Naga really gonna die?
She died every fight.
That involves her joining fights. I don't think she's gonna join any fights for a while. I think that now it's Puck's responsibility to make space.
Guys, Phoenix just AFK warded himself for 1 minute. I respect that.
Yeah, that's about like this passive meta. You just like farm 3 cores. If a support dies for it, you don't care. It's just a support. That's we were talking like earlier how it felt bad on this meta, on the sense that you're farming too much and you don't get that punished by dying. I guess this game is the perfect example of that. Because yeah, it's 24-14. They're 7k ahead, but honestly, it feels like 50-50. And to be honest, it kind of feels Team Spirit is ahead, considering like the nature of the draft. So like you can just get away with such a greedy draft.
Yeah, let me ask you guys a question. They're 10 kills ahead. Do you think that they should have more lead with this 10 kills? More than 7 kills?
I think if you're playing against Battle Fury and Furion, and you're still 8k net worth ahead, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, because these heroes have inherent like farming tools, right? Whereas the only like flash farming, bulk farm type of hero on GG is the Naga. So I don't think it's too bad. I don't like the Aegis on Puck, to be honest. I don't feel like Puck is in danger of
What a phase
getting
shift.
burst.
Would you still give it to the Naga?
I feel like if you give it to the Naga, you can at least try to make plays for the spot tower as a team. Like you can try to do a little bit more, because Puck, there's not really that much stuns for this Puck. We talked about how hard it is going to be to catch him, but now that you have this Aegis on this Puck, you're basically telling Spirit that, yeah, we're going to farm on Naga for longer. We're not looking to do anything to his Spirit now.
And he's going the Mage Layer. Here it is. He has the Tarask, so already killing it.
And then shouldn't he be the one holding the Aegis? So when he gets this Mage Slayer, then he can play so aggressive.
I agree.
Like, that's very weird that the Puck has the Aegis.
But it also makes Spirit comfortable, right? Knowing that the Puck has the Aegis and not the Naga. It kind of like gives away your game plan a little bit, doesn't it? Or we're gonna chill, guys. Give us a little bit more time. We're gonna farm a
Or
little
maybe
bit.
they're doing the Actor, which means Naga will be unkillable with Tarask, but you're forced to focus her because you cannot focus the
God, the damage. Holy
Aegis hero. Yeah.
Yikes.
Prophet press R.
Wait, that
Zeus
was
press R.
the ballsiest teleport I've ever seen. What?
Ooh, Rubik lives. Prophet dies.
He just TP'd in his face through the what's up.
And Marcy punches Undying to death. Well, this
I mean-
isn't how you should be using your Aegis, I feel.
I just feel like if the Naga had the Aegis there, like maybe he would have stuck around and actually tried to fight that out, because they committed so much on the center kill. It was the BKB, the Unleash, and the Sunray, right? And then the Fury on TPs and then dies.
Yeah,
It could have been a really okay fight.
Imagine if that Aegis on Naga and she had the Mage Slayer in the inventory. I feel like they could have taken a fight.
Now it's a bad feeling of GG that, hey guys, we just lost the fight, so we must fight, because the enemy has no cooldowns. But they're with this feeling, hey, but I just lost a fight. How can we win now? But they have no cooldowns. That's the time that GG should do something in the map. They shouldn't be scared. They shouldn't get this feeling, oh, we lost a fight with Aegis. They must fight right now. Like they have this 1 minute window with no Ag, no Zeus ulti, that they should at least take a tier 2 tower with this Aegis.
I feel like we sound so gloom and doomy talking about GG as if they're losing when it doesn't look like that when you take a glance at the screen, right? Because you see the net worth lead and you see the ages.
That's why you guys are professional analysts.
But,
you see beyond the numbers.
But I do think that if they can find a way to kite this Mercy BKB on GG, if they itemize for it, and let's say that they can like maneuver around it and play on their vision, then even there is a chance to play against this Mercy even in the late game, right? So maybe they kind of have to shift their game plan now that the early game aggression didn't exactly work in their favor.
So you're thinking that Marcy is the biggest issue because I thought Zeus was the biggest issue.
In the mid game, yes, we're talking about the scaling, right? That's the theme of what we've been kind of theory crafting for the last 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been talking about so GG feel under pressure because the farming cores on Spirit seem to be farming uncontested, not because the Zeus is able to like clear waves and kill the Naga legions right now. That's the issue. If they didn't feel the need to make all of these preemptive smoke plays because they were scared of getting outfarmed and outskilled, then potentially they would be in a better position. Even though, like, you look at it, it's 10k net worth lead, right? But we're talking about them like the game is already over. I think optimistically, like, let's say you build kite items and you can kite this Mercy at some point because of what you mentioned earlier, Steenie, about her not really having a partner that buffs her all the way to the end. Like, there is still hope.
Yeah, there is hope, definitely. Like, and Centaur can do damage with this Tarrasque. I was thinking about this Tarrasque a bit because, like, you get like a lot of HP against Phoenix that has percent damage HP, against Zeus that has percent damage. But I guess just the item you want on Centaur, so you do a lot of damage. Like the Centaur hero can also scale in damage. So like we're kind of like sleeping on this hero because it seems like this is just like a generic blink stun hero, but it actually can do a lot of things when it gets Tarrasque. Like I've seen this hero being played on the mid lane where you go Shard Tarrasque and you just do so much damage.
By the way, that's a really good feeling.
As a support,
when
getting
you just,
a tier 2 tower.
When you see that it's 50 HP and you go and you take it, you're like, mine, before someone else can come do it. That's the best.
That's
Support's
also
always
not
working.
a great feeling if that's how you're taking a tier 2 tower because your team is just so bad at pushing structures.
All right, this smoke is not going to work
It's
out
not
most
gonna
likely.
work. I love these smoke predictions that you're making.
It's not going to work out most likely,
They're
but there's
heading on top.
it's just that this mid tower for GG is still up, so it makes these smokes a lot more difficult to pull off, right?
Let's go. They see like creeps hitting the
This
enemy
smoke will
mid tower.
they'll
They
find
know what's
somebody.
going on.
They'll find somebody for sure.
Okay, well, Spirit got to plant some vision at least, so it wasn't a total bust. Now will Spirit Breaker tank the gank? Oh no, he's leaving.
The smoke breaker.
Wait, Toku's just charging it. Oh, dude, the Nimbus. Oh boy.
Alright, RIP to my boy Rubik. Buyback on the Phoenix. Spirit Breaker's trying to bash his way out of this situation, but that is not happening. Hey, Marcy activated BKB. BKB? To do what? Your guess is as good as mine.
Was that a misclick?
They killed the Undying. Maybe potentially they thought that there was more coming out of the side of GG, like a potential Centaur stun or something, so they wanted to secure it.
You could react to a Centaur stun, come on.
Yeah, I mean, you better safe than sorry, right? Like, they can't play perfectly at this stage of the game.
You've been hanging around too much with me, you.
Yeah, well, okay, so that is true, but also this is the major, okay? This ain't DPC season. I don't take mediocrity.
Exactly. So all the seasoned carry players know to not be greedy with their BKB
No,
because
the seasoned
it's
carry
the
players
major.
are out there manta dodging out these things.
Oh
They
my
don't
God.
even need the BKB.
I mean, honestly, I just feel like it's easy to be like, oh, why did they do that from a third-party perspective? But when you're playing, if it feels like the right thing to do, you just do it, right? So his instinct was to just press the BKB there.
I'm fine with that. If your instincts are coward instincts,
Oh my
then go
God.
for it.
What do you think?
I think it was a misclick.
There we go.
Because it was so weird. I would like to ask him after the game. Like,
it probably means
it was
his
instinct,
no,
or
it probably means his hotkeys might be alternate Q, alternate W. So sometimes
maybe.
they
You could probably
because this
find
happens
him.
also a lot.
Yeah.
You can find him at dinner and ask.
Yeah.
Ooh, Marcy's getting burst.
Yeah, he
There
got
it
his
is.
BKB off there, but it was a little bit too late. And Spirit Breaker is going to go down as well. No
See,
buybacks.
But this Naga BKB was actually, I mean, look at it go. Naga actually went crazy that fight.
Lucky for them, Roche's not up. It's like nearby the max time. It was like 2 minutes 30, something like this. So they will be able to respawn and fight this second Roche, which I believe they didn't want to give away, but now they might have to, even though they will respawn.
Actually, I think this Naga BKB was a really excellent item choice, especially with Marcy's going down and it being the clear thing that you have to play around. Now that Naga's like chilled a little bit and farmed up its items, and they're still able to like maintain this like vision control around Roshan. With this, because this tier 1 mid is still up, by the way, like Spirit have never found their ways to it. I think GG are no longer stressed or anxious about this game.
Yeah, they're winning all the engagements.
And Prophet has no shard. He doesn't understand how good it is. It's super good.
That Prophet shard?
Yeah.
That is pretty disgusting. Oh my god.
Rubik take a lot of damage from that Zeus, but he shards himself out, disengage, and back to farming.
So he shouldn't
or
be,
wait for Roche.
He shouldn't be allowed to shard himself.
Did they scout Roche at all?
Only allies?
They
yeah,
will,
only
definitely.
allies. Like, what the hell?
I know.
I guess that's the one thing, Winter, is that it's still very hard to go high ground versus the Zeus, even if you do have this BKB on the Naga and the Mage Slayer. Like, you have to
No, he didn't go Mage Slayer. He didn't buy Mage Slayer.
He sold it for the BKB actually,
Yeah,
didn't he? That's actually really cool. They did want to fight off of it, and it's back up now.
Defensive telekinesis. Marcy activates BKB, starts slapping the Naga, but
Marcy's
she
losing.
cannot outdamage that fight. And immediately leaves. Dream Coil onto 2. Spirit Breaker's trapped. Zeus is spinning around in the air, only to come down to his death.
This actually might be GG.
I think so too. What was Marcy's item progression? After the BKB? I don't think I've paid attention to it.
She has a Daedalus now.
But no Basher?
Just
No
wait,
Basher.
like, isn't Mage Slayer part of Bloodthorn, or am I going crazy?
Yeah, it's
You're
part.
right,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It turns into the
Holy crap,
Bloodthorn.
I was for a while like,
We're so dumb.
did they change how you build the item? Okay.
By the way, like not having BKB on the Marcy was very obvious there. Like you could see this Marcy running in and using all of her BKB timing, just trying to chase on the Naga, who just BKB'd and ran away herself. Like I do feel like if you don't have any solid lockdown on your team, you have to go this Basher on Marcy. So I'm really surprised. I don't know what the logic was. I guess it's like let me burst whoever I can in my BKB timing, but I think that was probably a really big mistake by Yatoro there in terms of itemization.
Yeah, but then again, in the team fights, I feel like he has to wait for the SV to go in and charge and start the fight, and then he has to come in later. I feel he can't be the first one to open a fight.
This game looks like nigh unlosable for GG right now, just because it feels like Team Spirit in the last few minutes made some really hefty mistakes.
Yeah.
Like some really hefty ones too.
They still have a very strong team fight. They push all the spells together.
I think your Marcy not having a Basher really screws you over at this stage, right? Especially because this Naga decided to go for BKB herself.
Yes.
And now Scythe of Vice on the Naga as well. One Rax remains.
I don't know. It looks pretty scary, I think, at this point.
Only 10 kills on Queen, disappointed. 16 assists though.
How many deaths though?
I want to shout out Tofu, by the way, because he's had some really ballsy plays in the last few minutes too. He kind of just threw himself in there, baited spells,
And then threw
baited
himself
some fights,
out
and threw himself out.
because telekinesis is
yeah,
balanced.
it forced a lot of spells out from Spirit, where suddenly they just didn't have things. Like the supports on Gladiators actually sucked up a lot of like the BKB time from Marcy. Sucked up like the Sun Rays too, and the Prophet Gleipnir. I also think there were some weird plays, right? Because Winter, you saw when that Furion TP'd inside of like 3 heroes and died.
Yeah, I think it was the previous fight.
It just it feels like there were some little misplays going on. I'm not sure if I'm reading too much into it.
Maybe in that sense they are the ones feeling the pressure because they're just dying over and over and they don't have maybe like this discipline.
Oh my god, they can't even kill the Rubik. Rubik throws himself to initiate with the telekinesis stun. And Marcy goes down through her BKB. Prophet's trying to kill a tombstone while the rest of his team is dying. And he's gonna TP
You just
out.
call it now, don't you?
I think you call it. Ooh. I think you call it. I think Zeus buys back and then you call it. I think Zeus dies and then you call it.
It actually felt like Marcy could kill Naga if they kited Naga for like one more duration of the ultimate. But they were just like was a messy team fight.
I think you get Fountain Dove and then you call it.
I think there was a lot of hastiness on both sides, but I think GG really pulled through in the end. And I feel like, I don't know, I just really think that Marcy without stuns and without a Basher can't really play the late game Marcy that you think about, right? Where she gets on top of targets and completely shreds them. That just didn't happen.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just very shocked that the Daedalus was the item that you go for here. I wonder what the logic is behind it. I guess they just thought that maybe the rebound was enough and then you can just one-shot whoever you rebound on top of. But that didn't
If he
seem
has
to
a
be the
rebound
case.
target, because the Spirit Breaker was not doing enough initiating to even give him rebound targets. Okay, they're kind of winning this Fountain. No, they're not.
Puck has Aegis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently, it has been predetermined that Gaming Gladiators are going to win that game. Astini, thank you very much for... Wait, who's getting kicked off? Oh, I'm getting kicked off.
Tsunami, thank you very much, as you were saying.
My pleasure. It's been a grand old time.
It's been great knowing you.
Time to die.
Farewell. Godspeed.
Time to die.
That was just another fairy tale.
Run into a hard case. Oh dear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Almighty money.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not so safe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Stone in the Everland.
My sorcery is unstoppable.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Don't worry, Mortimer, I'm still here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
给你机会，你不中用啊！
Just vibing.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here at the Lima Major. Day one of the group stages is underway, and we are fairly deep into the day. We're getting to the tail end of things, and it has not gone exactly according to script. There have been a couple of surprises, but the Dota has been very, very, very exciting to watch. My name is Sine, and I'm joined by my panel again. Firstly, I must introduce my favorite panel member. Hello, little Ariel. What's up? How you doing? But besides the Ariel, I've got Sheepstick, I've got Estini, I've got Winter. And two of y'all are in yellow, so I'll start with y'all. You still on holiday, Sheep? You still chilling?
Yeah. If I could recline this thing, I would, but they told me not to.
They told you not to. Regrettably, these chairs are like really comfortable. Winter, are you also feeling super comfortable in that relaxed chair?
Bonjour, Gal.
Yes, Gal Monfils. If y'all don't know, those who know, they know the joke. Estini, catch me up. You're the one that's in the analyst chair. You have to be serious. So what's been happening? What have we missed in the last hour that we've been away?
Shopify is the best in the major.
So true, Bessie.
That's what I've been saying here.
It's true, yeah.
And you guys got to hear me.
Hey, you
all
can't
need
take
to be
credit for
Shopify.
What do you mean?
You didn't have to make the top 4.
NA is the best region.
Yes,
of
plus.
course. Like they beat Nouns.
Yeah.
Which is the best in the world. I'm gonna be repeating till people believe me.
Oh wait, you're a Nouns fan?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I don't agree with
Wait,
them.
so
I take
by
back
that
that
logic, Team Spirit should be the best team in the world, right? Because they 2-0'd TSM and TSM 2-0'd Nouns. Or they 2-1 Joe.
Nouns became better
Does Nouns
because
pay
of
you?
their coach.
Does Nouns pay
Which
you
is
money?
me.
You're the coach? That makes so much sense now.
And now they're better. So like they won against Shopify, but then Shopify won against them. And then Shopify become the best in the world.
Okay.
I see.
And that's what they will prove. Everyone need to see with their own eyes what I was lucky enough to see. Or unlucky because it was like 3-0 stomped.
Yeah.
Kind of sad.
The best part about like what Shopify has done is that they managed to beat the side of BetBoom. And BetBoom, coming into this, a lot of us picked them as one of the strongest teams in the entirety of the tournament. Definitely the strongest team within their region. Until today, Sheep, Save had not lost a single series in the DPC, ever, in any iteration.
Didn't he win
Today,
like 20 plus?
Yeah, 20 plus games. But now today, Rebellion, apparently the best team in the world. They broke that streak. They broke the duck, and now they have to recover on the side of BetBoom. But they're playing Liquid, which is a hard team to recover from after a loss.
There's no recovering from that, it's over. BetBoom and shambles. What can you do? 3-2-0. You heard it here first.
3-2-0, we heard it here first.
3-2-0 of their lives.
Of their entire lives.
The games won't go past 25 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
I'll bet Pudge another $5.
The stocks are just going up. All right, so we need to see some Dota. Right now, we still have 2 series going on. Tundra just finished 2-0ing eHome. Not too many surprises there. Game Gladiators did end up beating Team Spirit 2-0, which was very exciting. But the series which I think is quite interesting right now, TSM versus the side of PSG.LGD. TSM took game 1. But the thing that's interesting about how they took game 1 is that Winter, half the time that we see these like sort of young teams, they'll get in a commanding position, they'll lead. If they take like 2-3 bad fights and things go wrong, they immediately crumble. TSM did not do that. They rallied. They figured out exactly how to come back and win the game regardless.
The moon factor. They know if they fuck up one more time, the boss is gonna give them the slacking.
They're never ever coming back from that.
Like again, TSM has Trion Lina. I don't know how teams allow them to play this strategy. That's their best strategy.
It's every team's best strategy, XD.
But like, you're gonna ban Broodmother. What's the second hero you need to ban against them? I don't think it's the Riki. Like, they lost twice with the Riki. I don't see why you'd allow this specific thing. I know, like, Lina is or might be the best strategy, especially with Triant. But for this team, definitely it is. Like, they beat Shopify twice, so they beat the best team in the world. so they're like the second best one, maybe, or the best. But like with exactly this strategy, and Tiamat is so good on the hero, this playstyle fits a lot their playstyle, so... And it kind of like simplifies the way they draft, which I feel like TSM sometimes they're super lost with drafting. And if you got like Trion Lina, the draft's just like easy for you. Because I feel like they tried to play Riki twice, but they were weird Riki drafts. Like the first draft, it was something like Riki with Triant, Undying, and Enigma. And like the idea of Riki is like, you're gonna sleep dart someone, then you follow up and you burst this hero, and then you move to the next target that you're gonna sleep and kill. Like, how do you do that with a Undying Enigma draft? Like, you're gonna like throw a tombstone on the guy?
Yeah,
you're gonna like black hole the guy that you just dart? Like, it had like zero synergy. It was super weird draft. So I feel like you should like pressure them to come out with weird drafts. You shouldn't just give away the simplest draft that there is in the Dota patch, or maybe history, because it's been so long for
I second that. Just get as much synergy. I mean, you actually talk a lot about synergy, Winter, and looking at the CSM draft, I see a lot of it, right? We have Triant with the Lina, of course. We have Triant with the Snapfire, which we've seen do a lot of work in the DPC. We have, Venom's not normally that great, but I think it's probably a lot better because of the Triant. There's more than one hero hit by the ultimate every time, multiple Gales, good against Ursa in lane. I mean, this is like a perfect draw from TSM, right? How on earth did Xiaowei give this away?
Honestly, it's kind of like a banger, right? Because you end the game and you look at the hero damage and you're like 100k plus on Venom, and you can say like, team, I was so fucking good. Like, holy shit, you are all terrible in comparison to me. And then your stats get buffed, and then they do the player comparisons, and you're just like way better than the enemy. So it's like, oh, on the mid cloud. So really, they should just...
Yeah, but I can't remember, somebody brought it up because it's the first day of the group stages. I feel like some teams might feel like they just want to try to fight the Lina. Just psychologically, if you can actually give the opponent a Lina and you beat the Lina, it makes it hard for everyone else to play against you.
What if you lose against the Lina though?
Yeah, because... Sorry?
What if you lose against the Lina?
I mean, then it's whatever. Everybody's supposed to lose against the Lina.
Yeah, but you need to get out of group stage. Maybe like LGD is overconfident on their skill of like coming back on the second day because they let EG get away with Brood, Lina, and Lash on the same lineup.
Would you say it makes more sense if it's a BO3 format, so you always can throw away one game? So you try to give it to them in the first game, then you try to win the
Now they're like 1-3 on a complicated group. Like, I feel like they shouldn't let TSM get away with the Lina.
But what if in scrims they always beat the Lina with this strat?
True.
Like, we wouldn't know.
But I mean, their response was Centaur Rubik. It's like, well, there's no rhyme or reason to that makes any sense at all.
I don't think you're beating Lina with like Phoenix against this hero. Like, Phoenix feels useless against Lina. Like, it's the hero that's gonna have like the highest attack speed. Your attack is gonna disappear. Like, the hero does bring teamfight, yes, but it feels weird.
And they already have Snapfire, right? So Snapfire plus Lina feels like it's a hard game to be playing Phoenix into. And LGD just buying back on buying back. Whenever you're in this situation, you never feel good, right? When you're like, well, all we can really do is hold the high ground, but how do they actually win fights outside the base, given the draft they have here?
I say they're slightly lucky that it's a very low timer Roche. If they could get this Roche, while TSM has dead heroes, but I don't think they'll go for it. They would need to do that really fast, and they don't have waves. That would be like the only good outcome of those buybacks. Kind of like a lucky outcome that is like a fast roach. But I'm not even sure if they're gonna check it.
Ooh, Winter. Now that we've seen a few games coming out of LGD right now, what do you make of Old 11? I know like you and I disagreed heavily on whether or not this was an upgrade, having Old 11 versus Shangye.
Did we?
Yes, we did.
No.
We were beefing. What are you talking about?
I'm like, it's definitely an upgrade. You're like, oh yeah, it's
I was like, Shang Yu Brewmaster, if nothing else, just for that, I would have kept him in the team. But what do you think? What do you think? Having seen some of the games right now, do you think it is a definite upgrade based on what you've seen from LGD?
It's gonna take some time before the true upgrade happens, but I do think it's an upgrade. Yeah, but maybe the first couple of games, because I don't think they scrim that many games together with all 11, so it's gonna probably take some time before they click and everything gets to the right spot. But if I talk about the players individually and you compare both of them, I do think that 11 is an upgrade.
This is also so unfair though, because like their their current offlaner non-stand-in. What the hell is his name? It's
Shangye, yeah.
Shangye, yeah. Shangye, he's like the youngest player on the team. It's like, yeah, I'm a little baby. They carry me, like they treat, they're like my older brothers in the team type, relationship. He has room to grow and become a better player, and it kind of feels bad to just stick some old veteran on the team and be like, yeah, that guy's better. Like, yeah, no shit. Man's played like 8 times as much, yeah.
But didn't he get replaced because of the visa? Like he couldn't get a visa?
Yeah, he couldn't get a visa, yeah. It was relatively recent, like on the 7th of February or something like that. So they really haven't had much time. And Old 11 was also not playing in a team for a while, right? He was sort of on either a break or couldn't find a team to join, so he was also coming into this one a little bit rusty. It's not like the Hellraiser situation where Uragi's been playing week in, week out, every single day. Old 11 might still also take time for him to just like warm up.
He's old.
But it shows something about like the level of Chinese DPC, like first division, that they choose a player that's like not playing / like retired instead of like getting a player that's like actively playing DPC, right? It shows like that the players that are not playing are actually better than the ones playing.
Yeah.
So like you have like Ame, there are always like some people saying that he might come back. Also like
he said in
Somnus might come back, So it feels like the good players, they're like retired but not really retired, just waiting for opportunity to come back. While like the other teams on Division 1, they're not that good. So maybe like LGD wasn't having like the best of practices in their region also.
Yeah. You can always call Seb to stand in. Still out there playing 50 pubs a day.
I would love to see like one of the like Seb something playing for a Chinese team, because it normally happens like the other way around, right? They might take like one Chinese player, put him in a Western team to stand in, but it never really happens in the opposite direction. Like the last time was like what, Black?
Anna played for RNG at Arlington.
And then they can be surprised that Seb doesn't speak Chinese. Like what happened with Anna?
Just use chat, Will. You can say
ping.
Like they.
It's like your teammate dies. Ping, 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 ping.
Okay, LGD, despite this game, honestly, I was going to say we should watch something else because this looks like it's over, but they've just taken 2 defenses here on the high ground. If we had Dota Plus, what would we think, win probability-wise here?
90 to 10.
Dota Plus would say 99, but it's LGD, so it's never 99. They're really good at defending their base. I feel like TSM might be forcing way too much, because like they forced when the Aegis timer would be open, like up to 3 minutes, right? And they could be just waiting for Roche, and they could have finished the game with the Roche, but they lost the team fight trying to go high ground, then they lost Aegis, then they need to kill Ursa with Aegis. Then it's just like this rush to finish the game is making the game longer. If they wait just 1 more minute for Roche, they would have won the game already. But they're kind of like rushing to try to win the game, and that might give the openings of LGD coming back into the game.
Alright, so we just have to wait for the next Roche. Once the big man's up, we'll see what they do. But yeah, I feel like this game's probably going to take another 10 minutes. So production, if possible, can we go camera and camera in this one and then bring up the Execration Talon series? Because, a C versus C team matchups are always really fun to watch, even if they take forever sometimes. Winter, I'm sure you're like, you've seen enough of this.
Is Alvaro casting that match?
I believe so.
Okay, so it's gonna last over 1 hour. That's like.
Is he actually casting the game?
I
He was
believe
casting
so.
a game.
Is it
I believe
N4?
so.
Was
I'm
it
not
not-
sure.
Is it N4?
What?
The execution match?
Yeah.
Then, yeah, I think that's this. Wait, no, LGD.
Wait, let's see. A, B, C, D. No, it might be C actually.
Okay, I thought D was the one that Avo was on, but maybe I'm just. Maybe my brain's melting
Yeah, I
into
gotta.
itself.
I guess I've seen his face at the end of the Team Spirit series on the panel.
And the Team Spirit.
All right, so he is not on. He's on D, and
I don't
he's
know
on
where he
base
is.
C. It's on C. It's on C.
I
So
don't know where
it's
he
not Avo. So that means we're not going to get the 60-minute buff. It will be a reasonably timed game. It's just going to happen normally.
Mhm.
But this one, barring like something amazing happening, honestly, I don't see LGD coming back into the situation. This feels very, very hard. So
There's always a way to throw.
I don't know, but they don't even have like, if they had like some Enigma or something,
They
then I'd
have
feel better
one
about
carry
this.
in the Lina. If they can find a way to bust her at the start of a fight, which is possible with an Ursa, I can see it.
All right, so now we're moving on. We're looking at the C versus C matchup. Winter's favorite. He's seen this before.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What do we make of this?
Rude Lina, how does this keep happening?
How does this keep
Lina,
happening?
what
Oh my
the
god.
hell?
but there's caveats. It's not just Rude Lina. They also have Earthshaker and ET. That seems like an awful support duo. So Steenie, talk to me.
Yeah, agreed.
Make this, convince me. Convince me that this is not an awful support duo.
At least, no, it is. Like, at least they banned probably like 3 and then Undying, so like Lina cannot get away with a really strong support. Like ET could have been good if it was like against a Prophet or Brute. If it's like against units, you can justify ET. But in this game, like it's not a good ET game at all. Like,
What do you mean? It's banger.
Why is it bad?
Because
Yeah,
you
tell me now.
cannot get a stun. Like Zark,
It's
Zark
good
and
with
Ember has
it's
so
good
much
with their
mobility.
hero. The aura is good with Puck and Lina. ET is very good against Lark.
But you don't get a stun at all.
It's
That's
just
the
like a
thing.
banger game. They have Shaker. Like, here's
Or
the
you're
thing.
just gonna tell me like, oh, but every hero has armor and you're reducing the armor, so it's super good.
Yeah,
so
but it's
every
like
game is a good
anti-hero
ET
that
game.
explodes. I'm
Alright.
actually all in favor of
Hype me up,
this.
hype me up.
I
Let's
think
hear.
the worst part about the support duo is like the inability to do stuff early game, and it's 30 minutes.
They are
They've
very
gotten past
heavy.
it.
We call that heavy support duo.
Yeah, but they made it. They've made it. It's 30 minutes in. Network swinging in their favor.
Yeah, if you get to this stage with this support duo, they do
Oh
some
wow, he
ET
died.
there.
Oh
Is it
wow,
good?
this
Is
hero's
it-
terrible
is
because
it
he died
good?
once.
Is your ET
oh,
good?
insane.
Do you like
the
your ET
people
now?
support
Do
are
you
about
like
to die
your ET
now?
now?
I will say that they do bring up a good point, right? The team fight aspect of this, they do synergize quite well together. If Puck does get a very good Dream Coil on multiple heroes, guaranteed follow-up with tons of additional damage, good ways to...
I feel like you rely so much on Puck getting a coil. Like Puck needs to initiate with a coil, and that's bad. That's
Wait,
what
you
I
can start
feel.
with a Fisher.
That's vision. What the hell?
This guy's crazy.
How are you gonna feature the Ember in this arc? You're gonna keep.
Maybe I'm not the
getting
person
initiated
that
and
ran
done.
out of caffeine. This guy.
All right, we need production. Somebody needs to run to the cafeteria, get some coffee for Estini. Let's talk about the other drop though for Execration. So we have Slok Magnus. It's okay. We've got Enchantress and the Crystal Maiden. So it's actually quite interesting, right? It's rare that this happens because most of the time, Estini, we have melee 5 and then ranged 4, right? Here for Execration, they have range 5 and 4, and for the side of Talon, they have melee 5 and 4. What do you think happened in the draft to lead to this situation?
Teamwork between the two teams.
I can't quite understand the Shaker here or the Titan. Like, you need one of them to be in front of Lina. It's probably the Titan. And then the Shaker forward Brood. I don't know if they feel like Brood's gonna have a free lane, so Shaker is free to rotate. But then you rotate into an Ember, which you're not gonna be that successful. So I don't get the Shaker, to be honest. That's the thing. Like, ET can be nice, but like ET Shaker, like Broodmother, you need stuns. Okay, they are stuns. I know. Like you look at them and they stun
He's
heroes.
digging himself a hole.
No, the thing is like you look at them and like they stun heroes, but they're not able to stun a Zark or an Ember. That's what I'm trying to say.
You much rather
they're not reliable.
You much rather have a Dark Willow
if
with
you have
this
like
draft.
a Lion, you're reliable.
How about
if
Dark Willow?
If you have like a Dark Willow is more reliable here. If you have like a
I get
Shadow
it.
Shaman is reliable. I don't think those stuns are reliable with this situation because you have like a Broodmother from lining, so you don't have a stun to start the fight.
Okay,
They're all follow-up
what
stuns.
we are saying
You have
is-
like 3 follow-ups.
What we are saying is there's a purpose. I'm sure there are better picks that can work better, but we can see a reason why they are drafting like this.
I just want to prove my point to create some chaos.
I think we should take this man's mouth shut
If
and
I
send
agree
him
with you
away.
guys,
Alright.
where's the chaos? If everyone says, okay, so Talon's supposed to win. Last time I agree with you guys changed my mind. I told Marcy sucks. You guys make my mind. No, Marcy's gonna farm, and then Marcy loses, and I'm mad.
I already changed my mind. I'm telling you.
No one is changing my mind.
SR is owning. I'm on board.
No stands for Zark. Free Zark game. Palos, go kill them. Show me. Yeah.
Dude,
Do it.
Palos
Do it.
is
Do it.
so
Do
good
it.
at Slug, by the way.
Yeah, he is. He really
Okay,
is.
the backline is all that.
Palos, Slug. And this is the kind of game where it's like, Slug can get out of control the later things go. And he's getting, how many stacks does he have right now, actually?
I don't know.
Isn't Elder Titan killing him? Because Elder Titan like can take your armor off.
This guy's
Actually,
he's coping so hard. It's unbelievable.
Steenie's like, no.
Pass him the tank.
I'm like really cheering for
I'm
execution. I'm like, they need to win that.
It's like, oh, Talon just had a good fight. Ember's dead. Magnus is dead. You idiot.
Yeah, I'm just
You absolute
waiting for
buffoon.
the.
Death Punch in the
I'm just
box.
waiting for Echo Slam to win the fight.
Oh my god. I have seen this before though. I forget if I saw this in NA or Western Europe. The Brood Spider, the Brood Mother with the not Elder Titan, Earthshaker. So I've definitely seen this before in tandem with like a space making mid. It won the game, but it was a very different situation. And right now, Palos looks like he might be in the mood to just solo carry this game.
Maybe.
He's
But
just-
not if Elder Titan respawns and has something to say about it. Woo!
E.T. Elder Titan.
If he keeps up the feeding, then his respawn timer will remain low as he's a lower level, and he will have a higher uptime
That's
of
the
living.
strat.
And he feeds away last gold.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have network. Like that's why he's only 6k there. Yeah.
He's got absolute mad thoughts going on.
So actually, he mustn't make the mistake of leaving the base. When he respawns, must just sit at home, TP out when the fight starts.
Damn, man, you guys are good, man.
Bigger brain.
Next level
The
strats.
excuses keep coming.
Yeah. I think about it. The Execration not only have to win these fights, they then have to try and take high ground into an Elder Titan. How sad.
Their push does suck though, like from the side of Execration. Like going high ground does feel fairly difficult for them. They don't have like a hero, they don't even have like a Lina that can just set low ground.
I once had a player tell me, we don't need push when we can just kill the enemy team.
So true.
So if they're just all dead, you never need to push.
I mean, that's genuinely what they're looking for. They're either looking for that or the slowest siege in history where they just fish for Magnus skewers out.
They complain that every time I'm drafting, I'm always trying to tick all the boxes. So we need push, we need this, we need rush. And they're looking at me, why do we need all these boxes when we can just kill them? And when they're all dead, we can do whatever we want. Then I'm like, okay.
Yeah. You can always rush if they are all dead for the entire game.
To be fair, we did see this earlier on when BetBoom lost to Rebellion. The Shopify Rebellion got to some point where they literally were just not pushing. They're like, well, we keep them in the base, eventually we'll kill them all. They didn't take a single Rax, but they still won the game. So maybe that's the strat. Execration got inspired. They looked at this, they're like, it's our time now.
I just want to say a big congratulations to LGD who just took the tier 1 tower at like, I don't know what time that is in the game, 40, 50 minutes or some shit.
Oh, wow. Actually got something out of this game. All right.
Congratulations.
Well done, PSG.LGD. TSM are losing. Actually, wait, now that you mention it, wait, why are they losing towers?
Their net worth is still in their favor, but they did get wiped.
Because they are losing the game. The game is called Defense of the Lina.
Yeah.
When you pick Lina like this. And like Lina cannot die because everything's on Lina and they failed. So
I told
they're
you
losing
about Lina being the
defense of the
solo
Lina.
bar. If they can kill her, it's
I
over.
take back my comment. I think he had too much caffeine.
He's playing Dola, not Dota. Playing some young Dola too. This game still feels, it's weird that the game is still like relatively even, but I guess that's just the Lina effect. She just farms so much. But the Puck's also doing quite well. This feels like one of those games that can honestly go forever. This Talon game.
Really?
Like, can take like, yo, sheep, have you not seen this region?
I don't
What
see
can
any.
happen?
I don't see any treant protectors, so I'm thinking it can end.
Run away, Elder Titan, we need you alive. Run away.
And E.T.'s dead. Who's dying next? Once BKB finishes, I think you have to
This
run
game
away.
feels really hard for like both support duos, to be honest. They just die.
Let him cook.
Like you look at the team fight, always like the 4 are dead or something like this.
Are they the only team that picks ET as support right now? Do you see any other team pick ET?
It got picked, I think, once or twice during the DPC run, but I can't off the top of my
Which
head.
which region?
I can't off the top of my head. I didn't see, I saw it once in NA, but I saw it once like early on. Yeah.
Yeah. You see
I
how
have to go and check. Let me actually check which region.
you see how Ollie knows the value of his Elder Titan so highly he bought back instantly. Didn't even partake in a kill, but he understood.
I need to give my aura to the puck.
Yeah.
The puck needs my aura.
He needs to be alive to prove me wrong. Like I won the team fight. I was there as team. I didn't just feed.
Yeah.
You know?
Fucking
It
Philly.
become personal.
Watch
Watch
me
me and ET.
I'll teach you how to play ET, Philly.
All right, so it was played 10 times throughout the GPC.
10 times?
Yeah.
Wow.
OG played it twice, Talon played it twice, Wartune and Joyous played it once.
Was it all support?
It was all support, yes. Not a single core EC, but it was played 10 times. Not the highest win rate in the world, though. Actually, what was the win rate here? Let's see. I think it was 40%?
Numbers.
60% actually. So 6 out of 10.
Love that one.
Wins games. Yeah.
Yeah, it's worse than your troll. Troll is 100%, right?
Troll is 100%. 100% at the major.
Oh, banger.
Echo Slam won the team fight. All right. So Estini, listen fam, nah? We're getting 50-50 here. You get to be right about troll, but maybe this combination of Earth Spirit.
I
know what I'm gonna do when I'm playing against his team. You know, we'll just keep drafting double melee supports and keep holding him. And give him the question mark at the end of the game.
No, you know what's doing more than the ET? The Wraith Pack, to be honest. Like, it's all physical damage, and like, they need to kill the Wraith Pack. That has done so much on the team fight.
And I guess because you don't have any, all your cores are melee, it's very hard to actually get to the Wraith Pack. You have like soft supports at a range, these melee heroes that need to go in, so killing this thing is hard. And now they're about to lose Rex and maybe lose the game.
I guess they lost the game.
It's too hard to play. When you play double range support, they're too squishy. They're just too squishy.
Yeah, Lina just needs frontline for her. But I don't feel like those heroes actually frontline.
Talon did such a good job of A, frontlining, B, having stuns, C, initiating,
D, buying back.
D, buying back.
And more importantly, having an underfarmed Elder Titan so that he can respawn quickly. There we go.
He's not. He's like
so down. He's always there down. This hero is so good.
So good.
So good at dying.
Alright, so I think this game is definitely going to be over soon, and it looks like LGD have lost this game as
Liquid's
well.
drafting! Liquid's drafting!
Let's go, I think, production, if we can, to the Liquid versus BetBoom.
Yeah, let's move. We didn't see other Titan winning. Move. Production.
Wait, there's still one pick left on the Liquid.
Clearly, Elder Titan is gonna lose. Move. Take this away.
We might have to keep this on just to make sure that we get, because once he wins, he'll also be 100% win rate at the Lima Major.
Hey, yo, let's go. Who won the TSM game, or is it still
It appears to be TSM.
Wait, TSM won?
It appears so.
Appears?
I mean, they were winning.
Appears from where? They were losing.
So I will wait you guys to take a side, and I'll just take the other side. I hope you guys pick BetBoom because I really want to pick Liquid.
I'm gonna be Liquid.
Liquid.
I personally
BetBoom's winning this for sure. Oh come on, I want a Liquid also. I'm the BetBoom hater.
I'm Liquid's biggest #1 fan. If there is 100 million people on this planet, I'm a Liquid fan. If there's 100, if there's one, it's me.
You are the one, the #1 fan. I think Liquid should win this one. Liquid is they just look so clean. Every game we've seen from them is like crisp, just perfect.
Yeah, A, I ruined that coffee passive. 2, yes, they're so crisp, but also, I hate them. I hate Blitz, and I hope he loses.
You do know that now you've cursed them into winning, right? Every time you say that, I feel like you always win after you say that.
Just slip me the money later, it's fine.
You need to start saying, I love Blitz. He's the best person ever,
I still
the
hate
best
him.
coach.
I will not lie, I will stay true to myself.
So while we're getting that game ready, is there any hope here, Estini, of a comeback from the side of Execration, given the draft they have?
What is that? Doesn't Kentros have Vice? There might be hope. It's Southeast Asia. There's always hope, right? In winter, you've watched this. Like they always do some cloning stuff that makes the game last at least 1 hour. No.
I mean, they have the highest average game time throughout all the GPC by quite some margin.
Probably no, because no buyback is on.
No. Yeah, Palos is dead. This game is over.
Hey, yo. This is nice.
I hope Talon does really well, then I get the shit talk Astini in second week.
Nice.
Really well, you mean like get out of group stage, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Top 8, at least top 8.
Okay.
Top 8, alright. I would love to see that, honestly. That would be pretty amazing.
If we timestamp this on the VOD, we can use it as a way to lodge a formal complaint. We can actually make it so he doesn't make it to the second week.
Oh my god.
GG well played. Talon takes the W, well on the way towards fulfilling Winter's prediction that them getting top 8. You know, now they've gotten themselves another win. They went 0-2 earlier, but you know.
What is this?
Knights versus Entity.
I don't want to watch this shit. Where's Liquid?
This shit?
What do you mean? This is a major sheep. Every team that's here has the opportunity and the capability of winning the whole tournament.
You're absolutely correct. However, BetBoom Liquid's playing.
That is true. I'll give you that. BetBoom Liquid is playing. If possible, we would love to see that matchup because that is just the level of Dota. I think is going to be pretty damn high between those two squads.
Yes, sir.
But here we go. You were talking about this earlier, Winter, that you wanted to see like earlier Ember Spirit picks, like 8-pick Ember more often. You happy with what Knights are doing here?
Don't think that's a 8-pick. That's
what went through?
It is. It is.
Oh,
It is.
Yeah. Oh, it's
They have
8-pick.
first pick. It's like an answer to a Pangolier. Definitely, like, makes a lot of sense to go against Pango. But they might, that's the thing. They might flex Pango to 3, and then they play Morphle mid, which is the very strong counter to Ember. So they kind of baited that.
Nah, they won't. Stormstormer doesn't play
mid.
Morphling.
Yeah, there's no way.
But can they like change lanes? He doesn't play anything safe.
I haven't seen Stormer play,
Besides, imagine Pure on your team. It's like if this was like IG or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, there's Morphling.
Don't do crazy lane swaps here.
Then maybe it could happen. But with Entity, Pure is gonna play Morphling every time.
Yeah, I think the Morphling, it makes things a little strange because you want someone that can sort of play the brute side of the map.
You mean Watson, right? Not Pure.
Watson, yes.
Yeah, Watson.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of young, up and coming characters. I'm thinking of BetBoom, basically. BetBoom's in my mind. Yeah.
But there's against Ember, I thought they might have even went for the OD, but it just kind of sucks too hard into the Broodmother. I think they faced that problem before and got punished. So.
Is there a possibility of them playing off-lane OD? We've seen it a couple of times.
No, I think Stormer would want to play. Wait, how the hell does Stormer not have his Bat Rider banned against him and he didn't pick it?
I mean, don't know.
There's a silencer in the game.
Yeah, you're right.
I hate playing bad against silencer.
Yeah, but he didn't even pick it pre-silencer.
So will they like Pangolier 3 and still pick a mid laner for him? Like Invoker? I don't know.
Invoker is one of his better heroes. Doesn't seem like there's that much setup for like an Exo Invoker, so what, are we just playing...
No Quas.
Because they also can play like on Dying 3, right?
Production, please put Liquid on the big one. Please.
Alright, Sheep's trying for some Liquid. And TSM, in case you all were not aware, they took the 2-0 over PSG.LGD. I know that there's a lot of fans that are quite happy about this. Moon Meander's excited. Winter knows that Moon Meander doesn't have to whip anybody tonight. They're all allowed to be in peace, They can all just relax. That is a bit of an upset though, because if you'd asked me coming into it whether or not I thought TSM I would have said they could take a game, but not the whole series against LGD. But suppose you give away Lina, you lose, it is what it is. These things happen.
And then you go back to the team, to the boot camp, you go back to the room and you have a meeting. Oh guys, why did we lose? Oh, we gave Lina. Okay, end of discussion, go next.
Okay, what happened? Yeah, very quick breakdown on that one. So let's see here. Marcy comes out. We've been seeing increasingly more Marcys so far here in the Lima Major. And it's been succeeding quite a lot as well, Sheep.
Wait, do you guys think actually Marcy as safe lane is better than off lane?
I like off lane more.
Yeah, I feel like off lane Marcy feels stronger.
Yeah, I like her iron progression more as well. Like all these safe lane Marcys that want to go to Battle Fury, it's kind of weird compared to just like Omelette.
I feel the same way. I feel like you're not really using the hero. I get it why you're getting Battle Fury as a carry Marcy, but I feel like the hero has a certain spike when you go for the early item build.
Yeah.
And because you're going Battle Fury, you're missing a lot on the perks of that.
In game 1 versus PSG.LGD and TSM, when TSM won, they played safe lane Marcy, and how they won was that they had Omelette, BKB, Basher for the Marcy. They did not go Battle Fury on that one. They skipped it entirely.
Yeah, I don't really like the Battle Fury build so much.
All right, but I know that we like this. We've got some Dota between Liquid and BetBoom.
Push.
Which draft do we like here, Sheep? What are you feeling looking at the drafts?
I don't even need to look at the drafts. I love Liquid.
Bias caster, get her out of your production, get her out of here.
They did their classic, so this is just a nice response to the Brute here with the Pudge CM. I think that's something Gaiman did a lot. We talked to them in the post-game interviews in DBC, and they were like, yeah, Pudge is our answer at this point. We just like it. The series is good. You just get like this Vanguard. Like you own the lane really hard. You get that Frostbite hook, and you have the a really early Vanguard, and Brute can literally just not touch you anymore. So I like it.
Steny, she makes a good point, but there's one counterpoint, Sheep.
Okay.
They are Ricky pickers, so they deserve to lose.
What?
That's
Stupid!
They already got first blooded. They're definitely losing. BetBoom's definitely the best team here.
Yeah. Wait, who died though? Who do we shame?
I feel bad saying that, taking the BetBoom side, but I'm forced to create some chaos. DP offlane is not that good. I feel like this hero is way better on the mid lane. This hero with items do so much.
I mean, let me ask both of you a question, okay, including Snare, all of you. Like, would you actually give Brute? Like, if you have to give Brute or Lina, which one would you give? Like, would you give Brute? Do you feel like Brood is easy to deal with?
There was just one ban in the game. You're saying
Just one ban in the game.
Let's say just one ban. You have second pick and you have to give them one.
If there was one ban in the game, I'd ban Elder Titan.
Damn it.
Me too, so we don't have to talk about this hero.
I think it depends on the team, but overall, I think it's probably
Mute.
There's scarier Brood players. Yeah, there's a lot scarier Broods. Brood is terrifying.
And
it's just
ban Brood. This
disgusting
hero, when well played, makes the game unplayable. It's like just about waves, and this hero just like can control
Yeah,
the
but
entire
what
map.
do you think about the answers that they came up with against the Brood? Do you feel like they can deal with the Brood with this kind of heroes, with the Pudge CM?
No.
I
love this Pudge CM personally.
The Pudge CM are the only heroes that can actually deal. That's the problem. Like if you're playing against Brood, you need like 4 heroes that deals with Brood. Like Tusk doesn't do anything, Riki doesn't do anything. I feel it's super hard to deal with Brood. With like, they will definitely deal with it on the lane. It's gonna be a winning lane, like CM Pudge. But I don't like Riki against Brood Wrath, because I've done that and I really regret. I had like some nightmares with this choice I've made. I really regret it. I really got to the conclusion that it's terrible.
I think the Riki makes their draft mega easy to play for fights though. I think it's so awkward for BetBoom to have their more forward invokers slept. And like...
Yeah, they don't have a save, and their lineup, Liquid's lineup is a lot about like going for all these pick-offs with the Riki, with the Pudge, the CM Pudge, and Tusk. Like, I feel like it's pretty difficult for them to play. If BetBoom cannot really group up and play together, and they're always forced to scatter and farm, they're gonna feed a lot of kills.
And what do we think about this Invoker here for GPK? How good is it going to be?
Is it an Exotic Invoker or Quaswex?
Quaswex.
Quaswex.
Yes, sir.
I'm not a very big fan of Quaswex Invoker, but I can understand why he's doing Quaswex this game. He has Morphling, he has Brood, nobody has stuns.
All right, Winter, one more comment. Who do you think is actually going to win this game here? You're about to get kicked off. You have to actually stand up.
No!
You're going to go get caffeine.
What
It's
if the new panelist agrees with Astini? I can't.
Then you just got to be strong.
We're currently good in numbers.
We can just brief the guy to not agree with me. I can fight too.
I've got a solution, right? We just have whoever's coming
arguments.
on also wear yellow, so that y'all are going to match opinions as well as match drip. But so you say goodbye to Winter, so bye, peace out.
Bye, Winter. Please leave with your dirty Elder Titan.
Elder Titan, what a hero. All right, so now that we are going to be replacing our young Winter, our man here, somebody's going to have to carry the torch for hating on the Troll Warlord. Is it going to be you, Sheep? Nope, it's not. So I will do it proudly.
I love Troll.
I will do it
Big
proudly.
fan. Yeah.
I have 2 troll lovers on my panel. Imagine. How is this to work?
It's just a good hero. What can you do?
Yeah.
And I just saw it win.
Is it as good as Elder Titan is the question?
No. I mean, nothing's good as Elder Titan.
Is it as good as Snare's face? Because I'd rather look at the game instead of his face or mine.
Yeah, kind of same.
I'm really pretty. Yeah, I feel like really pretty, but I still think Liquid BetBoom's better.
We could play the Liquid BetBoom. All right, DP just used Crepe Swarm. She's chasing down the... I don't know what that is. Is that Clockwork?
Yes, it is a Clockwork.
It's a Clockwork running for his heckin' life. And then there's a... Oh, nice, wonderful. Wait,
it has returned.
I'm so happy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, also another reason I like this Riki is because they know that they're going to crush this Pudge CM.
Oh, I understand. I'm sorry. I understand why they were doing this. So we see the guy sitting.
Yeah.
My bad, production. It's on me. It's on me,
see
production.
Yeah, it is on you.
It was my anxiety to see the game.
Actually,
sorry, everyone.
What we can probably do, right? Let us know in chat. Do you prefer to see my face, Sistini's face, or just some boring old major level Dota?
Yeah,
But they've
that's
seen
true.
Carlos sitting. That was the thing.
I do want to just point out that Pudge is actually losing his lane really badly. So, I mean, I'm hyping it up and pretending that this isn't happening. So it's a little bit of cope. But yeah, no, they're playing the top lane very well.
If they lose this lane, I actually don't think this... I think this game is... The entire strategy of Liquid is probably contingent on that lane going very well, right? You need the Pudge CM to be able to shut down this Brood.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we get to a situation like Astini was mentioning earlier. Brood just does Brood things, takes over the whole game,
Yeah.
and then you don't really have a counterplay option.
It's pretty damn bad that they lost this lane.
So like one good thing about the Quaswex Invoker is that it builds Vessel, amazing item against not only the DP but also Pudge. So it really helps you burst out these heroes. They don't have any sort of dispel on the enemy team, so like DP needs to either go Il Scepter or BKB, Lotus Orb. Those are items that she actually wants to build, but the Pudge won't build dispel items for early in the game.
It's actually kind of scary, right? Because the Invoker gets Spirit Vessel, eventually morphling as Skadi, and then life feels very difficult with Death Prophet. Especially playing from the offlane, right? Which is not going to have as many items. She'll have like what, Greaves?
I mean, it's not the worst. I mean, just because it's Zai on it, I think Zai is so versatile with less money because it's what he played for years and years. And I think like all you really need are levels. You just need your ult, and then you can start to do things, and it's fine. It's just kind of how are they going to give Pudge either space or get him involved to do stuff. I think Nisha's going to be a key part of this game because he's at the top of the net worth and doing really well. That's kind of what I'll mostly be looking at going into 15-minute timing.
It is interesting as well because the net worths for the Tusk and the DP are fairly high right now. And they do get the Vanguard now for the Pudge, so life does get a little bit easier, but still not the easiest. I still want to see Liquid do a bit more in the next like 5-6 minutes just to make sure that they don't get rolled over.
Well, that's the thing with Liquid is that we've seen them go absolutely mega giga hard and just crush like snowball games, but we've also seen them just farm for like 20-25 minutes because sometimes they realize that they'll just hit a timing and they know they can take a fight on that, so they're happy to just chill. And I don't think BetBoom with a Coswex Invoker and a Morphling are going to be like taking the entire side of that map. Like Brood is a problem, but otherwise I think it's okay.
Yeah, to be fair, they're fine with the like lanes keeping the longer as possible because they won the 15-minute mark, so they get the shard on the Riki. So if they can prolong lanes, they're happy with it. They're also playing against Brood, and Brood wants to take the jungle, so as long as they prolong waves, they're happy with that. They're pretty happy.
Aren't you concerned though, Steenie, that the fact that they don't necessarily have a secondary win condition outside of like constantly getting pickoffs, being able to push down these towers, what happens if they just play this farm war, but Invoker and the Morphling are also getting farmed themselves?
No, definitely they lose the farm war, definitely.
Yeah.
But they need 15 minutes mark to stop the farm war. Otherwise, they're just like feeling a pressure that still doesn't exist, or they cannot like deal with the pressure. Like yeah, this was the discussion we had the other game, right? The enemy team outscales you, but that doesn't mean that you should be chasing kills 24/7. You need your timings, you need the shard on Riki. This hero starts to play the game with 15 minutes, so you cannot force a play before it. Otherwise, you fail, you feed, and then the enemy team that's already out farming you will still farm even more.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see like Boxy is 900 gold in, shard queued up. He's 5 minutes away from the shard, but he's definitely gonna have the money for it.
Yep. Mr. Carlos Azatoth, we welcome you to the panel. Welcome
Hello.
here to the Lima Major, our former weatherman. So how are you feeling? How's Lima been for you so far? How have you been enjoying the games?
How's the weather?
I've been going in and out of Lima for almost 10 years now, so for me it's always a beautiful experience to be here around all these long-standing Dota 2 fans, and obviously a Lima Major for me is like a dream come true. Super happy to be here with you guys.
Are you also happy about the fact that the South American teams have been doing relatively well?
Yeah, of course. Like finally I feel the eyes of the world are upon our region, which didn't really happen back in the day. We were always seen as kind of a free zone, you know. We had our moments without a very strong team to represent, but now we have two, just as you said. So we're super excited to see what Evil Geniuses and obviously Beast Coast can do.
Technically it's 2.5, right? Because TSM has Tomato on it, and they
Exactly.
just beat LGD. So now that I think about it, LGD is 3-1 against South America today. So they are feeling the pressure. They need to try and play different opponents, anything else around the world.
Usually here in South America, people are always very excited to play against Chinese teams because they feel they have like some sort of formula or antidote to deal with them, because the styles are so different that they feel they can just play something kind of common here, but they will see it as something completely new. So they really enjoy fighting Chinese teams. It's like very popular here to see South America versus China.
So that also means that once we have nouns at a major, Estine is going to be like, bring me China. I will take care of China.
That's, like when he says the regions, not only like Peru, Brazilians also always had this feeling that like we play too fast for the Chinese teams. They play like too like of a technical game. They are not used to our aggression because they don't think you are stupid enough to like dive in on a tier 2 tower with 10 minutes of the game, and we are. Like we're brave enough, you know, like we know what we are doing because we know this is what we've been playing for the entire life. So they're not like ready to our aggression. That's the thing. They're like, oh, they're not gonna do that, and we do.
Every time.
So like they're always surprised that we're diving them and just like chain killing them. That's usually like SA teams would do bad at majors, but we would still have good results against China.
Exactly.
So this game here, let's see, has anything changed in the last few minutes? Probably not. We're still just waiting on shots. We're still just seeing Brood do Brood things. So I'm kind of surprised though that the way Liquid drafted this one. Like I completely get the CM and the Pudge, but I'm still a bit mixed about the presence of the Tusk hero, honestly.
No,
like
I think the draft makes complete sense. It's just they execute it really badly, which is a little rough for Liquid, but I mean it happens. Like what they're meant to do is they're meant to crush top. They're meant to have like complete free fall and Pudge, happily taking top. Like CM's able to get involved in the rest of the map. You have Ricky. I mean, we saw just like a minute ago, right? He comes mid, and it's so easy with the Tusk to just pick off Invoker and kill. Like I think the supports were meant to have way more freedom to sort of win the rest of the map, and then you have this 15-minute timing that Astini talked about with Shard, with Deso on Tusk, and suddenly you're just doing loads of damage. Your Pudge has an Ags as well because he's super farm from winning his lane, and then you just take objectives and fights with DPXO. You just take mid tower, take Roshan, and then you're just like taking over the whole game. And this Morphling, he needs like 30 minutes plus to be a hero, so it's meant to be, and you're lacking damage because your Brood's gonna go Greaves and your Invoker's a so they're just meant to outdamage them around like 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes. That was the idea, I imagine.
Well, that doesn't look like it's going to happen in this game, though. I think we're going to get to the point where this Morphling is a problem. Brood is making way too much space, and they also haven't been on the other side of the river for the last few minutes. Like, everything that's happening is on the Dire side, which is a bit worrying.
The idea starts with, like, Pudge winning the lane, or at least, like, keeping the tower alive for very long, and he wasn't able to do that. Like, Brood actually won the lane, and that kind of, like, bleeds into the other lanes, because then they lost the mid lane. They're not supposed to lose that mid lane so early on, and I don't think Liquid is used to that. So this like Tusk hero kind of falls off when he doesn't have the tower because he can't get rune control, or he kind of like dies to get it, which is he's not dying.
Oh, okay.
But he gets way too exposed.
He might still die. He's being chopped away. One more bite. Oh my gosh, he's actually gonna die. Yeah, okay.
Oh, nice deal.
Because like what I see Liquid doing with the Tusk is they take control of the enemy jungle, and then Tusk is just like throwing shard between tier 2 and tier 1 tower, and like dragging the creeps and making an enemy hero appear to do with the wave. And you can never jump the Tusk because you don't know where the enemy heroes are, and they're just like farming your jungle. So if you go aggro on the Tusk, they will defend the Tusk and kill you, and there's nothing you can do. Like, you cannot take their tower because he's always poking your wave, and you don't have a wave to kill his tower. But when he loses his tower so early on, before he can do this aggression, I guess kind of most of the Tusk game plan is gone. So the hero definitely falls off because of the Brood Mother taking control of the mid lane.
Given how this plan hasn't been able to work out just yet, Carlos, what do you think they should do on the side of Liquid to try and recover the game, make it a bit more playable for themselves?
It's a bit of a deja vu for me because here in South America, in the DPC, Tuskar started super strong. Like every single team was drafting Tuskar in mid, but sometime along the first and second week, the hero completely fell off. They realized that he needs quite a lot of money to get online. He needs the Deso, he needs the Blink, the BKB, and if you can put a Scepter there, it will be great. So they started changing him. He went back to the role position 4, just the Blink Dagger and the Agonist is more than enough. I think Nisha has the capability to bring this back, but it definitely feels like Tuskar has fallen to the classic trap or abyss of I cannot really do anymore and I cannot farm either. So I'm gonna try and, I don't know, maybe create some space, but that's his role. He's not really scaling like the enemies.
It is hard in a losing game, but like usually Nisha scales very well. Like throughout the DPC, the opening that Liquid would do every game was like Rubik plus Tusk.
Yeah,
and the Tusk really would always go to Nisha pretty much. It very rarely went to Boxy, and he just would crush and kill everyone. Like it's just this top lane going so badly, like you guys already said, it just makes the game way too hard. I mean, they can still they still can fight. Like it's not like they're out of options.
Yeah.
They're gonna have moments.
Just doing their thing. Nightfall's pushing top. They got that tower. At the very least, like Zaya popping these ghosts down bottom. I must say, Zaya's always been very, very good at this, finding this like slight gap of space that shouldn't really exist. And he's like, all right, I'm gonna exploit this. We're gonna get something off the map. Because like, given how this game is going, you wouldn't imagine that they trade tier 2s at the exact same time, but Team Liquid seem to know what they're doing here.
The thing is, like, that's what they could get out of it, because definitely BetBoom wants to be where they are, because they have control of the top jungle, which is the one nearby Roche. Like, Liquid has an outpost, but doesn't mean much. What they might want to do is, like, force a team fight on the enemy tier 3 bottom just to push the BetBoom team away of their jungle. Like, just take them away, because they cannot smoke and take back their jungle.
Oh, how did the Invoker die? Okay. Mickey getting the grab there.
Buyback CM.
He got him.
That's a pretty huge deal to be able to get that. This can start like a snowball effect. I'm not sure they needed the buyback on Insania, but who cares? It's a CM at the stage of the game.
That's nice. They're overextending and they have vision in their own triangle. Nice now. So they're just going to try and reclaim the map.
Yeah, kind of greedy from BetBoom to try to take this try. I don't think they should go for it. They should just control Roche area. That would be like the best macro on that.
I appreciate that the camera's been on me now for like 3 minutes.
It's the glasses, fam. It's the drip. You look so chill. You know, you look so relaxed. You look so nice. You really are at the block party.
I love the block party. Me and my friends, but my friends are just myself, and it's the voices in my head.
You are the block party at this point.
Let's go.
The other game that we are having above our heads right now, because there's 2 drafts still taking place. Hellraisers is drafting against Geekslate in their first matchup. Rebellion is taking on Team Aster in another very important game. And of course, we still have the resolution of the Knights versus Entity game.
Yeah.
I think all of us are expecting Entity to take that one. I'm not really thinking Watson's playing Morphling. Yeah. What did Stormstorm get? I actually don't know.
Yosna, name a hero.
Name a hero. Batrider.
Okay. Okay, that was
24
that's a really hard one.
What were you going to say? Oh, you do charades. All right, let's see what you got.
No, I'm just going to draw it, but...
I really want to see this. Uh-huh.
What does a bat look like?
That's a bat, right?
Oh, it's definitely a Batrider!
Well, I think this stream just became not safe for work, so... but are you kidding?
Oh, damn. He ate some tacos there.
Yeah. If anybody in chat could be able to tell me what that actually is without hearing the word bat, I should have written down Batrider first.
And tell me your hero. This one was
Liquid get away with Roche?
Sniper.
It's so weird that BetBoom left the area. They'll get away with it.
They're actually gonna get away with it. They have ghosts.
I just feel like Liquid's outplaying BetBoom so much. BetBoom is like allowing it to happen by being on the enemy triangle without Aegis.
They're definitely gonna let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a huge deal because now Mickey has this like Vanguard, Aghanim Scepter.
He's pretty much aligned.
Aegis. Yeah, it's actually pretty much covered most of the things that he lost out in the laning phase. That's the same net worth as his Morphling.
Exactly. This is kind of like an anticipated final because those 2 teams are gonna be, well, I think, not to overhype them, but I think they're gonna be faring pretty well in these group stages. I expect a lot of Liquid, or a lot of BetBoom teams that have suddenly, you know, they got very popular. A lot of Latinos are enjoying the matches, but I think they're gonna be alongside EG and Biscos, probably one of the most cherished and hyped up teams here.
Is that your top 4? Like BetBoom, Liquid, EG, Biscos?
Yeah, of course, with my bias, of course, yeah.
They can definitely be on the finals of the lower bracket to see who's facing Shopify, the best team in the world.
The best team in the world, of course. We have to remember. And, you know, Rebellion is, of course, in action right now. They are playing up against Team Aster. That's not an easy matchup either, like going up against Team Aster. I feel like that's a team that nobody should be sleeping on. Personally, I think they're stronger than LGD at the moment, so make sure that you have some strats prepared for them.
Can we get a shot on me again?
All right, production, let's do it. Let's see.
Nice.
Oh, that's good.
That's better than the last one. The whole gives it away.
He's beautiful. Okay, I'm done now.
But like, even if BetBoom wins this game, I think Liquid is playing better. I don't. It's too early in the tournament to say that, but I don't see BetBoom as a team that's gonna go to the final. The way they play the map, for me, it's super weird. Probably they are the ones correct and I'm the one wrong. But I don't see any sense in going to the enemy triangle when you have a Broodmother draft. You have control of the Roche area, you have control of enemy big jungle, You took the towers and you just leave and go to the enemy triangle. It doesn't make any sense on my mind.
I mean, this is the second time that's happened today, right?
But I think they're not good.
I mean, they're still pretty good, but this is the second time that we've seen it today happen where they win the laning phase and then subsequently go on to make some interesting decisions mid-game, and then that ends up putting them in a bad position later.
Just to correct myself, I'm not saying like they're a bad team. They're in the major.
It kind of sounds like you're saying they're a bad team, bro.
They're just like not on like Liquid, EG, Beast Coast, Shopify level, LGD by doing that. At least like you look at all those teams, they don't do what they just did. Either they're like the superior team and they know something no one knows, or they're making a silly mistake. In my opinion, they're making the silly mistake.
Yeah.
They're still a very good team, but making a very silly mistake, and you cannot get away with the silly mistake on a high level Dota.
I mean, this is kind of a problem, right? 3 games in a row where you end up throwing away a lead that you generated quite strongly, and it wasn't like a halfway lead. It's like, no, we're in the dominant position here. How do you change that? What do you need to do, Sheep, in order to make sure that you don't fall into this trap game after game after game when you're playing teams of an equal skill level to you?
What, just, I mean, you just talk, right? You lose your games, you finish today, and you sit down as a team, you say this was a really big problem, let's not do it anymore. And you come up with a solution, and you move on. I mean, you don't have days to scrim anymore, you're at the majors, so it really does just come down to like, you have to have productive team talks and figure it out.
Well, Liquid, I'm actually glad that they are winning this game, Carlos, because I'd said earlier on the panel that I don't think they're going to lose a game, and this would have made me look very foolish if they found themselves losing this one, so good comeback from them. Thank you, Blitz.
Yeah, we
Thanks,
can
Blitz.
never take out like Nisha and his playstyle in particular. The guy is just on fire. He has been on point for I don't know how many years, and I think this new Liquid does live up to his name. I'm pretty excited to see what they can bring to the table. But so far, I'm impressed. Like this Tusker had nothing 10 minutes ago, and now he's pretty much fighting there. He has already the necessary items to be online. I see the Desolator. He's about to finish BKB, so they're pretty much good to go. You know, they can win a couple of fights, and this is over.
I'm actually even more impressed by Mickey, who's gone from the like lowest core in the entire game.
Good point.
In terms of net worth to second highest, like pretty much matching the Morphling. I mean, that's insane. I think he did a really nice job because we talked about a little bit about how is he going to recover, and it was like, will he get involved? And he did. I think the fights he took part in were really nice.
And I honestly hope in this major to see a lot of core puts because they're always fun. Look at just a hook and that's it. You get the play. I really enjoy this hero. He was not that popular in the South American DPC, but still played a couple of carries. Really like him. So I hope to see him stick on this metagame. I'm a bit tired of the Lina. Don't wanna. Oh,
that's a sick hook.
Oh,
shout out Mickey. And also,
No
this is an interesting combo, right? The Morphling Ricky, you get hooked into the smoke screen. You can't really do anything about that.
Dodge hook. What a funny little combination of spells.
Gosh.
What a joke.
Wonderful. You love to see it. Well, Liquid Dota doing liquid things.
Yeah.
We out here.
That's a good way of using Riki. When I mentioned like that TSM, they had like no follow-up to the Riki, that's a proper follow-up. Like you're gonna dart and you're gonna hook the hero. Like you're not gonna throw a black hole at him. You throw like a low cooldown spell that allows you to kill the hero that you just dart, and then you're gonna make the enemy team chain feed.
Also proportional amount of lockdown, right? Dart, hook, smoke screen, you try to escape the smoke screen, you get dismembered. By then you're definitely dead.
I feel they're lacking 4 stats on BetBoom. I don't know if they used before on the team fight, but it felt like I was like, where's the 4 stat on that Morphling? It's weird that so Clockwork doesn't have one or Rubik doesn't have one. They should have.
I think that fight was probably kind of nice for BetBoom because they managed to kill the Tusk at the beginning of the fight. But I think it feels super terrible when you get hooked, like dart hooked, because to 4-staff, I mean, then the range of that got nerfed. I mean, years ago at this point. But right, you have to get so far in on the supports of BetBoom to try and save after a hook that it's like you're just gonna die and explode to this Tusk and Ricky.
It was the Morphling Agony's smoke also. That's why like BetBoom had some advantage at the beginning of the team fight. They were like revealing the big item.
Yeah.
Hasn't necessarily gone according to plan. Let's see if the smoke will.
Ooh, Zyre TP.
Out. Bye. Well, that was a waste of time.
So easy.
That always feels so sad. You know, you smoke literally across the whole map. You get there.
The thing is, like, it is a good smoke if they keep control of this area. If they like ward it, if they bring a jam and de-ward the wards that Liquid might have there, it should be good if they keep this area. But last time they had control of this area and they just left it to go to the enemy triangle for I don't know what reason.
Something that's a little lacking on Liquid's lineup is they don't have very good tower poke. Like they kind of have to commit a EXO. I feel like it's hard to force BetBoom back. If they're trading, it's like nicer for BetBoom, I think. Maybe with Deso. No, it kind of still sucks. I want to see like how BetBoom respond to this. If they want to like smoke and backstab or just. I mean,
they seem to just gonna brawl right there.
Let's see how this goes. Hook, Cogs. They actually keep the Ricky alive. I thought he was gonna die for sure.
Oh, he dead for sure.
He's dead now, but he's bought space and time. Nisha's gonna BKB, get out to the high ground. Mickey's got BKB, and Zai is just not dying. It's fine. Hashtag space created.
EXO used.
Oh, dude, BetBoom having this ward coverage, super nice. If they can.
Yeah, I don't think it's like space created. They force EXO if that's an early Roche. Thanks God to Liquid, it's not. So they will have a time to reset on that big cooldown.
Yeah.
But it's still fine. DD for Nisha. Liquid's super fine with it because of the not early Roche. If it was an early Roche, this could be a disaster for Liquid.
Still feels hard for them to take Roche on the side of BetBoom, right? It's not like, oh, nice, Spider's in the way. It feels kind of complicated because they don't have just like you press R on Death Prophet, just walk into the pit. They actually have to commit multiple bodies to kill it.
By that time, Morphling has a lot of damage. So Broodmother is gonna tank with the summons and he's gonna right click with Alacrity. Should be a fast Roche also.
Well, while we're waiting for Roshan to respawn here, a reminder on ePulse EN4, we have Rebellion taking on the side of Team Aster. And a fairly even game thus far. It has just started.
It's like 30 seconds into the game. This is so even. Holy shit.
No, actually, 100% win rate for Rebellion. They got the first blood and they're the best team in the world.
It's never even, because one team's called Shopify Rebellion. That's the team that's winning. It's never even when you play against them.
I get the little idea that you kind of like Shopify Rebellion.
Just
a little. I'm not quite sure, but it looks like.
I like Nouns. If they're good enough to beat Nouns, they're good enough to beat any team in the world.
And like here at this tournament, only 2 teams have beaten Lounge, right?
Yeah, only TSM and Shopify. I never lost like to LGD.
Haven't lost to LGD, haven't lost to Liquid, haven't lost to BetBoom, none of that.
Yeah, never ever.
Did Downs lose any SA teams in a BTS Pro Series, or did you guys not play that?
We went to the finals, so we didn't lose to the SA. Not this time.
We went to the finals.
Because they have an SA player now and an SA coach, so
easy clap.
They borrowed the power up.
Basically taking SA to the finals, sure.
There we go. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, I feel like BetBoom just are like struggling in this mid to late game. They're so good at laning, like especially Nightfall. I think like one of the big reasons they won this top lane is just because Nightfall, like throughout all of his time when he was on EG, he's just like carried to off laner. He's just insane at laning, and he's played with such like stellar fours. I think like Crit. Like Saberlight's joined that team, right? And he's already like, yeah, my laning has improved so massively with Crit. Like I think you have a Crit Nightfall duo lane. Now you have Nightfall on this team. Like he's so good at laning. I think he does such a good job there. But this mid game, they're just like kind of messy.
By the way, I think like Brood is his best hero and it's like the best strategy BetBoom can do. And I guess Liquid's doing like the group stage thing of let's see if we can beat their Brood. If we can, they cannot beat us anyway. And they're kind of proving this, that they cannot even beat with Brood. They might win this game, they might get away with it, but even though I guess Liquid will get a good feeling for this match. Like letting Brood through and like surviving 30 minutes, having the first Roche, you feel good if you're Liquid with like how the game is doing, given the drafts.
I'm so hyped for this smoke. Fight! I mean, you don't want to be on the low ground though.
Best thing you can do here if you're BetBoom is you force the tier 3. Because then they're like forced to go out of the pit.
The wave isn't pushed in enough.
Yeah, but they need to push this wave.
Oh, man, Nisha just has no hesitation, just goes straight in. But TTA, they are 4 stars now, so they're managing to keep him alive. But I'm not sure how this fight's actually going to pan out for them. This feels very chaotic.
The BKBs will be over on Liquid side. It's not looking so good for Liquid.
Insania dies during freezing field. GPK only now pops BKB. So that's a pretty huge difference. Yeah, that's a run. They're losing this fight, yo.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
Well, we just lost the fight.
You
We're
can
probably gonna
tell
lose
who's
Roche.
winning the fight by the ones that turned yellow first. They turned yellow first, they lost the fight. Means they bought BKB first, it's gonna run out and they're gonna die.
I think their initiation on Liquid was terrible. The Ricky broke the smoke and like gave vision, and
But
Nisha
they
jumped.
committed, yeah.
They used dart on the clock, I think.
Yeah.
Or at least maybe on Morph, but he manted it or manta dodged it. Either way, they both went in on like sort of the same things and botched their fight. Like they needed to get a proper dart off on someone to win that fight with numbers.
And because they do not, they pretty much lose nothing on the side of BetBoom.
Yeah.
They
Roche
can
is
do
up
whatever he
now.
wants. Like Toronto Tokyo dies, but whatever. He baits out like a lot of attention from them and like mispositions the Tusk. And they get the Roche. And you were saying earlier, Steenie, that you think they get this without too much difficulty with the Morph having the damage. Carlos, are we in the danger
with alacrity,
period
you
just
see?
yet?
Excuse me?
Are we in the danger period just yet for Team Liquid where it's like, yo guys, our window is starting to shut down now, it's 30 minutes in, this Morphling's been farming. How dangerous is the situation for them?
I believe in Puch Carry. I always enjoy that hero, and I think they still have a chance, but obviously it's not gonna be easy. They are gonna have to, I don't know, maybe force this rush out, then fight another. So for the next 10 minutes, obviously BetBoom is gonna do whatever they want, and I don't think they can finish the game just yet, but it's getting to that point. I hope Liquid still can fight. I believe in them.
I want to see what Pudge is buying, because I think.
Last thing was BKB, right? That was
Yeah.
the
I
last
got
time.
BKB last
But
time.
what's he like queuing up? Because
Yeah.
Morphling's going for more damage, the stateless. I think there's room for a later game Pudge refresher. If you can dismember the Morphling twice and have 2 BKBs, I think you can actually survive the fights. You see someone that goes on and kills on the clockwork. I think last fight, they botched their jump on him. Like Nisha jumped on him, was forced to BKB, and then Zai used his BKB to kill him and finish it off. It's like so much commitment for a clockwork. They just need easier ways to kill off clock and then have the Pudge disable this Morphling. It's
Tough order right now because he has
Shiva's
Aegis.
is good. I like Shiva's too.
Who's building the shields?
Pudge.
Okay. That's pretty good. Armor, some heal reduction, feels nice. And while we still have this bit of a lull period, because I imagine they're going to be just using the Aegis to get map control.
Yeah.
We have the side of Entity taking on the side of Knights on the ePulse EN channel, and unfortunately, looks like Knights are about to find themselves in an awkward position here, because this is not looking easy. Entity is just so good. But back to this game, BetBoom.
More.
Oh, that's so much damage. My God. This hero hurts so much.
That now was a good move. That they all TP to the outpost when they knew Liquid was gonna try to take it over.
Oh wait, not actually. They technically have 2 Pudges on their team. I have
And
Ruby
they'll
to steal
have,
Hook, and they have Morphling to
like
steal it.
catapult wave is spawning, so now's the timing they wanna use the Aegis.
I think they
Exo
just wait
Force.
for Ghost to finish,
Oh,
right? Yeah.
it's looking rough for Liquid.
Exorcism about to expire.
They need to bait with a hero that has buyback. Which hero has buyback? DP no buyback, Pudge no buyback, Dusk no buyback. Oh, they don't have any buybacks. Oh, yeah. It feels bad.
Yeah. Yo, speaking of Knights, by the way, and I was in the green room earlier with Fear, and I was like, "Yo, Fear, name the carry of Knights." He's like, "I don't know," and I was like, "All right, I'll give you a hint. It's one of Invoker's spells."
Yeah.
And sorry, not carry, mid. And he listed every single spell of
Except
Invoker. It took
Alacrity.
5 minutes. He was slowly, he was like, Forge Spirit, Deafening Blast, did I say Forge Spirits right? I was like, yes, you said Forge Spirits. Like Ice Wall, the entire, every single one.
Except the
2 minutes, 2.5 minutes later, he's like, huh.
So it's not EMP.
Alacrity.
So it's not EMP.
Dude, went through EMP. He was like, is it EMP? I was like, no.
You sure?
Bro.
Did they remove the spell? Is it like from the old Invoker that had like 30 spells?
There was a concerning gap as well before he found Alacrity. Like after naming all the other spells, he really was like, that's all, right?
Like Quantum Fingers and everything. Like
Yeah.
this,
Is it like
Alacrity.
Cataclysm? Do you need agonies to get it?
Cataclysm
Oh,
would be
he
a
was.
fire name.
I was
though.
gonna say he was
Yeah.
pretty set on Cataclysm. He's like, that one sounds.
That's a cool name, yeah. Maybe actually we should reach out to Alacrity and say, hey man, listen, you
Yeah.
know you're doing well, you know you have the major and everything, but maybe if you were called Cataclysm, you would have beaten Entity, because unfortunately they lost game 1.
Thanks, Chip, for making me right, because I would never say BetBoom would beat Liquid. I just want to be like against you to make some chaos, and now it's happening, and I kind of regret it because I like Liquid way more.
No problem.
But it's good, like takes out pressure of Liquid of like, oh, that's the team that's supposed to win the major. They take this pressure out. They're not the favorites anymore. No worries.
I mean, they could still be the favorites despite losing a game here and there.
You can never be a favorite on a tournament. There's Shopify on it. That's also one point.
So true.
Facts, truth.
There is like a world where I would love to know their thoughts on the top lane. Like personally, I'd love to know what Blitz thinks and stuff, because I think Pudge and CM is a sound answer, but I wonder if they think that there is just a point where the Brood player is like too good, where it doesn't deal with it well enough that it's worth picking as a response, and then like do you just go to ban, like next game is going to be interesting, do they just ban the Brood because you can't like practice the lane enough or figure out the kinks?
Or Rubik is also a problem. I came to that conclusion once, that I thought I could beat Broodmother, and then we lost to Broodmother plus Rubik, and then it's just like such a strong lane that you cannot counter this lane, because Rubik is also such a good for.
It's not just any Rubik, it's
like,
save Rubik.
It feels like Broodmother with either Rubik or Hoodwink, they are way stronger than with the other pairs.
Yeah.
So maybe like, Pudge CM's good against Brood, but when the Rubik's on the equation, you kind of like cannot deal with it.
Yeah.
Alright, this might be the final fight of the game. There's Morphling about to go hand in the base. They've taken Rax, they're about to kill Zai. Zai does have buyback, but doesn't have Exorcism. And they've already lost 2 lanes. I think you just go for tier 4s here, right? Just finish the game.
Wait, hold on. I want to actually ask more on that point. If there's a Hoodwink and a Rubik and they both make Brood really, really strong, you can't ban both of those, but you can ban one Brood. So wouldn't it just be better to ban Brood?
It is. They're probably just trying to beat the hero.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't think BetBoom has a stronger hero than Brood, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe they ban like Treant and Lina, but I guess like if you ban Treant, it's fine to let Lina through. Especially if you have like NP in the pool. I didn't see how the draft went, to be so sure on that.
This game is still ongoing. 1 more lane of Rax to go. What's the recovery mechanism here, Carlos? What do they need to do for the side of Liquid? Do they just need to keep forcing fights next to tier 4s and hope for the best?
Seems like it's kind of hard to get around that Brood Mother at this point in the game. She's been doing a great job so far, and I don't know, I wish Liquid could find a solution here. I'm a big fan of this Riki, Pudge, Crystal Maiden kind of draft that they have, but it seems like they already hit their ceiling, and I don't know, like Pudge has good items, but where can he go outside of the items that he has right now? Like Refresher maybe, and that's it. He doesn't really deal damage like a traditional long-range agility carry, so it's going to be a bit hard for him to keep up with the Morphling.
Morphling of Pure did end up dying, but you know, sometimes you die in the base, you don't have BKB up, there's a smoke screen, you're not high into the strength side of things, what can you do? Not too upsetting a situation, but they can hold.
They need an Aegis still on Tusk.
Yeah.
And Agony still on Tusk, then he will be able to kick heroes. They need like some really
actually that's true. How far is he from
game-changing
Ags?
still, something like this.
Because if he gets Ags, then they have Tusk Ags, and they have the Pudge for repositioning, right?
Yeah.
So they have multiple ways to try to
He
force
needs
feed
to
the
steal
fountain.
the Ags from the Roche. He cannot farm these Ags. That's the problem.
He's trying to go for Assault Cuirass, so yeah, it's probably gonna be a Scepter from Roche.
Right, the Roshan comes up in 25 seconds. We'll find out if
I mean,
it's
that's
actually
the
gonna carry
copium
that.
I can offer you guys. The
It's
Aegis
pretty
still, and like
high-quality one.
considering it's Nisha with Tusk, it's a fair copium in my opinion.
Honestly, yeah. I would bet Pudge $5 for that.
Only $5, not a cent more.
Yeah, no, I'm tending to lose my money in $5 increments.
We just got to keep it consistent.
Yeah.
So let's see, Roshan, how long is it going to be? It is... Yo! Alrighty, that's like a max respawn, right? 2 minutes 20.
You think I knows the max respawn?
So this probably just does benefit Liquid, right? Gives them an extra chance. I don't think BetBoom try to go up the hill without the Aegis.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Is it 3 minutes?
It's 3.
Yeah.
3 is like max.
It's
Yeah,
3.
yeah, max.
It's 3
max.
max.
Yeah, yes.
220 is like really high though.
It's high, yeah. I did know the max respawn. I just needed a
Don't
second.
underrate yourself, sheep.
Yeah. E-Blade Death Pop.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
It's the 8 to 11. It's the...
Yeah. I love timing Roche. I feel like you just look like a better player when you put the Roche timer in the chat to your team.
You must look at like Husky. Like he types like all the buybacks and the Fortify has like
Oh,
a huge
yeah.
dex. Like This guy's a genius.
Dude, if any, like, some guy could be 0-6 in my lane, griefing the fuck out of everything, and as soon as he starts typing numbers in the chat, I'm just like, this guy's good. This guy's good. He knows what he's doing.
That homie is legit. So Liquid going for, is this a Hail Mary smoke just yet, or is it just a, we have to prevent the Roche from taking place type of smoke? No, there's still some inroads in the game, right? But they can't lose this fight.
They absolutely can lose this fight. It just would mean the game would end.
For the sake of my prediction of Liquid not losing on map sheep, they cannot lose this fight. I cannot let a Steamy be right.
So yeah. Well, I mean, he wins no matter what. Either the team he likes wins or the team he bet on wins.
I mean, so far, he has 100% win rates on Troll.
Yeah. Did Troll say?
Right, let's see.
And they're playing on a ward. They just need to keep playing on this ward. Oh my god, they're TPing out. Holy.
They should deal with waves.
Yeah.
It's too obvious and they cannot hold it for long.
That was well coordinated. It's actually just the worst when like two people TP out and someone else gets like caught behind.
And you see them, but you see like a morphing with DD, and you're kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah, so who wanna jump, you know? Like, who's the first one to suicide?
All right, y'all were talking about how important the Aghanim Scepter is going to be for the Tusk. You went for the overwhelming blink instead. Could there have been a better use of the gold to try and just finish up the Axe?
You could have gone Rapier, yeah.
No, because he's gonna get from Roche, from the steal.
Okay, so you're 100% committed. He will get it from the Roshan.
I mean, that's the only copion I can offer. Yeah.
But then what if Roche doesn't drop the Axe on this one?
If it's a refresher one, then it's over. Then just call it.
Oh, this is
It's
so
pretty
sad.
much getting to that point anyways.
Wait, this is not sad.
Okay, hold on. The
This is
fight's
so
still
not
going.
sad.
Okay.
Dude, that was almost insane. Because the Tusk snowballed pure when he had a Lotus on him, so he was just trapped in a snowball for like the entire fight.
I think Save literally just saved the entire game. Aghanim shot Rubik, ridiculous spell.
Yeah.
But drags back the Morphling. Morphling would have definitely have died there.
And
with
Morphling
this
had
item.
no buy.
Yeah. I must say, Zai has been playing out of his mind as well.
Yeah.
Doing everything in his power to win this game, but unfortunately there's a limited amount you can do.
I know y'all didn't like offlane DP, but I think Zai's definitely one of the best at it.
He's really good at it. I just feel the hero is way better on the mid lane.
I agree it's better mid. I don't think it's bad offlane, but it just looks so much stronger played from it. All right, what do we get here? What are the goodies?
I cannot offer any copion like the...
Oh no. It's running in and out, right? Not much copium here left.
The only copion is like power outage or some...
No,
That would be really bad. We would get affected by that.
No, sorry. There's no
jinx.
Yeah.
All right, here's the last fight. And unfortunately, when you lose your purge in 5 seconds without buyback, that's probably a bad sign.
That's pretty much it.
Well, that's a wrap. GG, well played. BetBoom find themselves victorious against Team Liquid. Hey, they broke the curse, Stini. They lost the lane. They won the lanes. Mid game went weird, but then now they recover the mid game.
But worse team, way better draft. That's my point.
I still don't think that draft was that much better. This was a rare Liquid L on execution.
So they just messed up playing this better?
I mean, maybe they think that draft was worse, but I liked the vision. For the vision, bro. Maybe that's something to say that BetBooms is just way easier to execute, in which case I agree with you. I guess that's
I hate Ricky against Brood. It's auto lose, in my opinion.
But do you think that was why the Ricky suffered, man? I don't know.
We are all winning because Ricky lost.
Also because like Brood's a hero that you're gonna group up early, you're gonna take towers, you're gonna take map, you're fine like walking as 5 because they cannot glyph a tower, you can tank the glyphs, you can just go straight ahead in one lane. You don't need to worry with split, you have no problems with waves.
Yeah.
So Ricky, he tries when you have like to fix waves, when you cannot go straight in one lane, when you cannot like group up as 5, when you cannot do an early Roche and have Aegis. The hero has 0 impact against summons. Like, it's just an auto lose for me if you Ricky into Broodmother.
Okay. Well, I did end up losing that one. Carlos, I need your unbiased opinion about the Shopify Rebellion draft. Tell me what you make of it here. I'm not asking Estini this one.
Well, artising with Nature's Prophet is always a fun sight to see. I seem like, well, I think they seem pretty solid even with all the changes and happenings in the scene. You know, like EG is now South America. Now they are Genios Malvados. No more evil geniuses now. It's a pretty funny change, and obviously this stack, this team has been going on for a while. I really enjoy seeing what NA has to offer. I think I'm not that excited as Felipe to see Shopify Rebellion here, but I'm sure I'm gonna get a little bit contagious with that.
You're gonna be
hype.
Shopify.
Yeah, at the end of this tournament, I'm gonna be loving Shopify, it seems.
All right, and Astenia, what you make of the Asta draft on the other side? A team that you also have 100%, you've never lost against them.
Yeah.
100% no loss rates.
Yeah. Never lost to those guys. They have a decent draft. I would like it better if it was a Radiant draft, because like Ursa doing Roche,
yeah.
At least they would guarantee first, second, and third. No, first and second Roche with this lineup. Because like they lack siege damage, so I really feel like the second Roche, which is really important, it's gonna end up with Shopify because Shopify will have more map control. Shopify can easily take the tier 2 top and take the outpost, and they, on the other hand, they cannot like pressure so much and take towers in exchange. So I feel better with Shopify by now.
And what about you, Sheep? You are an off-lane Marcy enjoyer. Is it the correct kind of game for it from the side of Asta?
Are they playing it off-lane?
I believe so, yeah.
Very cool, love that. Wait, what's the iron build he go? Do you go omelet?
That I
Show
don't
me
know.
his Marcy. I must know. I need the knowledge.
We have the technology to check at some point, but you know. Let's see. So omelet, BKB, into Blink Dagger. Oh.
Yeah, no, I read that. I think it's good. It's the ranged answer. I think like China spoke quite extensively enough in their interviews about how they liked it against the ranged carries and Nature's Prophet, a big one. He's just gonna feel really threatened, especially when this Basher comes out later. He's the only. I think the nicest thing that they have done for him is pick a bunch of defensive supports. Like between Soul Rip, the Disruption, like they're gonna. I think it's gonna be hard maybe for Marcy to stick on him if he gets like ulted by Shadow Demon. So I do think they mitigate the threat. But then it's not just a Marcy, right? It's also a Bear. And it's also like a Phoenix going in with. If you're able to combine your egg with the jump, it's hard for them to stand there and try and protect him because it's just like too much, overwhelming. We'll see. Let's see.
Still early days, still fairly even.
Yes, now tell me the top 5 things you hate about Shopify.
Top 5 things I hate about Shopify. Let me see. I can tell you one thing I really hate about Shopify.
Well, I want 5, but yeah, one's a good start.
All right, we'll start with one, right? Saber Chad keeps picking this Magnus hero and keeps tricking people. All the people that look up to him are like, oh, I want to be like the next Saberlight. And then they're like, oh, hey, maybe I should be playing Magnus every other game. And then they lose. And they're like, why am I losing? Guess what? You're not Saberlight. I don't know. It's a fun team to watch.
That's not a flame.
I'm not trying to flame them. What do you want from me?
All right,
I'll tell you this.
What's your top 5 things you hate about Shopify?
The thing I hate the most about Shopify's is Bulba's draft.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Plus
Bulba.
one. I think if you're a Redditor right now, you can just post a comment in the daily match thread about how much you hate Bulba's drafting. What next?
That guy, goddamn.
Shout out to Bulba.
Dude, stop! What's wrong with
I hate that Arteezy doesn't stream more so we can enjoy more his gameplay.
There we go.
Dude, you know he said, oh, I want to stream, but I'm so tired after scrimming and stuff. I can't. He said maybe after the season ends. It's like the season doesn't end.
Making money is boring.
Yeah.
All right, you're the one that started it. Let's hear. What's on your
He
hate
hates
fate?
his fans. He doesn't stream.
Oh my god.
I do also hate Bulba's draft. It's number 2. We're combining ideas. Number 3.
See, it's hard.
See, you cannot hate them.
Hard to hate
You're
on
forcing
Rebellion.
to hate them, and you cannot hate them.
Number 3, Arteezy keeps picking Nature's Prophet. After losing with it at the animation,
No,
you think he
hold
would
up,
have
hold
really
up,
just
hold
come
up,
to
hold up.
understand that the hero doesn't work.
Nature's Prophet is actually an amazing hero. I'm not gonna hear this slander.
On any other
Not gonna
carry.
hear this
On any other
blasphemy.
carry.
On anybody else except the A-God.
No, I'm trying too hard. No, they're wonderful. They're wonderful. Except when they lose. I really hate that.
You just hate the being crushed on the inside.
Yeah, like TI, like, oh guys, we did it. We won the groups. Haha. We know you guys are all fans of us.
This year's Arteezy's
Gets knocked
year.
out instantly.
Yeah. I mean, we do know that Arteezy is the oldest carry
here's
player.
Saberlight with the fishing. He missed.
Thank goodness. Okay. They find an RP anyway onto Phoenix. That's pretty good to stop the egg
easy
coming in.
TP.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick snap. RP.
They should if you end up winning this fight. This is very good. Do they have Roche capability off the back of this?
Go bear mode.
I think they do. If they chase the bear, can they get him? Nah.
If Undying's alive, they'll do Roche really fast.
Oh wow. XXX managed to survive, like barely. Arteezy's gonna die here.
Oh, Arteezy named
Alright.
his brother. What can you do?
Arteezy, real Arteezy is dead?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
And
I
they
can't
kept the
believe it.
Ursa alive. Because Bear's alive, they get the Roshan instead.
Yeah.
This is, what's the euphemism for this, Carlos? This is a disaster. This was not supposed to happen. This is probably a worst case scenario at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and Ursa's having his favorite
But they need to
Roshan.
look like, what's the reason this is happening? Because they didn't take the tier 2 tower, they didn't take outpost, so Aster can just like buy back and join the team fight.
This is reminiscent of a far SJ Nature's Prophet.
Like they should have taken this tower 27 minutes in with this draft.
So does it all start there, like just not having enough map control so they can't control this area?
Yeah, I haven't seen what happened before, so it came to that situation, but they definitely should have taken this tower.
It's a cascading effect. This happens in these kind of games, you know, when the enemy lineup has these heroes that they have like, what, one long cooldown in the Supernova? Maybe like the Snapfire ult, but you get one kill, it just leads into another, so you just keep going.
Bro, Crit even has an Ags on Shadow Demon. That's so lit. Like, this game should be easy for them. They're just, now they're 1-by-1ing. Stop 1-by-1ing.
Oh my god, is Monet still alive?
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Alright, but 1-by-1ing has somewhat succeeded here. They managed to kill the whole team.
Yeah, they're doing good.
They've taken away the Aegis. Oh
Yeah.
my god, the damage, Mossy!
He's not gonna kill
I'm
the
gonna go back
Marseille
in,
with
go back in,
Armlet.
go back in.
Oh, the Kunkka buyback.
Actually, just pathetically cowardice. You could have 1v10'd.
That's a lot of buybacks in that one fight. Magnus bought back,
Oh.
Kunkka bought
Wait,
back.
did he cash it? Oh, no.
The supports on Asla bought back.
Yeah.
Alright, who actually wins at the very end here? Because they end up losing out on the Aegis anyway, although they end up taking some fights. What do y'all think?
I want to see the fight recap.
Aster won definitely. Like,
Yeah.
they forced 2 core buybacks.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
There
Kunkka
was
and the
also, I
Mag.
guess, the Undying buyback doesn't matter that much by that time of the game, but definitely big win for Aster.
And then where do they go from here with that win? Because obviously now they don't have the Aegis, they can't like force the issue by forcing out the map. Do you just try to take another fight and then keep the pressure on now that you have a little bit more gold on this Ursa?
I guess they're actually like fine that the enemy team didn't end up with Aegis. I guess Shopify was supposed to have Aegis and put pressure now. I feel like they're better scaling this game. Because Marcy will get a BKB, has BKB, will get a Basher. And when NP press BKB, Marcy's gonna jump at him and trade the BKBs, but he's gonna be bashing NP. So NP game gets super hard when Marcy has Basher. Super, super hard.
Speaking of this NP, Carlos, look at this build. Midas, Maelstrom, and a Butterfly. I cannot remember the last time I saw a Butterfly this like fast out on the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I guess it's
you with
like
it?
his way of saying, get out of me, Ursa, I don't want to even see you. Just miss those swipes, I don't want to deal with that. It makes sense, to be honest. I'm a fan of the, let's see, standard builds. We could say the classic, I don't know, you can go for the Gleipnir, I guess he has it. But yeah, the Butterfly, I think in this particular matchup, works. Like, that Ursa is scary, man. I wouldn't want to be near that bear at all.
You're already buying an MKB.
Yep.
It's actually such a waste of gold.
Yeah, he didn't went for Gleipnir, and I'm really a real fan of that item, but it's Arteezy, you know, I cannot say anything to the great and only one.
You're absolutely allowed to
It's
flame
my
them.
team job to stun them. I'm the damage.
I feel like I miss a little bit of lore here. Like, why is it such love for Shopify Rebellion in this panel, man?
I mean, he just really loves Shopify, so I decided I really hate them because it's more fun.
Like a yin and yang stuff, you know, bringing
Yeah.
equilibrium to the table.
The players on Shopify know I love them to pieces. They're like, they're all very nice people.
But their team is another
But
completely
for
story.
this panel specifically,
Yeah, she made me hate on Liquid
There's
also.
a word.
I didn't want to
damn.
defend BetBoom.
yeah.
We just like picking sides.
Yeah.
I was faster on Shopify, she was faster on Liquid.
Now I start to get it. Nice.
Yeah, Aster, they're great. They're just the best. And I covered them for the. Actually, I covered both these teams now. No, I didn't.
No, you
Shopify
didn't.
then
Yeah. Not this time, but you've covered them before.
Oh, well.
You've been on their side?
No, I've never covered any.
Never.
No.
Oh, you haven't actually.
Yeah. Because it's the worst region.
You need to get involved in the best region.
From China, the best region is.
China is the best region.
So much cooler.
Aster for been one of my favorite teams for a long time, especially this XXX guy. XXX.
Yeah.
The fact that I think it was for 3 years in a row, everyone in China, all the pro players, he was the pro player. They were like, this is the guy. He's amazing. No matter what the results of Aster, he's always the one that's performing. I think between him and Monet, outside of Ame, they've probably been the most consistent players in the region for the last 3 years. It's been amazing to see them.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting seeing Aster actually just evolve and their coach changing from LANM to ROTK is interesting as well. I wish I could kind of when we asked them about the change as well, they said that LANM was detail orientated and ROTK looks at the bigger picture with them, which is nice. But sometimes it felt like Aster just struggled in the bigger
to win
picture.
games. Yeah. They'd do well in the laning phase, sort of like what we saw with BetBoom throughout the day, right? Do really well in the laning phase, and then mid game, late game, things get a little bit awry. But here's looking good. 12k gold lead. I don't think. Is this throwable as Steamy? I mean, everything is throwable, but will they actually throw this game?
Who won in the little? It's not about a throw.
Geek Slate.
Game is still.
I'm blind as hell.
There's the third Roche is what matters, especially because it's Aster. Aster will not put pressure to the third Roche. They just play for objectives. They're not seeking kills or so the game will be passive and depends on this third fight. So it's still winnable for Shopify, definitely.
Carlos did bring up a good point. For those of you who are not aware, Geek Slate just took game number 1 up against the Hellraisers. So that puts them in a very nice stead. They ended up losing their series earlier today, but they finally have a win under their belt. And when you're playing up against a team like Hellraisers who, if we're power ranking that group, we're probably putting Geek Slate, Hellraisers towards the bottom. So these are the kind of wins that keep you in the competition writ large.
I put them both low. And Hellraisers, there's no way. You lose your carry is such an integral part. You can even compare it to Aster's recovering them. They play around Monet. Monet is their win condition is the guy that they make good stuff happen. Or why is it on us? Is someone dying?
It's on us.
Are they changing?
No.
I'm scared.
People come to see us as well.
That's absolutely not true. No one's ever come to see me in my life.
We're waiting for the next Roche to come up in the game we're watching, right?
Yeah,
so
don't worry. Gonna happen. I told them. Yeah, so let's look at.
Liquid BetBoom hasn't started their draft yet. We just finished Geek Slate on the side of Hellraisers, 1-0 in the favor of the Geek Slate. We only have one other series happening at the moment, Knights versus Entity. Yeah. Entity game 1 wasn't even close, so we're probably expecting game 2 to not be that close. So it's fine. Hello everybody. What's up?
How have you guys been feeling all these chicha vibe, like the Peruvian urban style, all the graphics, all the visuals? Is this something uncommon for you guys, or just another set of the mayor?
It's pretty uncommon for me. I mean, I'm
kind of funky colors, right?
Yeah, I'm just a shitty white girl from England. I don't. There's
they
no
really
such thing
like
as
those colors that drown even burn your pupil. That's way too bright. But they love these bright, shiny colors.
We have no
has
culture,
grown on
so
me,
This is nice.
I have no frame of reference for majors and stuff and major sets. Obviously, it's my first one. But I can tell you that in South Africa, there's a lot of places I used to frequent that look. This is not an uncomfortable look for me,
Nice.
Late night bars that would look like this, so you're like, oh, this is awesome. A lot of festivals that sort of look like this as well. So it feels nice. It feels like even though I'm halfway across the world, a little slice of home. It's always very comfortable to see.
Yeah, because they were kind of turned out between Inca, the whole cultural stuff, kind of pre-Hispanic, but they went to this more urban, more musical style, and I really dig it. It's more in how could we say? It's more ad hoc to Dota than going the full Inca way, which is pretty cool too. Peru has a lot of stuff to show to the world, but I really enjoy this general feeling. I think most people in their homes and people, especially foreigners, they're enjoying, or I hope they're enjoying this kind of visuals.
I mean, actually speaking of the visuals, right? Do any of you play a musical instrument? Make music, sing, whatever?
Nah, bro.
What?
Piano and guitar.
Piano. Oh, piano and guitar.
Yeah.
When are we getting tracks?
Oh, that's sick.
Oh, I hope soon. I really hope soon. But they got some chicha bands to play, so I was like, perfect. That's even way better.
Shopify is coming back, guys.
Hey,
let's keep like this. It's working for Shopify. Yeah. Don't show the game. It's working for them. It's fine. If I need to be on camera all the time as a sacrifice,
The only thing that bothers me about all this stuff is the BetBoom team.
That's
I keep reading it as BetBeam.
That's not BetBeam.
It still literally says BetBeam.
Those are not E's. Those are all
It
look
looks
like
like
the
an
stylized
E.
thing.
I know, it's stylized.
You know what's
see it.
stylized? If you
see
get
it.
this poncho, how do you call this?
Poncho, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, you are like camouflated into the. Because I
Into a
was
pack.
with it, and my friends told I look like a.
Just a floating head.
My head was floating. I was
Right.
just like flying with a head in the string.
You should do that tomorrow then. Like, just wear it and just stand there.
Yeah.
Just be chilling. See how long it takes anybody to notice. Like,
Hey, I think there's a dude right there, right?
like why is this thing just there chilling? But you have to stand by the Rebellion one. Where is it? Yeah, right here in the middle, of course. You know, you'll be there repping your boys.
Where's Evil Geniuses? They have a really cool one.
Where's Nouns in there?
Bro, they're not here. They didn't qualify. Oh, your Evil Geniuses is
This is
behind
right
you.
behind. Ah,
The-
he's blocking it.
Like with
Steve is
the
blocking Evil
Deagle
Geniuses.
Yeah, I really love the
That's
horn
super
tail.
cool, actually.
Yes, sick as hell. Stop that.
I don't want to see TSM. They eliminated Nouns.
Nah, TSM doing great. TSM doing great.
Yeah.
They were number 1 in NA.
Yes.
While we're also
The best region in the world.
the best region in the world, most competitive region in the world as well.
Oh, they're throwing.
Are they throwing on Rebellion? Feels bad. Yeah, they just all died. Let's talk about surprises, right? Has there been any surprises for you, Sheep, so far that you personally did not expect coming into the tournament?
Yeah, I think Execration won a game.
Damn.
Yeah, that was definitely a surprise for me also.
To be fair, it was a game against Tundra as well, right? TI winners, TI defenders.
Yeah, no, yeah. When I say won a game, I didn't mean like win a game in the whole tournament. Obviously, I thought they would win a game, so, but it was Tundra, right? Yeah, so that was I thought they would not win against Tundra because Tundra are just. You know what? Actually, maybe I'm not surprised. I keep putting like Tundra keep making me rate them really high in my head. Like they won the tournament, the BetBoom tournament, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they just won TI in the last tournament.
I mean, TI
Why
is whatever.
we rate them
TI is
high?
whatever. They got nerfed after TI. But like in the DPC, they had some really bad games. Like they have had games where they just look really weird. They've had drafts where they've been forced off their like comfort and had to try new things and it's looked kind of bad. So I don't like. I watch those games and I'm like, okay, Tundra's not infallible. And then they win a tournament. I'm like, okay, Tundra's amazing. And then they'll come to group stage and drop a game to Execration, who I think they probably shouldn't be losing to. And then I change my mind again. I like flip-flop constantly. Tundra seemed like a really on and off team to me.
What do you make of Tundra actually, STD? And because generally speaking, that team, not a lot of us, because I've been asking all of you about your top fours, and there's not that many that have rated Tundra that highly.
That's true.
The ones that do all say they think they're going to win the tournament. So where do you think they actually lay in terms of the power rankings in the tournament?
I think they're like this mid-pack, like top 8. I don't think they win the tournament. I feel like TI they had a really good read on the meta with the Wraith pack, and they were the first team to really play around it. They do have amazing players, but I think it also takes like a lot of motivation. The team that most wants to win ends up winning. And when you just win TI, you kind of like, what's your next objective? Do you really like, are you giving your everything to just win the major? And you have like EG playing at home and they will give everything to win it. Tundra, like of course they want to win, but how bad do they want to win? I don't think they want to win that bad enough to win it.
Okay. And Carlos, what do you think? We only have 2 teams right now. Like the last 2 TI winners, Team Spirit, Tundra, they're both here. Both rosters are still relatively the same. How far do you think they're going to go? Or is it, as Astini says, it's hard to motivate yourself for a major once you've already won TI?
I think both teams, especially Spirit, they're going to be obviously at least top 5 in my opinion. But Tundra, I think one of their biggest advantages is this sleeping beast kind of vibe that they have. You just said it, and I completely agree with you. Not everyone is putting their eyes on the team. Not everyone is checking them as hard as other teams that look a bit more flashy. Maybe the homeboys, maybe, I don't know, for example, BetBoom, Liquid, who look like invincible to some, at some point. But I think Tundra can easily go to top 3 without skipping a beat, because the team has proven time and again that they don't really need these flashy personalities or big renown. They just do their job and they do it perfectly. So I really would put them top 4 for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
We'll see how it all pans out as we are back into the game here. Rebellion taking on Team Aster. Rebellion, you know, I wouldn't say they're throwing Astini because they were already losing the game. That doesn't count as throwing. Obviously, if you want to hear the cost, on ePulse EN4, and then on ePulse EN, we still have Entity taking on the side of Knights. These are the only 2 games happening right now. We do have our second draft starting, though, of BetBoom versus Team Liquid. That one's going to be interesting. because there's no Brood Mother, thank God. No Brood, no Enigma, no Rubik. So we're gonna have a different kind of game no matter what.
I think the pick order changed for game 2 because BetBoom banned Brood, which makes me think Liquid have first pick. Yeah. They got first pick, so they took Treant, and then BetBoom, DP Clock, and then the Nature's response makes the most sense there. It's like it's like similar. They just love the Natures. They're like
I guess
the
we're
best
gonna
Natures
see
team.
like this exact opening repeat in some matches because it's like when no Lina, no Brood, which should be a lot of cases. That's like how you prioritize hero. Like Treant is the best first pick, and then you don't want to let the enemy team have Treant DP, so you go the DP, and then the enemy team has DP, so you go Nature's Prophet. Maybe like the clockwork can change, but I literally played this on like previous matches. This is the exact same opening.
Yeah. Also, you were right about the Rubik being a problem. They banned it on Liquid.
Yeah.
Huge respect.
They were like, play Brood, it's fine. Have your Spider, but the Grandmagus is not going to be involved in this game no matter what.
Brood was instantly out.
Yeah, and like then they have DP. Maybe you want some sort like you don't have Enigma, so like on the offlaner you can have like Doom. Maybe you need one more hero to shut down the DP. You have Prophet, but you need like some Snapfire, Doom, or
Snap is always a great pick against DP. In South America, they love that matchup. Like they see a DP, instantly it's a Snap pick on the other side.
Or you go some sort of like Beastmaster and you play like really fast tempo.
All right, it seems my panel's attention is being drawn very heavily towards that Liquid BetBoom series. If possible, let's watch that draft because I feel like this game, honestly, the one thing Aster doesn't do, right? Aster doesn't throw games. They might not be able to close games out when they're in an equalish position, but throw a lead like this, that's not going to happen.
Aster doesn't throw, Shopify doesn't lose. This game's gonna last forever. Let's look at the game that's just starting.
I mean, you could put the Aster Shopify in the little corner and then. But I don't think it's right to like focus on the. Actually, put the drop for Liquid in the little corner.
Yeah, we can leave the Entity Knights game there.
No. We replace the Knights Entity game with Liquid game. Because we don't need the whole screen for the draft. And then we keep watching Aster Shopify.
Alright, that makes sense. Alright, production, if you can hear me, let's have the draft in our little picture-in-picture of Liquid versus BetBoom. We'll still continue with this series of Aster versus Rebellion, but it also doesn't seem like it's that much longer for the world. First lane of Rax taken, but it's also a Chinese team. They're not going to force the issue. We're going to wait for the next stages. It's still going to take at least another, 10 minutes before this game is over?
Easily.
Do you see a way back, Carlos, looking at what Rebellion has available to them right now?
I agree with what you said. Like these kind of teams, Aster, they're not prone to throw games. It's not like South America, which is completely the opposite. It's like, oh, we have 30k advantage of goal. Let's go throw that right on the bean. So it happens here, but I haven't seen China do that kind of all Hail Mary go right into the fight. So I think they pretty much have it in the bag. But anything can happen. I mean, Felipe here really believes in Shopify.
Yeah.
But they don't see.
They might not throw the game on Aster, but they might horn toss the game on Shopify into the fountain.
Hey, the technology exists. We have this magic.
I like the Beastmaster approach. It's more like Liquid style to counter the DP. That's like, it's the same thing that I mentioned about Brood. Like you see Brood, you need like 4 heroes that answer it. The same goes for DP. You see a DP, it's not enough that you have like MP. You need like MP, Beast, and now they still lack one hero that does some burst on the mid lane. Which still like Snapfire is the best option, but I'm not so sure Nisha, I haven't seen him playing this hero much.
Do we want to see a deep push option maybe a little bit, given how much like aggressive push can come out of Liquid quite quickly if they win a fight?
But sorry,
I'm saying, do we want to see like some kind of deep push from BetBoom? Because you have like this Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet. You can just when you win one fight,
you
you
like
just quickly
Kunkka
take
mid-lane.
over.
Like it would be definitely a really good Kunkka game.
Yeah.
But usually they're playing the DP mid, so I don't know. Like Kunkka would be really great on that sense.
I mean, we saw in Western Europe and in China, we've seen some safe lane Kunkka. Carlos, is that a potential here for this game?
Probably. I honestly really enjoy what Team Liquid so far has shown. They, in my humble opinion, they have a really solid lane phase, and BetBoom still has to show, like there's no more room to flex. You have to show either your mid lane or your hard carry, so that's gonna be like a little bit of a sticky situation. There we go. We go for the Morphling, and I don't know, I really like what Liquid is drafting right here. It can go 1-1 just by looking at these picks for me.
I know what BetBoom could pick that would make me extremely happy with their draft.
Yeah.
Tidehunter.
Yeah, I was thinking Tide or Timber. Like
Yeah.
it's this deep push. And it's good that they go Morphling, so they still flex the DP. So now like Liquid's not so sure, do they need to ban offlaners, do they need to ban mid laners? It's clever to go the Morphling here, yeah.
Yeah.
Tidehunter's gone.
That would have been nice.
And like
Yeah.
Zeus is gone, probably Quado will be gone, because like if they're targeting Nisha on that sense, like it's Zeus Quado, the bans, because
Yeah.
he's not really a Snapfire player.
I think they might want to. I might like a Primal ban as well, potentially. If you have like Hoodwink. I mean, Hoodwink Primal's a bit awkward, actually, maybe not.
How do we feel about Ember in this game? For either lineup, actually.
I want BetBoom to pick an offlaner, because I think DP kind of gets a bit smacked by Natures.
Yeah. The thing is, like, can Liquid play Nature mid? Like, can they pick a hero that would still
Yeah.
flex with the Nature? What is that hero? It's like, is it Pudge again? Because Pudge is decent against like Morphling and DP, because you have the healing reduction. Or they could just, it's still really good for draw also in that sense if you wanna have the Prophet mid, but then you cannot like flex the lanes. I actually think it's a really good draw game.
We haven't seen that much draw so far at the major. Has she been picked? I don't think I've seen
I think I've
a
seen
game.
her. I think I've seen her. I want to say I saw her. Or was it just the idea of her? No, I'm fairly sure I saw her. You could, yeah,
Alright,
you
I'm
could,
gonna find out,
you
I'm
can
gonna
check.
find out.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Have we had the draw ranger?
I'm hallucinating games at this point. There's been so many.
So yeah, if I'm Liquid, I'm with either Quado, Pudge, or Draw. Quado is very likely getting banned.
Koto, give me mana or give me death. All right, so there has been
some
3 draw ranger picks and none of them have won so far.
I didn't hallucinate. That's
0%
good.
win rate?
That's good to know.
0%, yeah.
Today, yeah, that's rough.
Well, let me actually see who's been playing this hero though. That might give us a bit more context.
She's just like a worse version of every other ranged hero.
So Yoragi lost with it, Tomato lost with it, and Palos lost with it.
Damn.
So let's see, Ember gets banned. I would have kind of liked that for the side of BetBoom. I think they need reach at this point. I don't want the Clockwork to be the only one that goes forward. I want something else that helps a lot.
You can go the opposite direction. Like you can just play as a unit.
I'll just like go all shell.
Yeah. It's like just make what you have stronger instead of trying to cover more ground.
So then who do you want then to help them shell up in that way?
Like Dawnbreaker?
Bingo.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. It's like your Morphling wants to reach 30 plus minutes anyway, so I don't think you have to force the issue.
Okay.
Right now, okay.
Nisha Invoker. All right.
I was gonna say Liquid are like don't
it's
they
such a
Liquid
good
have no
Kunkka.
threaten for like local and stuns at least.
You were saying, Estina, about Kunkka? This
It's
feels like
such
the
a good
value is even
Kunkka.
higher,
If they
right?
don't Kunkka,
It was
I don't
good
know
earlier, now it's even better.
What
Like, looks
else
amazing.
you'd pick that's not Kunkka, honestly?
Is your deep push, lanes well against the Injoker? Yeah, I could definitely see it.
I mean,
Bro, why? Why are they taking it away from us?
Because they want to allow Estina to see
51 KO. They're 51 KO.
Oh,
Rebellion
surprise! It's a
might change
Kunkka.
this around. It is a Kunkka. The pilot comes out at the end of the draft, and also surprise, Asper wins the game.
They don't
GG
want to
Rock.
show. They simply don't want to show when I'm right. You know, like, oh, if we show the Kunkka, Steen is right, and then
Alright,
he
please
gets the
keep that up,
prediction.
production.
Let's
Please keep
not
that
show
up.
he got the prediction.
Every single time Estina says something that's going to be correct, just change.
We'll tap back
Yeah.
in and
Yeah.
there'll just magically not be a Kunkka there anymore.
Yeah, different
Yeah,
hero.
it's
Okay.
not a Kunkka anymore, guys.
Rest
Alright.
in peace to that game.
So Estini called out this Kunkka at the very end here. Carlos, Nisha Invoker is legendary, right? Is it legendary enough to win this game? Because it does look like a pretty difficult affair against this BetBoom lineup here.
Yeah, BetBoom has a monstrous lineup, like a lot of advance. They can just steamroll this. But I always put my faith in Trend Protector in our region, in South America. The tree was just wreaking havoc everywhere. Like probably 72-73% win rate in a region, combining first and second division. So the hero, at least here, is very popular and very feared. I hope to see a nice game of Insania with the little tree, but BetBoom, they're looking quite solid right now.
What do we think though about this Tree and Protector with the Nature's Prophet versus the Tree and Protector Lina? Because we've seen that Tree, when matched up with one of these turret heroes, can be very strong.
Yeah.
But with Lina, it feels unbeatable. With this, how do you feel about a Sheep? How strong is it relative to what it could be with like when it's played with SF, when it's played with Morphling, when it's played with Sniper?
Dire's
Lina's just objectively the best, unfortunately. So it's a bit, you can't really, you know. It's just strong, it's good, it's Mickey playing it, he's one of the best. I hope he doesn't go Ags this game, because I'm very concerned about the lack of stuns on Liquid. That's the biggest thing I look at when I see their draft. I'm trying to remember the heroes that were picked because they've stolen the game from me. I no longer remember what happened.
We have Tree, Marana, Beastmaster, Invoker, and the Nature's Prophet. So not much lockdown. The only lockdown they have is Overgrowth, a Primal Roar, Arrow, and then some Invoker spells.
I'm trying to think like if the Ags is good in a separate way, where it's like, okay, they're not doing hard lockdown, but if they're able to take a fight where there's just a bunch of Beastmaster summons walking around, and they have like some Vessel plus like Ags, and they're just able to keep you locked in place and run you over, maybe. But it's gonna be. I think this Conquer pick that Steve talked about is just like way too good.
Yeah. The thing I'm really worried about Astenia about this Conquer isn't just like his ability to wave clear, isn't just his laning phase against the Joker. I'm really worried about the additional sustain that this team has. It feels like they just do not die, right? DP, Conquer, both coming over it, Morphling as well with this young Morphing himself. Clockwork isn't the squishiest hero either. How do they actually get killed on the side here of the Rebellion line? Not Rebellion, of Liquid, excuse me.
I don't know, they need to outplay somehow the lanes, hope BetBoom to make mistakes, because honestly I think it's again the situation that I have like the worst team with a better draft. I really think BetBoom has the upper hand with the draft. This Kanka just shuts down all the strategy. Honestly, like, you have MP Beastmaster, you need to take towers, you want to run it then, you're gonna be able to take the safe lane tower, of course, but you cannot take the mid lane tower against a Kanka. Unless this Kanka really screws up something. If he doesn't do mistakes on Kanka, you don't have an opening to run your strategy. It's just like one hero that completely blocks your strategy, and then you have like Invoker mid that's gonna lose the lane to Kanka.
Yeah, guaranteed.
If you had like a Monkey King mid, you would be okay-ish playing against a Kanka with the Beastmaster and Prophet. Still, you would be sad. You would win the lane against Kanka and you would be sad playing against him. But then you have like Invoker. Kanka is one of the best heroes on lane.
What a body block.
Big plays. All right, that's how you do it. You want to outplays? You're getting them right now. Liquid getting this first
blood to the Invoker. That's really meaningful.
That's perfect. Well, before this game came back, obviously we had a quick look at the Entity versus Knight series. Regrettably for the side of Knights, it's going all according to Keikaku. Entity just looking clean. Watson, what can you do? They're just looking very good. And we still have this draft of Hellraisers and Geek Slate. This could honestly, that game that we have in the picture-in-picture, this could be a relegation scrap right now, Carlos. So if Hellraisers end up losing, right, this is really, really bad for their overall prospects because they haven't looked so hot so far. But what do you want to see them to pick? Because they have techies. Unfortunately, I already want to see them lose with the Goblin techies.
I love techies.
Why?
I love techies.
Oh my god. Please save me, Carlos. Is techies fun? Do you like this hero?
I wish that hero would just be gone, you know, like a
Why?
snap and
Why?
get out. I hate it. I
Okay.
still remember.
It's a new tech.
I still
it's
remember
not
his like presentation in the TI, and I was like, it's over.
Can
like,
you moderate a debate about this? Because I'm ready.
No, you know why? Because I, as the moderator, says techie sucks.
Yeah, but you're on techie side, so it's stupid. You can't even moderate. You're
I
not
rationally
impartial.
hate techies, like, but it's irrational, like pure seat at techies. I hate that hero. with
Why?
passion.
They reworked him.
He worked the hero. It's not a hero to hate anymore. Have like some trauma. Go see a therapist.
He could throw
It's
balloons
not the
instead
same
of
anymore.
mines. I don't care. I just don't want to see
Oh,
techies
this is like you're in like
You
primary.
don't know what it is to queue ranked in Peru. You don't know how it is to have
Brother, but it's
techies
different.
and butch at the same
like-
time on your
Hear me
team.
out, hear me out.
And then the
Hating
game
Legion
goes to
Commander, you cannot go
80
jungle anymore.
minutes, and you have to deal with
Brother,
that.
this
It
is
breaks
like
your mind.
this
It
is like
breaks your
being
mind.
5 years old in school and someone picks on you and like steals your
Yeah, but-
pencil and he's like, I hate you, you're a butthead, and you're like, a butthead? You start crying. And then
Yeah.
20 years later, you're both adults with like office jobs and you still hold it against him. Of
course.
This
You're
seems
like
like a reasonable proposition to me.
They're
I see
literally
no
the exact
problem here.
same.
I see
would
no
hate no
issue.
problem, exactly.
Yeah,
Just
I see no
get
problem.
rid of techies, please. Just destroy that hero, erase it from my memory. I don't want to see it ever again.
No more
competitive,
techies.
it's fine.
No more Tinker, no more
overall, I
Pudge, no
hate
more
it.
Ricky.
Yeah, but those
and then
heroes
Dota's
are the
better.
same.
Honestly, it's a terrible text game. Like, it's one of the worst text game you can have. Like, they pick a techies into Batrider.
Yeah.
Batrider is already amazing against techies. Zeus is decent against techies, and TA is the best lane counter possible.
Yeah.
You cannot pick techies with TA open. This techie is gonna have one of the worst games on his life.
All right, how do they recover
It's
this
like
drop
a
then?
useless hero. I'm not kidding.
How do they recover the drop then to make sure that
They
Techies
hope
is not
Lina
useless?
1 versus 9, because techies is like one less on this
So-
match.
That's
It's
music
a
for my
terrible
ears.
tactics.
It's a pretty good techies because what they're gonna do here is
No, he's gonna.
they're gonna
'cause they
lane
flop.
as a Dragon Knight and techies. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna click the TA together, and then as soon as the refraction goes down, they're just gonna stun her with a Dragon Tail, and then
Of
they're
course
gonna
not. It's
explode
not
on
gonna
her,
happen. No
and then
chance.
they're
And then they wake up for the dream they had.
Okay, so when that plays out, because as a techie spammer, I'm not a techie spammer in my life, but and I think the merit is there. Like I really like Dragon Knight off lane. Like any stun with techies in lane is like very powerful, lots of nuke damage.
And would you say the rework is a downgrade or an upgrade?
It's an upgrade.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
That's
Well-
a quite unusual opinion because a lot of people hate the new. I mean,
They hate it
he's
because it's not
universally
horrible
hated.
to play against
Yeah.
anymore. Like they enjoyed the mental warfare of like
Yeah.
I'm gonna ruin your life, you know. And I'm glad I hate it too. I really wanted them to rework techies, and I'm glad they did because I think the hero is not horrible to play against anymore. I think he's fun. I think he actually like takes part in the game and he can team fight, and he is just a cool hero now.
For all definitions of cool, I suppose.
I mean, what's not cool about him? He has like a bunch of nuke damage. It's like just playing a hero with nukes and you're actually like fighting.
Doing stuff.
I mean, you just jump and that's unplanned mines. I hate the guy with
That's
passion.
super cool as well. When you go like an E-blade and you get your like, you get your shot. The shot is so sick.
I will
That's
admit
true.
the shot.
That's
That's
actually true.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
What's the difference between the shard and the rest of his kit? The shard just makes the rest of his kit better, but it's like the same.
That's what I'm saying. It makes it
It's the same
much
thing.
more viable.
But you guys hate him.
Yes.
I don't understand.
But
you
I'll still acknowledge that the shot is good. All right. Is Lina a bad and good? Because this game of Liquid BetBoom, I think it's still going to take some time to heat up. But I'm very curious because we often see that this Lina, when paired with Treant Protector, looks unbeatable. On Baron, obviously, does provide some degree of heal, but not nearly to the same level as the Treant Protector. It's not global either. So what do you make of this pairing, Astini, with the Lina, with the Baron?
For this game, it's better because it's an answer to Batrider, right? So like the Treant would be not that good against Batrider. Like you have the extra armor, but the hero just do magical damage. And the lasso is very troublesome because it pierces BKB, so you have Abaddon to counter the lasso. So it's pretty decent Abaddon. I like it here. I guess it was the best option they had given the Sven Batrider answer to Lina.
But given how prominent Batrider is, right, why don't we see more Abaddons then being picked up as a response to the Bat?
Because usually the teams are committing on the position 5 very early into the draft. It's either Treant Protector or Undying. It's being like first pick, first phase.
True.
And people usually will Batrider on 8. So you already showed your position 5. And this hero can be, let's say, only played as 5, maybe as 3, but usually just as 5. So you cannot pick Abaddon because you're already committed on another support when you see the Batrider.
All right, what did Geek Slake need here at the end of the draft? Carlos, hit me. I'm seeing this Geek Slake draft. I see some armor from the Sven. It's going to help out the TA. I see the Zeus. I see an offlaner. Do they just need another support, like a 4 position? What feels good for you here at the end of the draft?
Like the one at the side of Batrider is Sven, right? Because I'm blind.
Oh, they're going to play support Zeus?
I guess,
No, it's gonna be
It's
probably-
Zeus 4, Underlord 3,
Send
Sven
Underlord
5.
mid. Send
exactly.
Underlord
It's a
mid.
Sven 5. It's gonna be 404 in the skill build and be happy.
It's +5 Zeus.
+5 Zeus, +4 Sven.
Whoa.
Okay.
I can't read
That's
the name.
unusual.
Yeah, and then Cox is
it's
going middle
Cox
on the
on the
Undying, and then Force will play off-lane Batrider. Okay, that's interesting. What do you make of this? Who's gonna win? Let's get quick predictions on that game before we start focusing back on Liquid BetBoom. We'll start with you, Carlos.
Obviously, Tetch is gonna lose hard. They're gonna get eliminated. They
mean,
committed
they probably
blasphemy
will
right now
lose.
by picking that hero.
I love Underlord.
Astini, what do you think? Looking at the draft, you have your glasses to zoom in on the far away
Because
monitor.
I thought somewhere it was saying Hellraisers was winning 1-0.
No.
But like, yeah, I
It's the
see.
other side, yeah. Are they gonna go 1-1 though in the series, or is
I
it a 2-0?
think they will. Nah, this tech is terrible. They will lose. Tech is gonna be 1-0. I'm sorry.
I mean, Techies will
Techies
probably
defender?
lose because of the team, not because of the hero. That's a common theme for me.
Nah,
It's like
it's the hero.
Yeah. One thing I'm gonna give Hellraisers is
the fact that they're being brave enough to draft techies. I think, and I want to ask you guys if you feel the same, but I think this meta has been kind of solved already. Like, we know who the top supports and cores are. We know the optimal positions of the wards, of the sentries. So, like, the game, I don't want to say it has stagnated because this is normal in Dota. People solve the meta. But at least going for techies, going for the unorthodox way, that's something I can respect, even though I hate the hero with passion.
I mean, techies isn't a bad hero, so it's not like bad to pick him. I get it is unorthodox, but if you have a player on your team that really likes the hero,
you
it's
don't
absolutely
see techies like every single day in the DPC or the majors. It's not that common.
No, it's not common. You are right. I'm just saying it's like if the team likes the hero, they should pick it because I don't think it's bad.
And do you think the meta has been solved, or there's still a lot of room to like get some unusual drafts, especially in the main event, of course?
Meta always evolves.
We're always in the situation, right, where for a while we have a similar patch. It feels solved. Somebody figures out something, and then you're like, oh my god, that's so busted. Why was nobody doing this the entire time? I mean, this Ricky shot has been in the game for a while.
Exactly.
Only in the last couple of weeks, people are like, actually, why is this not just available every single game? So I think it's half-half, right? A lot has been solved, but there's always surprises. And things always loop around in Dota. Like, once we start figuring out ways to deal with the meta heroes, the meta concepts, suddenly new concepts emerge, and that feels more meta. Then things just keep revolving in that constant door.
Yeah.
But the techies is not a new thing for them. They're like going back to their roots because on the first 2 or 3 weeks or 2 or 3 matches of the DPC, they were picking a lot of techies in the region. And then it started getting answered by Batrider, which is a hero that just kills the techies. Because the thing on the techies is you have disarm. So heroes that rely on physical damage to kill you usually are not that great. But Batrider just insta-kills you. So it's super weird tech speak. I don't know. They know the hero better because they played a lot, but for me it feels weird. It feels like they picked into a lot of counters.
That actually is a good point. Antares has played at least 3 games of techies throughout the DPC, so knows what he's doing on the hero. Hellraiser certainly know how to roll around it. We do have the game here. Production, could I quickly request we swap these around so that we have Hellraisers, Geek Slate in picture-in-picture, and then Liquid BetBoom in the main screen, because that game, I really do think this determines first place, like in this particular group. Whoever wins this game, that's the team to look out for. That's the team to really take seriously as the #1 contender.
But it's not a best of 3. There's no winning. If Liquid wins, it's a tie.
That's true.
The team that second place, right? Because Shopify is in the group.
Yes, I'd forgotten about the best team in the world.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about them. My bad. I'm sorry.
Because they lost to Aster. Oh, wanna cry.
I mean, Aster is top 4, and in my opinion, SR aren't, so we'll see.
I'm so scared of this bowl.
Actually, it's asked production about getting us a graphic.
It's all plastic, you know, they're not supposed to eat it.
You
it's
are.
not real food.
It's they said it's popcorn,
No,
but
it's,
like
it's plastic.
It's terrifying.
Don't eat it. You're gonna die.
Don't.
It smells like real food.
It's plastic.
It smells like real food.
We will not be held liable for anything.
It's not. You
I'll
can
go
eat.
for it.
What's
I'm
that, like
scared
a
of it.
cheetah or what is it?
They said it was like popcorn or something.
Yeah, like
Looks
a
like
local
a cheetah,
snack.
which is like, yeah, it's popcorn, but it doesn't pop. It just stays inside, but it's exactly the same.
Terrifying.
Go for
It's
it.
pretty
Why would I
nice.
want to eat
I
it?
was kidding.
You have to be the one to
You're not even
experiment for us.
showing on
Plastic.
camera for me to be fun by scaring you. So
Let me try it first, so if
All right,
something
Carlos is
happens,
gonna do it.
nothing of value will be lost.
I mean, if it's like nut-like in the sense of it's like mega crunchy, I'm not
yeah,
fan.
that's perfectly fine.
All right, so we have established that this is not going to kill us, and if it does end up killing us, we hold no liability here, or at least I don't. BetBoom just got themselves a pretty decent kill. They're already pushing on the other side of the map, making lots of things happen. Honestly, y'all, I'm looking at this, and it feels like BetBoom is yet again winning another laning phase and looking good in the early game.
I mean, Liquid literally have the net worth lead, and they just killed 2 heroes.
But we just finished the laning phase. I'm saying earlier on, the lanes look decent.
I'm just saying, you're wrong.
No, the lane.
And you're stupid.
What are you talking about? L.
it's cool to see like a
Go
fire
there,
invoker.
Nice.
It's not that common to see.
Yeah, he's going sword, right?
I'm messing with
So
you.
he wants
They
runs.
did do well.
It's cool to see, and I like it's the sort of burst they needed against the DP. Pure damage.
That drum build
Don't care
is kind
creeps.
of unusual here in SA. They usually like a Witchblade. They love Witchblade on Invoker sometimes.
You can't be
And-
that greedy, right?
Yeah, and they go a lot of like Vessel. Midas has kind of, holy, ouch.
Ouch. Well, doesn't have any survivability just yet, unfortunately, on this Invoker. Gets brought down.
There's still extra time, so the tower mid might be in danger.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like with Zai, he wants to pressure that mid tower, and then there's a Kanka.
What a hero.
The Trinit armor making so much.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it doesn't mean enough.
Yeah.
Eventually, you still end up dying. It does mean that they waste enough time that they can't use the Ghost to pressure the tower anymore.
That's the thing, like you have Beastmaster and they're like, hey, let's run at their tower, run at the tower. And then there's like a Kanka and they're like, get back guys, we're gonna die, we're gonna die. He's gonna kill my Dominator. It's so frustrating, that matchup.
I have enjoyed in the past some Beastmasters. They have a farming pattern of like, I mean, they farm the bottom jungle and then they go to their triangle and then they come mid, like on the bot rune for the rune spawn. Maybe like that was his idea. I mean, they already taken mid tower. Like they kind of achieved what they wanted.
Aster banned MP. So they let the Brood through. Whoa.
They're like, they'll allow Saber
They
to play
respect
Brood,
Arturito.
but they're like Arteezy. But it's not just Arteezy, right? That team plays the Nature's Prophet on 2 different roles.
Yeah.
And I imagine, given how versatile Ovid is, he probably plays it, even though he's never allowed to.
But look, not only they let Brood, it's Brood with Rubik.
Rubik,
That's
yeah.
the issue with this hero. You think you can counter Brood, it's fine, but then comes the Rubik. The Rubik's like the key hero on that, I guess. But it has to do with like this confidence of like group stage. And why do I feel like it's a 1? Ah, okay. So it's like they paint like that they
The
won.
white slot, yeah, the white slot is
Yeah,
one,
that's
yeah.
why. I thought it was a 0, you know? And I'm like, it's 0-1?
What?
Okay, Aster won. Okay, makes sense. It doesn't make sense because Shopify lost, but it makes sense that they have the point. But that's the thing. You think you can beat, and then there's Rubik.
This is the second time now that we see Crystal Maiden being floated as a response, right? Because last game we also saw that they went CM Pudge. They thought that was going to be the answer. Obviously, this was in the Liquid series. Didn't work out for them in game 1. How about CM Tiny?
This is the second time today we've seen a CM Tiny.
Is it?
Yeah, there was one earlier. I'm not sure what the series was, but it didn't go very well, honestly.
But then they went Naga, right? On the second phase. It was the EG.LGD.
Was it?
Yeah, because then they went Naga and Lycan, and they had like Lycan Tiny, and they lost.
Oh yeah, because all
like
of their
Flash.
movements failed with the Tiny.
Yeah.
I was unlucky, yeah.
So
I mean, maybe if Aster can greet out the blink better and make the moves.
So the Tiny, very likely not a carry Tiny. So like they don't want to show the carry and get like a counter on the carry to carry matchup. They want to like, they can go Naga, Monkey, Dollbreaker, Pudge. There are many options and you don't want to show it in the first 2 heroes like this.
This is
Oh
so
my
sad
God.
on the Liquid game.
Are
though.
we
Oh my
seriously
God!
seeing another one?
Yes!
That's
Yes!
what this in Techies game. Because
Yes!
Techies is good against units.
Oh, this is such a win! I'm having the
What do they
best
say?
day!
Tech is good against what? Right click. Root is like right clicking you. So this one, it makes sense to have a techies. It's good against units.
You know, we talked about Abaddon. This is a great Abaddon game for Shopify. You have a support that can clear waves for you and has a stun. You can just make your cores unkillable to techies and CM, and you can't die to a tiny toss as a support. It's actually genuinely not bad.
Sorry. Let's talk about something a little bit happier. A potential death on this Morphling. Gets himself rotated up. Is he actually going to die here?
Damn.
He will. Wow, that chain disabled. That was remarkable from
That was
Liquid.
biased of me.
And it's even better Abaddon with Lash. Lash needs some type of save, enable. Maybe Io. It's better Abaddon than Io in this game, to be honest.
Yeah, I think both would work because the Eye would enable him harder in the mid game.
Treant, yeah, the
Some healer, sure.
most common enabler. I wasn't sure if the hero was open, to be honest.
See him Pudge.
Surprised that Treant's still open. Yeah, Pudge.
Oh wow, Treant's still in the game. Wow, amazing.
Whoa.
So CM Pudge again into Broodmother. Before we talk about that draft, y'all, do y'all see this fight with BetBoom Liquid?
No.
Liquid aggress onto the high ground. They force the situation to happen. They kill Morphling 100-0 in seconds. But they still end up losing the fight pretty handedly. They lose 2 cores, they get bounced away from the area.
Yeah.
How on earth did this happen? Like, is BetBoom's lineup just this strong at this stage of the game?
Didn't they have to commit a little hard, like towards the stairs on the left side of the triangle?
They
It's
did,
kind of
yeah.
going a little bit too far. in my opinion. I didn't see it though, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
You're too happy about the techies.
Nah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I was watching the draft.
This game so far still relatively even. We haven't yet seen BetBoom make a awkward, weird decision just yet. It's felt relatively clean from them. Feels like Liquid are the ones that are being forced into like an uncomfortable position for now.
It feels like BetBoom's again on an area that I don't understand in the map. Why they're on the enemy triangle with Roche up? I don't get it.
I guess they can't take it. They don't feel confident to take it.
And all the time that yeah, but you cannot control the triangle by that time of the game if you don't have Vegas. And there's no value in having this area. That's the thing. You again, they give free rolls to Liquid. I don't get this move. It can't be right. I cannot be that wrong. It's like it's the second time they do the same shit that they just give away Roche. It
They
can't
do
be
this
right.
a lot to other
They're not
teams,
like that genius that you just give away the first Roche to the enemy team so they're confident enough that they can beat you. It can't be like this.
If they win, we have to like find a way to get an interview question to them and say, hey, what's up with this move? Well, because like Astini is mentioning,
I'll not say because then they will become even better when they realize it's a shitty move and it's fine. They will not watch the stream.
Gotta keep Liquid humble at this point in time.
True.
All right, so the game's gonna settle down a bit because we do have an Aegis on this Nature's Prophet. Mickey is just gonna do his thing. And I mean, he's being run on right now, but should back off. Has the game sense for this. Looking at the other draft between Shopify and Aster, Carlos, what do we want to see round out the draft here for Team Aster? We've just had a Shopify Rebellion SF, presumably for Arteezy, you know, a hard heading back to TI, where he was dominating games on this hero. What's the response in your opinion for Aster?
Oh my, I'm seeing like Becky's and Butch, and I don't know what to think about this. It looks like any day pull up here of South America, so what could they do?
They just need an offlaner with jump. Do they have Marcy in the pool?
Marcy is gone.
Or go Viper and just be like full.
Yeah, something they can't pick some melee, some weak melee like offlaner that gets messed up by raises. So they have a strong safe lane. So they need something that either like runs him down and brutalizes him like a primal beast, or actually even then it's not that good. Or they need to just cut waves.
Does Legion survive that lane? Because it's a decent Legion game.
I mean, they have LC, not LC. They have techies, so like they have kill threat. Like they have so much damage. I like Mars as an idea. I don't think it's the best hero in the game, but
The thing is like Mars is good against Broodmother. That's the thing. You're playing against Broodmother. Your 5 heroes need to do something against Broodmother. That's the right approach. You cannot just pick an offlaner that doesn't do anything to the Brood hero.
yeah,
And Mars is
they're
really
hoping
good.
the Pudge CM lane's gonna own it. It's just the question now: who's the better laner between Saberlight and
Nightfall
and Monet?
We will find out.
Is it a bit easier to play on Radiant to get the hooks? I guess it is. Just a bit.
It's probably just gonna come down more to like micro decisions in the lane and using like creep waves.
Speaking of a hook shot comes in from Toronto Tokyo to start a fight, and it looks like Liquid will have to bounce the hell away from this one. Even though Mickey stuck around with BKB to get a quick kill onto the clockwork, everybody else has to run. But it doesn't feel like they get that much out of this. I mean, they do bounce away Liquid from their side of the jungle though, I guess. That always feels nice. It has some ample time to de-ward the area. But sadly, you cannot use the exorcism to get anything else off the map. I guess Mickey just feels fine, right? Just running around the map, every now and then kill the support, keeps farming. And they still have their tier 1 tower, like we're 21 minutes into the game. Obviously they do have a Treant Protector that makes it easier, but still give them a lot more map space than they would have otherwise.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out the BetBoom style. So they want to protect their own jungle. They don't care about the first Aegis. I guess that's the thing. So they don't go to the enemy jungle, they just protect their jungle. And they're fine playing against Aegis in their own jungle. They're just farming and want to outscale the enemy team. That's the only explanation.
Yeah. What my noticed as well was just that they're not interesting. Like, I don't know how to, okay, that's like the flamey way of saying it, but it's like, they usually just pick really solid, stable lanes, and they just rarely like super hardcore stomp, they just like play for a very passive like early mid game where they farm like pure farms and gets like as high net worth as he possibly can. It's like, can we take Roche? I mean, they're like, we want to smoke and get a kill and then we can take the Roche. You know, like you're talking about them losing Roche. That's a theme. They haven't very often. I'm still going to cough now, so I'm just going to turn
I actually wonder if we were to look into the data set, how many Roches that they have relative to the average here at the, like specifically at the games at the major. Like that's a data set that obviously it's currently being compiled. We'll find out later on in the day exactly how deep that goes. For now, BetBoom smoke, time to go fight. They might not have ghosts, but they feel fairly strong. They have a helmet on the DP. Who was it that just bought Blink though? Was it Zai who just got Blink Dagger? Or was it Insania on the tree?
I'm not sure.
Let's see, definitely not Zai. He has the full helm of the Overlord. So I imagine Insania? I don't know.
What did you see? Did you see a blink on the side of the screen?
Yes! A blink just flashed up out of nowhere. And like, I'm thinking it's unlikely that this Death Prophet bought Blink, because he just bought Halberd. I don't think Invoker would buy Blink right now.
Oh, I like his build. 4-stuff BKB Hex. That's really nice.
Yeah.
This is a game you should have as many, right? You're playing against Clockwork, you want as many 4-stuffs as possible. And Hoodwink as well.
Yeah, it's just, it's like kind of reliably nice and cheap and...
For its cost, Destiny, is there a better item than 4-stuff in the game?
For supports, I don't think so.
Except like Ricky Shard.
That's a good one.
Yeah. And what counters a Ricky Shard? Like 4 stats.
Best item in the game.
So unless you're a Ricky, you buy 4 stat. That's a good...
You get 4-stuff and you're still asleep. So...
You just wake up somewhere else, you're like, where am I?
Best counter to Ricky is Omni. I'm surprised no team picked this yet. I think they will.
I don't think we've seen an Omni Knight yet at the major, right? I don't think so.
So far, I haven't seen one, no.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually interesting. Which heroes do we expect to be completely unaddressed by the time we get to the end of the major?
Meepo
has been killed.
Okay, yeah, definitely Meepo, yeah. That's not going to be picked banned.
I mean, there's a chance Skim picks it, but it'd be kind of crazy if he does. I think after how bad they went in GCC, probably won't. But yeah, I think that hero won't get picked or banned.
So no Meepo. I doubt we'll
seen Io at all.
Ooh. We're going to see a lot. We saw 2 Ios today, I think.
Yeah, and Io Marcy on TSM.
Nice.
I think Clinks probably get signaled.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Chinese teams used to play Clinks, but it's been so long, right? Yeah, I think you're right on Clinks.
They played it a little bit last season, but it was mostly the Div 2 teams that were playing it as well. Like earlier in the year, the Div 1 teams were playing it. As time went on, they were all like, nah, this is trash. Actually, we don't want to roll with this hero anymore.
That's right, push that tower. Yeah, yeah, don't commit a hero to it. Look at those animals go.
Nice passive push. This Morphling is getting pretty strong, even though Mika is the most farmed hero on the map. It still doesn't feel like the most comfortable game to be solo carrying on a Nature's Prophet. We need this Invoker to also start picking up. Like his net worth as Dini is... Nisha is struggling, to put it lightly in this case.
Yeah. And he didn't go for the Midas, right? So he won't scale. Is an Exort Invoker that's not scaling.
They're just gonna poke really hard. Like that's kind of their aim, is that they want to like poke BetBoom down with axes and hex and stuff, and try and force them to like either use BKBs or like exos or just spells, and then they want to engage properly. It's very hard for them because they have like waves of initiation. You can't have your like Nature's Prophet start a fight. So like it's a very precarious game for Liquid.
They're being smoked into on the side of BetBoom. Liquid, all the targets that are like forward facing right now, none of them feel very easy to go on.
Where?
They don't need them, dude. They're gonna just force the fight.
Don't know why they're doing that.
Yeah. This is a very awkward initiation. Like you jump onto Death Prophet first, there's just no way that fight goes off you.
I told you, you cannot just throw all your stuff down. You have to poke. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I'm saying that as a thing.
By the way, that's one of the few games you get away to a DP offlane is because you had like such an amazing mid last pick. That's the reason for having like DP off. It's just because you have like such an amazing mid hero.
Damn, she ain't that bad. What?
Well, we're now at that stage now where BetBoom can start making the decision of what we want to start buying luxuriously. You know, Pure's going shopping for himself. The Morphling. Carlos, do you think the Morphling, how many deaths do you think he gets this game? I think he only dies like once or twice, honestly.
Yeah, probably 3 times.
He died twice already, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, so
one
I
more.
think he's not going to die again then, okay. Let's see.
One more I can give him, no problem. He's going for Satanic though, so it's gonna be a bit hard to crack that nut.
I think he actually dies. But Liquid has this tough choice, like, am I killing like the Morphling, the Kunkka, or the DP?
Yeah,
They need to commit everything in one of them. He might be the unlucky, but the team will just win the team fight if they focus him.
But you see, Astini, what you don't realize is both supports are now buying 4-staff, my friend. So they will keep him alive.
Oh, goddamn.
That's broken.
They are prepared, they're ready. They'll have both available. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save will have these items. What do we make of this though? They're going to force another fight here. Team Liquid must feel really confident in their ability to actually burst these heroes down at the stage if they keep like going for fight after fight after fight.
If they fight someone alone, it's fine. Because you're doing a roar into an arrow with all of the invoker spells. And it's like, it's good damage, it can kill a hero, but if the rest of the team is around, you're getting the run buff, you're getting a 4-star, you're getting a counter initiation with like Clockwork, it doesn't matter if you BKB, he's going to hookshot you and he's going to stun you and you're not going to be able to follow up. And it just doesn't seem easy. I don't know how they just lost to the Rax.
Alacrity, Nature's Prophet, nice and fun.
It was Alacrity on the creep, on the ancient creeps.
Yeah. Oh, the Tatana Hide. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, the
no,
force
don't.
here it is.
Okay, thank you, Pure. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's probably gone.
Because I said he's only gonna die twice. Need him to stay alive to maintain my reputation. Still though, this is a difficult fight.
Oh, they're doing it. Liquid.
Holy shit, Mickey. What the fuck? Mickey is owning.
He's on one right now. Is he gonna get an ult? Are they about to just win the game?
It's a dieback on Clockwork.
There's no supports. They have buybacks on cores, but they don't have exorcism. They don't have ghost ship.
I didn't think that was possible without a satanic on Mickey. He actually stood his ground. Do they have a Vlad's and stuff?
They do have a Vlad's, yes. They have a
do,
Vlad's on
okay.
side, yeah.
And they have the 3 on the armor.
On the tree, yeah, I guess he is just as good as Lina, huh? Oh yeah,
I've been telling y'all.
You're right.
Nature's Prophet's amazing. He just needs 3 heroes to back him up.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh, and the elect, yeah, they have mad buffs for this Nature's Prophet.
And they're gonna get this is bad news. 3 heroes buyback on their cores. There's respawn on the Clockwork soon, but without the Clockwork being alive, you can't necessarily jump the pit. Can they do it fast enough, do you think, Carlos, to be able to steal this away from BetBoom before they realize what's happening?
Looks like it. They won't be able to go in time. Seems like they just melt in a way that Russian.
I actually changed my mind on how I viewed the game. I think what made their fights awkward and why I wanted poke was because Nature's has to like TP into a fight to be in it, right? And it takes time. So when they blink and roll with Beastmaster, it's kind of awkward because he can't be there on that blink. Like blink is just instant and Nature's TP is not. So it's hard for him to get into the fight that way and BetBoom gets a reset. But that fight, they were all just there already as a 5-man unit. So when they're roaring, like Nature's is there. And I liked that because he is so powerful with all those buffs, with the aura of the beast, they're all together as a unit. It's good. That looks good. I think I completely misjudged that.
Oh, the game has now turned on its head. BetBoom were not prepared for this one.
Like BetBoom, they were under the pressure, like we're losing hacks. They took like too much to react to it, and when you're reacting, you're like on the enemy team has the upper hand, right? Because Liquid, they know exactly what they're doing. They're holding the ground as 5, and BetBoom, they're like desperate, like, hey, we need to go back. We need to go back. And then you're like TPing one by one. You're like losing heroes. You're not like pressing your spells together. So it's like Liquid kind of outplayed them on the decision of like forcing this ground.
Also, do y'all remember that when I asked y'all a few minutes ago about what Nisha needs to do? Carlos, you'll note that he's now number 3 net worth on the Invoker. Just casually chilling.
And he had such a complicated game in that mid phase, but now they're back to in the game. Like that team wipe was insane. The Nature's Prophet was about to die and 3 heroes committed, and he was gone.
Alright, one more hero is dead without buyback. And that's the scary thing now. Anybody that dies on BetBoom, there's no buyback. So you don't have any supports for the next 30 seconds at least.
I'm glad to see Mike on the hard carry role. Like, the guy is super aggressive. He really knows how to make that DPS flow.
Mickey is insane.
Yeah.
I've never seen a carry have such a good. I haven't watched that much Pro Dota, but I've never seen a carry have such a good season in the DPC, like every single game.
Yeah.
Everyone's so hyper-focused on Nisha, but Mickey was so solid. And he's so flexible too. He's a really, really good carry player.
Pretty much does whatever the team needs him to do. And they're looking at a second lane of Rex. This is scary though, because you've just lost lane of Rex. You've already popped the exorcism as well, so you have nothing left to actually force the fight afterwards.
Yeah. Steve, you talked about the DP being like off lane because this last pick is really good. I think Liquid in the DPC, they flex the DP to carry just so they could have a last pick Kunkka.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so nice to have that.
That's the thing, like they can flex so much between like the three players. They have like this upper hand into flexing. I don't think like Pure would be able to play like an offlaner on the carry role. On that sense, like although he did play like some Doom, right, in the past and some Razor, but I guess in this BetBoom team is just more like greedy. It's not about Pure as a player, it's like BetBoom playstyle, right?
Alright, let's see. There's one last fight basically. They lose this, they lose the entire game. Nikkei is not interested in really killing anyone. Takes out the racks first. And they actually can't do anything anymore. Like, they're all out. Everyone's just chilling. And you said earlier, Steen, whoever pops BKB second in the fight ends up winning the fight, and that ended up happening here. BetBoom had to still pop BKBs. Did nothing. Game feels like it's over.
It really does feel like that, the way they don't seem to have an answer for this. So the GG is called, and that's pretty much it. Liquid's playing out of their minds. Excellent game.
Wow, 1-1 coming in from the side of Team Liquid here. BetBoom, it was looking so good for so long. And then you make one mistake, but this is the nature of playing against like Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster, right? If you lose one fight, the whole base is gone.
And my homie Trend Protector, like that hero is just the best.
That was really sick, actually. That was really nice. It was nice seeing their ideas come together.
All right, so with that matchup being done, we only have a couple of series that are going to be left at this point in time.
Yeah.
One of them is on our screens right now. We have the Shopify Rebellion versus Team Master matchup. We still have Geek Slate taking on the side of Hellraisers. And I think these are the last two at the moment. The night series is over. And yeah, this might be the last two games that are happening right now here in the first day of the group stages at the Lima Major. I'm not going to ask you, Estine, I know what you're going to say. Carlos, we're looking at the Techies. The Techies team seems to be doing
Oh, we have two Techies games at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is kind of fun.
Is it too late to replace me on the panel?
And Hellraisers is winning with their Techies. Let's go.
Sigh.
On God, it feels good to be a Techies fan.
Today, the day of the Techies. And the Techies...
The question is if we are going to see him like in the main event. That's going to be the real deal.
I mean...
Maybe. I mean, if it goes well now, why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If they can beat a Broodmother lineup with this, not just a Broodmother lineup, but a Broodmother Rubik lineup, that also gave away Leshrac plus Tree. If you win against us with Techies, you're allowed to pick it anytime.
Yeah, that's pretty sure.
You win this game, I will put you at my #1 to win the tournament, and I will praise you until the end.
We're going to hold you to that. Everybody heard? Please clip that right after this.
I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is confirmed.
The clips are made. You can go back.
Nah, it's too late now.
Clips of what? I didn't say anything.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
So a tale of two different Techies games here. The one game seems to be going very, very well for the Goblin Techies. The other one, maybe not so much. But that game is also relatively close.
I like the idea of that Arena of Blood combo into the whole Techies ordeal, but they tried that on Shadowfiend's face and he was able to pretty much tank it up. He was obviously full HP, so let's see how that combo goes.
Oh, that's good.
I'm excited to actually see the interaction of like, at some point Mars gets off ultimate. Crystal Maiden is just outside the ultimate. Cost to a freezing field and they can't reach her to be able to cancel it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Rebellion deal with that, pre-BKBs especially.
Ooh.
Nice chilled game.
I kind of like low-key want to watch the other game just because there's an Underlord core in it, but
You want to see how the underlord functions from the mid lane?
Yeah, kind of.
So we're gonna try and check out exactly what's gonna be happening in one of these games, see what's popping.
No.
One thing that I find very intriguing actually about some of this, Sheep is yelling throw, not at the team.
It wasn't
Doesn't
on
want the teams to
camera.
throw.
No!
It was not. Unfortunately not.
It was a good catch.
You were catching, I got you. Go for it.
Amazing.
Yay.
Thank
Hydration.
Thank
Remember
you.
to hydrate. You know, well, don't just spend all your time playing games, eat and hydrate. All the players that I've been seeing after their games, what they keep doing here is Sheep, they go outside, they get fresh air, they drink some water, have
doesn't?
a little snack,
Yeah.
then they go back to play Dota. That's the order of operations here. So don't just fiend on Dota your whole life. Make sure to take care of your body. Otherwise, you know, you're gonna end up losing games. And you know, right now, speaking of these games, I think Rebellion. Wow, never mind. Arteezy's going ham in this team fight. Jeez, triple kill. Is this TI, Astini? What's happening here?
Yeah, I was gonna make a joke. Is that like an ADPC that is just like killing everyone?
Don't disrespect our
but then I
Legion.
kind of like regret on the joke.
Yeah, you
and
were
then
there.
I went silent. Yeah, that
Wait.
was my awkward pause.
Didn't you pick SF into one of your games? Or was it Nature's Prophet? Because he definitely played it at some point in the DPC, but I can't remember if it was
He
against you
played
guys.
twice Prophet against us on the DPC. I've lost so much to him that it's just like... Because then we played another tournament, right?
You've just had some difficult games against the A-God.
Because we won against his Razor, and then lost.
All right,
Anyways.
So if your team Asta here, right, what are you telling them to do in order to be able to beat out this SF in this game?
So the thing is like, it's not so much about the SF, it's like the Roche priority. I think that's like you need to think step by step on the game. And so they need to take this tier 1 tower, and then they control the enemy jungle, and then they can force Roche. They don't have that much of Roche damage.
Fairly slow, yeah.
So it kind of like feels bad for Nasser on that sense. You need like vision on their jungle, you need like not to allow them to just farm. It's hard to play this game as Nasser on that sense. When you're Radiant and you don't have Roche potential, the game is weird.
What do you think, Felipe and Sheeps think about Pudge skipping out the Vanguard? Because sometimes that happens, but I feel like he really can't be at the front at that point. He went straight for a scepter.
I have no idea, because we didn't watch the laning phase.
Yeah.
Because it would probably just be a laning decision, I would imagine.
It's
I'm
a
not
quick
sure.
scepter.
Yeah, going like the phase boot one, maybe early phase, maybe, I don't know. Did they get kills in lane? Because like maybe the phase helped them do that. Maybe they just wanted to be more aggressive and less defensive.
Yeah, as far as I know, we go Vanguard so you don't feed.
Yeah.
And he didn't feed. So in my opinion, it was good. Because he didn't need the item not to feed. So, and having an early Aghanim is really meaningful in this match against like Lash. You kind of like mitigate the boots on, so it's cool.
It's 5-3-5 on Pudge. They have 11 kills. He has been beasting.
Wow. So 10 out of the 11 kills just on the Pudge being involved in. It probably explains like the relative low impact of this Brood so far, right? She has like no net worth in this game.
Yeah.
And we look at bottom. Not only is she not taking over that side of the map, but we don't actually see her there at all. She's like playing mid right now. Has to do something else.
Yeah, this is what Liquid wish they could have done on the Pudge.
Just crush it so hard that it has zero influence in the game.
Yeah. And there are teams that talk about the Brood and they say, yeah, it's like fine, because there's matchups like Slock that kind of pwn her, but you get your Greaves and your Aura and whatever, and you're still taking up map space, and you're still doing Brood things, and there will be a timing for you. I do think overall, though, Broods tend to struggle with lower net worth. When the Wraith Pact meta was prevalent, I think if there was like it was very funny. It was like a stat.
Yeah, it looked weird.
Yeah, it waits for the unpin and then it hooks you. But there was like a stat where like before a certain minute, if the Wraith Pact was before that minute, the Brood had like an 80-90% win rate, and if it was after that minute, it was like 20% win rate. It was insane.
Oh, I do actually remember that stat, yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the more fun stats.
very timing-based hero in general. Like there's a lot of things that have to happen in a particular order. So while this game is happening, Asta and Rebellion, they're also sort of competing to get themselves to the top of the group, especially Rebellion, because they toured BetBoom, right? We saw BetBoom just go 1-1 against the side of Liquid. So if they can go 1-1 here, Carlos, they're actually also pretty much in contention for that #1 slot. But we've also seen that movie before when it comes to Rebellion, you know, do really well in the group stage and then things start to fall apart in the playoffs.
They're a good team. Like, I don't know, I haven't... I don't really remember my last major, probably the Kid major, like I was there. So it's a long time from there, but I haven't seen a tournament this stacked, obviously outside of the international. Like I feel we have a couple of teams that they know it's going to be a hard way to the main event, but most of them I see them super confident. Like I would say 80% of the teams, they think they can fare top 5 and higher. So it's going to be super interesting. And Shopify is obviously one of them.
I really can't wait for best of 3s. Like when teams also have a more solidified idea, because we know that they're all still experimenting right now, right? Giving away Broods, Lina, seeing if they can deal with it. Right now, it's looking like Asta might be ruining this decision. When this is very quickly cascading against them.
Techies, no!
But it's not about the tags in this game. I think it's overall draft.
Yo, question. Is this is the format of the tournament the best of ones thing where there's like 4 best of ones and Purge?
What do you mean?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I just had the fizzy drink burp thing come up. Oh my God, help. You know, in like the lower bracket, round 1, is there like a bunch of best of ones?
I believe it's best of 3.
It would probably be.
I think
like
so.
Just the first round and then they go straight to BO3. It's probably going to be like that.
Oh,
I believe it's BO3s, yeah.
No, he's saying it's best of ones, you're saying it's best of 3s.
I can check. I can check. We have the technology.
Okay.
Exactly.
We can figure this out.
Don't trust me.
No, I think it's best of 3.
Yeah.
Best of 1 is only on TI.
Oh,
That's
I
it.
believe
All
it's
can had it,
BO3s.
I
Yeah.
think.
It is best of 3s.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, that's kind of sad.
So, why?
I like
love
that
the best of ones.
Ride or die
They're fun.
vibe. Yeah,
they're hella cool.
Best
You
of
love
ones
it
are so
because you're not
stressful.
there.
True.
No, I like,
absolutely.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
true.
yeah, I'm not a player in it, but it's like
Yeah.
casting is quite
Oh,
fun.
snap. All right, while I was busy checking that, did anybody see what happened in the game here? Our Hellraisers versus Geek Slate matchup. What happened at the end?
Wait, is the game over?
Did anyone
might
see
be
what
over.
happened with DK Truman hair?
What
Bawi
hair?
took all of it.
Yeah.
But DK Truman's always, he's been bald for a long time.
Yeah. It's just a joke about him being.
You know? But Bawi's, I like Bawi's new dye job. It's kind of drippy.
Dude, he looks great.
Yeah.
I love him. He's a lovely boy.
Why hasn't he been doing this from the start? We'll obviously figure out exactly what happened in that particular matchup. Because I was looking up something else. I might as well look that up actually in the meantime.
But I guess Geek Slate were winning.
Yeah, they were. But we have seen things turn on a head at this tournament already. So that could not have been the final result. All right, so Geek Slate found themselves in that game going 2-0 up against the Hellraisers.
And I would say like C teams, they don't call GG unless it's like a GG. Geek Slate would just like call GG when Tron is dead. But on the other hand, Hellraisers, they just like, oh, we lost a team fight, it's GG, boys. Because someone is tilting. That's like how the team's personality works. So that's why I would bet like that the Geek won the match in that sense.
Speaking of, this is the final game then that we're going to be having on this first day of the group stages. And Rebellion and Asta are still fairly even, but Rebellion I think are definitely favored at the moment, provided they can utilize this Aegis to good effect.
Yeah.
Like if they can take like one fight and then it's Tier 2 tower, I think there's like 75% plus chance for them to win the game. And they just got a Blink Dagger on the Treant Protector, which is always super strong.
And the enemy glyphed.
They did.
That's huge. That's really huge.
So they still have Aegis for the next push.
That is like this muscle memory that you just glyph a tier 2, but you don't get the glyph back. So they could like force tier 3 now really easily, because it's like the second tier 2 to fall.
Is it huge? Can they actually take high ground? Feels super impossible.
I feel like they actually can on the next catapult. They're gonna have Vegas, the 25 catapult.
But they can just hook either A, the catapult, or B, a hero. Which kind of, I don't know.
It's not so easy against Broodmother, that's the thing.
That's, yeah, that's true, you're right.
I suppose for now probably it's just better to just keep controlling the map, right? Don't have to force anything. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Why complicate life? only 24 minutes in the game, you know? We don't have like the uber big items on these core heroes just yet. What do we want to see though on the side of Asta to sort of help them recover this game?
I just want to see techies get E-Blade, Kaya-san, like a Bloodstone Octarine maybe.
Just a couple of items.
Yeah, Art is an explosion.
I don't know, they lack damage. Maybe Mars needs to build damage like those Desolator builds.
I've not seen a Mars buy a Deso in like 10 years at this point, which makes me want to cry because I think it's actually still good.
And it's actually what would enable them to win the game because they really lack damage. Then that's when like Snare asked me what they need to kill this SF, and then I'm looking at the map like they need Roche. How can they Roche with this lineup? They cannot Roche. They don't have damage. They overthink on the Brood and then they lack on everything else.
Ooh,
which is
Tiny
why you
though.
ban Brood.
Tiny has Ags,
Yeah.
so he can scale hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, that's a good shout though. If he gets Deso or Mars and they're combining it with some Ags play with Tiny into an arena, that's poggers. I would go so far as to say it's poggers.
Yeah.
Actually poggers. It would be pretty great to see.
Yeah, it's pretty base. Does Techie still have his 251 damage talent at 25? Because that could be another win condition. Get Master Madness.
Isn't it 252 now?
Oh shit, they added another one?
I think.
Well,
no?
then that's definitely
Like 1500 damage. 2000 damage. That should be the next update.
Yeah.
Like Techies gets 2000 damage, and then at level 30, the other talent is like 200 attack speed.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so they are lacking damage, so they need Midases to get to that talent.
Yeah. Does he still have it though? Is it like the Mind's walking and
Mind's walking.
like the move speed to the
Yeah.
right, yeah.
I go out of my way to not know things about Techies, so y'all will have to be the ones to tell me here.
I mean, there's a chance they reworked it. There's a chance. I'll check.
Oh, what's sure
Carlos, you're
it's
the one
still
that
there.
suffers the most in your pubs against the Techies. Do you remember what the 25 talent is? Is it still the 250 damage or 251?
Yeah, but he hated it during that time. He always remembers it. You know.
I would think so. I haven't touched that hero since forever.
It's still 252, baby.
52, you
Yeah,
see?
yeah, it is.
They
52?
improved. Yeah,
Yeah.
because they
Nice.
memed once they're adding one more. That's the thing.
Yeah. I hope they add another one in the new patch.
You
That would be
see?
so cool.
I'm up to date with the memes.
Oh,
That's like the
that
gold
was
word.
nice, Blink.
That's a good blink. XXX is out. The question is, can his team follow him? And the answer is nope. At the very least, the CM can't. Somebody had to be sacrificed. It is what it is. Oh, they gave away Frostbite. That's not an insignificant spell on a Rubik.
You're right, but it's not significant either. No, I'm just kidding. You're right. It's good.
Is this the last series of the day?
Yes, sir. The last game of the first day of the group stages.
Please
Yes, in
God
Lima
free
Major.
me. I'm thinking about dinner right now so bad.
How are you liking the food
Dinner
here?
closes in 40 minutes.
It's too
no,
good.
no worry.
Yeah, the food is
so
too good. I normally actually don't even eat that much,
8:49
but I've been eating
Time is
all the
flying.
time.
Nice.
Time flies when you watch fly.
When you say
true.
it's 8:49,
Yeah.
so we have 49 minutes until dinner closes. This is not going to take 49
No,
minutes.
that's not how that works. Your math was so bad. Do it again.
8:49.
It's
49, not 39.
11 minutes.
39. My
No,
bad, my bad,
your
my bad.
math is still wrong.
Isn't it close at 9?
It closes at 9:30.
All right, if it is 8:49,
So at 41,
if
then
it
we
is
have 41
8:49
minutes.
and it closes at 9:30, how many minutes is it until it
We have
closes?
41 or not
41.
40 because you,
Why would you
lose
do
so
it
much
for
time.
him? You're ruining it. How many
Been here for a
minutes
while.
is it?
Not too many.
Oh my god.
He's a good host. He's great
Listen,
with words. He's
I
not
spent,
great with
I spent the
math.
last 3 weeks doing NA Dota. You know, I adopted some NA math. What can you do?
Brother, holy
lucky.
shit.
And I'm in a game with Rebellion here. You know, we're doing some NA math.
It's 49 minutes.
Oh, they also own the same hotel, so they also want to have dinner.
Oh, they're gonna rush the game.
That's
Yeah.
a good shot. No, because they'll have someone bring it to them, but we won't have anyone bring it to us. Production! I'd like some mash, please.
We need some
mashed
runners.
potatoes.
Let's think about the high ground defenses on the side of Asta, right? If obviously they want to stall the game out. They want to keep this going for as long as possible.
I refuse to think.
You're only thinking about food right now.
Oh, unga bunga, go hit.
Okay, next Roche. Maybe
Next.
up in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope for the minimum time. Come on, Ice Frog. We want to have dinner.
Give me your power.
Yeah, it should be
I almost
over.
gave a high five. That's
I like the
how
vibes
You're
of
just
these
gonna
late
completely
cast.
ignore me instead? What the fuck?
Oh, yeah. Because I was gonna give the high five, and then I thought you were like praying for it, and then I didn't give the high five. That's the thing.
Oh my god, we're not in sync. This is the worst panel
I almost
ever.
high five, and I'm like, no, she's praying, and then I gave up on the high
We're
five.
meant to touch hands like this.
This is my panel at the
okay,
end
high
of
five
at the
It's
end
not
of like
about
a
the high
10-hour
five.
day.
No, you don't
Okay, it's just
understand.
touching hands,
It's
okay.
like giving energy together. Like
Okay.
where it's like ah.
Okay, it's like how's
Whatever.
it called in Dragon Ball Z?
This is terrible.
That's actually
Genki
a
Dama.
huge meme here in South
It's a
America.
Genki Dama.
Yeah.
Genki Dama.
I give you more
Pronounce it.
energy. These last 10 minutes are going to get clipped wonderfully.
Yeah.
All of us are going to be enshrined and covered in glory based on these last 10 minutes of antics.
Oh god.
All right, let's see. Asta, they smoke up right now. They do not have any major damage to contribute with this Aghanim Scepter just yet.
Yep.
XWY is doing his best to try and get there. Hopefully they win this fight and that helps them out, but it still feels pretty hard. Ortiz is not small.
We can go to
on this
dinner
hero.
faster if they lose this fight.
All right, let's see
Let's
if they
go,
do.
Shopify!
Oh, what's doing there? Blink into the overgrowth, hook back, get you out of safety because Rubik can just do everything in this game. And oh, that is a big split earth. All right, the game has just turned. I feel like they're going to end up winning this
Is that
fight.
a refresher arena or a stolen arena?
I believe a stolen one. I don't think he has a refresher yet.
God, they're running for their Hagen lives.
And
My god, he got it. That's Techie's buff right there.
Everyone knows Shopify is gonna win. Can they just GG out?
After one game
For the
one.
sake of competitive integrity, don't GG out in advance. Until the ancient has fallen, you can still win a game of Dota.
Until you still have like 15 minutes to dinner. So they're still fine.
Bro, I'm only gonna be able to eat 2 rounds of dinner this year. I need like 3 to 4.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Just pack all the plates, load them up in advance.
I actually had to do that the other day because I showed up 5 minutes before dinner closed.
Then they were like, nope.
They were like, I
It's
know, they
time
were
now.
like, yeah, we're closed. They were nice. They patted me on the
They
shoulder.
allowed
They
it
were
to
like,
happen.
we're closing in 5 minutes. Please load up more plates. I was like, oh, thank you. Let's
They're
went around.
aware of your habits at that
Yeah, I
point.
sat down at my table with 3 plates of food. I was like, I'm feeling good. And because I was like one of the only people left, you know, I had all the nice service that came over. Can we get you a drink?
know
Can I
what?
get you a lemonade? I was like, yes, that would be great. Thank you.
What also feels good is an early Roche. It's gonna be up.
It's
Come
not
on,
that early.
do it.
It wasn't
Do
early
it.
enough. If it was, the best luck
Do
would
it.
have been like if it came out 30 seconds ago because they were right there, right after the
Roche.
fight.
Roche.
Oh, but looking at the map positioning,
let's
they
go
probably
crit.
get it anyway, right? Because they're not ready to fight just yet for Master.
Yeah, no, yeah.
They're like really
there's
far
no way,
apart,
there's
yeah.
no way.
They're never ready.
The top of the screen being slightly cut off is upsetting me because I don't remember the colors of the heroes. So I'm just like, who is who?
That's a feedback we have.
I'm gonna hit the.
Can you guys like
production
cut better? And do you see like that it doesn't properly fit now that you don't, right?
What do you mean?
Because is it like a corner on black or is it like
Yeah,
it doesn't
it's like
properly
shadow.
fit?
It's a bit of a,
yeah, it's a shadow.
Oh, okay.
It's a design
it's definitely
choice.
a shadow.
Yeah, no, I love that. I actually adore
Kinda pops
that.
it a bit,
It's one of
so
my favorite
yeah, I like it.
designs.
Yeah. For some aesthetic. All right, so you wanted
It's
the
good.
Aegis.
It's actually good.
It's a drop shadow. It's,
Yes.
it's what it's.
It is. As long as we see the hero's colors, it's a perfect shadow.
Yes, agree.
So just
That should be
on,
pretty fixable.
Maybe they patched it out because it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. Just got rid of it.
Did they patch it out?
No,
No, they did not.
No, they didn't patch it out of the game.
All right, Rebellion, save us.
Trying to be like a...
Make this push happen. Degeneracy started to happen on the panel. But Rebellion, if I'm honest, y'all, I'm not seeing a way for Asta to win fights unless Rebellion forget to click some buttons in the next few minutes.
I'll tell you exactly how it's going down. So as Shadow Fiend strikes the last hit on the racks, Mars blinks behind him and spears him into the tier 4 towers. And then at that moment, Pudge, who's standing next to the fountain, hooks him in there.
Okay.
And they kill him. Or they do whatever they just do snap.
Yeah, they threw out the tree volley, but you know, the A guard comes back for life number 2, and the options are no longer available. But they've only killed a core.
Dude,
like,
no agents, no
support.
BKBs.
Albed jumps in the fight. Oh my god. Ortiz's damage output is just so big. If they can't lock him down, it feels really difficult to fight against them.
Dude, they have so much reposition on high ground. Holy shit. They have spear, toss, and hook.
That
And they're
refresher
gonna use
Mars.
them. They actually killed Ortiz.
Yeah,